Are you ready to dive into the world of magic, adventures, and school life at the academy? If so, this is the story for you. Meet Cerone, our protagonist. As an infant, he was abandoned by his parents but was found by a family of hunters who raised him in a loving home. Despite the hardships of peasant life, he learned to read from an early age and became obsessed with books. One day, he accidentally meets a magician and learns how to enter the spirit zone, the first step to learning magic. Although everyone says only nobles can be mages, can Cerone prove his limitless potential? But before we find out, let's start the story from the beginning. Under the blanket of stars lies a mountain range, where the cries of a baby echo through the night. This land belongs to a brave hunter, whose first instinct upon hearing these cries is to grab his axe, believing someone is trying to steal from his farm. He's certain these critters have made a big mistake by targeting a hunter's cabin. He follows the sound of the cries around his farm, and when he reaches the stable, he finds no one there except his horses. For a moment, he wonders if he's hallucinating. After all, ever since he and his wife learned they couldn't have children, he's been hearing babies' cries. But it wasn't a hallucination. There in the pasture is a real baby. He quickly picks up the child, and when he pulls the baby close, he can actually feel its heartbeat. At that moment, his wife arrives, shocked to see him holding a child. When asked, he answers to his wife that he feels like this child is given to them. The time passes, and now this baby and our hero, Cerone, the boy once found in the stable, grew up reading this tale. He is reading a famous tale of a mage who, with a mere motion of his hands, can summon rain for townsfolk waiting for it. This mage can also protect the town from threats beyond its borders. Through his mystical powers, peace and prosperity thrived, and hunger and thirst were banished. Yet the mage did not rest. Tirelessly, he pursued his research, always striving to better the lives of the people. His deeds were so extraordinary that they called him the well-mannered mage, and his story became a legend cherished by all. Now 12 years old, Cerone often buries himself in books. His reading is interrupted by his father's voice, Vincent Arian, now 40. After finishing their work of chopping wood, Vincent affectionately swings his son around before signaling it is time to head home. As they walk through the wilderness, Cerone looks up at his father and asks about magic, how it works, and whether he could ever learn to use it. The humble hunter, who knows little beyond hunting, responds that killing a bear with one blow is also a kind of magic for him. Meanwhile, some of Cerone's mates see him with his father. They wonder why Cerone is always so interested in accompanying his father or reading books. Even when they invite him to play, he refuses. They begin doubting whether Cerone can really read the books. As they see Cerone walking beside Vincent, some of the children begin to think that Vincent is not really his father. One of them relies that his mother tells him that Vincent doesn't own Cerone, claiming they found him somewhere when he was still a baby. Meanwhile, as the children talk, Vincent overhears them. He becomes angry inside but does not confront the boys. Instead, he holds on to his belief that he is Cerone's father, no matter what. Determined to make Cerone happy, Vincent decides to take him to the city the next day to get the fruits he wants, as a reward for helping him that day. Cerone feels happy and eagerly looks forward to going to the market, though Vincent silently wishes he could do more for him. However, Cerone remains desperate to learn about magic. The next day, they go to the city, Craius, in the kingdom of Tormia. Cerone marvels at the beautiful view of the city. When they reach a certain store, Vincent asks Cerone to stay with a grandfather he knows while he runs some errands. He warns Cerone not to wander around and to avoid nobles. Vincent quickly heads off, leaving Cerone waiting. While helping the grandfather a little, Cerone seizes the chance to ask him about magic. At first, the old man doesn't understand, so Cerone repeats himself. The man then directs him to a bookstore in front of his shop where he can find books about magic. Excited, Cerone quickly heads to the bookstore. Opening his book, grandfather exclaimed how he used to read these kinds of fairy tale books in his childhood, but was stunned to see the content of this book, which is far beyond his comprehension. When our boy enters into bookstore and is about to grab a book, he is shouted at and told not to touch anything. The shopkeeper claims his hands are too filthy to handle the books. Cerone asks if he can at least read one, but he is denied again. The books, the shopkeeper explains, are very costly and meant only for nobles. Her answer makes him wonder where his father gets his books from. After checking some books secretly, Cerone walks out of the store. Then, he notices some nobles taking a stack of books somewhere. Then he throws these books in a corner on the floor. Recognizing the spot, he realizes that it might be where his father gets the books he reads to him. This makes Cerone wonder why the nobles receive such privileges while he is excluded. Remembering his father's warning about avoiding the nobles, he starts to question what might be wrong as they can get what they want, but someone like him can't. As Cerone prepares to leave the area, guards suddenly catch him. They demand to know how he managed to get inside the gates of the bookstore compound, which is reserved for nobles only. Cerone explains that his father is nearby, but the guards do not believe him. They assume he is an orphan and decide to detain him. Before they can get a proper hold of him, Cerone skillfully escapes. By the time they realize what has happened, they find themselves holding only his jacket. Cerone has already hidden behind some flowers near a building. After a while, he comes out of his hiding spot to get his shoe and go back. But then Cerone hears some children discussing magic. They are asking someone to explain what magic is. At first, the headmaster gives in to a demand to show a spell to the kids, but he asks them to answer his question. What is most important about learning magic? Our boy listens intently, thinking of his own answer. After many students respond that it must be knowledge, ability, or money, each answer is rejected by the headmaster. At that point, our boy wonders whether it's about being noble. But his eyes widen when he hears that the most important thing for learning magic is insight. At that moment, Cerone feels he has found an answer he had been searching for. The students ask about the reason behind that answer, and the headmaster elaborates, saying that it's because insight is sharper than knowledge and swifter than ability. He also adds that with a little cultivation, anyone with enough insight can become a mage. As Cerone listens intently to the conversation within the compound, he wonders whether he also has a chance to become a mage. Next moment, he suddenly hears an old man's voice, suggesting that he climb the wall if he wants to hear better. Cerone is initially shocked that the old man seems to know what he is thinking. Unsure of what to do, he considers whether to follow the suggestion or walk away. Finally, he decides to climb the wall, feeling as though not doing so would be a regret he might carry for the rest of his life. So he climbs to the top of the wall and sees a group of children gathered around an old man sitting under a tree. The old man notices him immediately, and, to Cerone's surprise, invites him to come down and join the conversation. The old man, Alfus Miri, is the headmaster of Lauhia's School of Magic and a level 4 mage. Encouraged by Alfus's warm invitation, Cerone prepares to climb down from the wall to join the group. Finally, our boy stands in front of the headmaster of his dream school, and the kids surround him. But as soon as the kids spot him, they scoff at him for not having noble blood. They even ask him to go away. Totally stunned to see the scene in front of him, he breaks out of his trance when the headmaster asks about his purpose for jumping from the wall. Cerone expresses his curiosity about seeing magic. The headmaster wonders if he has ever seen magic, to which he responds that he has only read about it in books. Some kids protest, while saying that he must be lying, as it's a common belief that peasants can't read. However, persistent in his wish, he just bows and pleads with the headmaster. The headmaster grants his wish by calling the wind, which excites the kids around him as well. He is stunned to see how it is possible. But he gets his answer the next moment when the headmaster calls the wind, which levitates him along with all the kids. He shouts as he is lifted into the air and wonders whether they are going to come down the same way. He winces and braces himself for the fall, but it never comes as the headmaster gives him a smooth landing. Then Headmaster chuckles and asks about his opinion on his demonstration of magic. Instead of answering him, our boy asks the headmaster what exactly magic is. The headmaster pretends to think of an example, but our boy asks bluntly about the concept of magic, even though he doesn't understand it. The students gasp at him for demanding this rudely from the headmaster, something even teachers won't dare to do. The headmaster chuckles and explains that magic is something that goes beyond the normal rules of our world. In simple words, it is a way of using mental understanding to explore the hidden truths in phenomena. The headmaster comments that it must be hard for him to understand this concept. But he is stunned when Cerone relates the concept of magic to anomalous events. He asks whether our MC has read this in his books. Cerone answers negatively while explaining, it's noticed by him that every person who thinks differently is attacked by normal people. But later, the theories of these people become knowledge. He asks whether it has something to do with the anomalous. The headmaster confirms his theory. Without wasting time, Cerone asks about the method of learning magic. The headmaster truly admires Cerone's intelligence but also pities him for being a peasant. However, he answers him anyway with a demonstration of magic. He asks one of his students to enter the spirit zone. She complies immediately, and our boy can sense the change in her. Then, the headmaster asks about the quantity of the coins in his hand, and she immediately answers that it is 6, which is a correct answer. Cerone wants to know the method behind it. While changing the quantity of the coins, the headmaster explains that the spirit zone is an extra-sensitive mental state, in which even great mages can tell the number of leaves on a faraway tree by merely sensing them. This time, the student once again answers correctly the quantity of the coins. While opening his fist, he explains to our boy that once he enters the spirit zone, he can control the phenomena. Cerone immediately understands that she can't count the coins but feel them. He thinks maybe he also has a chance to do it. The headmaster encourages him, saying that he can also do it by erasing himself and finding himself. However, our boy counters that if he can't erase himself, he won't find himself. The headmaster is happy with his progress and believes that he can surpass him. Then, he asks him to try it out. The headmaster knows that he can't learn magic without entering the spirit zone. Our boy closes his eyes and meditates to find himself. He first tries to find himself in his brain but rejects this idea, as the brain is merely an organ. He needs to feel something that is not outside. Then, he tries to reach the feeling he can't define. For this purpose, he needs to erase himself. He finally catches the feeling with his sensitivity. After a while, he opens his eyes and sees everyone. The headmaster asks if he feels something. Cerone defines that he can hear everything, which prompts a quip from the kids that he can hear because he is here. Meanwhile, the headmaster understands that he can't do it yet, because going into the spirit zone means entering another dimension where one can sense smells from sounds and tastes from colors, even experiencing a landscape of feelings in their body. The headmaster then pats his head and encourages him to keep doing this to hear more sounds. Then, he concludes the class and orders his students to head back to their classes. While going back, the headmaster feels pity for Cerone, who had great chances to become a mage and achieve so much if he had been raised in a noble family. Meanwhile, our boy jumps from the wall, sweating profusely. He is in disbelief that he can actually do it. While running on the road, Cerone recalls his experience of being in the spirit zone. He feels like he is split into thousands of pieces and scattered across the planet. It's as if he himself has become a world. He is on the verge of crying, overwhelmed by the intense experience in which he feels like he is unleashed from his body and has become infinite. In this state, he doesn't notice that he bumps into someone and falls to the ground. He apologizes to the person, who turns out to be a bunch of rowdy people. One of them grabs his collar while threatening him, saying that he can't just run around and crash into people. Our boy thinks he might be about to get killed here. Suddenly, a new voice interrupts, asking whether she is missing something. Everyone shows great respect to the newcomer, who turns out to be a noble young lady visiting to counter her boredom. The goon tells her that they are teaching Cerone a lesson for trying to kill them, but our dude protests the accusations. However, the goon doesn't like him talking back and starts to beat him. He is now on the ground, trembling. The people around him curse him and even ask to see his mother, which makes Cerone quite angry. They provoke him a little more while beating and kicking him, but they are stopped by Amy, who mockingly asks about his well-being. Trembling, he clarifies that he didn't do anything wrong, but he is shocked to hear Amy suggest selling him to the south. No one will care about him as he is just a peasant boy. Hearing this, he calls out to his parents. Unfazed by his misery, Amy even asks the goons to check him out, whether he is damaged somewhere, as he should be intact as a slave. The men are quite excited to humiliate him, but she asks them to examine only his face. Meanwhile, she nervously thinks about Cerone's odd behavior, as she is just planning to have some fun before letting him go. But they don't know he has gone to the spirit zone, which heightens his sensitivity to the things around him. At first, he doesn't understand what exactly is happening. The next moment, he remembers how the headmaster has called the wind. Outside, his body is jerked by the goon, who wants some reaction from him. Amy also understands what's really happening and asks them to stop. But it is too late, as Cerone suddenly calls the wind, and everyone is lifted into the air while his eyes widen at the sight of himself using magic. With a louder heartbeat, he falls to the floor, looking at his bullies in pain. Desperate, Amy asks about his identity and his source of learning this magic, because he can't do it as he is just a farmer. But next moment some people are attracted by the sound, and Amy immediately leaps into the air in front of him. He is in awe of her skill but doesn't have time to dwell on it, so he immediately runs away from that place. While running toward his father, he understands the coldness of this world. The scene shifts to the manor of House Karmas, which is a first-class nobility, where Shakola, the master of the house, looks at his daughter Amy and thinks that she must be playing hooky again, judging by the state of her appearance. She is quite furious about what happened with Cerone, while her father gives her a long lecture about skipping class and laziness. But suddenly she stops and abruptly demands that he introduce her to a magic school. Spring turns to winter, and inside the Aryan household, Vincent asks for his son. His wife informs him that their son has gone to the logging area to cut some wood. He is shocked to hear this, as it is snowing, and he becomes determined to find him. While on his way, he remembers the time when he almost lost him during the spring season. But Cerone had come back, excusing himself by saying he lost his way. However, his father senses that something happened to him that day. Meanwhile, in the snow, Cerone is thinking about the time when he was able to use magic while cutting the wood, but he can't use it afterwards. That time, he had done it subconsciously, so he doesn't know what he lacks to perform magic again, due to his lack of knowledge regarding magic. But the good thing is, he can still enter the spirit zone, which he currently enters and senses everything in front of him, although he can't explain it. With that, he raises his axe and shatters the whole tree in one go. He himself is shocked to see that he has knocked down the tree in one swing. He knows what he has done is magic. Meanwhile, his father is also shocked to see him doing this, and thinks it's a thunderstrike skill he has learned to perform. Cerone is also thinking that it is not magic but a single successful stroke among hundreds of strikes from his axe. He is determined to practice this again and again because he knows that luck can't be his partner in success, but knowledge will be. With that same determination, our dude passes 3 years, and now, in one fall, he can feel things that his eyes can't see. He touches the tree, and with a single swing of his axe, he is able to shatter it. Suddenly, he notices that he has been meditating for 5 hours. During his time in the spirit zone, he feels like he has become nature itself. He can sense the swinging of trees, the voices of insects, even the sounds of roots sucking moisture from the earth. He is so indulged in it that 5 hours don't feel enough. He remembers the headmaster's words and understands that he can now feel himself as a part of this world. Then he goes back home. He immediately notices white horses and a luxury carriage in front of his house and wonders if they have a guest. When he enters inside, he instantly senses something as he sees a refined man sitting with his parents. His parents want him to take a seat before they talk. The person introduces himself as Timurin, the butler of the House of Oyent. Cerone greets him in return while wondering about his purpose for being there. Timurin examines his face closely and asks whether he can read. Our boy answers that he has been able to read since he was very young. Meanwhile, he doesn't understand the reason behind the inspection and asks about his purpose for doing this. Timurin suddenly drops a bomb by offering him a job at the House of Oyent. At that, Timurin explains the specifics of his job. Oyent family's great library needs to be relocated. The library holds more than 10,000 books, and his job is to ensure that not a single book leaves the grounds. It will take more than 2 years for him to complete this job, as the heavy lifting will be done by porters, and his work will be sorting the books. He is stunned to realize that this opportunity will allow him to read thousands of books, some of which might be about magic. But the next words stop his thought process. His job carries a risk. If any book leaves the grounds, it will mean the death of his parents. Now he understands the reason behind his parents' grave faces. The butler adds that he will be paid a large sum of money, an amount so high that he couldn't earn this much in his entire lifetime as a hunter. Then he tells his father that this is the reason he is selling his son. Vincent protests, saying that it is not his reason for making this deal. He wants his son to achieve his dream. The butler chuckles and doesn't believe him because if it's not for money, what else would make Vincent beg him to hire Cerone for this job? Vincent asks if Cerone will have a chance to read books there. The butler confirms it but reminds him that he won't be allowed to read books all the time. He reprimands Vincent, saying that he should be honest with his son because this job is not about him achieving his dream. This brings back memories of a 6-year-old Cerone, who was taught some words by his mother and started reading books. His radiant appearance and sharp mind made Vincent wonder whether he had noble blood in his veins. He wished that were the case. If Cerone were a noble, he would have a chance to go to school, but he rejected the idea because Cerone was his son. However, as soon as our boy joined him in his work, Vincent realized with dread that he was turning his son into another lumberjack. That's why he begged Temuran to hire Cerone so that he would have a chance to read books. But now, after hearing Temuran's words, Vincent clearly expresses that he doesn't care about his money and asks him to get out of his house. The butler knows that the conversation is over and puts on his hat, while Vincent seethes with anger at Temuran's attitude. While the butler is wondering how this family would throw away such an opportunity, but he stops when Cerone firmly states that he is going to take the job. The butler asks if he is sure because even the tiniest rumor of a lost book can cost him his life. But our boy understands the risk and still wants to take the job and do it properly. At that, Temuran gives him 1 week to change his mind before he returns to take him. However, once he steps onto the manor grounds, he cannot change his mind. When the butler leaves, his father protests, saying that he was naive to ask for the job, but now that he understands its gravity, he is going to turn it down. But he stops in his tracks when he sees Cerone crying tears of joy, calling this the best gift of his life. Vincent hugs him with teary eyes and assures his son that they will always be with him whenever he needs them. But he also wants his son to return in one piece. He is happy to finally do the right thing as a father. The family is teary-eyed while thinking about the upcoming departure. After a week, the servants of the Oyent family come and ask for Vincent's signature. After he signs, without wasting any time, they take our dude to the carriage and close the door behind him. As soon as they settle inside the carriage, Cerone immediately enters the spirit zone to check on his parents, who are crying for him. During his time in the spirit zone, he wants to reach out to them but stops midway, realizing that he has a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But he also knows the risks of having this job and living among powerful people. He wonders whether he will come back in one piece after 2 years. After a while, they finally reach close to the House of Ogent, which is located within the Kreia city of the Kingdom of Tormia. Basically, the House of Ogent is a family of warriors, with its founder being a level 3 general, and the current head of the house is a level 4 knight. In other words, they hold city's military authority in their hands. Finally, they are in front of the great manor of the House of Oyent. He is frightened to see the grandiosity of the territory of the house, which makes the servants quip that he still needs to meet the family. Others warn him to be cautious with his words. He looks around, totally in awe of the second-class nobility, which is Oyent. The servants usher him to the servant quarters and offices, which will be his home for the next 2 years. A while later, he is in front of Temuran, who asks him to follow him to learn about his work. Temuran finally shows him the great library of the house, which stuns him. Temuran adds that he will be moving these books while classifying them. Each week, he will be handed the list of books he needs to gather. He also tells him the working hours, which will be from 9 in the morning to 6 in the evening. He can do whatever he likes with his free time, as long as he doesn't enter the main house or leave the grounds. Then he is handed the list and asked whether he has any other questions. Cerone knows that his life is on the line in this kind of work, which he can't mess up. So he asks when he is going to start, and the butler answers, from tomorrow. From tomorrow, he finally wears the uniform and starts his work by reading the list. Meanwhile, he clearly understands why the task of sorting is given to only one person. He needs to understand the sorting, whether to classify the history of swordsmanship in the history section or the swordsmanship literature section. While sorting the books, he also realizes how all of that knowledge is interconnected, and its root is none other than history. He then decides to read all of the history books, which are 850 among the 10,000 books, and supplement them with others. He needs to do it in order to become a mage. He then senses someone coming and immediately hides the books because he isn't allowed to read them. Temuran comes inside, compliments his work, and asks if he is going to work late again, which Cerone confirms. Then, Temuran suggests him to take it easy, as they have a long way to go. The next moment, he turns toward him and grabs his shoulder. Our dude is scared, wondering whether the butler has caught him reading. But the next moment, Temuran dusts off his shoulder while advising him to maintain his appearance in front of his master and their sons. He further asks him to do something with his long hair, to which Cerone complies. He takes a sigh of relief after this close call. Now he is on his own. He needs to maintain good work and decides to tie his hair like his father. Later that night, when he is reading the history of Tormia, he understands the biggest problem. Reading and understanding is harder than he anticipated. He wonders whether he should memorize them, but then decides to understand at least one part of the event and move on. Before he reads further, exhaustion catches up with him, and he dozes off in the books. While he is asleep, Timurin comes in and pulls the book from his arms. He looks at the history book and scoffs at Cerone's idea of reading, knowing it would take him half a month to read it all. He doesn't believe reading can bring any success to the boy. In fact, he would forbid him from reading if it was practical information Cerone was after. Timurin leaves with pity for our boy, thinking that he is nothing but a stupid dreamer with crazy ideas. It has already been 3 months since our boy started working in the great library of the House of Oyent. Currently, he delivers 4 piles for the porters to move to their new location. Meanwhile, he is also becoming a pro at sorting books and working as a librarian. When a servant takes a book for Master Lai, he protests that Lai hasn't returned the last book. The servant explains that he tried to persuade him to return it, but masters don't care about these books, because if one goes missing, Cerone will be in trouble. At that, our boy concludes that nobles don't care as much about books as they let on. So basically, peasants like him have to walk on eggshells to avoid making mistakes that could risk their lives. So, he decides not to draw attention to himself. His thoughts are interrupted by a blue-haired guy rushing toward him. It is the youngest Ogent's son, Lian, who is running from his master to skip training. His master shouts that he is going to make him do 100 laps as punishment. But Lian immediately hides under the table before asking Cerone not to tell his master where he is. Master rushes inside and asks about Lian. Our boy nervously asks about the identity of the master. Master angrily introduces himself as Lian's master, and insists he tell the location of Lian. Left with no choice, he points under the table where Lian is hiding. Master Kate drags him out from the table, which makes our dude wince. Master Kate promises to train him with mental endurance training today. Meanwhile, Lian is glaring at him for doing this. On the other side, Cerone nervously thinks that he has no choice because the instructor has the same power in the house as the master of the house. After this incident, the rumor spreads about how Lian is dragged by Master Kate to the mountains. A month has passed since this incident. During these days, it takes him 20 days to read his first book, but now he understands books of every level. For the next 4 months, he goes through more than 82 history books. Now that he understands the books, he realizes that there is no new information in the other books. After going through 200 books, the remaining books are a breeze for him. At first, he is nervous about whether he is right to spend so much time reading history, but after going through the books to understand the activities of mages in history, he understands that he made the right choice. He realizes from these books that if a scholar researches a theory, a mage is someone who turns this theory into reality. The only difference between a mage and a scholar is that a scholar can't enter the spirit zone. He shuts the book with a decision that he is going to add this vast backbone of knowledge into his spirit zone in order to become a mage. Before he can plan further, the door opens, and there stands a bleeding and furious Lian, who has been counting the days for this moment to come. Cerone gulps nervously because he knows what's coming. Lian coldly tells him that even after climbing the same cliff again and again, he has gathered his courage just to come here and get his revenge on him. Cerone understands that no matter what, Lian is blinded by his rage. Lian, on the other hand, demands him to say something. He even calls him a coward for throwing him to his master when he had asked for help. Cerone protests that he only tells the truth, but Lian grabs his collar while telling him that he should have told him beforehand that he wasn't going to help him. At that, our boy realizes that it's not easy for him to do something like this because of his position as a peasant. To solve the matter, Cerone asks him what to do to make things right for him. Lian immediately understands that he hasn't been working here for long because of his calm composure. Then he grins and asks him to follow him in the dead of night. After a while, they are inside the training field, which makes Cerone wonder whether he is going to be a punching bag for Lian. Desperately, he is ready to take the beating just to hold on to this opportunity, which is provided by him at the risk of his parents' lives. But he is stunned when Lian throws a wooden sword at him. Lian then asks him to duel with him like a man, not a coward. Cerone protests that he is not a coward but a servant who is expected to serve. Lian deadpans that it is because he had sold him to Master Kate to save his neck. He turned his back on him when he was in need. Now our boy, finding no choice, is holding the sword. With determination in his eyes, Lian is going to fight with him while giving him a chance of 3 swings head start. While looking at him, our boy understands that Lian's eyes are truly the eyes of an Oyent knight. He is also thinking about his next strategy to tackle this problem. He knows that he will have to go home if he is beaten. Then he stops and realizes that he can go to the spirit zone because he has obviously been given 3 swings. With that, he starts his first swing, which is countered by Lian. Cerone understands Lian's strength from his swings. This time, he clenches the sword more tightly and gives a second strike, which is again blocked by Lian, who grins widely. He taunts our boy, asking whether he has ever held a sword. But Cerone is already in the spirit zone, knowing he has only 1 chance left. He knows that Lian won't be able to block him this time, and he strikes harder. Lian, who doesn't understand what happened exactly, nervously thinks that now it's his turn. But he is stupefied to see his sword burst in the next moment from the strength of Cerone's blow. Cerone is himself also stunned to see his success. His plan was to sense everything with the first swing, understand Lian's timing with his sword with the second, and finally hit the vital spot with the third blow. He had worked on Thunderstrike for the last 3 years and tried it now. Lian, who is totally shocked, finally finds his voice and asks about the source of Cerone's swordsmanship. Cerone answers truthfully that it was Thunderstrike. Seeing the confusion on his face, he elaborates that it's a technique he learned to chop trees in the mountains. Lian is totally baffled by his explanation that Cerone is able to use a sword after cutting trees. On the other hand, Leon is training for 15 years. He is in disbelief that sword art is something that can be learned from chopping wood. Leon remembers the time when Lai had broken his sword in the same way and was praised by his father and master. His instructor even told his father that he didn't have anything more to teach Lai, as he was already far ahead of his age. At that time, no one gave heed to Leon while celebrating the genius genes of Lai. Leon was heartbroken that he couldn't be like his elder brother. Now he can see Lai and Cerone over again. So, he exclaims that he refuses to accept defeat. Cerone wants to apologize but is shut down by him. The next moment, Leon unsheathes his sword and clicks it back. To the surprise of our boy, he throws the sword to Cerone, who catches it. Leon reveals that just because he can do well with a wooden sword doesn't mean he can win. He gives him 1 month to prepare for the duel they will have with real swords. On the other side, Cerone's hands tremble as he sees his death in the form of a real sword. He asks Leon to reconsider because he doesn't know how to use a sword. With a darkened expression on his face, Leon expresses that if he can break a wooden sword after learning to chop trees, he can figure out something in this month. Before leaving, he even threatens to not leave, otherwise he will eventually catch him. Later, our guy is in the library, his head in his hands while he tries to understand the mess he is in. Basically, House Ogent has a peculiar trait of black and blue hairs in their family. The master of the house, along with the eldest son, have black hair and remarkable swordsmanship. His daughter, who has blue hair, is a great pianist. While Lai, a sword prodigy, also has black hair. But Leon is kind of a sore thumb in that family of talented people who didn't make a name for himself, even given a personal instructor. After thinking this, Cerone regrets that he should have just let Leon beat him a little. But now, he has blown Leon's ego, which is already bruised by the comparison with his brothers. By looking at the books, he thinks how he always had the ideal that books can save him. So now with determination, he goes to the shelf of books because he can't die here and risk his parents. He knows his time in the mountain gives him strength, so all he has to do is learn how to defend himself. For this purpose, he takes out a number of books on swordsmanship, so he will do what he can. Meanwhile, Leon is taking 100 laps according to the instruction given by Master Kate. Master senses that something is wrong because usually, Leon complains during training, but Leon answers sassily that this crap can't be called training, which pops Master's eyes from their sockets. With exhaustion on his face, he replies that this training is not hard enough because he is still standing on his feet. But Master Kate immediately understands that something has happened, which he denies with shallow breaths. But Master Kate is curious and associates his behavior with Lai's achievement, but then rejects this thought as Lai already had his schema. Anyway, he warns him that he can die with vigorous training, but Leon eagerly complies. Meanwhile, our boy is also learning schema. It's basically the spirit zone for the swordsman, which heightens the awareness of the corporal form of the human body to the swordsman. Master of this technique can use every cell in their body during a sword fight. He closes the book with new awareness that this is the polar opposite of what he did to enter into the spirit zone. Then he decides to give it a try. He closes his eyes and tries to sense himself. He has entered the spirit zone so far, but instead of erasing himself like the spirit zone, he needs to delve into himself. By lifting the black curtain, he can enter the first phase of the schema. But then he suddenly stops because it would be a waste of his energy to put effort into something opposite to the spirit zone. Then he remembers Amy and wonders whether she was using schema and is shocked to think that she is too advanced for her age. Then he goes into the open field and unsheathes the sword. He tries to apply his spirit zone with what he has learned about swordsmanship. When this happens, he starts with 8 directional slices and swings his strike. Meanwhile, Leon is also shown training vigorously at a level that his master himself stops him, warning that his muscles could burst. But he keeps punching the log while exclaiming that his muscles haven't burst yet. But he is beyond frustrated, while thinking that even though his muscles don't burst, he hasn't even activated his schema. Seeing his condition, his master stops his training. After a while, he pats his shoulder, wondering what is actually occupying his mind. He vaguely answers that his arms are killing him. Thoughtfully, Master Kate expresses that he has never seen any report about his progress. Leon retorts that this is his reason to work hard. Master Kate ignores his tantrum while asking if there is something he should be good at, whether he has even delved into what exactly it is. Leon simply answers that he only knows what he is not good at, which prompts a quip from Master Kate that this is the reason he is not a genius. Leon irritably tells him to just shut up. However, Master Kate continues, while saying that a real genius is one who knows where they can excel and puts their effort into it without a doubt. Meanwhile, our boy is also learning swordsmanship through the books, while Master Kate's voice booms on about the greatest fear of a genius, which is trying to achieve something they can't. Leon's eyes widen with realization when Master Kate finally states that it can be a genius's greatest enemy. He clenches his fist, thinking that even though he is not born with swordsmanship genius, but he will pursue it with all his power. Both he and Cerone are determined to win in the end. Now our boy stands with a sword in his hand, ready to practice swordsmanship. As far as his knowledge goes, swordsmanship is basically the kinetic dynamic energy assumed at the removal of life. But it is also a work of mind games when one starts fighting. Now he raises his sword while picturing an imaginary enemy who can attack him with countless types of moves. But among them, only 8 attacks can be predicted from each side. He needs to focus on them. While imagining the enemy in front of him, he starts to block these attacks from each direction. But after a while he stops when this imaginary enemy takes another direction, and he loses where to block the attack in his spirit zone. He pauses and steps back to laugh after finally understanding that the path of the swordsman is also limitless, just like the path of magic. This time his expression changes when he unsheathes his sword. He apologizes to his parents because he might not have been to them. But under the moonlight, he is satisfied because even staring at death, he has a chance to experience another great world. After a while, he finally stands in front of Leon, who ushers him to start the fight. When Leon unsheathes his sword, he is stunned to see the confident look in Cerone's eyes after a month of training. Now, when he observes his wooden sword match with Cerone's, he realizes that Cerone is right, that our dude has never held a sword in his life. But he doesn't understand how our boy can be so calm after holding the sword for the first time in his life. He concludes that he must be a natural, like his brother. But regardless of natural talent, he rushes towards him, determined to beat his opponent. Meanwhile, our boy can see through his spirit zone that Leon is on another level compared to him. He immediately blocks Leon's attacks one after another. Meanwhile, Leon can sense that Cerone is observing his sword moves. On the other hand, Cerone decides to push off his fear of death, which lies in the future. He imagines that if he can't see what will happen next, he will have the courage to jump down from the cliff. When he steps toward Leon, it makes him gulp because he observes how Cerone has surpassed all of his emotions. When he rushes toward Cerone, he is determined to believe that he isn't afraid of death either. With that, he attacks his right side, which is blocked by our guy successfully. Leon immediately attacks him at full speed with unpredictable moves from every side. Our boy understands that Leon's sword strikes are brutal, heavy, and fast enough to make it difficult for him to dodge swiftly. It becomes harder for him to recognize the direction of Leon's sword. Leon's next move slashes his chest, which stuns him momentarily. With that, he subconsciously enters the spirit zone. Leon immediately strikes back, but again, our guy swiftly dodges the attack. Now he slides away from his opponent, panting heavily. He doesn't understand how Leon was able to injure him successfully. On the other side, Leon doesn't waste time and immediately strikes him again, which Cerone blocks with his sword. With an evil expression in his eyes, Leon immediately understands that Cerone is petrified by his move. He confidently thinks that there is a minimum chance for Cerone to endure his sword because he is an Oyant after all. His strikes have the power to shatter bones. With that, he shouts and strikes again. But Cerone is also observing his moves while dodging his sword strikes. Our boy notices that after injuring him, Leon should follow up with an upward slash to injure him further, but now he is only using wide strikes. While observing him keenly, Cerone concludes that regardless of Leon's command of the sword, what he lacks is insight. His eyes shine with determination because now he can fight him at a lower level. With that, he rushes toward him with a new strategy in mind, to attack this time instead of just defending. Meanwhile, they are sword fighting. Leon also notices that our guy, despite being tired, is attacking him with basic attacks. But the problem is he is having difficulty blocking them. He also understands that, even though Cerone was exhausted, he is now saving energy by keeping that low-level rhythm. He again remembers the time when he was left behind by his father after his defeat at the hands of his brother, while he was too busy celebrating Lai's success. Then he sees Lai smirk victoriously at him, and he doesn't want to have the same experience at all. Now he shouts, while exclaiming that he is going to be the world's greatest swordsman. With that, he strikes him with all his might, but our guy blocks it anyway. To see him this furious, Cerone doesn't understand whether he is really following the rules of the duel or has gone berserk. Then he checks Leon's path of sword by his spirit zone, and is baffled to see that he can't read his movement anymore because of the random pattern. This time Leon is going to attack him from a lower level. But our dude immediately not only blocks it but throws Leon's sword away. Both of them are panting heavily, but Leon looks down in defeat. He is in disbelief at how he has lost. Then he remembers that Cerone had changed his grip in a flash while thrusting his sword upward, which clashed with his sword. On the other side, Cerone is also in disbelief that he really won. But he doesn't feel any happiness from that victory, because it's the second time he has bruised his ego, and he knows what the consequences of it will be. Leon, as expected, rubs his head nervously and admits his defeat. He turns to Cerone and asks how Cerone has the right to kill him, which leaves our boy stunned. Baffled, Cerone asks whether he is joking. To see his confusion, Cerone explains that whether he really thinks that he will spare you to see another day after killing a noble like Leon. Leon counters that it's the basic rule of a duel. Cerone retorts it with a statement that it was a duel for him, but for peasants like our boy, it was a matter of survival. The next moment, they are arguing about how they ended up dueling each other, blaming one another for causing it. However, when Cerone adds that the most honorable thing Leon can do is not drag his servant into this mess and follow his instructor's command, it hits hard to home for Leon. He remembers his behavior with Cerone, and his expression turns to suppressed shame. Exhausted, our boy falls to the ground while exclaiming that he thought that he was going to die. Leon, assuming they are going to exchange good remarks after a fight, looks at our dude, confused as to why he's in this state when just a few moments ago, he was a cold-blooded warrior. Then he concludes that Cerone is truly a natural warrior, but regardless of that, he doesn't mock him for his failure. He turns to our boy and asks him his name. After Cerone gives his name, Leon introduces himself as well and extends his hand to him. Our dude is totally stunned to see him like this. But the next moment is a surprise for him when Leon offers him friendship. After this incident, it has already been a year since our boy moved to Ogent Manor. During that time, he has successfully classified 7,028 books out of 10,453. Seeing this, Temuran turns to him and compliments his achievement. To see him, Cerone concludes that with each classification of the books, he is becoming more efficient. Now he only has 200 history books left to read. He has strategized to read 3 books per day to fully form the backbone of his knowledge. Besides his knowledge regarding swordsmanship, his essence of controlling fear boosts his stamina in the spirit zone. While remembering his fight experience with Leon, he gets a chill. But he focuses on his goal, which he can reach in no time with persistence. His thought process, however, is interrupted by none other than Leon, who is amazed by the gigantic stock of books his family has. He wonders whether they really read this many books. Cerone answers that his father and big brother use libraries often, which is scoffed at by Leon. At that, he thinks about how Leon can be charming and affectionate. But he nearly gets a heart attack when Leon carelessly throws the bag aside. He pleads with Leon not to damage the book because it can risk his life. Leon scoffs at that, saying that his life can't be worth less than a book. Then he shows him a thumbs up while promising to back him up even if he burns all the libraries down. Our dude nervously thinks about how he should be mute, but then warns him not to touch the books and reminds him about his training. At that, Leon lazily lays down, whining proudly, and telling him that he only has basic training, so he comes here to study. Our boy angrily deadpans, asking his reason for now studying, but Leon is quite bored to read them. To see him, Cerone understands that Leon is not lazy, but he is rather a fire elemental, and it takes only small things to fire him up. 10 minutes later, our dude is reading at his desk while Leon is sitting opposite him. Cerone asked him to study, but Leon is looking at the books like they are his enemies. He asks Cerone whether he really is going to read 800 of those books in order to become a mage. Cerone admits, while adding that he started late, so he had to make up for lost time. While flipping through the books, he tells Leon that after reading 600 books, he almost knows what is written in the remaining books. To see him reading this fast, Leon is totally amazed by our boy and even thinks that one day Cerone will wake up inside a book. To see him doing this while both of them are the same age, Leon finally looks at his book and finds it not so bad. Cerone's reading is halted by Leon's voice reading aloud. He is reading the prologue in such a way that the author wondered about the question of who would come victorious in a battle between a swordsman and a mage. In this search for this answer, the author wanders around the world. He goes to the peaks of the Artuzna as well as carnivorous trees devouring the mountain birds. He stops reading and exclaims that it's really boring. Our boy protested that it's not boring. Leon countered that these books held no pictures, no swordsmanship fights, so it's boring. But Cerone is already checking the book while protesting that Leon didn't even read one page and knows the answer to the question. Leon raised a question about why there is a duel between swordsmen and mages to fight in the first place. Before they could argue further, Lai interjected by answering that the swordsman will win the fight. Cerone immediately greeted Lai, while Leon is irritated to see his brother and asks how he will know the answer. Both of them, however, are afraid that Lai heard them arguing. Especially Cerone, who knows that he can be killed for being friendly to a noble. Leon wanted to change the topic and provoke his brother, asking whether he was saying this because he himself was a swordsman. Lai answers that if he wants to know the answer, he can observe the position of swordsmen and mages in the kingdom. Leon counters that the question is about who will win in a fight, because status doesn't mean anything in a battle. Instead of answering his brother, Lai turns to Cerone and asks about his opinion. Cerone is totally horrified to have his attention, and thinks about Lai's motives for having him answer that. He knows that he needs to answer while sounding impartial. Then he steps to answer that if both the opponents have equal skill, then the swordsman will have difficulty once the mage enters into the spirit zone. However, he adds that if the swordsman can attack before any spell is cast, he can have a chance. But his words are cut off by Lai, who firmly states that the mage will lose. Cerone gets a chill after listening to this. To hear this, Leon immediately understands that Lai is doing this on purpose, because he finds Cerone annoying and wants to discourage him. But Lai confidently asks whether Cerone knows about the Armor of Sin from history books. This is the kind of artifact that can disrupt a mage's spirit zone. With a darkened face, Cerone concludes that Lai is talking about anti-magic. Basically, the spirit zone is like water with innate power, and a mage is like a shark inside of it. To go against a mage is like going against a shark. But one can win this match if they scatter the water and take out the shark's senses. And this power is obtained by anti-magic. This is the power to beat a mage who won't be able to enter the spirit zone with it. However, it's purely theoretical. The reason is this kind of equipment is utterly expensive because it is made from the heart of a dragon, which is in a wave state that no amount of money can make effective. However, one expert, Yakra, who is an expert on the equation of the wave, calculated the efficiency of anti-magic to be 65%, which didn't make it worth the money. Its worth is more than the kingdom's 1 year of budget. But Leon is interested to know whether it can really make a swordsman stronger. Lai evilly adds that the anti-magic is made by a mage. Leon is stunned to know that a mage would do something like this. Lai answers simply that it's a great way to make good money. He even arrogantly adds that there are numerous mages lining up to be hired. No one needs to waste money to get anti-magic. In his words, mages are nothing but people who leech off someone else's money. Leon is quite furious to listen to this and warns him, but his words are cut off by our boy, who calmly accepts Lai's statement. Both brothers are quite baffled to listen to this. Our dude continues that Lai is right about mages making anti-magic, but it can be used for good purposes as well, like in places where magic is forbidden and in training schools. In this way, it makes prosperity for the world. In this way, he can't say that a swordsman is stronger than a mage. Lai is quite irritated to listen to his argument, while Leon snickers to see his brother's face. Lai, who didn't come up with a good excuse, just exclaims that Cerone can think whatever he wants, but swordsmen are superior to mages. When he leaves, both of the friends laugh while our boy expresses that he thinks he is going to die. Leon hugs him for making Lai flustered. He even compliments him, saying he could be the greatest swordsman if his tongue were a sword. He is happy that Cerone bruised Lai's ego. But meanwhile, Cerone thinks that he is somehow not different from what Lai had said. He wonders if people will not be courageous enough to recognize their shortcomings. The world might not benefit from the concept called ideal. 6 months later, our boy finally completes his job sooner than anticipated. The person in front of Timurin is quite satisfied with Cerone's accomplishment of completing the work 6 months earlier and sorting the books that had been neglected for 20 years. He advises Timurin to make some excuse to extend Cerone's stay there, but Timurin sternly tells him to get back to his work. He finally leaves while the head butler is thinking about our boy. Meanwhile, Cerone is reading a book in his office while thinking that reading hundreds of books is not a simple matter. However, he sighs in relief for finally accomplishing his goal. But his thoughts are interrupted by the obnoxious voice of his friend calling out his name. Leon enters and asks whether he has really finished his work. With a satisfied expression on his face, Cerone replies that he has finally read everything he needs to. Leon jerks him, exclaiming how incredible our dude is. Leon congratulates him. At that, Cerone hesitantly asks whether he can see his house before leaving. Leon is taken aback by his question and explains that he always feels guilty hiding their friendship, and Cerone's question caught him off guard. Cerone also understands his feelings because they always meet in the library and pretend in front of everyone. He just wishes to see how real friends act before he leaves. But Leon gladly accepts his offer as his family is already out. After a while, Cerone is in front of the great manor, his eyes wide with an awestruck expression. Leon consoles him, while saying that everyone is outside and that they can come back at night. While going ahead, Cerone notices the quietness of the house. Leon answers that only servants are there. As they move forward, our boy is quite impressed by the giant doors of the room, and finds it hard to imagine Leon living in such luxury. Leon's room is the smallest room at the end of the hall, which looks more like a small training area. Cerone has a feeling that he will likely visit it again after training. Once inside, both of them are playing cards, and our boy is proudly winning again and again. Leon is frustrated by the loss and accuses Cerone of using Spirit Zone to see his cards. Cerone reveals that Leon himself reveals his cards by the motion of his hands, which stuns him. Cerone explains that observation only works when someone is not obsessed with it. One can notice the small things when a person's intention becomes clear. Leon understands that it means he needs to see a bigger picture. He sulks, wondering whether he can use this skill to enter into schema. Cerone interjects, saying it might be because it helped him with his Spirit Zone. Our boy's attention turns to the fiction book and asks whether he can borrow it from him. But when he finds Leon totally exhausted. He looks at his watch and concludes that he should return because his family is going to come. On his way back, he stops after listening to the piano tune. He knows that the only person who can play piano is Lena Ogent, Leon's sister. Before he can say anything, Lena turns to him and asks his opinion. He nervously compliments her music while thinking about his next course of action. Lena expresses that she didn't see him here. Cerone clarifies his job purpose. Lena is totally impressed by his job and asks where he likes to play piano. Cerone thinks that he can't let his guard down, as she has the foulest personality in this manner, according to Leon. Then she offers him to sit next to her while she teaches him piano. Our boy is sweating, listening to her offer. To console him, Lena tells him that he won't get in trouble if he sits with her permission. Our boy knows he can't refuse now, but he doesn't want to miss the chance to sit at the piano. Lena slowly teaches him the basics of the keys and the sheet music she uses to symbolize the notes. She even explains how to make a chord. He listens intently. Nervously, he asks if he can try playing, to which she agrees. He embarrassedly tells her to cover her ears, but she encourages him, reminding him that he can't become a master in one go. At that moment, he begins to play the piano while Lena watches, curious to see what he will do with the chords he has learned. Lena is baffled to notice that, even though our boy is playing the wrong notes, he doesn't fumble at all. She is also amazed by how perfectly he imitates her, even while playing incorrectly. Meanwhile, our boy is using his Spirit Zone while playing, and Lena grows tense as she notices he begins to harmonize the notes. It isn't a masterpiece, but it feels like he understands the essence of the piano. Lena is stunned that someone like him, a servant, could have such an instinct. Before she can ask anything further, Leon shouts at them for playing such bad piano. He exclaims that normal people should rest at home, not play like a crazy person. But he stops when he sees his friend sitting with his witch sister. Lena casually comments that he seems to know Cerone. Cerone, however, is all nerves, afraid that she will find out about their friendship. But he is shocked when Leon openly admits that they are friends. Seeing his expression, Leon explains that Lena isn't someone who cares about such things. Cerone still doesn't believe him, but then Lena addresses him directly, expressing that she has no problem with their friendship. Besides, she believes that despite being rowdy, Leon is good at keeping his word. Then she asks what exactly he has been playing, which boggles Leon that it was really Cerone who had been playing the piano. Cerone is completely in disbelief, not because of the question, but because Lena truly doesn't care about their friendship. He then turns to Leon and asks why he lied about his sister's foul personality. Because she actually seems quite nice. Leon darkly tells him not to be fooled by her behavior because she is quite the witch. Lena chuckles and calls Leon a fool, while expressing that she is glad he has intelligent friends like Cerone. Cerone too is thankful. But Leon has another idea. With a smirk, he tells Lena to marry Cerone if she likes him that much. She counters, raising an eyebrow, that Leon must be really close to Cerone if he is willing to set him up with his sister. Leon arrogantly starts to say that it would be a waste of Cerone, but before he can finish his sentence, Lena grabs his collar and starts beating him. Apparently she has just been nice to him, and he has already ruined it. Watching their exchange, Cerone thinks to himself how wrong he has been about nobles. When she is done, Leon, rubbing his bruises, asks why she is home when she is supposed to be on vacation. She replies that she came home to see Lai, who is about to receive his certification, and because their granddad is also going to be home. Leon is stunned to hear that Lai is already certified for the exam. Basically, the official certification is a system that grades swordsmen and mages. For this exam, thousands of people gather, but only 20 receive the certificate. Besides that, there is also an unofficial certificate given by the school after reaching a particular level. One can also gain ranks and points through guilds and associations. Yet, people still flock to take the official exam because of the prestige, money, and fame it grants. That is why this exam is such a massive event. And now, Leon is even more overwhelmed to think that his prodigy of a brother is conducting this exam at the age of 18. Lena tries to console him, while assuring him that his day will come too. But then she goes outside to prepare a special seafood dish from the palace. Before leaving, she bids farewell to Cerone, and asks him to say hello to her when they meet again. He is completely in a trance, wondering whether he will see her again, as he is leaving tomorrow. Thinking about it, he hesitantly asks Leon whether Lena has a boyfriend. At first, Leon is stunned, but then a big grin spreads across his face. Seeing this evil expression, Cerone tries to brush off his words, but Leon is already rushing outside, leaving our miserable hero behind. Outside, he shouts at his sister, telling her that Cerone wants to know her relationship status. Before he can say more, our boy shuts his mouth. Lena nervously chuckles, commenting how boys will be boys, and instructs the maids to continue their work. Meanwhile, Louis asks his subordinate whether Leon is expecting a visitor, and gets a negative reply. He thoughtfully looks at Leon with Cerone and tries to remember his name. Suddenly he remembers and asks Timuran to come to his room. After a while, Leon is seen training in the mountains and whining about taking a 10-minute break. Master Kate understands that his fire from last year was only short-lived. He thinks further that it will change when he goes to that place, and wonders whether he will work with his schema. At that moment, a servant rushes to him and says that Lena has asked for his immediate presence at home. At first he declines, thinking it's because of Lai, but he spits out his water when the servant informs him that it's about Cerone violating his contract. He asks the servant why, since Cerone was supposed to go home today. The servant informs him that before Cerone could leave, Louis submitted a report to his father, which involved him as well. He then turns to Master Kate, while saying that he is going home. He explains that his father has found out about his friendship with Cerone, and he is going home to save him. But Master Kate stops him. Meanwhile, at the Ogent Manor, the master of the house gives the verdict that Cerone's punishment is death. Upon hearing the punishment for our hero, murmurs spread among the servants about how Cerone has crossed his boundaries. Lena tries to reason with her father, but he refuses to listen, as he already has the head butler's report and the testimonies of the servants. He then turns to Cerone and asks him to say something. Instead of clarifying himself, Cerone asks what will happen to Leon after this. Everyone grows tense upon hearing that he is more worried about his friend, instead of asking for mercy. Master Ogent darkly answers his foolish question, stating that Leon won't be harmed because of his sins. Cerone sighs in relief, then admits that they are truly friends. They became close last year and have remained that way since. Everyone is stunned by his reply. Lord Ogent, however, is furious that Cerone is taking their family name so lightly. He then orders Oyent to finish him off secretly. Lena tries to interrupt, but he doesn't listen to her, as he has already given his order, which cannot be undone. Louis feels tense, thinking this is too much, but the other servant sternly tells him that this is how things are. They must do it for their master. They need to nip any tiny bud of conflict. He doesn't understand it now, but with the passage of time he will. Before they can argue further, Leon enters through the gate. Lena feels relieved to see him. Leon exclaims, asking how they can kill his friend without his permission. Ogent answers that it is his decision. Leon protests that friendship is not a sin, but Lord Oyent replies that for them, giving a death sentence doesn't require a cardinal sin. There are things they must uphold as nobles to keep receiving benefits, but Leon refuses to believe in these benefits if it means his friend's death. Lord Ogent explains that friendship with a peasant would only be beneficial to Cerone because he must have wanted something from him. There are many people in this world who are ready to leech off their weaknesses, but Leon protests that Cerone is not like that. At that, his father deadpans and asks him to show some evidence for his belief. This hits Leon hard because his father knows that the moment Leon admits he can't prove it, the argument will be over. Leon is completely taken aback by this demand because his belief is in his heart, and he doesn't know how to show it. He believes that if he were like Cerone, he would definitely find the answer. Then he turns to Cerone and observes his eyes, which are fully focused on him, just like during their fight. He remembers Cerone's words, that he can move forward when he stops obsessing over small things. Leon understands that he needs to see the whole picture, but the problem is that the person in front of him is his father, who has great genes and is a 4th-level knight. Then he grabs his sword, because now it's a matter between father and son. The scene flashes back to 30 minutes ago when he is stopped by Master Kate. He protests to him that his friends can be killed, but Master Kate reminds him that he is just a commoner. At that, he quotes his own words, that someone who can speak through a sword can be worthy of friendship. Master Kate calmly reminds him that he should know that anyone who becomes a threat to his family will be discarded, so he should be considerate before becoming friends at all. Clenching his fist, Leon asks him if he would like it if he let him die. He exclaims that he won't back down when his friend is in danger. Sensing the fire in him, Master Kate observes that this fire shows there is something in Leon worth encouraging within. Then he hands him his sword and asks him to take it home. But if he is not ready, he should not step ahead. At last, he deadpans that it's going to be a mortal battle of swords. In the present, Leon laughs like a maniac while exclaiming that he knows he can't beat his father. But he believes in their friendship with every fiber of their being. Lord Ogent asks him not to take this family matter lightly. He even threatens to exile him if he wants to keep the dignity of his noble house. Leon is ready to leave this place, even if it means proving his friendship. So his father provokes him to unleash his sword and swear on it that they are friends. At that, he really unsheathes his sword. Lord Oyent is stunned to see him raising his sword at him, but Leon clarifies that this sword is for his conviction. Lord Ogent reminds him that he didn't believe in Leon's friendship when he didn't get along with his family, because he is not a prodigy. He believes Leon's friendship with a peasant is just to make himself feel good. At that, Leon explains to him that Cerone is a great person and he swore to help him shine. Now Lord Ogent accuses Cerone of doing something to Leon to make him think such nonsense. Cerone protests that he didn't do anything. Leon tries to stop him from clarifying anything to his father, but our dude addresses him seriously and expresses that he doesn't need to bear this burden alone. Our boy then takes responsibility for his part, expressing that he always knew the risks he took the moment he accepted Cerone's friendship, but no matter if he dies, he won't regret it. To see this, Leon turns to his dad while exclaiming that this is also how he feels, as he will be happy to be exiled. Lena understands that, at the end of the day, they are humans who can't work with logic in this kind of situation. She looks at the teary eyes of the servants, thinking that everyone needs this kind of friend. Even Lewis regrets seeing that. Before the argument can go further, their grandpa Clump interjects to see that. He compliments them, saying how he didn't know he would see something fresh at this age. Lena is quite happy to see Clump, as she is sure that now everything will be in their favor. Lord Oyent asks if he is going to come after a few days, but Clump answers that his friends enjoy the company of his young wife more than his. Cerone is in awe to see Clump, who is a level 3 general in their kingdom, but Clump prefers to be here in order to get some fun. Lord Ogent is quite disappointed in his father, who is excited when his house's dignity is at risk. But Clump counters that he is more interested in listening to what everyone wants to say about Cerone. Then he asks who will speak first, and Lena offers her testimony. She concludes that after meeting with our dude yesterday, she believes that he is a gifted man. He completed his work within a short amount of time and was going to go home if it's not for this drama. She doesn't believe that Cerone would have any bad intentions toward Leon that could tarnish their family name. At that, Clump turns to Lai, who is quite irritated to be a witness. He declares that Cerone is a fool, which makes his father happy, but Lord Oyent's face darkens when Lai says that it doesn't concern him. Lai clearly states that he doesn't care who Leon hangs out with. He only cares about going to the palace to conduct his exams, which stuns Lena, who thinks he is really her brother. At that, Clump excitedly remarks how entertaining it is to be with family. Then he turns to Temuran, who had observed the matter the longest. When everyone turns to Temuran, Louis signals him that no matter what, their opinions don't matter, because they are nothing but servants. However, Temuran honestly answers that Cerone not only finished his work without any mistakes, but he also completed it 6 months ahead of the deadline, which frustrates everyone with his honest words. Clump asks if he knows about both boys' friendship. He answers that he does know they became closer, but wasn't aware of their friendship. According to him, if Cerone were some impulsive boy, he wouldn't be able to classify this much work in time. Everyone is still nervous and anticipates the verdict. Lena thinks that at this moment, only their father is adamant about punishing Cerone. Everyone turns to him. However, the table turns when it's Clump who says no. Shocked, everyone looks at him. But he clarifies that it's not like he has any problem with their friendship, but it should be ended there. He adds that they have a position in the palace and there are Lai's upcoming exams. Besides, they can't abandon the people who depend on them. Then he turns to Cerone and asks if he can understand that. But Leon is seething with anger. Seeing his grandson, Clump thinks, although he's eager to see Leon's fire, there are many people depending on them, and they can't tarnish their reputation. Then he turns to Cerone and gives his verdict that he won't be punished for his deeds. But he needs to end this friendship here. Everyone's faces darken when Cerone answers negatively. He clarifies that he can go away if he's in Leon's way, but he can't stop thinking of him as his friend. He is eager to do anything to keep it that way. Meanwhile, Leon clenches his sword with anger and shame at hearing his words, because for a moment, he doubted him. He now understands the words of Master Kate after seeing him. He concludes that it shouldn't have been a negotiation in the first place. With that, he raises his sword with a declaration. Seeing him, everyone, especially Lena, tries to stop him, but it's no use. Because the next moment, Leon pierces his sword into the ground while taking a knight's oath, declaring that he will serve as Cerone's sword from now on. His father is the first to curse him after seeing this display. Basically, the knight oath is from the time of the founding of the Kingdom of Tormia at the hand of King Adolf I. As a newly established kingdom, it needed power to fend off other nations. So instead of purging the kings, they gave power to rule their land under the knight oath. This process is also what makes the receiver of such an oath noble if they accept it. Leon looks at Master Kate with hope in his eyes, who facepalms, realizing that he didn't give him the sword for this purpose. Cerone immediately sits at Leon's level and worries about him. But then he turns to Clump, who smiles widely at the display while commenting that Leon must be thinking highly of Cerone to swear his sword to him. Then he asks the question whether it's the esteem of his brilliance, or if Leon thinks Cerone is brilliant compared to him. At that, Leon exclaims that a sword is not something that can be judged, but something to protect. Everyone is quite disappointed to hear his answer. Clump laughs loudly, calling him immature, and he pities Cerone for having a dull sword like Leon's, which prompts a protest from him. Then Clump walks to Cerone and asks him to get a haircut. He pats his shoulder and tells him to take good care of Leon. In return, our boy is grateful for his support to their friendship. Then Clump turns to Louis, stating that both boys are sword friends, so they can't send Cerone off. So he orders his head butler to bring Cerone's parents there. The servants let out a sigh of relief to see that particular event and the mystery of life in the nobles. After a while, both boys are in Leon's room, and Leon is exhilarated, while remembering the faces of everyone when he took the oath. Cerone reminds him that he didn't need to take one for him. Leon sits up and seriously states that he didn't take the oath because Cerone was his friend. Instead, Cerone had the power to attract people to him. His statement flusters the boy, who, in return, asks him to work harder with his sword if he is really going to protect him. However, this statement hurts Leon's pride and feelings. While he is down, Lena interrupts, coming to confirm whether Leon really lost to Cerone in a sword fight. Already disheartened, Leon tells her to get out, which is reprimanded by Cerone, who reminds him of Lena's help. Lena, wearing a prideful expression, takes a seat beside them and states that she has useful information for them. When asked, she clarifies that their father and grandfather are discussing both boys' futures. They plan to send them to Kaizen School of Swordsmanship after hearing that Cerone is gifted with a sword. Our dude is quite surprised to hear this. Seeing his expression, Lena consoles him, assuring him that he is already part of the family, so they are going to invest in him. She has already told them about all of his talents. Leanne, however, doesn't like the idea of going to school and protests against it. In response, he gets a kick from her, as she reminds him that this is happening because of him, so he needs to bear the consequence. But Leanne clarifies that Cerone doesn't want to go to a swordsmanship school. He wants to become a mage, and can already enter the spirit zone. Lena is surprised to hear this and looks at our dude for confirmation. The next moment, she is quite happy to tease her little brother, mocking that he has lost to a mage, which makes him quite the failure of a knight. Frustrated, he asks her to get out of his room. A while later, Cerone explains to Lena how he won the fight against her brother while entering the spirit zone. She is quite impressed by his strategy. Cerone, however, is uncertain about her words. She then explains that she has already heard that his concentration in the spirit zone proves his strength as a mage. It's quite impressive for our boy to maintain it during a duel fight. He is quite embarrassed to hear her praise, which makes both siblings think that he won't be getting a girlfriend with his shy attitude. Anyway, she concludes that she will talk to their grandfather about Cerone's interest in magic, but Leon will definitely be going to swordsmanship school. At that, he asks about Master Kate. She informs him that Master Kate's contract has already ended, and he left this morning. While thinking about his words, Leon feels quite sad about his instructor. At that moment, Louis knocks on their door and asks Cerone to go meet his parents, as they have arrived at the manor. Our boy's face brightens upon hearing this, and he rushes outside. Meanwhile, on the stairs, the servants ask him to take it easy while calling him master. He protests against being called that, insisting that he is not nobility. However, they protest back, while saying that they can't risk their heads and jobs over it, even if he won't tell anyone. A while later, he stands in front of the reception room and immediately steps inside. As soon as he sees his parents, he rushes to hug them emotionally. After they settle down from the emotional drama, his father expresses concern about whether Oyent wanted to extend his stay. At that, he answers that he is going to get an opportunity. The next moment, Cerone tells everything to his parents. They have disbelieving expressions upon hearing his story. Then his father bursts into laughter over the whole incident and desperately asks if there is something else he isn't telling them. Despite Cerone insisting that he is telling the truth, his father doesn't believe him and assumes that the House of Nobility has ruined his son. Before he can act even more like a crazy father, Bishop Ogent, along with his blue-haired kids, comes to greet Cerone's parents. Panicked, both of his parents immediately greet them back while apologizing for their manners. Lena asks whether they are informed about the situation. Vincent is completely shocked to learn that what Cerone was saying is actually true. After a while, Cerone's family settles with Oyent's family at the grand dining table. Cerone's parents are quite nervous during dinner and tea time due to their lack of proper etiquette when dining with nobles. Vincent, who is shaking with nerves, doesn't understand the knight's oath, nor does he understand the reason behind such special treatment. So, he gathers courage and voices his concern, questioning whether someone with noble blood like Leon will likely take a path meant for his son. Bishop Ogent acknowledges his concern while explaining that, as a house of swordsmen, they take their knight's oath quite seriously. Besides, it's a matter of Leon's pride. Not only this, he also assures them of the support they will provide to Cerone. Clump is quite pleased with his son's speech, though he tries to brush it off. Meanwhile, our boy is stunned to see the principal and pride of the Oyent family, who accept Cerone, who is a peasant, into their family with open arms. Now, Bishop Ogent comes to the main point, which is regarding the gifted talent of our dude, who is already able to enter the spirit zone. He then deadpans that Cerone can go to one of the big magic schools to accomplish his dream of becoming a mage. He thoughtfully adds that though it's not mandatory for our boy to go to school to become a mage, Alfus School is reputable enough. At that, Clump reminds him about their audience, and he snaps out of his daydream, turning to Vincent and firmly informing him that it's Cerone's way to become a mage. Vincent and his family are quite stunned to hear something they never expected to achieve in their life. However, there is an obstacle for Cerone to enter the school: his status as a commoner. That special school only accepts children of nobles. Clump informs them of the solution to this problem, which is for the Ogent family to adopt Cerone. He then slides the legal papers to them while informing them that they have a distant cousin who doesn't have kids yet and can adopt Cerone, but it's only on paper to proceed legally. Vincent's eyes widen to hear this. He doesn't believe that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is being given to their son, but he can't shake the feeling that Cerone will be taken away from them. He turns to his boy, wishing he will say something to make this decision easier. Seeing the blank look on our guy's face, Vincent assumes he must want him to sign it. But Cerone clenches his father's hand and declares that they won't accept it. Lena reasons with him, while saying that he will always be his parents' son. It's only for records. Clump also tries to coax him, but Cerone replies that if he needs to change his father, he will happily live as a peasant. Everyone is stunned by their argument as Clump reminds him that he won't go to school as a peasant and become a mage. Cerone retorts that he will accept his fate. Angrily, Clump stands up and shouts at him to understand that things are not that easy, and that sacrifices must be made for the sake of fulfilling their dreams. In the end, he asks whether Cerone was ever serious about it. Our guy calmly replies that it might be true, but he can't be where he is without his parents. If he's the fruit, then they are the roots. His ability to read and his chance to come this far all become possible because of his parents' effort. He can't compare their efforts to this single opportunity. In the end, he concludes that he will likely die if separated from his roots, and his only parents are sitting right there. Clump, while looking at him, observes there's more to it than meets the eye. Suddenly, Vincent bows and asks them to adopt their son. Before Clump can say a complete sentence, Vincent deadpans that Cerone is not their son. Cerone's mother is tense to see her husband confessing everything, but he continues that the couple couldn't have children and got him by chance. He adds his suspicion that Cerone might already be of noble blood, so, by adopting him, he will meet his roots instead of severing them. Bishop thinks about this possibility. Cerone turns to his father, who tells him that now it is time for him to know the truth. However, his eyes widen when Cerone confesses that he already knows the truth. He deadpans that he never let them know because he always wanted to believe that he was the child of one mother and father. But now Vincent wants him to be the son of 6 parents. Vincent tries to convince him that he can't just let their boy give up his dream. Our dude replies that he is not giving up. He will work harder until the next chance comes up. But he doesn't want to be abandoned for the second time in his life. At that, father and son join hands, both shaking with overwhelming emotions. At that, his father apologizes to him while crying and hugging him furiously. Everyone watches the emotional scene in front of them. At that, Clump tells him how sometimes parents do something for their child that hurts them. Now Bishop should know after having 4 kids of his own. While looking at Leon's teary face, he asks his father to somehow persuade Alfus. But Clump reminds him that Alfus is as stubborn as an ox. At that, Bishop reminds him that he owes him a favor. Then his father grins nervously, saying that he might pull something off from Alfus, even though they are both men of principles. Meanwhile, his parents are allowed to live in the manor by the Ogent head's permission. Leon is going to leave for Kaizen school in 3 days. His father is still sorry towards him, and he knows it will be like this for many years. But the good thing is that Leon and he finally become free friends and spend time together. After 3 days, Leon is found crying vigorously at the thought of separating from his friend and going to school. Cerone tries to console him while saying that they will keep in touch by letter. But then Leon seriously pats his shoulder and asks him to be a mage, as he is going to be the greatest mage to protect him. At that, Lena hits him, saying that they are more worried about him. Then she turns to our boy, asking him to stay, while Clump enrolls him in mage school. Then he thanks her for their kindness, which makes her think that, even though he seemed like a cute little brother at first glance, he might become more than that. Even in a hard situation, he holds his ideals tightly. With this thought in her mind, she is going to ask our boy for more when he graduates. But she stops herself, as he is going to live in a magical world. She then pats his shoulder and expresses her belief that he will surely become a mage and asks him to take care of Leon. Then she drags Leon into one carriage, and Cerone and his family enter into another. Leon then shouts for him from his carriage, and our boy immediately looks outside. Leon asks him to blow everyone out of the water when he becomes a mage. He grins and asks him to do the same. These are the stories of 2 boys who meet, and their separation seems like the end of the world. However, meanwhile, at Alfus School of Magic, Clump is waiting for the headmaster for 30 minutes when he finally arrives. Clump asks whether he is getting his desired answer. Alpheus replies with a smile that even with their 50 years of friendship, he can't give him that favor. So Clump tries to remind him about the favor he has given him, but Alpheus retorts that sentiment is not going to work here. The headmaster adds that the school's special selection process is not something nobles can interfere with, as he has already piled off special requests. Clump is quite irritated by his response. He argues that this case is different. Alpheus acknowledges it by the look on Clump's face. Clump, on the other hand, smugly tells him that Cerone is not a useless guy. But when he first met him, he could see a younger version of Alpheus in him. Alpheus asks about the issue because if our boy is such a talented guy, he can easily be enrolled in that school. Clump deadpans that he is not a noble. With a grave face, the headmaster immediately recognizes Cerone and asks whether he has blonde hair and blue eyes to confirm. Afterwards, Clump tells him everything that happened and laughs at the fact that Cerone has left that opportunity to become a noble. This incident makes Alpheus realize that Cerone must know the nature of cause and effect. At that, Clump agrees with him, as many people don't understand and sever their roots. Consequently, their world is destroyed by the ground they take in new opportunities and disown what they are made up of. Clump concludes that Cerone is someone who never stops following what was right. Then he asks whether he reminds Alpheus of his younger self. Alpheus reminds him that someone like him sometimes also becomes others' judge, which makes it a dangerous business. Now Clump understands that Alpheus hasn't forgiven himself. He adds that Alpheus has done what was necessary and raised the talents of many, so it's time to let go. He then thoughtfully expresses that it is his pride that stops him from forgiving himself. That's why he developed this school to stop any other child from going down the same path as he did. Besides, he is also concerned that if Cerone is just like him, can he guarantee that he won't take the same path? Clump states how Alpheus was a genius with his magic, that he was called the Light of the House of Miri. Yes, he had taken the wrong path which ended terribly, but now he should see where he is. He then teases him about how he became the old headmaster of the school, which prompts a remark from the headmaster that he became a level 3 general who didn't know how to swing a sword. They both laugh for a while, but then Alpheus turns serious. He says that how every decision is going to have some effect. Clump asks whether he thinks that it's fate that he met Cerone 4 years ago. He grins and replies that he doesn't believe in fate. Then he thinks about the young Cerone he met, and asks himself whether it is really fate that the boy he met 4 years later honed his talent in the meantime. He finally agrees to get Cerone's admission. After 3 months in spring, 17-year-old Cerone is ready to go to school and asks his parents to wish him luck. His mother hugs him immediately, feeling happy for him. He is nervous about his hairstyle, but she consoles him, saying it's what Lena suggested. Then he turns to his father, who is about to remind him of something. Sensing his intention, Cerone immediately refuses to be kissed at the age of 17. But Vincent kisses his forehead and hugs him, expressing how proud he is of him. His parents are offered to stay in the city by Bishop Oyent, but Vincent declines, saying he will stay nowhere but in the mountains. They also give Cerone money for living expenses, no matter how much he tries to refuse. Besides, they didn't tell anyone in the town about him going to magic school. As he looks at his parents while bidding them goodbye, he understands that they decline to stay near him so that they won't trouble him. Timurin is ready with a carriage and he immediately hops up and shouts for his parents. The journey to the school is quite awkward. Finally, after a while, they are in front of the school. After getting down from the carriage, Timurin informs him that his school fees and supplies expenses will be processed through him. Cerone thanks him for it. He even thanks him for what he had done back in the manor for him, as he wouldn't have gotten here without his support. When Cerone thanks him for his kindness, Timurin sternly reminds him that he is still a commoner, and regardless of his effort, he won't become a noble. However, he adds that he has been given the opportunity that wasn't given to anyone, so there will be people who will look down on him because of it. All he needs to do is ignore such people in order to graduate from the school in one piece. After saying that, he turns his back to our hero, who thanks him for the advice. Timurin asks him to follow him as he registers him. While going ahead, Cerone wonders what he will learn in this school and what kind of people he will meet. On their way ahead, the guards declare in a chant that school safety is their priority. After registering him at the school, Timurin tells him that he is going to leave, and he can write him if he wants anything. When Timurin leaves, our boy wonders whether someone will pick him for the next procedure. But instead of waiting, he decides to look around. He looks at the class system, which is called the Class of Green. The senior class has 30 students out of 420 total students. Then he is shocked to see that the total number of graduates for the year is only 10. His shock is interrupted by the headmaster, who greets him and asks whether he remembers that they met before. Cerone answers affirmatively and thanks him for what he had taught him that day. Then both of them walk ahead. During this, the headmaster informs him that he is going to take an entrance exam. But Cerone doesn't feel he has learned anything. The headmaster consoles him that this exam is an evaluation to see which class he is going to be placed in. Then he asks whether Cerone knows how to enter into the spirit zone. When Cerone answers affirmatively, the headmaster is quite impressed that he has figured out this trick on his own. He wants to teach him the basics no matter how late he started. Besides, he understands that if he brings him to the testing ground now, filled with 10-year-olds, his ego will be hurt. So, he decides to show the school to our boy and lead him ahead. They enter into the classes of young students, which is called the novice class. This consists of classes 10 to 8. He looks around at the young students with amazement. He doesn't believe they all know how to use magic. But the headmaster leads him to the advanced class next, which is from classes 7 to 4. He looks around at the students who are about his age. When he observes two students talking about some magical theory, he is totally stupefied that he doesn't understand a word they are talking about. Suddenly, they see an explosion coming from one of them, and a red-haired girl apologizes to the headmaster. She explains that she tried to experiment with amplifying sound but made some mistakes. The headmaster suggests a solution to the problem, and she promises to try again. He is astonished to know that no one tried to stop her experiment. Looking around him, he feels like he has entered into another world. After a while, they are in front of the bulletin board. The headmaster informs him that this shows the rank of the students in the advanced class. He reads that Amy Karmas is the top student. He knows Karmas is from a first-class noble family. He is amazed that all of these people have the same talent as him. Seeing Amy's name, he is determined to compete for #1 position as well. Then he hears someone calling Amy's name, which immediately gets his interest. He looks at the red-haired girl, and his heart thuds loudly. He immediately recognizes the girl who once tried to bully him with her goons on the street. She glances at him but is immediately distracted by Cerone, her friend, who asks her to slow down. Meanwhile, our boy nervously hopes that she won't notice him. Cerone, however, notices him and tells Amy about this new student who is quite handsome. Amy also notices that she has somehow seen him somewhere. Cerone immediately asks whether she is interested in him. She declines the claim while insisting that she really has seen him somewhere. But Cerone doesn't buy her excuse, which she declines firmly. Everyone is looking at Amy Karmas, who is not only the top student in the advanced class, but also the popular one, with her own fan clubs consisting of young and old boys. But no one knows her dark secret except our boy, who is trembling in fear because his own secret can be revealed by her. After a while, they are inside the magic school's testing ground number 3. The headmaster tells our boy to observe the kid in front of him and see what he is doing so that he will have an idea of the entrance exam. He adds that once the student enters into the spirit zone, the symbols on the floor will have some meaning to them. Based on their meanings, teachers will analyze the student's spirit zone density, flexibility, and much more. He warns him to answer the questions honestly, which he agrees to. Professor Thad asks student Kami whether he can use magic. Kami answers that he can make things float in the air. Then, he asks Kami to enter into the spirit zone, which he complies with. After he enters into the spirit zone, Thad asks about the numbers he sees, which he answers as 6. The headmaster replies that it means Kami's diameter of the spirit zone is 6 meters. Then, another teacher asks about the color he sees, which he answers as red. The teacher marks him as a pulsar. Then another teacher asks whether he can see a large tower, which he confirms. They also ask about the temperature of the spirit zone. After a while, both teachers discuss how exceptional the students of this year are. Then it is our dude's turn. To see him, Thad thinks he must be from an ordinary family for starting too late and borrowing from the Oyant family. However, Sienna thinks he might be facing quite a competition in the future. Thad asks whether our boy can perform magic, which he answers negatively. Thad is disappointed with his answer, as most students learn magic on their own. But the headmaster thinks that it must be true, but children of nobles have proper education for this, which our boy lacks. Thad again asks him whether he can enter into the spirit zone, which he answers affirmatively. This time, Thad is relieved to get this answer. Our guy then enters into the spirit and sees numbers of symbols around him. Thad asks him to tell them the first number he can see, but our boy doesn't answer the question, which irritates the professor. At that, the headmaster encourages him to answer honestly, as he is not going to rank in this test based on his answers. Cerone answers that he can see numbers, but they are too far away from him to see. Thad coaxes him to sense the numbers. Our dude answers that he can see them, but they are moving further and further away. Thad compromises, telling him to just mention any numbers he can see. Cerone concentrates for a while and answers that he can see 314, which confuses the professors as they didn't install this number there. Sienna asks whether he is sure, which he confirms. She immediately understands that he can see the numbers of Pi, which means his spirit zone is 30 meters. Then another teacher asks about the color he can see, and he answers that he can see blue, which marks him as Swarmer. But the teachers are wondering how his spirit zone can be this large. The headmaster also understands what Clump had seen in our hero. After marking his category, another teacher asks about the quantity of the balls he can see. Our guy wonders whether they are talking about orbs. He senses them, and there are 867. Everyone is quite shocked to hear this. The headmaster realizes with dread that this quantity could be dangerous. Sienna asks about the cold temperature he can feel. Cerone answers that he is shivering from the cold. Then they review his spirit zone, while noting how abnormally large it is. One professor then asks the new students to wait outside so they can place them in a suitable classes. Once the students are outside, the teachers start discussing the Our Boy's spirit zone, which is not only large but also has a high density. Another teacher adds that he also doesn't have any amplification skills while comparing him to mountain monks. Thad objects, while questioning whether he lies about his spirit zone. It's ridiculous that he has such density at 17 years old. Maybe he is making it up to avoid embarrassment. Sienna objects, while saying that Cerone doesn't know about these things and has no reason to lie. Besides, everyone knows that they have put fake numbers as an error code, so she doesn't believe Cerone is getting that attention, which irritates Thad. The headmaster steps forward and asks about the class where they are about to place Cerone. Sienna, who is a level 6 mage, answers that Class 6 learns Spirit Zone development, while basic magic comes from Class 5. So she suggests placing him in Class 5 since Cerone's Spirit Zone is already developed. Another level 6 mage, Thad, doesn't agree with her, arguing that since Cerone doesn't know any magic, he should learn the fundamentals first. Sienna quips that not everyone follows his path, which irritates him. He accuses Sienna of wanting to place Cerone in her class just to take credit. Sienna doesn't disagree but argues back that wanting to teach a gifted student is not a crime. While they are arguing, other teachers discuss whether they should place Cerone in Class 10, but another teacher disagrees, while saying that it could discourage him and suggests observing him a bit more. Another teacher proposes placing him in Class 7 and upgrading him if needed. The headmaster agrees with this suggestion. Basically, the school has a class system based on student capabilities. Novice students develop their Spirit Zone in classes 10 to 8. Classes 7 to 4 are for advanced students who learn basic magic alongside Spirit Zone development. Classes 3 to 1 are senior classes where students undergo rigorous training to become professionals. Now today, our boy is going to Class 7, and everyone is looking at him with curiosity as he is placed there. He introduces himself to the class. He is happy to finally start his schooling. Basically, Alfea School of Magic uses the entirety of 75.423 square meters for its campus. It has 33 buildings, including dormitories, and 40 training grounds that facilitate students until 5 p.m. After that, students can use their time however they please. Besides, libraries are available 24 hours a day. Students also form research clubs for activities and further learning in their favorite subjects. Cerone, checking his course books, concludes that the classes are quite hard and cover many subjects at a high level. Not only that, but even noble children, who are educated from a young age, find this course difficult. However, our dude is determined not to fall behind. His study of numerous books on history is etched in his mind, which also serves as the backbone of every subject and study. Later, our dude stands up as the class ends. He has a Spirit Zone practice class in the afternoon, but he doesn't know where it is held, so he ponders whether he should ask someone. He looks around and finds a girl his age, which he is thankful for. He asks her about the location of the training ground, but she is clearly startled to be addressed by him. He understands that she is another introvert. She answers that it is Integrated Training Ground 2. When asked further, she clarifies that twice a week, all advanced classes practice together, and that today is their orientation class. First he understands, but then he suddenly realizes that Amy might be there as well. After a while, every student is fussing over Amy, who is walking confidently ahead. While looking at the display, Cerone understands that she must be a popular student, so he should avoid her path. He hopes that she will advance to the senior class soon. Besides, there are also minimal chances of them interacting, so she might not notice him. Miss Romy, who is their Spirit Zone teacher, addresses the class and introduces herself. She says that every semester, some students level up to the advanced class, but now she sees mostly familiar faces. However, she notices Cerone and adds that there is a new face. Our dude suddenly finds himself very nervous to get this attention. Miss Romy immediately asks Cerone to introduce himself, which makes him gulp. Sariel is also looking at him, while Amy looks visibly bored. Cerone introduces himself nervously. Sariel is happy to finally know our boy's name. Meanwhile, Amy is still confused about where she has seen Cerone. His face is ingrained in her red eyes, but she has never heard his name before. Then, the girls discuss how the professor is rooting for our dude because of his high test grade. Suddenly, Amy realizes something and immediately asks about his house. The next moment, she remembers the time when she met him as a child. As soon as she realizes it, she curses under her breath. The House of Karmas has a special trait called the Red Eye, which allows the wielder perfect recollection of a state of mind at any given moment, rendering the concept of study useless. In this aspect, Amy, as the youngest daughter of the house, is quite more talented than others. However, with her genius, she has explored almost everything, and she gets bored immediately. She scoffs at how her house has done nothing for her ability, but she is sure she can go on without them. So, she decides to do whatever she likes and associates with the rowdy people of the town. But she comes to her senses after going astray following an encounter with our boy. Now, looking at the same boy, she feels quite startled. The girls around her are shaken to hear her curse, but she makes an excuse about being bored. She knows that her red eye can't be wrong, but she can't believe she is seeing him in front of her and wonders how that boy even got into the School of Nobles. After a while, she is visibly shaken by our dude's presence at school because she is ashamed of her past. She has come this far without anyone knowing the darkness of her past. She hopes that Cerone won't remember anything, but then, she recalls a memory from 5 years ago, and her imagination runs wild. She imagines how our dude will reveal that she was hanging out with thugs in that alleyway. Not only that, but he will also expose how she wanted those thugs to check him out. With determination, she decides that she can't let that happen. It was a misunderstanding, and she won't let him reveal her secret to anyone, regardless of the price. Meanwhile, our boy is already getting goosebumps from her stare. Now, Romy asks the students who can tell her about the Spirit Zone. Someone answers that it is the mind of a mage. She agrees while adding that its first form is a sphere for concentration. However, in real-life experiences, a sphere is insufficient. Then she shows everyone her Spirit Zone. Our boy can't believe his eyes that he can actually see her Spirit Zone clearly. It is a 10-meter diameter image zone. She explains that this is a basic form of the Spirit Zone, but it can't be used by mages. So, she starts with an example, trying to hit the target with magic. For this purpose, she explains that the spirit zone's diameter is 10 meters, while the target is 20 meters away. So, she tries to shoot a fireball. Cerone is nervously excited to finally see magic. He watches as Romy creates a small fireball on her fingertip and shoots it toward the target. However, as soon as it leaves the diameter of the spirit zone, it disappears. She explains to her students that magic can't be performed or controlled outside of the spirit zone. So, they need to change the shape of their spirit zone. With that, she alters the sphere, and now she can hit the target. She is amazed to see the shocked yet cute faces of her students. Our guy, however, is stunned to see that they can change the shape of the spirit zone. Romy continues her lesson, explaining that there is a downside to this method, as it requires a great amount of concentration. In situations like battle, it's not possible to change the shape of the zone with every spell. So she introduces the quaternion of the spirit zone, in which 4 shapes are introduced: defense, attack, cross, and schism. The defensive shape is like a cube, which helps them keep their spirit zone intact under significant disruption. They can also increase its defensive power by adding more layers. Next is the attack shape, which looks like a star and helps them reach their target for attack purposes. The cross shape, as the name suggests, looks like a cross, but people think it's not good for hitting a moving target. So, they need to add rotation to the cross. The class is in awe, while seeing that she has done all of this without any difficulty, and they wonder whether they can do it. Meanwhile, our boy thinks that the circumference of the cross must be around 10 meters for it to be used in battle. Romy comes to the last shape, called the schism shape, which is so difficult that even Class 5 is still taking time to perfect it. However, she decides to show it. The student behind our boy boasts that she can upgrade her class if she manages to do it since she already has high marks in Class 8. But as soon as Romy does it, everyone is completely shocked to see this kind of spirit zone leave her body. Our guy also doesn't understand. If the spirit zone is the mind of a mage, how can she separate it from her body? He finds something at the center of the shape. Romy explains that this kind of shape is so difficult that some mages specialize in it because it makes the mage limitless. It can be pushed directly toward the target for direct invocation and has endless other applications, as they might imagine. Everyone is in awe, seeing how the teacher can do it without any difficulty. That's why she is a level 6 mage. She then turns to the class, while saying that they are going to practice before leaving the ground, which excites the class. Then she asks Amy to display her spirit zone. Amy's friends are excited, hoping she will surpass the boys and impress the teachers. But when they turn to her, they find Amy's expression quite grave. She is full of nerves, while dreading to reveal herself to Cerone. Basically, the spirit zone quaternion known as the cross gains strength based on its length. The main challenge is dealing with fast-moving opponents or multiple enemies at a single time. However, those with the mental ability to control a spinning cross can overcome these limitations while using its long range and strong defense as an unbreakable shield. Amy explains this by demonstration of her magic. The students are amazed by Amy's skill. While most people keep changing shapes during the gun spell test, she achieves the highest score using only a cross. Our hero wonders if he could ever match her level while realizing that even as a beginner, she is already exceptional. He notices that her spirit zone spins steadily without a single target, yet she moves effortlessly while showing no signs of fatigue. Her graceful movements make her presence even more striking. Another student watches her in admiration while thinking that if he could be with a girl like her, school might actually be enjoyable. However, a nearby girl quickly dismisses his thoughts while reminding him that Amy doesn't pay attention to anyone, regardless of their status. Cerone understands why they are so captivated as Amy comes from a highly respected family and seems nearly perfect. What he cannot understand is why someone like her chooses to associate with thugs in her past. As the round ends, she reaches level 9 in just 20 seconds while leaving everyone speechless. All the students cheer for her. Some boys discuss whether they have seen correctly that Amy glanced at our boy. She becomes frustrated, as even a brief glance at him feels unbearable. Other students wonder if they know each other, but some dismiss the idea while pointing out that he is a new admission and making it unlikely. Meanwhile, our boy remains completely positive and confident. However, both of them realize that other remembers them. Amy realizes it will be difficult if he reveals anything about her to everyone. Deciding to stay calm, she convinces herself that no one will believe a new admission, so she must avoid doing anything suspicious. Cerone approaches and asks what is wrong while noticing Amy's flushed face, but she insists that nothing has happened. During class practice, after the demonstration, all the students gather. Professor Romy instructs Class 7 to first prepare for a defensive position and master it while emphasizing that a mage must stay focused even in battle. Our boy realizes that the key is sensing the mind-tightening process, which involves compressing spirits into a structure and setting up its frame to prevent collapse. He believes he has already achieved this but remains uncertain since it is not visible to him. He asks Professor Romy if he can use the image zone while shocking her. She tells him he cannot use it, as only senior classes are permitted, but he remains undeterred, determined to seize this opportunity. She notices his confidence and acknowledges that no one else is using it at the moment while making it a unique chance for him. Meanwhile, Amy and Cerone stand together while watching. Cerone points out that the new boy is using the image zone, but Amy is shocked to see this, as he is only in Class 7. Cerone asks if she is all right, but Amy remains speechless. Students begin whispering among themselves as Cerone steps into the center. Determined, he prepares to use the image zone while feeling an intense urge to connect with his spirit zone. As he activates it, the students are taken aback by its sheer size. The diameter continues expanding, and they are astonished by its enormity. Our boy wonders how much larger it will grow but eventually stops. The image zone reaches approximately 20 meters in diameter. The students of Class 5 start questioning whether he truly belongs in Class 7. The students discuss how our boy has purposefully expanded the image zone while leaving them amazed. He soon realizes that he has successfully managed to stop it as well. Deciding to take a defensive shape, he suddenly notices the spirit zone collapsing, something he has never experienced before. Amy believes it is impossible for him to achieve this on his first attempt. However, he remains confident and focused while analyzing the difference between the inner and outer sides of the image zone. Recalling Professor Romi's explanation, he remembers that changing the shape of the spirit zone demands significant mental power. Since he has also compressed it into a smaller size, it is consuming even more of his mental ability. Understanding this, he decides to keep it at its original size rather than reducing it further. As the students watch in astonishment, they begin commenting on what is happening in the sky. They realize that the spirit zone is expanding again, now reaching 28 meters. Completely shocked, they struggle to comprehend what they are witnessing. Amy recognizes its immense scale, noting that the image zone has now grown to 41 meters. Maintaining balance, he keeps the sides of the image zone equal before folding them into the defensive shape. The students find it incredible and cheer for him, impressed that he has accomplished this on his first attempt. Meanwhile, he perceives himself as if standing inside a solid form of his image zone. Professor Romi observes his skill and acknowledges his remarkable ability to form the defensive shape on his first try. Sariel, while standing beside Amy, comments that this is why the teachers have been paying more attention to the new admission. Amy laughs but remains deep in thought. Recalling the humiliation he caused her, she begins to suspect that someone may have arranged his admission as a special request. Believing that his influence could be detrimental to the school, she decides to change her approach and confront him personally. Professor Romi thinks he is completely trained for this. He then asks the professor why the spirit zone becomes smaller, but she simply explains that its density increases as it shrinks, while making it more resistant to magic attacks. She praises him for his amazing work and asks him to disassemble it, to which he feels thankful. As he does so, all the students begin congratulating him for his effort. He wonders why everyone is staring at him, but eventually thanks them and leaves the place. Professor Romi, deeply impressed by the defensive position he created, decides to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, many people are looking for him because of his outstanding talent. The students also realize he will advance in classes very soon due to his remarkable abilities. Maria, while sitting in the class, reflects on how amazing he is. Among the crowd, admirers and adversaries alike watch him, with Amy giving him a lingering stare. The very next day, new faces appear, secretly observing him. As the class begins, Professor Oliver enters. He immediately recognizes her as she was the one from his exam, but he never knew she was the professor of Class 5. The students find it thrilling to have a lesson with her, yet the only reason she is here is to teach our dude. She then wonders if Professor Thad is searching for her as well, but decides to take him into Class 5 to learn more about him. Our boy gets goosebumps as he notices the professor staring in his direction. One of the students then asks her for a funny story, while others curiously inquire if she is dating Professor Thad. Annoyed by the question, she swiftly moves her hands while demonstrating a unique magic technique before challenging the students to explain its magical principle. Shifting the focus, she questions them about cold energy and cooling as she casts her spell. Suddenly, frost spreads through the room, and a chilling sensation fills the air while making the students shiver. She explains that coolness results from energy deficiency, and that cold energy itself does not exist. As the temperature drops further, they tremble from the cold. She then mentions that temperature can be increased infinitely, whereas the state she is demonstrating represents absolute zero, the point of energy depletion. She elaborates that at room temperature, while removing even a small amount of energy causes ice crystals to form, and by breaking them down, she can easily generate an electric current. The students, overwhelmed by the freezing atmosphere, question whether such magic could impact people's lives and even wonder if she has just attempted to harm them. Shifting the discussion, she asks if they understand how mages absorb energy and invoke magic. She begins teaching that a mage serves as the core of their world through their spirit zone, which may be small, yet remains under their influence. Possessing unique senses, a mage can control various natural phenomena, but these abilities are only beneficial if used wisely. She further explains that two godlike criteria must be met to perform magic, which is omniscience and omnipotence. These are the two phenomena through which magic is performed while making knowledge an essential part of mastering it. A mage must also understand the world itself. Now, our boy realizes the true reason he has been unable to use magic is that he has focused only on his ability rather than grasping the concept of omniscience. Professor Oliver informs the students that they will gain knowledge in numerous subjects at this school, while emphasizing that learning the spirit zone is only half of magic. Those who study diligently will become exceptional mages. She then announces that they will begin with the basics of chemistry while leaving the students in shock. However, our dude quickly realizes that he has an advantage, as he already understands these phenomena. Outside the school, a group of girls is talking, with one asking another if she plans to visit the library. The other responds that she will, as she has a test coming up. Meanwhile, inside the library, a group of students gathers while discussing topics for their experiment. Since classes have ended, many students either spend their time in the library or engage in club activities. Our boy reflects on his daily routine while realizing that spending time in the library will aid his education in magic. However, exhaustion weighs on him, and he starts feeling drowsy. Now, he begins to question whether he can create a spell to eliminate sleep. As he walks through the garden, his fatigue intensifies. But suddenly he finds himself rising into the air. Shocked, he struggles to comprehend what is happening. Realization strikes when he feels someone holding him from behind. His mind races, unsure whether it is a person or a spirit. The grip remains firm until he is gently lowered to the ground in the woods. As he turns to see his captor, his shock deepens as it is Amy. He recalls that how he had always imagined they would meet again, but he never expected to be kidnapped by her. Memories flood his mind while making him question whether she is the same as he remembered from 5 years ago. Amy, while noticing his recognition, acknowledges it. Then, with a swift motion, she casts a spell into the air while igniting flames around her, ready to settle the matter. She remembers the time, when they meet first time, Amy stands there, as the goons begin beating him. However, she soon orders them to stop while realizing it could cause him serious harm. Initially, she intends to send him back home, but curiosity takes over that he has yet to receive what she has planned for him. Now, both sit facing each other, and she wonders if he is truly the same person she met 5 years ago. He assures her that he remembers her, as she orders the goons to take off his clothes. Suddenly she shouts while telling him to stop. She quickly explains that he has completely misunderstood the situation. Clearing her stance, she insists that she is not a sadistic person and that removing his clothes was the goon's decision, not her command. When he asks if she was the one who examined him, she immediately denies it while asserting that he has it all wrong. She firmly states that she has never been interested in boys. He then questions whether she kidnapped him merely to clarify herself. He wonders if she's worried that he might spread rumors about her. But to him, the situation is equally embarrassing for him as well. Without hesitation, he demands that she simply apologize, while believing that everything can be forgotten afterward. He reminds her that she is the top student and highly popular in school, so apologizing should not be difficult for her. Hearing his words, she suddenly feels a sense of discomfort. As he turns to leave, she remains standing while contemplating whether she made a mistake by interfering. A small smile appears on her face at his request for an apology. Then while calling out to him, she firmly states that she will never apologize, as it would bring her no benefit. He stops in shock while listening as she continues. She then casually tells him that she is sorry and assures him that they will not betray each other. However, she immediately adds that if she truly apologizes, it would mean admitting that everything happened because of her, which would not be in her best interest. Hearing this, he questions whether she only apologizes when it benefits her. He asserts that an apology is a matter of basic manners and should not require any personal gain in return. Amy tells him that he does not understand the ways of this world, where everyone rises only to gain benefits and returns. To her, his words are meaningless, with no real application in the world. She concludes that magic school will be difficult for him to navigate. However, our boy soon realizes that she has not changed at all, and she is still the same girl he met before. Now, believing they stand on equal ground, she asks him about the scariest thing he knows at this school. Before he can answer, she explains that it is the upperclassmen, who can easily become enemies if provoked. If they discover that he is not a noble, they will have no trouble expelling him. He then questions whether she fears him exposing her and wants him out of the school. She immediately denies it while stating that they will have to wait and see how trustworthy he truly is. To prove his reliability, she declares that from now on, he must bring her coffee every day. Shocked by her demand, he struggles to process her words. Amy tells him that he is considered a special student at the school, and she cannot even imagine how difficult it must have been for him to gain admission. She reminds him that after all his struggles, he could easily be expelled. Hearing this, our dude finally accepts her demand while hoping to earn her trust. She advises him to remain consistent, as his future depends on it, and warns him to keep everything hidden from the teachers, or the consequences will not be in his favor. With that, she takes off while disappearing from his sight. Left sitting on the ground, he contemplates his situation, realizing that complying is a better option than being expelled. Frustrated and exhausted, he acknowledges that nothing is going to be easy at the start. The next day, in the library, students begin gathering. Among them, a group of girls notices him and whispers to one another while finding it strange that he is bringing coffee for Amy. As he hands her the cup, Cerone watches in surprise. When she asks about the situation, Amy casually dismisses it while claiming that he spilled some coffee on his way. Without further discussion, she leaves while explaining that she needs to study in the library. At that moment, frustration builds within him. Meanwhile, other students speculate about his relationship with Amy while assuming that he has confessed his feelings but has yet to receive a response. Some even express sympathy for him. Cerone then suggests that the new admission, Cerone, might be interested in Amy, but Amy quickly denies it while explaining that she is merely training him to respect his seniors. As she takes a sip of the coffee, she finds it surprisingly refreshing and energizing. A sarcastic thought crosses her mind that forcing him to bring coffee in front of everyone must be humiliating for him. When he calls out to Amy again, the girls assume that he is still pursuing her despite her rejection. Meanwhile, Amy feels triumphant while believing that no one will believe his side of the story. She revels in the thought that, after 5 years, she has finally taken her revenge while leaving her feeling incredible. Our dude, however, sees it as nothing more than bullying. He struggles to decide how to handle the situation, while knowing that reacting with anger would only make things worse for him. Determined to endure, he resolves to complete the task perfectly while accepting that he must continue doing this for now. After 10 days, the atmosphere at the magic school changes. A group of girls cheers for him while commenting on how he has been expressing his feelings for Amy for days without receiving a response. Amy, feeling confident, believes she can easily put an end to this situation. Cerone then asks Amy when she plans to accept him. But Amy dismisses the idea while insisting that she has never been interested in boys. Cerone points out that everyone is talking about them and reminds her that she has waited for him, which is something she has never done for any other boy before. She also mentions that people are beginning to see him as a good match for her. Shocked by this realization, Amy does not know how to respond. Just then, he appears while holding out a cup of coffee. With a calm expression, he hands it to Amy while emphasizing that this time, it is not spilled. Annoyed by the crowd surrounding them, he silently urges her to take the cup quickly so he can head to the library. On the other side, as she surveys the situation, frustration builds within her while making her wonder if this entire ordeal is just a joke. Cerone offers coffee to Amy, but she hesitates to take it. The students around encourage her, even joking about taking Cerone as well. However, Amy is preoccupied with getting to the library and suddenly spills the coffee and angrily telling him to leave her alone. Her reaction surprises everyone. She accuses him of trying to win her over with coffee and criticizes his lack of focus on studies. She also tells him to stop bringing her coffee. Some girls apologize to our guy on Amy's behalf while calling her behavior harsh. Cerone advises Amy to be mindful of what others might think, but Amy dismisses it while saying her only concern is getting into the senior class. Other students comment on how difficult she is to impress, some even suggesting reporting her for littering. Cerone, feeling surprise, wonders if Amy was serious and decides not to bring her anything from now on. The students around him whisper about his heartbreak, but he feels relief. Later in the evening, Amy sits in the library while reflecting on the situation. She realizes that in trying to prevent rumors about herself, she has ended up creating them instead. Though she feels relieved that the matter was settled before it spread further, she knows that is not what truly matters. As her eyes turn red, the ability known as the Red Eye of Karmas activates while allowing her to recall a memory in perfect detail. She visualizes the moment when Cerone offered her coffee and remembers how, over the past 10 days, he has acted exactly the same way. She notes that his expression, even the movement of his iris, never changed. This makes her question whether he can control his emotions like a machine, or if he has been completely sincere all along. After closing her book, Cerone notices her and asks if she is leaving early. Amy confirms that she is feeling a bit tired. When Cerone starts walking with her, Amy reassures her that she can go alone. However, Cerone guesses that Amy is still thinking about refusing Cerone's coffee, which she quickly denies. Cerone reminds her that she can always confide in her, and Amy thanks her before leaving while feeling exhausted. As she steps outside, she thinks about how things did not go as planned while leaving her mind in chaos. She just wants some rest. Outside the library, Jake is waiting and greets her while mentioning that she finished early. He jokes that he expected to wait until midnight. She questions why he is there, and he brings up the rumors about Cerone following her. Frustrated, she assumes he came just to tease her, but he denies it and hands her a cup of high-quality coffee while stating that someone of her status should not drink anything inferior. His words irritate her, and she demands to know what he is trying to do. He openly admits that he is trying to win her over while claiming that, as the future heir of a prestigious family, he is a much better match for her than Cerone. Annoyed, she dismisses his advances while calling his actions ridiculous. Jake takes offense and questions her choice of words. She coldly reminds him that they are not close enough to have such conversations, and accuses his research club of constantly trying to undermine her. He tries to clarify but also warns her about disrespecting him, as it is the same as dishonoring his family. He expects her to understand, given that she belongs to the great house Karmas. Amy yells at Jake while calling him pathetic. She accuses him of letting his small amount of popularity inflate his ego and claims that, without the support of his family, he would not even be able to write his own name. Furthermore, she criticizes him for being nothing more than a parasite, while using the research club as an excuse to harass others. In her eyes, he has no honor. However, Jake simply laughs at her words. He expresses disbelief and dismisses her as just another arrogant noble from the first class, eager to flaunt status. Moreover, he questions who in the Karmas family actually holds any real power, while arguing that they survive solely on their name. In contrast, his family, backed by immense wealth, could easily crush hers. He then asks if she finally understands his position. At that moment, Amy nods while indicating that she does. She remarks that his eyes reveal his true nature, comparing them to those of a scoundrel. Unlike Cerone, whose gaze feels genuine, Jake's eyes, in her opinion, resemble the dull, lifeless scales of a rotting fish. Shocked by her words, Jake demands to know if she truly believes that Cerone is better than him. Realizing that he has approached the situation the wrong way, he concludes that he should have dealt with Cerone before coming to her. Without hesitation, he then vows to ensure that our guy will never be able to use magic again. Jake declares that he will show Amy just how powerful he is. However, before he can act, she launches an attack while prompting him to shout at her while calling her an arrogant woman. He warns that her appearance will not protect her from him. In response, she confidently uses her magic and challenges him to make a move. As he observes her actions, he wonders how she managed to set up a cross formation from such a distance. Shocked, he reminds her that magic is forbidden in this place. However, she only laughs while mocking him by asking what he plans to do about it. She then compares him to Cerone while pointing out that, unlike Jake, our boy does not rely on his family for success. Instead, he takes responsibility for his own actions. Furthermore, she predicts that in just 6 months, Jake will be left far behind while struggling to keep up. Frustrated, Jake begins to make a threat but suddenly pauses. He notices that the area around him is filled with oxygen while realizing that if he activates his spirit zone, she might set it on fire. Acknowledging that he stands no chance in a duel against the top student in their class, he quickly decides on an alternative way to get revenge for what he sees as an insult. Before leaving, he issues a warning while vowing that she will regret this. Once he is gone, Amy takes a moment to reflect. She admits that she got a little carried away, but wonders why she reacted so strongly. Eventually, she realizes that her concern stems from the possibility of Cerone being in danger if the truth were ever exposed. With a sigh, she acknowledges that she no longer has anyone bringing her coffee. However, at the very least, things feel much simpler now. Several days later, the consequences of Amy's actions begin to unfold. Cerone receives a note written by Amy. When Cerone sees it, he immediately recognizes its meaning and realizes that Amy has gone to save him. A while ago, when Cerone walks through the school, some students immediately notice him and point him out while calling him the coffee delivery boy. They express disappointment while remarking that it is unfortunate the situation ended, as it had been entertaining to watch. Meanwhile, he reflects on the past few days. Ever since that incident 3 days ago, he has been unsure of how to face Amy. However, he soon realizes that the situation did not last as long as he had initially expected. In fact, he originally thought he would be tormented for at least a month. But now, some of the suspicions surrounding him seem to be fading. Just then, he notices Cerone and tries to recognize her. As he recalls their last conversation, he suddenly remembers her apologizing on Amy's behalf when the coffee was spilled, and even encouraging him by saying that love is a struggle. At that moment, he acknowledges that she does not seem like a bad person. Nevertheless, he finds it unusual since she is usually always with Amy. Curious if something is wrong, he finally calls out her name. Cerone, upon seeing him, immediately appears shocked and demands to know what he is doing there. She quickly hands him a note written by some dark magicians. As he carefully reads it, he gradually realizes the seriousness of the matter and, without hesitation, asks her if she knows anything about the dark magicians. Cerone explains everything that has happened to Cerone while making sure he understands the situation. About 30 minutes earlier, she was with Amy, and Jake's lackey immediately greets her with a smirk while complimenting her appearance. However, she coldly reminds him that she never gave him permission to speak to her while adding that she had already told him to back off. Ignoring her words, he simply laughs and mocks her for still acting superior. Without wasting any time, he informs her that the boss wants to see her and hands her a note. Cerone, clearly annoyed, tells Amy to ignore him. However, Amy sighs in disbelief while remarking that they have somehow made it to Class 5. At that moment, Jake delivers another message while warning her that she should come as instructed unless, of course, she does not care if her man is destroyed. Disgusted, Cerone snaps at him while calling him revolting before urging Amy to head to the library with her. Meanwhile, Amy looks down at the note and quickly realizes that Cerone has been kidnapped. As she recalls Jake's previous threat to make sure Cerone could never use magic again, she immediately suspects him while cursing his name in anger. However, a moment later, she hesitates and tries to convince herself that it should not matter, and after all, our boy means nothing to her. When she questions the boy about it, he simply reminds her that he is only the messenger. Cerone, while growing more concerned, mentions that the dark magicians are nothing more than a gang that bullies students who attract too much attention. She questions why they would target Cerone and how Amy could be connected to the situation. In response, Amy silently reflects on the moment she lost control and ended up attacking Jake while realizing that this might be the reason for Cerone's involvement. Cerone insists that she needs to report this to a professor, which is not just for Cerone's sake, but for her own safety as well. Amy, deep in thought, acknowledges that informing a professor would be the right thing to do. However, she also understands that the situation is more complicated than it seems. If the council gets involved, they will uncover what happened between her and Cerone, which could ultimately lead to the truth about her past being revealed. Furthermore, they would also find out that Cerone is not actually a noble. She then recalls a conversation with Cerone, where she had acknowledged the struggles of a commoner trying to enter such a prestigious school. She had even pointed out how devastating it would be for him to be expelled. In that moment, she remembers his unwavering determination, as he had assured her that if proving his innocence meant earning her trust, he would do whatever it took. Determined, she makes up her mind to rescue him on her own. She tells Cerone that she will investigate the situation herself and inform a professor if she does not return by 7. Cerone, shocked, questions why she would go alone while reminding her that she has no idea how many enemies she might be up against. However, Amy firmly states that she has no choice but to handle it herself. She reassures Cerone not to worry, confidently declaring that even if Jake brings along a dozen worthless followers, she will take them all down. Now in present, after hearing everything, Cerone reacts in disbelief while repeating that Amy has gone to save him. However, he quickly dismisses the idea while thinking that it cannot be true since she has always been a terrible person. Turning to Cerone, he questions why she is just standing around instead of doing something, especially since she just admitted that Amy went alone. Serial, while looking conflicted, explains that Amy insisted she had no choice. She admits that she has never seen Amy act this way before. Furthermore, Amy specifically instructed her to inform a professor only if she does not return by 7. Cerone repeats Amy's words while realizing that the 1-hour delay is a kind of insurance. Additionally, while keeping the matter from the professors must be her way of protecting a secret, he then comes to the conclusion that whatever secret she is hiding must be connected to his own. As a result, he understands that she went alone to ensure his secret remains safe as well. Determined, he declares that he must go find her. However, Serial tries to stop him while insisting that they should wait until 7 as Amy requested. But just then, our guy suddenly remembers that Training Ground 14 is located near the mountain. Worried about time, he wonders if he can get there quickly enough. Seeing his determination, Serial decides to accompany him, and insists that traveling on foot is not an option. She then announces that she will photonize and tells him to hold on tight. Confused, he asks what she means by that. However, before he can fully process the situation, she uses her magic skills, and they begin their journey to save Amy. Midway, Cerone expresses concern while reminding her that using magic at school is prohibited. Additionally, he points out that teleportation is dangerous, while warning that if they crash into a tree, they will be in serious trouble. However, before he can react further, they suddenly hit the ground. Struggling to recover, he thinks about how he did not have enough time to prepare himself for the landing. Without wasting another second, they start searching for Amy at Training Ground 14. Looking around, Serial notices that the area is completely empty and wonders why no one is there. Cerone, while thinking critically, suggests that they may have changed the meeting location at the last minute. He reasons that they probably did so to avoid getting caught in case a professor found the note. Frustrated, Serial asks what they should do next and what will happen to Amy. Cerone, while realizing that the situation is more complicated than he expected, understands that now is not the time to worry about his status being exposed. In fact, he begins to suspect that he may have put himself in even greater danger. Turning to Serial, he instructs her to go back and inform a professor about everything she knows. He assures her that she will be able to move much faster without him. However, she hesitates while reminding him that Amy specifically told them to wait until 7. Cerone reassures her that it is fine, explaining that if he helps, Amy will have nothing to worry about. Therefore, it is best for Serial to go. Shocked by his words, Serial questions his connection to Amy. She demands to know what is really going on between them, while asking if the rumors about them secretly dating are actually true. With growing urgency, she insists that there must be something she does not know. Cerone, while growing impatient, shouts that the longer they wait, the worse the situation might become. Seeing his determination, Serial finally agrees but warns him to be careful. Before leaving, she instructs him to stay put since he is also in danger. As our dude watches her leave, he suddenly feels a sense of familiarity. Being on a mountain reminds him of home, and he begins to think that he might be able to find some clues about Amy's whereabouts. He then starts searching for any signs of movement and eventually spots footprints on the ground. Noticing that they are fresh, he wonders why they suddenly stop midway. Immediately, he considers the possibility that whoever was here may have taken flight. However, before he can investigate further, a sudden sonic boom erupts in the distance. Alarmed, he realizes that something has already happened. Jake's lackey tells Amy that his hand slipped, but he intended to make her entrance more elegant, though instead, he ended up hitting her. Standing before him, she questions whether he is aware of the commotion he has caused. His companions, amused by the situation, remark that Amy's presence in their group is an honor, all thanks to Jake. Playing along, Jake sarcastically instructs them to treat her with the utmost respect. She then challenges them while asking if they have anything impressive to show her. In response, Jake mockingly questions whether she came alone while leaving Cerone behind. Without hesitation, she asserts that she does not want to cause unnecessary trouble and is more than capable of handling them on her own. However, Jake expresses his doubts while suggesting that she might struggle when so many eyes are watching. He then hints at having a well-thought-out plan this time, though she remains uninterested and instead asks about Cerone's whereabouts. His companions loudly respond, claiming that Cerone is most likely in the library, lost in his books, completely unaware that Amy is trapped among them. Jake, unfazed, tells her that she should focus on dealing with them rather than concerning herself with Cerone. He adds that his companions are merely trying to show her the same level of respect she had shown him before. With sarcasm dripping from his words, he implies that he is simply returning the favors she once bestowed upon him. Realizing that Cerone is not present, she finds the situation much easier to handle. With newfound confidence, she states that she no longer cares about the many eyes watching her, as she can effortlessly take on all of them alone. His companions exchange doubtful glances, shocked by her bold declaration. But before they can react, a sudden explosion erupts while sending half of them crashing to the ground. Blazing flames rise into the air, their heat scorching like the depths of hell. Jake quickly commands his companions to suppress the fire while realizing that their collective strength weakens when too many attackers strike at once. He urgently instructs them to keep track of Amy's movements, but before they can respond, they find themselves airborne, desperately trying to escape the overwhelming heat. Amy remains confident as she relentlessly attacks, determined to overpower her opponents. A sudden flash of light appears, and she demands to know where they are all running. Without hesitation, she traps them once more and conjures another wave of scorching flames. The heat intensifies while becoming increasingly dangerous and unbearable for the boys. One of them turns to Jake in distress while reminding him that he had assured them Amy would rely on the cross. However, now she is not only using it, but spinning it with incredible speed. Jake quickly realizes that her combat abilities have advanced far beyond what they were during training. A thought crosses his mind that has she fought in real battles before. As the searing flames lick their skin, they begin to feel burns spreading across their bodies. Despite their agony, Jake remains composed while knowing that every skill has a weakness. Taking to the air, he analyzes the situation while concluding that the flaw in a horizontal attack lies in its vulnerability to strikes from above. With this in mind, he makes his move. Channeling his energy, he forms a swirling wind cutter in his hand and prepares to strike. Amy remains unaware of his presence above her as he rapidly descends, convinced that he has successfully ensnared her in his trap. However, just as he is about to land his attack, a sudden shift in energy catches him off guard. In a shocking turn of events, Amy effortlessly evades his strike. With a calm yet powerful voice, she reveals the reason is schema. Before he can react, she seizes his hand in midair while immobilizing him. A fierce fire strike follows, its power erupting in a blinding flash. In an instant, Jake is sent crashing to the ground. As he struggles, waves of searing flames surround him, their intense heat scorching his skin. The unbearable pain courses through his body while forcing him to acknowledge the overwhelming gap in their abilities. Meanwhile, she observes him with newfound understanding. Now she finally realizes why Jake's grades remain low, because he lacks true knowledge of advanced skills. Jake, frustrated, tells Amy not to mock him, but she dismisses him while saying that it is over, and there is no need to exaggerate the situation. She warns him that if he continues, she will make things even more difficult for him. However, before she can react, a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelms her. A strange noise fills her ears while growing louder and more unbearable. Clutching her head tightly, she realizes that the boys have activated a skill. Jake smirks and instructs his companions to maintain the spell while enjoying the torment they are inflicting. This is his counterattack. He warns Amy that if she does not exit her spirit zone, her mental abilities will deteriorate, as they are using anti-magic against her. Shocked, she recognizes the forbidden magic at play and realizes she is unable to return to her red-eye state. Now completely out of control, her body twists unnaturally in the air. The boys continue their relentless assault while believing they have her completely at their mercy. Jake moves closer and with a smug expression, demands that she answer him properly, his frustration evident. Amy, while struggling to maintain consciousness, reflects on her past mistakes. She regrets neglecting schema since she was 12, but she quickly forces herself to consider other ways to counter the attack. Jake, while sensing her helplessness, taunts her while declaring that she is powerless now. Taking a knife in his hand, he advances toward her with a sinister grin. Mocking her lack of interest in boys, he threatens to scar her face so that no man will ever look at her again. With a wicked smile, he looms over her while demanding that she beg for mercy. Amy, barely able to resist, realizes just how weak she has become. In that moment, memories of the past flood her mind. She recalls the day she and her guards humiliated Cerone, attempting to strip him of his dignity. Now, for the first time, she truly understands how he must have felt that is helpless and vulnerable. But before Jake can strike, our boy interrupts him by telling not to threaten her. As Cerone arrives, he immediately orders the boys to stop threatening Amy. However, they mutter in confusion while wondering why he is there. Jack mischievously asks if he has come alone. When they notice the stick in his hand, they sarcastically mock him while calling him a mighty prince and telling him to put it down. Meanwhile, Amy, frustrated by the situation, yells at him for coming alone. At the same time, Cerone is surprised that they have managed to trap the top student in the class. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that Sariel must have already found a professor. Remembering that he had once taken down Leon with just a wooden sword, he confidently demands that they release Amy. In response, the boys scoff at the idea while suspecting it must be a trick. They assume that freeing her would only lead to an ambush. Determined to act, Cerone starts advancing toward them. Instantly, they react with disbelief while questioning if he is seriously planning to fight them alone. Just then, Jack suddenly commands the others to open sesame and a boundary appears around Cerone. At first, he does not understand what is happening. But soon, he realizes that something is wrong. As his energy rapidly drains away, he collapses. Then he fell to the ground. Consequently, Jack taunts him while mocking his weakness and reminding him that they are mages. Meanwhile, Amy urgently warns him to escape from his spirit zone while explaining that the area is covered in anti-magic. If he remains trapped, he will lose his ability to use magic and, eventually, go insane. She desperately tries to get through to him. However, he feels his senses fading and his consciousness breaking apart. At that moment, a memory suddenly surfaces in his mind. His teacher's voice reminds him that a mage must have control till the end, and also remembers that a defensive stance can help a mage stay focused, even in the midst of chaos. Not only does it protect the spirit zone from physical impacts, but it also shields against magical attacks. Since both anti-magic and the spirit zone function as waves, he realizes that if his spirit zone becomes dense enough, it can resist the anti-magic. With renewed determination, Cerone begins fighting against the anti-magic. He to stop it with his mere hands. As a result, his actions leave everyone in shock. They angrily question whether he considers himself a prodigy. To them, a newcomer acting like a big shot is unacceptable. Meanwhile, Amy desperately warns him that the boys are intensifying their attacks. She urges him to stop while knowing he is outnumbered. Just as she is about to say something else, his next move stuns everyone. Against all odds, he successfully overcomes the anti-magic while proving his incredible power. As Cerone continues to defend against the anti-magic, the boys watch in confusion. At first, they struggle to understand what is happening while noticing that the attack is simply bouncing off. One of them, while trying to keep the group calm, quickly warns the others not to panic. He reminds them that, if they lose control of their emotions, the wave will scatter while making them vulnerable to the attack. Meanwhile, Cerone puts an immense effort while pouring high energy into breaking free from the anti-magic. After struggling for a moment, he successfully dispels it. Then he comes forward towards them and apply his techniques. Suddenly, blue waves appear and the opponents find it painful for them. As a result, the magic backfires while striking all the boys and causing them to collapse. At the same time, Amy watches the scene unfold, unable to comprehend what just happened. Since she is not using her spirit zone, she finds it impossible to grasp the situation. However, as soon as the anti-magic fades, excitement builds within her. She marvels at the sheer density and solid nature of Cerone's spirit, something she has never witnessed before. She finds it impossible to witness such a solid spirit zone. Meanwhile, Cerone regains his footing and suddenly senses an unusual movement beneath him. The sensation reminds him of stepping on a tiny bug. At that moment, one of the boys, still in shock, exclaims that such a feat should be impossible. He cannot comprehend how a single student has managed to defeat 6 opponents on his own. Soon, the realization dawns on him that Cerone might be an anti-magic specialist, which could explain his special admission into the school. Nevertheless, Cerone, filled with anger, dismisses the boy's assumptions. He firmly challenges the idea that this battle is enough to defeat him. Despite his confidence, he internally admits that he lacks knowledge of any spells, which worries him. In response, the boy, now enraged, declares his intention to attack Cerone relentlessly. However, before he can make a move, Amy swiftly counterattacks while knocking him to the ground. She starts the fight while striking the boy without hesitation. Fueled by anger, she furiously declares that he has done enough harm. Cerone immediately attempts to calm her down. However, she continues her assault while shouting at the boy to repeat his words. Realizing the danger, Cerone warns her that using her schema with such intensity could kill him. Without wasting time, he quickly intervenes and stops her. She was not letting him go and asks him to fight again. In the struggle, both of them lose balance and fall. Concerned, Cerone immediately checks on her. He asks if she is all right, but unfortunately, she has already fainted. Panic sets in as he desperately pleads with her to wake up. Both of them are lying on the ground. Our boy initially assumes that Amy has lost consciousness from exhaustion. Feeling grateful for her help, he immediately thanks her. However, she quickly gets up, full of energy, and expresses disbelief that someone as weak as him would dare to face danger alone. Her words make him feel disillusioned while convincing him that there is no decency left in this girl. Meanwhile, she urges him to leave immediately, not wanting any professors to find them in this situation. However, he argues that Cerone has probably already informed one of them. When he asks for her help to stand up, she becomes frustrated. In response, she reminds him that she had specifically instructed Cerone not to say anything. Furthermore, she complains that he always makes things worse, and explains how troublesome it is to get into trouble at their school. She emphasizes that mages never let matters go easily. Instead, they investigate every detail until they fully understand it. Consequently, she questions whether he truly wants both of their secrets exposed. Even so, he dismisses her concerns and points out that she almost lost her life. Instead of acknowledging his comment, she insists that they should leave immediately and discuss everything later. In her mind, she hopes that if a professor does arrive, it will be an older one who might overlook the situation. Shortly after, a bright light appears. Thad and Sienna arrive. As soon as they do, Cerone rushes to Amy, worried about her condition. She immediately asks if she is hurt, and why her hair is such a mess. In response, Amy reassures her while saying that it is nothing, and wonders why they arrived so soon. Just then, an explosion occurs. At that moment, Cerone recognizes it as the Fire Sun spell, known to be extremely difficult to cast. Meanwhile, Thad, surprised to see the scene in front of him, demands to know what has happened. He then turns to Amy while questioning how someone like her, who is one of the school's top students, got caught up in such a mess. Everyone focuses on her well-being while expressing concern for her safety. At the same time, Sienna approaches Cerone and explains that they rushed over as soon as they heard that he and Amy were in danger. Finally, she begins questioning him about the events that took place. A boy arrives and confidently tells the professor that he can explain everything. He admits that, to be honest, he challenged Amy to a duel because of a personal grudge while calling it a typical case of teenage frustration. Sienna, while looking confused, questions him about the duel. She points out that the letter they received contains signs of threats and blackmail. Furthermore, she states that she can tell he used anti-magic and reminds him of the strict rules against it. In response, he argues that he had no other choice since Amy was too powerful. Looking around, he insists that he is actually the biggest victim in the situation. Moreover, he accuses Amy of breaking the rules first by attacking him in the library, which, according to him, is the only reason he challenged her to a duel. He then claims that she must be hiding something, considering she went all the way there just to fight him. Amy, clearly frustrated, shouts that his claims are ridiculous. She reminds him that he was the one who threatened her in the library first. Additionally, she recalls how he mentioned kidnapping Cerone. However, he quickly dismisses her accusations while asking whether they actually did such a thing. Once again, he insists that she was the one who attacked first. Furthermore, he points out that Cerone never reported anything to a professor before coming there. He then turns to the professor and claims that Amy and Cerone are the true instigators, not him. Amy, while trying to stop him from twisting the story, attempts to speak, but he cuts her off. He declares that it is time for her to tell the truth. In his thoughts, he questions whether everyone now understands why dark magicians are feared. Determined to raise the stakes, he warns her that no matter how much money it costs, he will expose her deepest secret. He threatens that once he does, every newspaper, agency, and social circle in the kingdom will hear about it. However, Sienna interjects, then advises them not to act so confident. At that moment, she accuses the boy and his friends of using anti-magic, not for learning, but to attack students. She stresses that such reckless use could have destroyed minds or even caused deaths. Moreover, they were all fully aware of the risks involved. Sienna then firmly declares that their actions are more than enough reason for expulsion. However, the boy arrogantly questions whether she alone has the power to expel him. Thad, while trying to explain, reminds her that House Ardius, which the boy belongs to, holds significant financial influence over the school. Before he can continue, she argues that their duty is to guide students on the right path, not submit to power. Even if he disagrees, perhaps he should consider resigning. The boy, amused, burst into laughter. He expresses excitement to see who will end up leaving either the professor or himself. Confidently, he declares that, in the end, money controls everything and that no one can resist its power. He advises her to take this opportunity to learn that lesson. However, she remains unfazed and responds that before she does, there is something he ought to learn first. Sienna suddenly attacks the boy, causing several blasts to erupt. Meanwhile, Amy, who is feeling overwhelmed, questions why things have escalated this way. At the same time, Thad quickly reminds Sienna that harming students is strictly forbidden. As Cerone observes the attack, he is truly amazed by her precision. Despite the force of her magic, she does not land a single hit on the boy. Instead, she demonstrates an incredible level of control over even the tiniest molecules. As a result, he finally understands why she is renowned as a master ice mage. Afterward, she addresses the boy directly, asking if he truly believes that money can grant him everything. In response, he panics and yells at her to stop talking while demanding to be rescued immediately. However, she halts her attack and calmly states that she is well aware of how many students he has already harmed. Up until now, she adds, the school has merely tolerated his actions. In return, he confidently claims that this is only because of his family's wealth. Nevertheless, she challenges his belief while asking if he is truly deceiving himself. Furthermore, she asserts that school is not a place where students are taught for their money, but rather a place where they learn things that money cannot buy. At this point, he becomes confused and asks what she means. In response, she explains that school is a place where dreams come true. Since he wants to be a mage, she questions whether he truly understands what that means. Hearing this, he quickly remembers the time when he asked while promising to prove his abilities if he is advanced to Class 5. However, she reminds him that the purpose of school is to achieve dreams alongside friends, to study together, and to grow as mages. Therefore, she asks if he really wants to destroy the very place that gave him this opportunity. As a result of her words, he eventually apologizes for his mistakes. Following this, Jake and the rest of the dark magicians also regret their actions. Consequently, they choose to return to the path of a true mage. However, before doing so, they are required to spend a long time in the detention hall while reflecting on their wrongdoings and repenting for their misdeeds. Meanwhile, in the detention hall, groans of pain fill the air as someone complains about being treated too harshly. Another voice, however, reassures them while saying that it is just a minor injury and not worth making a fuss over. Shortly after, Cerone and Annie find themselves facing the professors. One of them sternly questions why he did not report the incident immediately, while emphasizing that such matters must be reported at once. Similarly, Thad expresses his disapproval while stating that he cannot accept the fact that Cerone attempted to rescue someone far more powerful than himself all alone. At that moment, Amy finally decides to speak up. She acknowledges that it is time to reveal the truth, realizing that keeping secrets will no longer benefit anyone. Additionally, she wonders how many people the headmaster has told. Then, she states that Cerone is her boyfriend. The others become frustrated and shocked while she laughs. The scene changes to Amy pleads for help while the gang of bad guys surrounding her laughs cruelly while mocking her helplessness. They claim no one will come to save her, and add that if she had accepted their affection, none of this would have happened. Suddenly, the sound of hooves fills the air while breaking the tension. A horse appears, and the gang wonders who it could be. As the dust settles, they realize it is Cerone. She is shocked to see him, unable to believe he has come. He tells her he has traveled a long way to rescue her. Without hesitation, he steps forward, holds her in his arms, and they come close to each other, their emotions intertwining. This scene is actually a story told by Cheryl, and the girls listening to the story find it incredibly romantic. Some are captivated, while others are skeptical while questioning whether it really happened. Serial, however, confirms its truth while stating that she has witnessed it herself. Just then, Amy appears and accuses her of spreading baseless rumors while insisting that everything is a lie. Despite this, the listeners remain engrossed, some finding the tale fascinating, while others grow envious. Meanwhile, Amy arrives and confronts Serial while demanding to know if she wants to risk her life by spreading falsehoods. Serial only laughs, dismissing the need for first-hand witness, confidently stating that Amy and Cerone are dating. She assumes they must have kissed before and remarks that it benefits Amy since it will keep other men away. Amy acknowledges this while agreeing to the unspoken advantage. However, just a few days earlier, during the incident, Thad is stunned to learn about Amy's involvement with Cerone, who is a newly admitted student. She explains that they had met when they were young and have coincidentally reunited at the Magic Academy. With a slight blush, she turns to Cerone, seeking confirmation. He nervously smiles and agrees while solidifying the truth behind their connection. Now those around them understand the reason behind his willingness to help her. Amy finds it more convenient to pretend as lovers rather than expose their past. In the present, Serial has found the situation unusual and her curiosity only grows. Since they have integrated classes, she eagerly anticipates meeting Cerone and teasingly asks Amy if she will meet him for dinner after class for a date. The thought intrigues Amy, but she quickly reminds herself that she has plenty of work to do and no time for dating. Cerone, on the other hand, is just a normal schoolboy who is living his life without complications. Yet, despite her logical reasoning, she cannot shake off the uneasy feeling creeping into her heart. In the second intermediate class at the integrated training grounds, they are all present. Serial calls out loudly while summoning Cerone. He comes forward to greet them while acknowledging their presence. She then asks if he has been missing Amy, but he finds her question silly. Amy, on the other hand, feels grateful that she is playing the love game with him. However, she notices that he seems too nervous when he is around her. Wanting to ease his discomfort, she advises him to remain calm and not to be overly concerned about the senior-junior relationship, as they are already familiar with each other. Serial, while listening intently, is taken aback by Amy's words, which sound unlike anything she has heard from her before. She begins to wonder if this is the power of love. Cerone responds by saying that he simply wants to show respect. Before the conversation can continue, the girl reminds them that she has to attend class, and both of them head toward their respective classrooms. As Cerone enters his classroom and sits in his chair, he overhears the murmurs of other students talking behind his back. The boys discuss how he was admitted only because of his looks and that he is more focused on dating than anything else. They even question his magical abilities while assuming that he is incapable of performing any magic. Hearing these words annoys him, and frustration builds inside him. Clenching his fists, he recalls how it all started 2 days ago. At that time, students had begun whispering about Amy and Cerone dating. In Class 7's room, discussions had intensified after a note was posted, openly declaring their relationship. The revelation had stirred strong emotions among the students. Many boys had been frustrated and disappointed while feeling betrayed by Amy's decision. Some had even cried out in anger, unable to accept that she was with someone else. Meanwhile, conversations had continued, with some students concluding that their relationship was now official, which was disappointing for both certain boys and girls. However, not everyone shared the same sentiment, and some girls had been genuinely happy for the couple while embracing the news with excitement. Meanwhile, the students in the class eagerly check their midterm grades, desperate to see their results. As they scan the scores, they are shocked to discover that Cerone is the weakest in the class, having scored only 30 marks in each subject. Initially, many had believed he was a talented student, but some now realize that he lacks knowledge of even basic magic spells. Just then, a man enters the classroom. He states that Cerone's poor performance is expected since he was admitted as a special admission student. Others join in while laughing at him. He further claims that Cerone was able to enter only because of noble connections, and that he is merely looking for a girl for himself. Many students feel it is unfair that he managed to get a girlfriend immediately after joining the school. Frustration spreads as they consider him undeserving of his place while believing that while they have been working hard to secure their futures, he has done nothing to earn his position. Their resentment grows as they question how the school could allow such injustice. When Cerone enters the room and the entire class falls silent, he immediately senses that they had been talking about him before he arrived. However, he chooses not to address it directly. Instead, as he starts a conversation with a classmate about the next lesson, the student deliberately turns away. Cerone notices the unusual behavior and realizes that something is wrong, but he refrains from asking since they clearly intend to keep it from him. Later, during Spirit Zone practice, the atmosphere remains tense. A girl practicing nearby becomes annoyed by Cerone's presence while feeling distracted by him. She questions why there is so much hype around his Spirit Zone. At that moment, Professor Athila appears and inquires if everything is fine. Cerone admits that he is struggling due to schism, which is causing his body to lose consciousness. The professor assures him that it is a normal phenomenon while explaining that his mind naturally aligns with the laws of nature while making schism more challenging for him. She then shifts the topic and asks about the other shapes. Since he finds no difficulty with them, she instructs him to give a demonstration of the image zone. Surprised by the sudden request, he hesitates, unprepared to perform at that moment. The professor tells him that he can show it next time as well, but she wants to see him now because he is the only one who understands Quaternion. She also wonders if using the image zone makes him feel nervous among his classmates. She believes that confident children achieve more. Suddenly, he agrees to demonstrate his skill. His classmates are surprised while questioning whether he is showing off again by trying to appear superior. The professor instructs him to demonstrate one by one since mastering all 4 shapes of Quaternion will enhance the class. He wonders if executing them correctly will allow him to advance to the next level. The students of Class 4 also watch him closely. Deciding not to worry, He begins with defense while causing a blast of light to appear. The students are impressed by his strength. One of them finds it amusing that he has displayed 144 sides, which is remarkable. A massive explosion of light follows, accompanied by cracking sounds. The professor realizes that he possesses all the basic knowledge and is exceptionally swift at changing shapes. However, the strain on his eyes leaves him exhausted. He also knows the professor will correct all his mistakes. The Class 5 students consider him amazing and are shocked when he attempts schism. For them, it seems unbelievable. He realizes that the key is shrinking the zone and then shifting the center, but he struggles to do so. The distraction unsettles his mind. Meanwhile, the students find it amusing and mock his failure. They recall how he executed it correctly before and question what went wrong. Some believe he is merely seeking attention, but it does not bother him. They wonder if his mind is occupied with something else. Meanwhile, our boy questions why humans take pleasure in seeing him fail. His thoughts drift toward his connection with the place. Just then, a boy urges him to stop overthinking and not to hesitate. He reminds him of his goal, which is to become a mage. In that moment, he realizes his mistake and refocuses on his purpose. The students watch in surprise as a sudden light appears. He contemplates whether separation comes first or disintegration. Meanwhile, a student incident report emerges while detailing the use of anti-magic by 6 students. Professor Oliver sees the report and learns that anti-magic was suppressed by the defense shape. She considers it difficult and dangerous for ordinary people. She also questions the proper and appropriate use of anti-magic. Noticing that our boy's mind is more powerful and talented than others, she becomes more intrigued. She asks Professor Rumi whether he has successfully performed schism. Rumi explains that he has been learning Quaternion for a month and that his spirit zone lasted a perfect 4 seconds. They discuss the student's drive stimulation while proposing something regarding it. On the other side, Oliver finds herself sharing the same thoughts. A few days later, during a Class 7 chemistry lesson, Professor Oliver is present. She informs the students that she will end the class early for a major announcement. Without hesitation, she orders our dude to stand up. She informs him that he will be advanced to Class 5 and must follow their timetable from now on. The students are shocked to learn that he has skipped Class 6. They wonder what high-level resources are supporting him. The professor encourages the others to work hard and then leave. However, one of the girls objects to him skipping a class. She questions the professor about advancing someone who knows nothing about magic. The professor begins to reconsider whether the decision is truly fair. She then turns to our boy and urges him to be honest. While having dark thoughts about people regarding him, he still admits that he does not know any spells, which surprises the professor. Despite this, she explains that spellcasting is not a requirement for Class 6, so he is still eligible to move to Class 5. However, another student stands up while refusing to accept what he sees as favoritism. He reminds the professor that she has previously stated that the spirit zone is not the only requirement for magic. Since Cerone cannot do anything else, he challenges him to demonstrate at least one spell. If he succeeds, the student will back down. Confident in his own abilities and grades, he warns that if the advancement proceeds, the student council will hold a meeting. The professor understands the frustration of the other students, but she insists on discussing the matter with other professors. Later, as she sits alone, she reflects on how the students have become arrogant. She considers their reaction a protest against unfairness driven by emotion. Just then, Maria enters the room. Curious, she asks what has happened. Maria responds, eager to share something that has just occurred. Maria tells the professor that the other students are bullying him from 1 week. They start talking behind his back, but later, they begin speaking in front of him as well, which affects his studies a lot. She witnesses everything with her own eyes while seeing how they continuously bully him. Professor Oliver thanks Maria and tells her that she will handle this matter by herself. Meanwhile, Cerone reads a book stating a fact in Conversations with Great Scholars, where Torquilin, a biologist, mentions that 6 hours of sleep is adequate for a human being. However, he only gets 4 hours of sleep during school. Another scholar discusses his achievement as an accomplished scholarship by the sleep time, but he reminds him that he was not a human but a teenager, who never stop even during sleep. As Cerone looks at the clock, he realizes it is very late. He sees off the other students sitting around and then walks on the road. He remembers the time when Timurin told him that many people will bully him, but ignoring them will be beneficial. He wonders how he can make things easier for those who support him. Remembering all who have been close to him, he stands near the Iron Bastille senior class building, determined to overcome anyone who stands in his way and become a professional mage. After freshening up in his room, he hears a knock on the door. Worry fills him as he wonders who could be visiting this late. A group of guys stands outside. He wonders whether it will be his bullies. However, when he opens the door, Professor Oliver is present there while requesting permission to come in. He tells her to come in and offers tea, but she refuses while explaining that she has come to discuss something important with him. Since he was not in his room earlier, she arrives late. As she looks at his table, she finds it interesting. Her attention shifts to his grades, and at first, they seem strange. However, while noticing that all the low grades are the same, she assumes he might be learning everything at once. She also realizes he is focusing on improving his future, while prioritizing subjects other than magic first. Yet, she wonders about the reason behind his lack of proper education when he was young. Meanwhile, he feels very embarrassed. She observes his shy and nervous demeanor, then asks if he is enjoying his school life. He responds that he enjoys all the subjects. When she inquires about the bullying, He insists that he is completely fine and asks her not to worry. She urges him to be honest, but he maintains that he is unaffected and unable to make any friends in the class. However, it does not bother him at all. He expresses that while it is necessary to be among people, he cannot force them to accept him. He acknowledges that the students of Class 7 dislike him, but he believes that some may still understand him. She understands his words and realizes that he wants to leave Class 7. Later, during the meeting with the professors, she holds a book in her hand and expresses her intention to conclude the early advancement of Cerone. The other professors observe that the entire class is bullying a single student due to his lack of understanding of magic. In the meeting room, they also recognize that many students struggle to advance their skills, which might be the reason for their behavior toward him. They acknowledge the need for advancement and agree to move students to the next class. One professor believes he will graduate in the next 4 years, which would be beneficial for the school. However, Thad disagrees and does not share a positive view on the matter. When the headmaster asks for his reasoning, he explains that while the boy is undoubtedly skillful, he cannot perform magic. He also refuses to ignore the students who are protesting against this decision. Professor Oliver defends him while stating that he is intentionally refraining from practicing magic to acquire other skills, and this does not affect his study habits. Thad, however, accuses her of favoritism while arguing that other students are equally knowledgeable. He insists that if only one student is considered for advancement, the others will feel neglected. Sienna counters his argument while asserting that jealousy should not be a reason to ignore a student's progress. Their disagreement escalates into a quarrel. The other professors perceive both of them as extreme mages. As the tension rises, the headmaster intervenes while ordering them to stop and sit down. He acknowledges the logic behind both perspectives and stresses the importance of preventing conflicts among students. After careful consideration, he informs them that he has a proposal. The next morning, a group of students gathers and heads toward the assembly hall. On the bulletin board, they notice an announcement for the advancement test. It presents an opportunity for Class 7 students to take the test, and those who succeed will be promoted to Class 5. As they process the information, some discuss teleportation, a skill required at the next level. They perceive it as extremely difficult and worry about the potential risks involved. Many express doubts about passing the test. Meanwhile, Cerone arrives and glances at the bulletin board. His eyes settle on the requirement while realizing that mastering teleportation is essential for the test. The Class 7 outcast incident gains significant attention throughout the school. In the evening, on the advanced class bulletin board, students from higher classes discuss how the situation is unfolding once again in Class 7. Some mention Cerone while acknowledging that he cannot perform magic, but they also recognize that Class 7 does not teach magic. Many assume that jealousy is the root cause since he is associated with Amy. Meanwhile, Amy learns that Cerone is being bullied. She finally realizes that this is the reason for his distant behavior. Sariel also considers Class 7 immature while recalling her own past experiences with similar issues. As Amy turns to leave, determined to find Cerone, Sariel questions her intentions. Amy explains that she wants to ask him why he has been avoiding her while suspecting it might be because the other students constantly see them together. Sariel stops her while questioning whether she has lost her senses. She tries to dissuade her while insisting that approaching him will only make things worse. However, Amy refuses to listen and remains resolute in her decision. Sariel warns her not to act recklessly while fearing that her actions will negatively affect him even more. Despite knowing that their relationship is not romantic, Amy remains puzzled about why he continues to avoid her. Sariel shifts the conversation to the advancement test, while noting that teleportation will be difficult for the students to learn. Amy, however, sees this as an advantage for Cerone while believing that its complexity makes it even more dangerous for those without prior magic training. Sariel suggests that Amy teach him teleportation while arguing that it would be beneficial for both of them. However, she struggles to find time to help him. Ultimately, she decides that if he cannot learn teleportation on his own, then he don't deserve to be with her. It is dark and late at night. No one is outside the school buildings, and the wind blows through the silent night. Suddenly, Amy appears, determined to meet Cerone. She is ready to help him, believing that she is partly at fault as well. Jumping onto a tree, she swiftly enters his room through the window. She has already decided to make him beg for her help. Meanwhile, he sits reading a book when, from behind, a girl wrapped in a shawl suddenly appears. Shocked, he turns and asks who she is. Without hesitation, she pushes him to the ground while threatening to wring his neck. Demanding an explanation, she questions how he dares to ignore her. Nervous, he struggles to respond. At that moment, Professor Oliver, who is also in the room speaking with Cerone, observes the situation and wonders if it is Amy. She curiously asks if Amy always flies into his room at night, but Amy quickly denies it, while insisting that the professor is misunderstanding the situation. The professor reminds her to lower her voice, warning that others might hear. Then, she questions whether this is the reason Amy has been avoiding him at school. Amy denies ever coming to his room before, explaining that she only wants to know why he has been ignoring her. Turning the conversation, she asks what the professor is doing there. The professor explains that due to the tense atmosphere in the class, she decided to discuss the test with Cerone privately. Cerone offers Amy tea, and she finds its aroma pleasant. She takes a sip before questioning him about humiliating her, to which he apologizes. She then asks why he never told her about being bullied. Before he can answer, the professor instructs them both to sit and listen carefully to the discussion about the test. As they sit together, sipping tea, our boy is all nerves while wondering how he ended up in this situation. On the other side, Amy expresses her concerns to the professor while questioning whether testing for teleportation is too dangerous for students who have never practiced magic before. The professor explains that the headmaster has made this decision for specific reasons. Amy begins to realize that he is playing a dangerous game. She explains that teleportation is a type of light magic, which is quite different from other spells. Cerone, while recalling his studies, mentions that he learned about it while studying the theory of protonization, which explains how light moves at incredible speeds across the universe. She confirms that nothing can surpass the speed of light and explains that teleportation spells rely on this principle. Curious, he asks if a person's body transforms into light during teleportation. The professor reassures him that even beginner students can perform it successfully. She further explains that the speed of light is categorized into 4 types, and among them, quasi-light speed is crucial for teleportation. Once a person teleports, residual light particles remain in their body. Cerone suddenly realizes that mastering the skill is not the real challenge, and it is controlling its impact that poses a problem. Now he understands why teleportation has been restricted within school grounds. Meanwhile, Amy notices that he is entirely focused on the professor while seemingly ignoring her. She begins to wonder whether the professor has always been this friendly toward him, especially when introducing such a dangerous test. Shifting the discussion, she suggests that he should practice teleportation in a place free from obstacles. When he asks where such a location exists, she advises that the air would be the safest place to attempt it. By this place, Amy means the teleportation training grounds, on the pathless bridge suspended 1,000 meters above the ground. Professor suggests an idea to Cerone, which is crossing from one peak to another. He sees that the place is free of obstacles, but if he falls from the bridge, he will not survive. Amy also points out that it will be extremely difficult for the students of Class 7 to reach the other side. The professor explains that the student who travels the farthest will pass the test. She assures them that this is only a level 1 testing ground, designed to be completely safe. However, the real issue is that Cerone will become the primary target of the other students. Despite this, he is prepared to take the test. Yet, the idea of facing everyone alone does not sit well with him. Doubt creeps into his mind as he wonders whether he should even participate. Sensing his hesitation, the professor reveals that she has already placed him in Class 5. Acknowledging her role in his current predicament, she sincerely apologizes while promising to guide him personally. Amy, puzzled and jealous by the situation, demands an explanation for everything. The professor explains that she is responsible for conducting the test, but Amy is unwilling to let Cerone be taught by her. She argues that since the professor is a judge, directly instructing him could cause problems if anyone finds out. To prevent any issues, she decides to train him herself. Confident in her abilities, she insists that she can easily teach him for the level 1 test. Her attitude confuses our boy as she is angry at him a moment ago. However, the professor questions whether Amy has the time to train him while reminding her that she is also preparing for the advancement test. Cerone is surprised to learn that Amy is taking the senior class exam. Basically, in the senior class, students possess semi-professional capabilities, and those who excel can even be featured in the Royal Magic School Journal. Reaching this level marks the end of school days and the beginning of endless training, which Amy is about to enter. Curious, Cerone asks whether it is too early for her to apply. She responds that since he is advancing too quickly, she must enter the senior class to keep her distance from him. He finds it remarkable that she is taking a risk rather than settling as an advanced class student. Even more surprising is the fact that, despite everything, she is still helping him. Amy confidently assures the professor that she can handle the training. The professor, while recalling Amy's earlier claim that Cerone lacks magical knowledge, agrees that the professor like her might be the best person to teach him. Turning to Cerone, Amy asks him to choose between her and the professor as his instructor, playfully suggesting that it would be better if he were taught by his own girlfriend. Without hesitation, Cerone declares that he will learn everything on his own. Both of them are stunned by his response. She tells him that having his girlfriend teach him would be better. However, he insists on doing it himself. Frustrated, she shouts while asking if he understands what he is up against. He responds by mentioning that one of the judges is Professor Oliver and reminds her that she has her own test to prepare for. She points out that his competitors will be hiring the best tutors to secure first place, and they will all dislike him and warns that he cannot handle it alone. He then questions whether her situation is any different while noting that she is advancing to the senior class early. He explains that staying in the same place will not lead to greater achievements, as Class 5 is only a step toward becoming a mage. He expresses his determination while admitting he cannot guarantee victory, but promises to do his best without regret. Hearing this, the professor acknowledges his resolve and decides not to interfere. Before leaving, she reminds him that all students, including him, are welcome to seek guidance from her. He appreciates the support she offers, and she hopes he can resolve his issues in the meantime. She then addresses Amy while warning her not to enter into the boys' domains again, though she will overlook it just for the night. Amy agrees, relieved that she is safe. For a moment, they sit there awkwardly, but then Amy decides to leave as well. Before she can leave, he stops her and thanks her for thinking of him. She then questions why he has been avoiding her while suggesting that he should have told her he was being bullied. She reminds him that it is not just about him and asks if he was embarrassed. He admits that he did not want their relationship to become more distant. Flushed, she starts to believe that he truly likes her. He clarifies that he actually looks up to her, When he first arrived, he saw her name at the top of the class and decided to catch up to her, though he never expected things to turn out this way. Since their relationship had already become awkward, he is worried that if she found out about the bullying, it would make things even more uncomfortable. She silently reflects on his words, while realizing she had let her imagination get carried away. However, she suddenly grows frustrated and accuses him of pretending to be polite while secretly targeting her all along. Confused, he asks how she came to that conclusion. She insists that if he sees her as a rival, he should stop pretending and face her properly. She warns that if he cannot keep up, she will make sure he always knows he is beneath her. Hearing the shift in her tone, he says her name differently, which she immediately notices. He then tells her to wait for him while promising that he will catch up to her. She grins and warns the dude to be careful while suggesting that it might be deadly. By the time anything happens, he adds, she will already be long gone. Then without another word, she vanishes from the spot. He quickly loses sight of her and reflects on the situation. He regrets not being able to receive help, but realizes that those who have been speaking badly about him are closely observing his every move. Because of this, he decides to handle everything on his own. It is now 1 month for start of the exam. The day after classes, students gather to discuss their preparations. One asks if others are getting ready for the test, while another shares that they are starting lessons with a tutor that day. The idea of learning teleportation within a month seems challenging, but there are around 20 participants. Some agree that the theory portion is simple, and applying formulas is not difficult. However, the real challenge lies in executing the spell. Just then, Cerone appears while carrying a stack of books. Upon seeing him, some students comment on his participation. Internally, he acknowledges that despite sounding confident about preparing alone, reality is proving to be much tougher. He reflects on how a mage's environment constantly changes in the real world. Understanding topography is essential, especially for teleportation, as the technique requires adapting to different conditions and adjusting calculations accordingly. He notes that the necessary computation involves numbers as large as 10 to the power of 20. Despite feeling overwhelmed, he convinces himself not to give up. He reasons that the school would not set an impossible test. He recalls Professor Oliver mentioning that teleportation is not too difficult to learn. However, since he has never studied magic before, he doubts that statement applies to him. Meanwhile, he assumes that the other Class 7 students, who have trained since childhood, will manage to figure it out. Many of them are even hiring expensive tutors, while meaning they will likely master teleportation soon. As he contemplates whether he can catch up to them, a realization suddenly strikes him. Remembering something important, he finally understands the key to solving the problem. He then recalls that the headmaster had already given him the answer. On the other hand, another student, Mark, is in the middle of his performance when the headmaster arrives, carefully observing his progress. Impressed, the headmaster immediately praises him and remarks that he has already mastered teleportation. Furthermore, he adds that such a result is expected while considering Mark is the son of the technical advisor for the Mage Association. Feeling flattered, Mark responds with gratitude while acknowledging that hiring a level 9 tutor like the headmaster has been worth the investment. Initially, he was worried about the difficulty, but now he finds the process surprisingly simple. In response, the tutor explains that the test's simplicity allows students to focus entirely on precision and control. While mastering teleportation within a month is unrealistic, he reassures Mark that if he learns only what is necessary for the test and spends the rest of the time practicing, he will most likely succeed. After hearing this, Mark laughs and considers whether he should actually thank the special selection student, as the situation is allowing him to move up to higher grades earlier than expected. With a smirk, he then shifts the conversation and inquires about Cerone's progress. At this point, the tutor, who has been monitoring Cerone as requested, reports that the student appears to be teaching himself using only books. Upon hearing this, Mark is visibly surprised and finds it strange. Previously, he had assumed that Cerone would find a way to secure a private tutor for assistance. Unsure of what his rival is planning, he instructs the tutor to continue watching him, as he is determined not to let him gain an advantage. Additionally, he doubts that magic can be learned solely through reading, which makes him even more skeptical. Meanwhile, Cerone is deeply engrossed in his studies while focusing on absorbing the concepts and memorizing the necessary theories with great precision. Despite his dedication, he does not feel fully prepared. However, with time running out, he realizes he has no choice but to move forward. Soon after, at Training Ground 41, a space designated for Class 7, he begins practicing the techniques he has learned. Speaking to himself, he acknowledges that he must now bring magic into reality. As he attempts a spell, nothing initially happens. Nevertheless, he remains hopeful that his understanding will translate into actual results. In order to succeed, he reminds himself of the steps. First, while entering the spirit zone, then applying protonic theories. As he describes himself as the barrier between omniscience and omnipotence, he prepares for the next stage, that is erasure. To his astonishment, the magic suddenly works. Realizing his success, he excitedly confirms that the process is functioning. With renewed determination, he declares that it is now time to attempt teleportation. As he reflects on the nature of magic, he notes that humans are incapable of calculating the precise value of light. However, when a mage is deeply focused, their mind becomes highly attuned to their surroundings. Moreover, he remembers the headmaster's words that the most powerful mages can even perceive the number of leaves on a distant tree. This heightened awareness, he realizes, represents the pinnacle of mental sensitivity, known as the spirit zone. Once a mage reaches this state, they perceive the world through an extraordinary sense, ultimately gaining control over natural phenomena. In the end, he concludes that teleportation is not about performing complex calculations, rather, it is about grasping everything in a single moment. 9 days were left for the start of the teleportation test. Students begin whispering among themselves when they see Cerone. Noticing his bruised face, some speculate that he must have been practicing without proper shield. As a result, they assume that his reckless training has taken a toll on him. Meanwhile, Cerone is lost in thought while reflecting on his failed first attempt at teleportation. In an effort to correct an error, he had no choice but to crash into the ground, fully aware that his knees were unstable. At this point, he questions whether his mistake was due to an error margin of plus or minus 0.02 milliseconds. Although his method seems reckless, he has once again left the rest to muscle memory. Still determined to succeed, he continues practicing and worries about the test scheduled for the next day. Every time he corrects one mistake, another seems to take its place. However, despite these struggles, he reassures himself that he has refined everything necessary. Consequently, he convinces himself of his ability and tries to stay motivated by repeating encouraging words. He insists that he must stay focused and pushes himself to teleport again. Unfortunately, he falls to the ground once more. Nevertheless, instead of becoming discouraged, he calmly tells himself that it did not hurt. For the first time, he acknowledges that he has actually managed to teleport. Excited by his progress, he wonders how far he can go. Refusing to waste time lying on the ground, he quickly gets up, determined to repeat the process over and over. Convinced that he needs more practice, he continuously encourages himself to keep going. The next morning, the instructor approaches Mark and asks how he is feeling. Confidently, Mark replies that he feels just fine, as he is moving up to Class 5 that day. Calling it a historic moment, he boasts that he will cover the 700-meter distance in a single second and challenges the man to watch him succeed. Meanwhile, Maria heads toward the professor's office when she unexpectedly encounters Mark. Without hesitation, he assumes that she is also giving up on the test. As soon as she sees him, she greets him and while feeling nervous, admits that she thought he was still practicing. Acknowledging his skills, she assumes that he must have taught himself. However, laughing, Mark dismisses the idea and arrogantly compares himself to Cerone. He mocks the self-taught student, claiming that the so-called failure will not even show up for the test. Then, shifting his attention back to Maria, he questions why she is there in the first place. Belittling her academic performance, he sarcastically comments on her poor grades. Finally, without offering her a chance to respond, he advises her to at least watch others train at the practice grounds, while reminding her that observing others is also a form of studying. Maria agrees with him and wishes him good luck. However, instead of appreciating her words, he responds sarcastically while questioning if that is truly what she thinks. Mocking her, he calls her the professor's favorite little snitch. Immediately, she feels a wave of fear while wondering how he could have known. Noticing her reaction, Mark laughs and calls her naive while challenging her to take a guess. He then smugly reveals that he has informants everywhere. Furthermore, he suggests that a weakling like her would have no reason to meet the professor alone unless she had been reporting on him. For now, he claims that he has tolerated her because they are technically on the same level. However, with a threatening tone, he reminds her that once he moves up to Class 5, she should already know what will happen. Feeling disgusted, he questions how someone as timid as her could believe she has what it takes to become a mage. In his mind, he is convinced that a coward like her would never surpass him, even if she were 4 years older. Smirking, he tells her that she now has something to look forward to. Overwhelmed by his words, she starts crying. Afterward, Mark heads to the classroom, where he immediately asks if everything is ready. A boy assures him that 2 of them will focus on Cerone from the very beginning, while the other 2 will provide cover. This way, Cerone will have 2 possible ways to be eliminated. Pleased with the plan, Mark strategizes while pointing out that since each turn covers 10 meters, he expects Cerone to be taken down within 10 turns at most. The boy agrees and then asks if Mark will keep his promise once the job is done. In response, Mark confirms that if he passes the test, he will ensure they secure jobs and access to magic tutors, even if they fail to graduate. Boasting about his father's influence as the technical advisor for the Mage Association, he reminds them that helping him will benefit them as well. Confident in his plan, he silently tells himself that he will not allow any unexpected variables. In his eyes, a true genius never leaves room for carelessness. At the ground, the students of Class 7 who are not practicing gather there. They are observing the pathless bridge. As they watch, they discuss among themselves while confirming that the competition follows a winner-takes-all rule. Additionally, they notice that there are more participants than expected, especially from Class 5. Meanwhile, the students of Class 5 comment among themselves, hoping that if a newcomer is joining their ranks, it had better be someone attractive. Finding the situation amusing, they laugh among themselves. At the same time, students from Class 4 and Class 6 sit together while watching the event. Meanwhile, the judges take their designated seats while preparing for the test. Soon after, an announcement is made while stating that the time has come. As a result, the 21 participants will begin their test in just 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, one student looks at the steep cliff ahead and immediately complains about the difficulty of the test. Furthermore, he questions where the bridge is, only for another student to point at it and call him foolish. Shocked, the first student argues that what they see can hardly be called a bridge. At that moment, Cerone uses binoculars to get a clearer view. Finding the perfect spot, she excitedly states that she can see everything clearly from there. Meanwhile, Amy expresses disinterest while asking her why they should even bother watching Class 7. She insists that they have better things to do. However, she dismisses her while explaining that supporting one's boyfriend is important for maintaining a good relationship. Still unconvinced, Amy replies that in a competition like this, the winner wins and the losers lose, so there is nothing to support. Nevertheless, deep in thought, she starts to wonder whether Cerone is even capable of teleporting. Meanwhile, a man approaches Mark while prompting him to ask whether he has found Cerone. However, the man delivers unexpected news that Cerone is not there. As a result, Mark is left in shock. At the same time, Cerone suddenly wakes up on the ground, confused and panicked. Realizing that he has lost track of time, he anxiously wonders about the time. Amy asks Sariel about Cerone's absence while finding it illogical that he is not present. Sariel, panicked, explains that she has been searching for him but cannot find him. Fear grips Amy as she wonders whether he is even alive while recalling that she had forbidden Cerone from going alone. Meanwhile, the members are overwhelmed by fear as they face the daunting obstacles required to pass. Professor Rumi explains the rules while stating that once she gives the signal, everyone must teleport to the other side, and the one who covers the greatest distance will pass. Anxiety spreads among the participants, terrified of falling and failing to teleport. Chaos erupts, but a teacher silences them while declaring that those who are afraid can give up. Standing before them, he asserts that only the worthy will enter Class 5. He reassures them that if they lack confidence in protecting themselves, they should step back. His words instill determination, and suddenly all participants prepare for the test. Believing it will minimize accidents, he remains firm. Meanwhile, Mark stands apart while considering others inferior. He assumes Cerone must have failed while training on his own. As Professor Rumi instructs everyone to line up for the test, a commotion arises. Just then, our guy rushes toward them in an injured state. The students turn their attention to him. As he reaches them, he apologizes and anxiously asks if he can still participate in the test. Without hesitation, he moves towards the professor. Sariel tells Amy to watch him closely. Amy wonders why he is late and quickly notices his numerous injuries while realizing he has been practicing without a shield. Concerned, Professor Oliver asks the headmaster if they can delay the exam, but the request is denied, and the test proceeds as scheduled. Professor Rumi announces the start of the test and advises Cerone not to participate if he is unprepared. Grateful for the concern, he assures that he is completely fine to take part. As the test begins, a student thinks that first phase is successfully completed. Meanwhile, other students quietly discuss their plan to eliminate Cerone within 10 bouts. Unaware of their intentions, he decides to remain focused. The early advancement exam officially commences as the professor instructs everyone to be ready. With the timer set, all students take their positions. Mark instructs one of his allies to stay close. Suddenly a flash appears, signaling the start. They all rush forward as time steadily ticks away. Their swift reactions result from rigorous training, but uncertainty lingers. Despite their concerns about the unknown challenges ahead, they all understand that they must push forward. 2 seconds pass while leaving only 20 meters to the cliff's edge. Mark sprints at full speed, fully aware that the key to success lies in precisely timing the teleportation. The distance covered is irrelevant, and it all comes down to executing the teleport at the perfect moment. Rushing toward the edge, he remains focused, while others closely follow behind. As 3 seconds pass, he realizes he is dangerously close, only 3 meters away. A bright light flashes as another student accelerates swiftly. Mark warns him to slow down, but his advice is ignored. Suddenly, another flash appears, and he finds himself merely 2 meters from the edge. At 3.5 seconds, some participants remain behind while the rest reach the edge while leaving only 1 meter to spare. Cerone has yet to arrive while trailing just a step behind. The spectators watch in shock as he leaps forward without teleporting. Defying expectations, he soars past the cliff's edge, now 2 meters beyond it. As the 4th second ticks by, all eyes remain fixed on him. In the middle of the test, Cerone recalls his discussion with Leon from a year ago. Their conversation had emphasized the importance of focusing on the present situation, rather than imagining the outcome. He had reminded him that fearing death after falling from the cliff was pointless. Instead, the focus should remain on the process itself. Remembering these words, he stays determined while concentrating solely on passing the test. Meanwhile, the spectators are stunned by his actions. As he leaps from the cliff, a bright flash appears. Realizing the urgency, he pushes himself forward while knowing he must act quickly before moving beyond the spirit zone. Another flash follows as he swiftly advances. Behind him, Mark struggles to keep up, shocked to see Cerone ahead. The students of Class 5 cheer for the bold contender who dares to jump. Amid the excitement, Sariel turns to Amy while recalling her earlier claim that Cerone lacked knowledge of magic. However, Amy clarifies that despite starting late, he has learned a great deal. She also knows that if Cerone manages the bouts effectively, he will maintain his lead. As he overtakes Mark, frustration builds within him. Another flash appears as he pushes forward, determined to reclaim his position. Meanwhile, Maria refuses to remain behind easily. However, she remembers her choice to stay in Class 7 while avoiding competition. To her, this was always meant to be a friendly challenge among classmates. But her reluctance to compete has kept her in the same class for 6 years. She despises being looked down upon and begins to worry that if Mark advances, survival in the competition will become even more difficult for her. By the end of the 3rd bout, the participants are divided into 3 groups. The first consists of Mark, his companions, and Cerone. The second group includes students who lag 3 meters behind, while the last comprises those who teleported out of fear. Among the remaining students, discussions arise. One participant speculates that Cerone lacks knowledge of flight magic and wonders if he will survive upon hitting the ground. Many begin to fall, unable to maintain control. One desperate student calls out for the professor's help while expressing his desire to quit. In response, the judges and spectators burst into laughter, amused by his plea. The names of those who have fallen are cancelled from the test. One participant yells in frustration while realizing there is no safety net on the ground. As they hit the ground, they grow even more agitated while blaming the professor for not informing them earlier. With that, the third group is eliminated. Shortly after, the second group meets the same fate. Mark observes that most participants have only managed to clear half the course. However, his real concern lies elsewhere, that Cerone is steadily pulling ahead while showing no signs of weakness. Confusion sets in as he recalls how breathless Cerone had seemed at the beginning of the exam. Suddenly, another flash appears. Professor Romy notices that Cerone is repeatedly using the compulsion skill, a clear sign of his remarkable talent. Meanwhile, Mark remains solely focused on catching up to him. Another professor acknowledges Rumi's keen perception while admiring her ability to sense such details. Sariel, while watching closely, is amazed at how efficiently Cerone increases his inertia, while wondering how he has mastered such a technique. Amy, on the other hand, perceives something different about him. Unlike other mages who rely on their subconscious minds to learn, he appears special. His ability to control his subconscious power is incredibly rare and difficult to achieve. As Mark continues forward, the realization dawns on him that our guy is on the verge of winning. Determined to stop him, he orders his teammates to attack. However, they hesitate while knowing that using their mental energy against him could weaken them. Meanwhile, Cerone keeps moving, but suddenly, one of Mark's allies appears in front of him. Shocked by the unexpected obstruction, he quickly assesses the situation. The opponent, with a tense expression, admits that he has no choice. He does not want to fail and insists that Cerone must be taken down. At that moment, our boy realizes his true intent, that he is preparing to attack. As they both plummet toward the ground, Mark's lackey manages to evade Cerone while causing only the latter to crash and sustain injuries. Our guy realizes his sequence has been disrupted, which suddenly drains his energy while leaving him on the verge of losing consciousness. He is going to faint, but he isn't ready for it, while the other student perceives our boy as an overwhelming force. Meanwhile, a student from Class 5, after observing their clash, remarks to others that something about the scene appears unusual. The student speculates that Mark's lackey might have altered his trajectory, nearly colliding with someone directly ahead of him. Another student confidently asserts that the action has been intentional. When questioned about the certainty of such a claim, he explains that one individual has obstructed an exit while another attacks from the side. They have cleverly exploited the instant nature and launch point of teleportation to lunge simultaneously. If the new participant hasn't deviated from course, the situation could escalate into chaos. The student further notes that, in a similar scenario, he would apply motion calculations to evade the situation. However, his boastfulness leads others to murmur among themselves, some agreeing with his logic while others find him arrogant. Nevertheless, they acknowledge that the instructors must have noticed the incident and likely have their own approach to handle it. Meanwhile, Mark revels in his apparent success while bursting into laughter and exuding confidence. He declares himself victorious while taunting his classmates as well as those from Class 6, and demanding they recognize his superiority. Cerone, however, observes that Mark holds a strong position, and is poised to finish first. Realizing the urgency, he understands the need to accelerate if he intends to claim victory. Yet, he worries that widening the gaps between his movements could once again disrupt his rhythm. Instead, he resolves to quicken his pace slightly while adjusting his timing by half a beat more frequently. As the students observe the intense competition, many express astonishment at Cerone's rapid progress, while realizing that only he and Mark remain in the challenge. Some cheer for Mark while urging him to increase his speed. Amy, while watching closely, voices concern. She points out that since our guy is already injured, his reckless approach will only worsen his condition. Suddenly, an explosion erupts, leaving everyone in shock. Mark, caught off guard, reacts in disbelief, exclaiming that the blast has nearly taken his life. Meanwhile, the judges grow anxious upon realizing that the pathless bridge system device has escalated to level 10. Our guy, upon hearing this, is left stunned. Without hesitation, Professor Thad rushes toward the engine room to address the issue. At the same time, Professor Oliver, turning to the headmaster, insists that the exam needs to be halted immediately. Another faculty member hesitates, reminding the group that only 2 participants remain. He fears that canceling the test at this stage will spark relentless complaints from the students' families. However, the headmaster, visibly frustrated, rebukes the hesitation, demanding that the signal be sent at once. Shortly after, an announcement echoes across the arena, declaring the end of the exam. When Professor Thad notices the yellow signal, he immediately realizes the cancellation. Irritated, he anticipates an overwhelming number of complaints heading his way. Expressing his frustration aloud, he recalls warning someone about the exam's importance and suspects that an individual might be intoxicated again. But as he approaches the engine room, he finds the door locked, leading him to a chilling realization that this is no ordinary mistake. Sensing someone's presence outside the room, he demands that they open the door immediately, warning that if they refuse, both the person and the door will be erased together. A voice responds from within, challenging him to proceed and insisting that no one will even notice their absence. A big flash appears and he heads toward it. Recognizing the voice, he addresses the individual, confirming that it belongs to Maria. Deeply concerned, he questions whether she grasps the severity of her actions, warning her that the consequences will extend far beyond simple school discipline. Despite his pleas, Maria refuses to comply, resigning herself to despair. She laments that everything is already over, believing that she is doomed to a miserable existence, especially now that Mark has advanced to Class 5. In her eyes, nothing in her current situation feels any different from torment, and as she breaks down in tears, she hints at an irreversible decision. Sensing her distress, Professor Thad reassures her that opening the door is unnecessary if she doesn't want to. It no longer matters, as the exam has been stopped, just as she wanted. Elsewhere, Mark, consumed by rage, reacts furiously to the cancellation signal, considering it an unbearable interference. Convinced that victory is within his grasp, he insists on finishing the battle to silence any doubts. Realizing he might not get another opportunity to utterly defeat Cerone, he resolves to act immediately. They go swiftly into the maze. Shortly after, someone rushes to inform the headmaster that both Mark and Cerone have entered the maze. Upon hearing this, the headmaster erupts in fury, cursing their reckless behavior. As they both enter the maze, Professor Oliver wonders why they are not stopping. She feels the need to stop them while knowing it could hurt them, and also questions what Thad is doing. She turns to the headmaster, but he is too frustrated to answer. But headmaster is thinking that he misunderstood our boy who might be different, but at the end is someone who is driven by greed. Meanwhile, both contenders move deeper into the maze. Amy and Sariel watch them while growing concerned. They believe they must do something to save them. Amy, in shock, notices that they are entering the 10th level, a stage meant only for professionals. As they step in, a sudden burst of rocks erupts. Our boy reaches the 10th level and quickly realizes he cannot dodge the traps in his path. His mental strength is deteriorating at an alarming rate. Alongside him, Mark pushes forward, determined to get ahead. He craves recognition while wanting everyone to see him as the winner. Moving swiftly, he considers himself unmatched in skill and urges his opponent to stay back. However, in a split second, the other boy jumps up while triggering a warning in the 10th level. On the other hand, Maria sits on the ground while contemplating why the judges drag students into such deadly competitions, while forcing them under immense pressure. Thad, standing nearby, tells her she is mistaken, but she refuses to accept it. She insists the school only values talented students while ignoring the ordinary ones. He responds by revealing that he also attended this school. Recalling the past, he explains that when he was in the senior class, she had just joined the school. He asks if she remembers or if she has ever heard rumors about him, but she denies it. He then shares that he spent 5 years in Class 5 due to his lack of abilities. Watching others advance while he remained behind filled him with anger. However, Maria, still frustrated, refuses to believe him, convinced that he is lying. He recalls his past discussion with the headmaster, where he had gotten into trouble. The headmaster had warned him never to let anyone surpass him, yet he had always felt ignored. In response, the headmaster had told him that a mage could never compare himself to others. Instead, he should focus on his own growth, as that is the key to erasing one's sense of self-doubt. If a mage merely follows others, he ultimately loses himself. Meanwhile, Mark moves deeper into the maze when he suddenly realizes the path ahead is blocked. Confusion sets in as he notices this is not the same route he had entered from. Panic takes over as he understands there is no escape. Fear grips him, and he cries out for help, his nerves overwhelming him. Spectators watching the competition yell in distress, but then, to everyone's surprise, Cerone appears and grabs him. Without hesitation, he pulls Mark away, saving him from stepping into the blocked pathway. The students of Class 7 watch in astonishment as our boy rescues Mark. One of them points out that in an advancement exam, competitors are not supposed to save their opponents. However, another argues that winning is not as important as saving a life. Among them, one student remains deep in thought while analyzing our boy's movements. Mark, still shaken, continues to cry out for help. Our dude reassures him while explaining that he is trying to guide him away from the traps. He understands the maze's patterns and believes escaping is possible by following them. However, the watching students soon realize something alarming, that the traps are actively following the contenders while preventing them from progressing vertically. Recognizing the danger, our boy quickly determines that moving forward is futile. Without hesitation, he decides to retreat. The crowd erupts in cheers while celebrating his decision, acknowledging that he has chosen the wisest path. The students discuss Cerone's strength and dedication while realizing how talented he truly is. They begin to understand that they have misjudged him all along. As their perception shifts, they start cheering for him while urging him to be careful. Amy, however, remains uncertain about whether he has trained to the final level of the exam. She knows that advancement is a crucial step in the journey to becoming a mage. Reflecting on his determination, she realizes that he has always aspired to master magic at a professional level. Meanwhile, Thad continues his conversation with Maria while emphasizing the necessity of competition in reaching the final stage. He believes that no one should rush the process. Instead, by progressing steadily, they ultimately become mages. She questions whether it is already too late for her, and in response, he offers his help. He asks if she is willing to try again. Overwhelmed with emotion, she begins to cry. At that moment, the headmaster arrives while declaring that the exam will proceed as planned. Taking full control of the situation, he assures everyone that he will be responsible for whatever happens next. The spectators cheer as our boy moves forward while holding Mark. He notices that the traps behave as if they are alive, their patterns irregular and unpredictable. Disappointment settles in as he realizes the difficult position he has put himself in by trying to save Mark. Meanwhile, Mark continues crying for help, terrified of dying. Determined to find a way out, he decides to perceive the entire structure as a single entity while focusing on each part individually, which is an approach he has experienced before. He also recognizes its similarity to Schism. A sudden flash appears, and he surges forward while breaking through the traps. With precise movements, he dodges each obstacle while leaving them all behind. The spectators watch in shock, unable to believe what they are witnessing. Amy and Cerone observe with astonishment, while Professor Oliver, while standing beside them, wonders how he is managing such a feat. Meanwhile, the headmaster contemplates whether, in moments of crisis, individuals can achieve extraordinary accomplishments. However, he recalls that their limit lies in self-satisfaction, and he finds none in the boy. He starts to question whether this contender has any limits at all. Unfazed, our boy keeps moving forward while leaving the traps behind. Professor Romy watches with keen interest, fascinated by his unwavering focus. She soon realizes that his spirit zone density has increased to 99.9%, while indicating that he might be on the verge of breaking free. While impressed by his talent, she knows it does not diminish the danger. Traps continue to appear, and he quickly assesses the limited space between them. A full 10-meter teleport proves impossible. Adjusting his approach, he reduces the distance by a tenth while maneuvering with swift right and left movements. With relentless precision, he leaves the traps behind while advancing steadily through the maze. He watches the next trap approaching and quickly realizes that moving straight ahead is impossible due to the narrow gaps. In this situation, he must act with extreme speed. Without hesitation, he accelerates while moving within the blink of an eye. Iruki, while observing closely, feels a surge of excitement as he recognizes that Cerone is about to use Rainbow Drop, that is a technique involving the bending of light. The others, puzzled, question how light can bend when it is supposed to travel in a straight line. Iruki explains the fundamental principles behind it. He states that the derivative of a circle is an infinite straight line, while meaning Cerone has divided his teleportation intervals down to the millisecond. The spectators, amazed, wonder how he is managing to calculate everything so precisely. Iruki, equally impressed, considers the limitless potential of Cerone to be truly extraordinary, while recognizing him as a genius. The other students, witnessing his feat, share the same sentiment. Above, Cerone moves at incredible speed, still holding Mark as he dodges each trap with flawless precision. However, as he presses forward, his gaze locks onto an enormous obstacle ahead, which is the maze of the dragon. Professor Oliver searches for Professor Thad, wondering what he is doing. Meanwhile, Mark grows increasingly unconscious, his strength fading. In a panic, he cries out while shouting that a monster stands before them. Our boy, focused on the path ahead, plans to maneuver around the obstacle by routing from the left. However, Mark continues to yell while pleading to be let go, his fear overwhelming him. At the same time, Professor Oliver remains intent on finding Thad. When she finally spots him, she urges him to stop the maze immediately. Confused, he questions her concern while reminding her that the test had been cancelled. However, she quickly informs him that the test is still ongoing, and that both contenders remain trapped inside. Shocked by the revelation, he wastes no time and rushes from the spot. Professor Romy also arrives while running toward them. With urgency, she announces that Cerone is heading straight toward the maze of the dragon. Panic spreads among them as they realize the danger he is about to face. Fear grips everyone as they watch the contenders approach the deadly maze. Even the headmaster, now alarmed, attempts to intervene and stop them. As tension reaches its peak, only 1 second remains before Professor Romy departs from the scene. Only 1 second remains before Professor Romy leaves to approach Professor Oliver. As our boy heads toward the dragon's maze while holding Mark, he realizes that he's not dead yet. The spectators try to stop them, worried for their safety. Sweat pours from him while freezing mid-air. With just 1 second left until impact, he decides to stay calm. Since he's still alive, he thinks through the situation and tries to figure out an easy way to exit. As the seconds tick down, only 1 centisecond remains. He initially believes there are 9 teleports, which should be enough to escape, but quickly realizes he's made a mistake. He hadn't factored in the distance to Mark. With only 1 millisecond left, he scrambles to find another way out. The students watching are incredibly worried, and the headmaster is also trying to stop them, aware of the danger. In a swift movement, he suddenly picks the correct pattern. A flash appears, and both he and Mark are seen soaring through the sky. The spectators gasp, shocked by what they've just witnessed. Within moments, they land on the ground, unharmed. Everyone wonders if he has truly made it through. Professor Romy is left speechless. Our boy can't remember how it all happened, but wonders if he has actually escaped the maze. Meanwhile, the pathless bridge devices disengage. One of the students mentions that this was a special level of the senior class, and he has successfully passed it. Now, while sitting on the ground, he relaxes while thinking that although it felt like the end, he managed to make it through. Cerone is both happy and surprised. At the same moment, Amy realizes that, even if only for a brief time, he actually seemed cool. His success is a result of his dedication and the effort he put into his practice. The students congratulate him while praising his determination, especially since he is only in class 5. Just then, Professor Oliver appears. Frustrated, she wonders if she has missed the entire exam because of Professor Thad. However, the professor reassures her that he has done his best and will explain everything later. Despite this, she remains annoyed. Turning to the headmaster, she suggests that, since the students have reached the end, they should announce the results. However, the headmaster remains in shock, finding the entire situation miraculous. Meanwhile, he also expresses his gratitude to the Our Boy for showing him the light. Professor Oliver notices the headmaster's unusual behavior. Professor Thad then explains that, in the past, the headmaster earned the nickname Light of House Murphy for redefining the photon, a feat that also won him the Golden Circle Award. However, driven by greed, he abandoned both his brilliance and status. As Professor Thad approaches him, he remarks that their school now has a new brilliant star. The headmaster, still deep in thought, responds that watching Cerone's abilities reminded him of his own past. For the second time, he feels his heart racing. The headmaster commends all the participants for their bravery, while emphasizing that it will help shape their futures. He then announces our hero as the winner. The spectators erupt into cheers, but suddenly Mark appears. The other students assume he is about to argue for the title while considering he had launched multiple attacks and even been saved by him. They murmur among themselves while believing that Mark should not challenge the outcome. However, as Mark steps forward, he acknowledges that our boy is a true genius and admits that he had completely misjudged him. Bowing in front of him, he takes full responsibility as a mage while leaving everyone stunned. His team members also step forward, apologizing sincerely. They too bow before him while asking for whatever punishment he deems fit. Instead of reprimanding them, he simply advises them to strive for better lives while choosing not to punish them. Exhaustion weighs on him, and all he desires at that moment is rest. Meanwhile, Amy urges Cerone to leave with her, but Cerone insists for her staying by his side. However, she finds no opportunity to do so, and the realization dawns on her that it may be her turn to work hard for her exams. Just then, our boy calls out to Amy while telling her that he is coming for her. Both girls are taken by surprise. Cerone, even more shocked that he called Amy's name in front of such a large crowd, feels an unexpected pang of jealousy. She starts to see him as even more intriguing. Later, after Cerone finally gets a good rest, he wakes up without any recollection of that moment. Meanwhile, Professor Romy reflects on the events inside the dragon's maze while wondering if she had somehow lost track of him along the way. In the disciplinary board, a hearing takes place. Professor Thad states that Maria is willing to accept reprimand, but Mark and the conductor of the engine room argue against her punishment. Mark insists that guilt should be shared, as several others come forward with confessions while revealing their scheme to attack Cerone during the test. As tensions rise, our guy wonders if he is truly ready to take responsibility for his actions. He argues that Maria was forced into an impossible situation, and that her actions in the engine room were never meant to harm anyone. However, the headmaster declares that she will still receive disciplinary punishment. At that moment, Cerone steps forward while offering to accept punishment as well. He acknowledges that he ignored the signal and entered the maze regardless. While it may not have been intentional at the time, he also admits that he dragged Mark through the dangers. The headmaster, taken aback, realizes this is an unexpected turn of events. Professor Thad points out that everything is unfolding just as the headmaster had wanted. The students, once filled with competition, pride, and jealousy, now admit their faults and choose to return to the path of a professional mage. Even this moment has become a lesson. With the final decision made, everyone receives punishment. Professor Thad, astonished, remarks that he has never witnessed anything like this since the school was made. In the end, every student present faces consequences and Maria and Mark are suspended for 2 months, while the rest receive 1-month suspensions. As for the winner, Cerone, Professor Oliver wonders why he continued into the maze despite the signal to stop. He reflects for a moment, then admits that he simply did not want to lose. Solving the maze's puzzle became his only focus, and beyond that, he barely remembers anything. Professor Oliver realizes that, despite his calm appearance, Cerone possesses an aggressive nature. She also observes that, in many ways, he is just like other boys his age. Meanwhile, Cerone returns to his room and lies down on his bed to rest. As he drifts into sleep, his dreams take him back to the maze. In his vision, he sees himself erasing his presence and dividing his teleports into multiple parts. It feels as though he is scattered across the world while existing in different places at once. He remembers how he was dragged into the maze, the space around him stretching into infinity. Suddenly, his eyes snap open as the sound of a piano reaches his ears. 3 days have passed since the test ended. Surprised, he realizes he has been lost in his dreams for all this time. Reflecting on his experiences, he acknowledges the value of the book Amy had given him on magic. Grateful for her help, he decides to return the book along with a small gift of appreciation. Determined, he makes his way to Integrated Training Ground 2, where he finds Cerone and Amy. As he arrives, Cerone greets him warmly and inquires about his well-being. He expresses his gratitude to both of them and presents a token of appreciation. With a thoughtful gesture, he offers them apples. Amy, taken aback, looks at the apples in surprise. Cerone tells Amy that he has read the book she gave him and noticed her drawing of apples. Curious, she opens the book and realizes how he gets this knowledge. Suddenly, she runs away while leaving both Cerone and Cerone in shock, especially since their class is about to begin. As Amy dashes off, Cerone instinctively follows her. Although Amy has moved up to the advanced class, she struggles with a particular problem she has yet to solve. Time passes, and after 1 month, Cerone returns to class. The students eagerly welcome him back while telling him they have saved a seat for him. Now that Class 7 has returned from suspension, they seem excited to have things back to normal. However, Cerone finds their repeated announcements unnecessary. He begins to wonder if he has become intimidating to his class fellows. Seated in class, he notices Serial approaching. She asks if she can sit beside him, to which he agrees while referring to her as his guest. With a teasing tone, she remarks that he looks bored without his girlfriend. However, he counters while suggesting that she seems more affected by the situation than he is. She admits to it and reveals that this is precisely why she took the advancement test. At first, she only wanted to graduate, but Amy's constant motivation has inspired her to push further. Now, she is seriously considering becoming a soldier. Cerone is taken aback by this revelation. Curious, Serial shifts the conversation toward his relationship with Amy. However, he deflects and instead questions whether becoming a soldier and engaging in warfare would be dangerous. She dismisses the concern while explaining that war isn't the only factor to consider. Soldiers receive financial support and other benefits while making it a viable career choice. She then informs him that Amy has chosen long-distance magic as her major and aims to specialize in espionage. This revelation makes Cerone reflect on his own concerns. He wonders why he has been worrying about Amy so much. In Class 5, students must select their specialization to become mages, a decision that grants them significant advantages. Just then, Nate approaches and asks if Cerone has been training alone again. Offering his assistance, he expresses his willingness to help. Cerone appreciates the gesture while recognizing that Nade has an exceptional affinity for electricity, a rare and valuable skill. As he observes his new surroundings, he realizes that Class 5 feels vastly different from Class 7. He speculates that this change might stem from the students being closer in age and displaying greater maturity. Before he can dwell on the thought, several members of Class 7 appear while calling out to him. They insist that he listen to them at least once. Curious, he asks what they want to discuss, briefly wondering if the topic will involve chemistry, biology, or literature. However, to his surprise, they instead ask about his intentions specifically, whether he is more interested in Professor Romy or Professor Oliver. The unexpected question catches our dude off guard, but before he can respond, Nade immediately reacts while acting as if the choice is obvious. At first, Cerone feels relieved while thinking Nade shares his view. However, Nade then declares his support for Oliver while admiring her intelligence. In contrast, another boy strongly disagrees while arguing that Romy's protective nature makes her more appealing. Meanwhile, as the discussion continues, someone turns to Cerone and asks for his opinion. Feeling uncertain about how to fit in, he carefully responds while saying he respects both professors too much to choose between them. However, a boy insists that he will explain the correct answer later. Just then, their conversation is interrupted when someone arrives. Immediately, the group shifts its attention and greets Iruki, who joins them casually. They jokingly mention how the previous discussion was just about the attractiveness of their teachers. At the same time, Cerone observes how effortlessly Iruki interacts with the group. Nate introduces them while pointing out that Cerone has probably never met Iruki before since he usually keeps to himself. Iruki, however, greets him confidently and reveals that he already knows about him while suggesting that almost everyone at school does. Suddenly, Cerone remembers Iruki's voice and realizes he has heard it before. When they shake hands, our boy remembers Iruki once advising not to hesitate and to stay focused on his goal of becoming a mage. Grateful, he thanks him and explains that he was able to understand schism concept because of him. However, Iruki bluntly responds by saying our guy is a lot more interesting in person. Unsure of how to interpret this, Cerone feels confused about whether it was an insult or not. Fortunately, Nade laughs nervously and reassure him that Iruki speaks that way to everyone. Before leaving, Iruki wishes our boy luck and warns him that his class is full of stubborn people. Nade asks if he plans to stay for the lesson. He simply replies that he doesn't like it. This response surprises him, who quietly questions his lack of interest in magic class. Finally, he apologizes for Iruki's behavior while explaining that although he may seem difficult at first, he is not a bad person once people get to know him. Our dude responds by considering him special. One of the boys, however, dismisses the idea of trying to understand him while saying that it would only be a waste of effort. He describes Iruki as a genius, though more on the eccentric side. Curious, Cerone asks if Iruki is really a genius. Just then, the boys notice Iruki once again and point out that he appears to be lost in his thoughts. They joke about whether he will take off his clothes. Confused, our boy asks if that has actually happened. Instead of answering, one of them simply urges him to move along. Suddenly, a series of explosions occur while shocking everyone nearby. Observing the scene, Cerone quickly realizes that Iruki is manipulating a Shizmid spirit zone. The others, still in awe, remark that no matter how many times they witness it, it remains impressive. They believe that no one else in the entire kingdom is capable of doing what Iruki does. Soon after, they spot a group of targets in the distance, where a professor is teaching Class 4. Some students call out to Iruki while asking him to stop, but he simply responds to detonate while forcing everyone to duck for cover. One of the boys calls him a madman. After a short while, Iruki casually bids farewell to our boy before leaving. At that moment, Professor Romy angrily shouts at Iruki while reminding him that he has just returned from suspension and is already causing trouble again. He defends himself by insisting that he hasn't broken anything. However, she remains firm while announcing that he has just earned 3 more days of suspension. Shocked, he complains that her punishment seems too harsh. Meanwhile, Cerone is deep in thought while trying to process what he just witnessed. He considers the nature of the Shizmid spirit zone while noting its connection to detonation techniques. He can't help but wonder who Iruki really is. One of the boys then remarks that Iruki is probably the biggest oddball in Class 5. Despite having no friends and only average grades, he is still considered a genius. Explaining further, he describes Iruki as a textbook example of a biased thinker and someone who excels in one area while struggling in others. Apparently, he scores full marks in every subject he actually cares about. Furthermore, Nade brings up savant syndrome, a phenomenon where individuals with certain cognitive differences exhibit extraordinary skills in a specific field. In Iruki's case, his talent lies in computational physics. He is so advanced in this area that he can calculate conditions that only exist at absolute 0 or 100 million degrees. Nade continues describing Iruki's extraordinary abilities while explaining that he can determine the exact date 40,000 years into the future in less than a minute. Moreover, if he wanted to, he could also memorize the entire value of pi. However, on the other end of the spectrum, he struggles significantly with subjects like literature. Recalling an incident from the past, the boy mentions how a teacher had once confronted Iruki during a literature exam. At that moment, the teacher, while holding up Iruki's test paper, had accused him of mocking the subject. Showing his answer, the teacher had pointed out that the exam was about literature, not mathematics. Furthermore, while feeling frustrated, the teacher had warned him that deep thoughts and emotions were just as important as logical reasoning. In response, Iruki had confidently argued that everything could be explained through numbers. He had then questioned how anyone could fear rational explanations, while pointing out that even emotions followed logical processes. To support his claim, he had provided an example while explaining that the expression turning red with rage was not poetic, but rather a chemical reaction. He had further detailed how stress hormones and the autonomic nervous system could lose balance while causing blood pressure to rise and pulse to become irregular. As a result, the dilation or constriction of blood vessels would make a person's face appear red or blue. Upon hearing this, the teacher had furiously ordered him to leave the classroom, while declaring that he had failed the exam and would not receive a single point. Meanwhile, listening to the story, Cerone feels deeply impressed. As he reflects, he realizes how strongly Iruki stands by his beliefs, while finding it hard to believe that someone his own age could be so confident. At the same time, Nade shares that, in the past, professors had once competed to become Iruki's head teacher. However, over time they had all given up. Surprised by Cerone's curiosity, the boy remarks that he hadn't expected him to show interest in anyone. Nevertheless, he adds that he is happy Cerone brought it up. In response, our guy admits that he simply couldn't help it. However, he also notes that there is now nothing Nade doesn't know about people. A girl approaches the group and politely asks if our boy would be interested in joining their research club. She explains that they study magic that moves physical substances and believe their progress would improve significantly with someone as skilled in proton magic. Furthermore, she mentions that if they submit a research paper, they can skip the performance assessment during vacation and study together instead. However, our boy apologizes and declines while explaining that he still struggles with his grades and wants to focus on improving them first. In response, the girl appreciates his honesty and acknowledges that there is no problem. She encourages him to reconsider in the future while assuring him that he is always welcome to join. After he thanks her, she leaves with the other girls. Watching the interaction, Nade tells our hero that it is a shame, as their club is one of the best. However, he assumes Cerone wouldn't have been tempted to join anyway. Curious, Cerone asks what he means. Our boy then admits that he too lacks a strong foundation in knowledge. Since it is already difficult for him to improve his grades, he can't even dream of joining a club. Feeling envious, he expresses his frustration. Meanwhile, our dude turns to Nade and asks if he is in a club while noting that he seems like someone who would fit into a good one. In response, Nade reveals that he does belong to a club and even serves as the club leader. However, he quickly clarifies that it is not a large-scale organization. In fact, he finds it embarrassing because they lost their research funding due to having only 2 members. He further explains that he became the leader only because all the previous members graduated. Hearing this, our boy becomes curious. He realizes that since seniors were once in the club, it must have been involved in something important. He then asks if he can visit the club. However, Nade reminds him that he initially seemed uninterested in going to club. In response, our guy insists that he does want to visit, though he worries about being more of a burden than a help. Reassuring him, Nade explains that a club is not a business, but rather a place where students study and have fun together. Soon after, he leads Cerone to the club room while pointing it out as they arrive. Our boy, while noticing the location, immediately questions it. Smiling, Nade explains that they call it Istas, which is the magic warehouse. He further elaborates that the school stores all of its training materials there. Moreover, he adds that the facility is state-of-the-art, capable of retrieving any material from its storage blocks and delivering it to the entrance. Hearing this, Cerone expresses his surprise while admitting that it truly looks like a warehouse. However, Nade tells him to wait until they step inside while promising that it looks even more amazing from within. He confidently states that generations of students have treated the place like a treasure. Intrigued, Cerone asks if he should look forward to it. In response, Nade enthusiastically agrees. As he assures him that what he is about to see will be shocking for him. As they step inside, Nade mentions that this place is like a treasure passed down by senior students for generations. He explains that many other clubs desperately want it while leading to numerous conflicts. Cerone questions whether having full access to everything there goes against school rules. Nade reveals that the space constantly changes structure whenever someone searches for something while making it impossible for others to find. He calls it a perfect hideout. After walking further, Nade stops and announces that they have arrived at the Paranormal Science Club. He excitedly shares that the club explores ghosts, spirits, the afterlife, aliens, hell, God, and more. Cerone, while feeling overwhelmed, starts doubting if coming was a good idea. He admits having some interest but finds it excessive. Suddenly, a loud blast echoes through the room. Confused, he asks about the noise. Nade casually explains that the place is full of dust and reassures him that he will get used to it. Our boy, unimpressed, questions why they tolerate the mess instead of cleaning it. Just then, he notices Iruki and reacts with shock. Nade clears up his confusion while revealing that the club has a bad reputation, so its members prefer to stay anonymous. When asked if Iruki is interested in paranormal activities, Nade clarifies that he joined to disprove everything while believing that logic explains all phenomena. Iruki, upon seeing our dude, expresses surprise at his presence. He welcomes him and quickly dives into a discussion while asking if he agrees that atoms remain even after dividing matter. He then points out that atoms themselves can be split and asks if our boy knows what happens next. Our guy, taken aback by the sudden shift to theory, admits uncertainty but guesses that atoms store great energy. Iruki, impressed, confirms the answer and praises his reasoning. Cerone, surprised that he is correct, listens as Iruki elaborates. He explains that atoms hold enough energy to destroy an entire city, and then asks what happens in such a scenario. Cerone, while thinking of the consequences, responds that people would get hurt. However, Iruki dismisses the concern and insists that the only thing that matters is the immense energy itself. Our boy tries to confirm if he understands correctly while mentioning that, according to the headmaster, mages always consider the effects of their magic on the world. However, Iruki questions whether satisfying intellectual curiosity is truly worth sacrificing lives while calling him dull. He then argues that mages do not limit themselves by choice, but rather because they lack the necessary knowledge. Furthermore, he insists that intelligence is meant to be used. In response, Cerone firmly states that if being a genius means harming others, then he would much rather remain ignorant. However, Iruki immediately counters while arguing that history has always been led by a few geniuses while the masses remain ignorant, and there is no exception. Moreover, he admits that nothing frustrates him more than idealism. Our hero, while unwilling to back down, disagrees and asserts that the logic of Iruki is clouded by defeatism. He argues that an ideal is not just a dream and it can be realized. Meanwhile, Nade, who has been listening, expresses his love for debates. However, Iruki quickly dismisses emotional arguments and suggests that they should all calm down, sit, and try again. Instead of engaging further, Cerone decides to leave while saying that he has nothing more to say. As he walks away, Nade quickly reminds him that he does not even know the way out. At that moment, Iruki, in a mocking tone, suggests that he should simply retrace his steps. He adds that if he cannot manage even that, then he must truly be clueless. Annoyed by this, Nade scolds him while pointing out that he could have explained his point in a much better way. At first, Iruki brushes it off while admitting that he got carried away. He then justifies his reaction by claiming that our boy is his rival. Surprised, Nade questions why he suddenly cares about rivals when, until now, he has only valued numbers. However, Iruki explains that it is precisely because he knows only numbers. As he continues, he brings up our boy's teleportation test while asking if Nade remembers it. Nade nods while recalling that it was the very reason Cerone advanced to their class. Building on this, Iruki highlights that Cerone had just learned teleportation, yet he still managed to clear level 10, especially the difficult dragon maze. He estimates that Cerone's time segmentation reached nearly 1,000th of a second, which is an extraordinary feat. Hearing this, Nade is completely shocked. Iruki, amused by his reaction, laughs and describes it as the mystery of insight, which is faster than action and truer than knowledge. He points out that no conscious calculation can ever match the speed of intuition. However, he then wonders aloud what would happen if he were the one competing instead. At that moment, Nade realizes Iruki's intentions and notes that this is essentially a battle between calculation and insight. Curious, he asks if Iruki plans to challenge Cerone. Without hesitation, Iruki confirms his plan while stating that he will put our guy to the test in the upcoming speedgun challenge. The next morning, a boy reminds our guy that there are 2 weeks left until the speedgun test. Cerone immediately thinks about the importance of passing, while realizing that failing would mean losing his chance at advancement. Our boy then asks if he is looking forward to it, but our guy, distracted, asks what he means. Our boy expresses excitement while believing that Cerone always performs best under pressure and wondering what he will accomplish this time. The speedgun test, as explained, requires using active magic to hit targets and gain points. Active magic refers to spells that affect objects other than the caster. Although attacks are not necessary, participants can use healing or support magic instead. The targets are divided into different stages, and once all are hit, the next stage begins. This means that speed and accuracy are the most crucial aspects of the test. However, our hero realizes that he has not learned any active magic yet, so he asks his professor for guidance. He mentions that according to omniscience standards, at least 60 points are needed to perform such magic. The professor acknowledges his concern but reassures him by pointing out that his chemistry grades have been improving rapidly while indicating that he is making progress. She teaches Cerone's class, specifically Class 5. Cerone then addresses Professor Oliver while insisting that he is not teasing her, but genuinely understands her teaching methods. She notes that he always wants to improve everything at once, but also possesses specialist-level knowledge in a particular area. Curious, he asks if she is referring to photonization theory. He recalls that teleportation magic originates from this theory, while classifying it as passive magic that converts the body into photons. Because the transition happens so quickly, it does not appear passive, but he admits that he has never considered it in depth before. He also never knew that active magic could be performed using photonization theory. In response, she informs him that this method was only recently registered with the Mage Association. Cerone, intrigued, wonders how magic involving photons will appear visually. The professor then presents several books while directing him to the relevant information. As he examines them, he realizes that this will be his first experience with active magic through reading. Despite his curiosity, he questions whether this is truly the best recommendation for him. Although it will help with the test, he struggles to see its practical applications in real life. However, the professor assures him that while it may seem useless now, its potential is vast. She explains that nothing moves faster than light, and the ease of controlling it in a linear direction is a major advantage. She then brings up the Ivory Tower, known for pioneering advancements in magic, and mentions their prediction that firing photons will revolutionize communication. She adds that various photon-based techniques are already being researched in multiple fields, many of which remain unknown to the public. With continued research, she believes the field will evolve significantly by the time he graduates. After considering her words, Cerone decides that becoming familiar with this magic early on could be beneficial. He agrees to follow her advice while feeling excited about studying a type of magic that has the potential to create a completely new field. Soon after, he begins applying the magic, but something goes wrong. Frustrated, he wonders why he cannot emerge properly. A sudden thought crosses his mind, making him question whether he is still not skilled enough to perform it correctly. At the Practical Training Ground 32, Class 5 gathers for their practice session. They focus on magical actions derived from the Spirit Zone, where photons emitted from the hand help in creating spells. Cerone quickly realizes that firing photons is not as easy as it seems. He begins to wonder if his difficulty stems from being a swarmer-type mage. As the students prepare, Professor Romy appears while welcoming the class and asking if they are ready to begin. The students stare in shock, immediately recognizing her as Professor Romy, though she has changed her clothes and appearance. Cerone notices her new outfit, while the others speculate that she might have just returned from training. One student informs Cerone that Professor Romy is a renowned bishop of the Karsus Order. Curious, he asks about the significance of the title. The student explains that being a bishop is a prestigious rank given to those who protect the holy relics. Furthermore, only 12 bishops exist in the world, and Professor Romy is one of them. They also wonder if she has received the title of Jonah, that is a rare honor. When he shares this with Nade, his friend becomes even more enthusiastic while expressing his admiration for Professor Romy and his desire to be on her team. Excitement spreads among the students as they anticipate both the test and the practical training. Cerone, too, feels eager to learn magic under her guidance. Professor Romy asks if the students are ready for the speed gun test. She explains that each class will have its own designated time for practice, and the students express their gratitude. Before proceeding, she emphasizes the importance of strengthening their omnipotence, which serves as the foundation for their magical abilities. Then, while making a surprising announcement, she reveals that a special guest from the senior class has joined them. The students react with shock and curiosity while wondering who it could be. She welcomes Samuel, who steps forward and greets the class. He clarifies that he has no intention of becoming a teacher, but out of respect for Professor Romy, he has agreed to help. He hopes his guidance will benefit all the students. Professor Romy then informs them that Samuel specializes in incantations, which is a fundamental skill for every mage. She urges them to pay close attention, as mastering this skill is essential for their progress. While the other students discuss Nade, he questions when they started seeing him as their opponent. Meanwhile, Samuel explains that incantations enhance the strength of magic through the power of words. He adds that it is easier to demonstrate than to explain, so he decides to show the students a tornado spell. Raising his hands, he forms a ball of energy in the air. Cerone watches in shock, instantly recalling that the headmaster had shown him a similar technique when he was younger. Suddenly, a tornado forms before them while leaving the entire class in awe. The teacher instructs them to remember the strength of the initial spell before she proceeds to enchant it. Speaking sacred words, he begins the incantation process to amplify the tornado's power. At first, the students are fascinated, but as the minutes pass, they grow impatient, wondering when the spell will finally conclude. After 3 long minutes, Samuel completes the enchantment while casting the tornado spell. A powerful gust of wind surges through the training ground while sweeping past the students with intense force. They struggle to maintain their balance while realizing just how powerful the spell has become. Samuel reassures them that he is not doing anything extraordinary, and it is simply the power of words. He explains that merely reading an incantation is ineffective. Instead, they must recite it with deep focus, as if meditating, to unlock its true potential. He then asks the students to consider the magic within words, while emphasizing that incantations are based on this principle. However, he explains that this process is not practical for battles. To further demonstrate, he casts an ultrasonic spell. Murmuring his incantation, he summons an enormous tornado. The students watch in shock as the powerful wind engulfs the training ground. The intense gusts send them tumbling to the ground. As they struggle to regain their footing, the teacher asks if they have been paying close attention. Meanwhile, they are in awe of her power while realizing just how skilled she is. Cerone also comes to an important realization that when students graduate from the senior class, they become level 10 mages, though unofficially. Professor Romy then thanks Samuel for his demonstration. Samuel in turn acknowledges that while he is strong, Professor Romy, being a level 6 mage, is far more powerful. The students then ask if they will be practicing incantations, but Professor Romy informs them that they will focus on sequencing instead. She explains that sequencing is a technique where students count numbers while maintaining deep concentration, which strengthens omnipotence. The students are puzzled while wondering how mere counting could enhance their magical abilities. Some question why numbers in particular are significant. Professor Romy clarifies that numbers act as symbols that resonate with the spirit zone while making them essential for this technique. To demonstrate, she prepares to enhance her own spirit zone. She begins counting in increments of 10, and in a remarkably short time, she reaches 100. The students are astonished by her speed. As she continues, her counting accelerates, and her spirit zone visibly strengthens. Soon she reaches 2400 and Cerone finds it almost unbelievable. The rapid increase in her power leaves the entire class speechless while realizing the true potential of sequencing. He considers her speed astonishing as she rapidly counts to 10,000. Simultaneously, the diameter of her image zone expands while increasing fourfold. Observing this, she explains to the students that while incantation relies on verbal practice, while sequencing is purely a mental exercise. The faster they count, the more their spirit zone improves in accuracy, size, and power, while enhancing all their abilities. Our guy begins to wonder if this technique could help him control the firing of photons. The professor continues while emphasizing that strong willpower is crucial in sequencing. She also stresses that discipline and a composed personality play essential roles in strengthening the spirit zone. Then, she asks the students if they understand the concept. Meanwhile, Cerone reflects on his own counting speed while realizing that he has already reached 1,000 within a minute, whereas others struggle to count quickly. He then considers whether his ability to perform complex calculations, such as those required in teleportation, might also apply to sequencing. An idea forms in his mind. If he divides numbers into groups and processes each group separately, he could count to 1,000 in just 10 seconds. Determined to test his theory, he focuses his energy and attempts to fire a photon toward a tree. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light appears. The students are stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened. They gaze in awe at the radiant display while finding it truly magnificent. The students speculate whether he has emitted a fire photon and if he is practicing for the speed gun test. They acknowledge that it moves at the speed of light while making it incredibly fast, but many consider it a waste of time to use this skill solely for that test. Meanwhile, Professor Romy reflects on her initial impression of him while having previously thought of him as more specialized in defensive techniques. She wonders if he has successfully performed active magic. Observing his progress, she notes that he is becoming proficient in sequencing, to which he admits. She then suggests testing his abilities in the image zone. With all the students gathered, they prepare for his speed gun practice. The professor instructs him to focus on his target once he completes the sequencing. Closing his eyes, he concentrates on strengthening his spirit zone through sequencing. As he begins counting, he shifts his focus entirely to the targets. Now at level 1 of the speed gun test, he starts the challenge. A sudden flash appears from his eyes as he emits photons. The photon fire, channeled through his hands, moves with incredible precision. He quickly realizes that the photons travel at the speed of light and that the targets shatter the moment he locks onto them. With his score now at 11, he advances to level 2, while marveling at how rapidly everything is happening. The students also recognize the striking resemblance to direct invocation, as the targets continue to break instantly upon being aimed at. As Professor Romy observes, she notices how quickly he is counting while indicating his growing mastery of sequencing. The sight of his performance reminds her of information magic while reinforcing just how exceptional his abilities have become. The professor now realizes that our boy has learned significantly from the pathless bridge and has become exceptionally fast in sequencing. He continues firing photons at an incredible speed, and by the time the test ends, he has reached level 19 with a score of 342. The students erupt in cheers, astonished that he managed to achieve such a high score in just 1 minute. As excitement spreads, some students begin considering whether they should focus on photon firing as well. However, others respond that it seems to suit only Cerone. Meanwhile, our boy also finds the test exhilarating. Nade reflects on how, at first, he struggled with sequencing. Yet now, after mastering it, he managed to score 342 points in a single attempt. However, Iruki comments that the score is not particularly high, to which Nade replies that it is still impressive for a first attempt. Then while raising his hand, Iruki asks the professor if he can try the test as well. The professor is taken aback by his request, but eventually allows him to proceed while warning him not to break anything. The students shift their attention to Iruki, eager to see how he will perform. Our dude wonders if Iruki genuinely wants to practice for the test, or if he is simply trying to impress everyone. Despite his curiosity, he watches closely. Iruki steps into the center of the ground and begins the test. To everyone's surprise, he starts using Schism for the speed gun test. The students question whether this technique will be effective since it involves hitting the targets by sight rather than by sensing them. Our boy watches in amazement while wondering how Iruki is managing to shrink his spirit zone so precisely. Suddenly, a blast appears in the sky while mesmerizing everyone. Iruki advances to level 2 while achieving a score of 13, with 57 seconds still remaining. He continues his rapid attacks while capturing the attention of all the onlookers. As the test progresses, our dude begins to realize that Iruki might surpass his score. Watching closely, he wonders if Iruki is always this strong. However, upon closer observation, he notices something shocking: that Iruki is not using his eyes to target. Instead, he is calculating the equations for each target, an application of schism that seems almost unbelievable to him. Our boy wonders if Iruki is applying sequencing techniques, but Nade explains that Iruki doesn't count in hundreds or thousands, and he counts in millions. Shocked by this revelation, our guy struggles to comprehend the level of skill required. As the test ends, Iruki reaches level 24 with a score of 548. The students are in awe while questioning whether he is even human with such an extraordinary ability. Professor Romy also finds his performance both impressive and original. Iruki steps forward while asking for feedback on his test. Our boy acknowledges that it was great, but Iruki finds his reaction underwhelming. He insists that using modularity is a remarkable feat and questions whether our boy isn't even curious about how he manages to count in millions. Our boy admits his curiosity but doubts whether Iruki would actually share his secret. However, Iruki dismisses the importance of knowing while explaining that knowledge alone doesn't lead to mastery. Then, he reveals that the technique isn't as difficult as it seems, and it simply involves applying logarithms to group numbers. Despite the explanation, our boy finds the logarithm technique incredibly challenging. Sequencing, for him, is just simple counting, while logarithms introduce an entirely new level of complexity. Iruki then asks if our dude believes he can defeat him. When Cerone responds that it's just a test, Iruki smirks while telling him not to lecture others unless he has the skills to back it up. He insists that theories mean nothing compared to practical application, and that they cannot be used to persuade anyone. Challenged by this, our boy asks if he will be proven right when he finally beats Iruki. Laughing, Iruki agrees while asserting that our boy will never be able to perform the mathematical calculations he does and will ultimately be crushed. Frustration builds within our dude, while the students eagerly watch, excited by the growing tension between them. The speed gun test follows specific rules, including scoring based on the number of targets hit within the 1-minute time limit. Each successful hit generates a new target while increasing the level. The speed of the targets also influences the level progression, but if time runs out before hitting a target, no new ones appear, ultimately reducing the participant's score. The average score of Class 5 is 400 and no one has yet reached 700. Our boy realizes that to achieve this score, he cannot miss any targets and must reach level 30 within the time limit. This means he must complete each level in just 2 seconds. Determined, he stands to begin the test. The students watch in disbelief as he rapidly destroys the targets while displaying remarkable speed and precision. They consider his performance extraordinary. As he advances, he reaches level 25 with a score of 567 before the time runs out. The students are astonished while realizing that he has increased his score by 200 points in just 1 week. With the test now over, the image zone closes, and the students cheer for him while recognizing his incredible speed and accuracy. Additionally, he has improved his ability to make 4 shots in 1 second. Then Iruki steps forward, ready for his turn. As he begins, the students notice that his spirit zone appears smaller yet faster than before. He swiftly breaks the targets while completing the test in record time. Reaching level 24, he scores 568 points by the end of the time limit. The students recognize that his score has also improved from his previous attempt while surpassing our boys by just 1 point. However, our dude remains focused on improving further and is confident that he can surpass Iruki in the next attempt. The 1-point difference is not a coincidence, as the same pattern continues the following day and repeats consistently. The students enthusiastically cheer for Iruki, who maintains his slight lead. Our boy realizes the significance of the single point that keeps Iruki ahead, while interpreting it as a message that Iruki is not even trying his best. The students continue discussing Iruki as the winner, but they are equally astonished by Cerone's rapid 600-point improvement in just 1 week. As they gather around him, they ask if he will join their club and teach them his techniques. Meanwhile, he reflects on the points Iruki can effortlessly achieve. Although he has been giving his best effort, he understands that Iruki has yet to reveal his full potential. However, Nade reassures him while reminding him that he still supports him. Since both of them are his friends, it does not matter to him who wins. Despite Nade's encouragement, our boy begins losing focus. Nade then points out how entertaining their competition is for all the spectators, with both delivering record-breaking performances. Curious, our boy asks whether any previous student has set a record before. Nade, surprised by the question, asks if he is unaware of his girlfriend's achievement. He then reveals that Amy once scored 987 points while leaving our boy utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Amy sits on the training ground. Cerone approaches her and comments on how much thinner she has become while attributing it to the intense workload of the senior class. Amy responds that Cerone will soon experience the same challenges. When Cerone asks if the advancement test is difficult, Amy explains that it is of an extremely high standard, where scoring well alone is not enough to pass. She also mentions that it feels as if all of her past actions have been graded, which Cerone finds unsettling. However, Amy reassures her that advancing in rank will make her equal to Class 4, and she already possesses the necessary skills. Cerone notices a change in Amy while finding her more confident than before. Then, she asks about our boy, which shocks Cerone while making her wonder about the nature of their relationship. As Cerone shares what Cerone has been going through, Amy realizes that Iruki is challenging him, just as he once challenged her when she was in Class 5. She recalls how Iruki pretends not to understand people's emotions, but subtly manipulates them. Cerone then questions whether he is a manhunter and asks about his connection to our boy. Concerned, she suggests helping Cerone. However, Amy dismisses the idea, telling her to stay calm while insisting that Cerone does not need anyone's help. Cerone finds her attitude toward him rude, but Amy clarifies that she only means Cerone already knows everything he needs to. Suddenly, the students notice that our dude has completed the test, achieving a score of 700 and reaching level 13. Shocked by the result, they consider it unbelievable while calling him a monster for reaching such a high score. As they confront him, asking how he managed to achieve this, he himself struggles to believe that he reached this level. Iruki, impressed by his performance, congratulates him. Meanwhile, Cerone turns to Amy, asking if our boy can win now. However, Amy dismisses it while stating that it is just a test. Frustrated, Cerone insists that she should understand the situation, given her own experience and record in the speed gun test. But Amy, uninterested, explains that she has never actively competed in this test, and has ignored him. If she had actually fought against him, she believes she would have lost. Meanwhile, Iruki takes the test again and scores 701 points. Once more, there is only a 1-point difference between them. Our boy starts to wonder just how far Iruki can go while realizing that for him, this result is effortless. At that moment, he comes to the conclusion that he cannot win at all. Cerone sits in a room, deep in thought, as he reflects on the short break before the test. However, he quickly realizes that he only has 3 days left, which, in his mind, is not enough time to surpass his rival's score. Then he thinks Iruki's words that such excuses are made only by the weak. Moreover, those without skill have no right to preach about the value of life. At the same time, frustration builds within him as he believes that, without proof, no one will ever take his words seriously. As a result, he briefly questions whether he has lost touch with reality since joining the noble school. After all, in this world, the weak are ignored. Therefore, he realizes that giving up is not an option. If he truly wants to win, he must find a way to exceed the number. Just then, an idea strikes him: what exactly is a number? Furthermore, he thinks of sequence and what is its true nature. Instead of forcing himself to think logically, he decides to feel it instead. As he does so, he pushes his mind to count as high as possible while stretching his limits. Then, something unexpected happens. Suddenly, he sees something strange and mutters in disbelief that whether it be the end of numbers. That shouldn't be possible after all. Numbers are supposed to be infinite. A sudden realization takes hold of him, and he starts unraveling the mystery. However, just as quickly, he snaps back to reality while feeling confused. Up until now, he had only been counting numbers and thinks whether he was hallucinating and stress is affecting him. Despite his uncertainty, he clearly remembers the intense pull he felt, something beyond explanation. Consequently, he begins to wonder whether numbers have a purpose beyond simple counting. Only later does he come to a shocking realization that his eyes had been closed for 40 hours straight. The next day, at Integrated Training Grounds 1, students gather for Class 5's speed gun test. Many feel nervous, their hands trembling. One wonders aloud why younger students have come to watch. In response, another explains that they want to make an impression while adding that they had done the same thing in the past. Soon after, Class 4 students arrive while causing even more tension. Some question their presence while feeling the added pressure. However, one reassures the others while suggesting that most people are likely there to witness the much-anticipated match between Cerone and Iruki. He confidently assumes that this is the main event everyone is waiting for. As the excitement builds, a student asks who is more likely to win. Another quickly points out that Iruki has consistently performed better so far. However, Cerone warns against making hasty judgments while explaining that the test pairs 2 competitors against each other and that competitiveness plays a major role. Moreover, our boy tends to excel in actual battles while making the outcome less predictable. Eventually, time runs out and the test concludes. One student proudly declares victory, while another, despite passing, feels a strange sense of frustration. Meanwhile, Cerone admits that although she had sounded confident earlier, but she is actually nervous inside. As another test wraps up, a student expresses satisfaction while realizing that he performed better than expected. Soon after, the professor commends Group 19 for their efforts. Without delay, he announces that it is time for the final group. As Cerone and Iruki step forward, the crowd erupts while chanting their names. The atmosphere buzzes with anticipation. Amidst the excitement, a boy eagerly encourages Cerone, urging him to maintain his high spirits. The professor gives them 1 minute, reminding them that many eyes are watching. Moreover, he hopes they will fight fairly and give their best for the test. Meanwhile, Iruki turns to Cerone and allows him to begin. Without hesitation, their battle starts, and both put in all their effort to win. As the fight unfolds, students watch in shock. For instance, one exclaims that every target explodes right from the start, amazed by their skill. Similarly, another agrees while calling them both incredible. At first, their scores remain equal at 12. However, as time passes, Iruki's spirit zone gradually shrinks. At that moment, A student whispers to Serial while mentioning that he has heard about Iruki's schism before, but never expected it to be such an impressive sight. In response, she nods in agreement while admitting that Amy was right to call him a tough opponent. While speaking, she suddenly notices a change that Cerone's score has now surpassed Iruki's. At this point, Iruki holds 119 points, whereas Cerone reaches 121. As a result, some assume that Iruki is playing around again while pretending to lose before making a comeback. One even calls him arrogant for his tactics. However, Iruki surprises them by laughing and clarifying that, this time, he has been giving it his all. Then, he turns to Cerone, suspiciously asking what he did during the past 3 days. Meanwhile, the professor silently observes while realizing something important. He notes that a new path may seem long at first, but if someone has walked it before, they can move down it much faster. Furthermore, he compares it to counting while wondering just how far Cerone has pushed himself. In the end, Iruki, still stunned seeing the performance of Cerone and considers him monster. As the professor observes their performance, she recognizes modularity in action. She notes that our guy is getting more numbers as they appear in his calculations, while making it an effective strategy. Additionally, she realizes that our boy can consciously count to his limit each time. Meanwhile, our hero remains deeply focused while understanding that his concentration has been pushed to its limit from the moment he stepped up. However, he also knows that if he makes even a single mistake, the entire sequence will collapse. Therefore, he cannot afford to lose focus for even a second. A flash appears and at that moment, his score rises far beyond Iruki's. While Iruki holds 432 points, Cerone reaches 469. The crowd erupts in excitement while cheering him on and urging him to go even faster. On the other hand, Iruki struggles with the pressure while comparing the situation to psychological doping. As a result, his calculation routine interrupts. He then realizes that he has underestimated our guy while acknowledging that they are equally intense. Nevertheless, he believes his own risk-taking strategy is on a different level. In a sudden turn of events, he pushes past Cerone's score. Everyone watches in shock as Iruki's points skyrocket. However, despite the shift, our boy does not seem to slow down. Instead, the sound of Iruki's rhythm exploding fills the air. A student suddenly notices something unusual and questions whether Iruki's spirit zone has become blurry. Serial quickly corrects him while explaining that Iruki is not losing control and he has actually formed 2 spirit zones. This revelation leaves the entire audience stunned. Even the professor expresses disbelief while questioning how a double spirit zone is even possible. Meanwhile, our guy processes what he just witnessed while realizing that Iruki has mentally divided his schism. Furthermore, she recognizes that Iruki is now performing 2 separate calculations within each spirit zone while using logarithms. The professor acknowledges that such an ability is extremely rare, even among prodigies, and finds it astonishing that Iruki has kept it hidden all this time. A flash appears and Iruki was outstanding. At this point, Iruki's score surges far ahead while reaching 845, while our boy remains at 692. As the gap widens, a student declares the battle over, certain that the winner is already clear. Another comments that Cerone performed well but simply had bad luck. As reality sinks in, Cerone starts doubting himself. He believes he has given everything he has, yet he still cannot produce even half of what Iruki achieves. His heart fills with sadness as he questions whether his best is truly enough. However, as uncertainty clouds his mind, a new thought emerges that he must not let fear consume him. Instead, he resolves to push forward, determined to transcend numbers themselves. As our guy unveils his new technique, everyone watches in shock. Meanwhile, students excitedly point out that the lights around him are growing brighter. More targets were appearing in front of him. At the same time, he pushes himself harder, determined to give his all. Meanwhile, Iruki lets out a sarcastic laugh while taunting him to go as fast as he wants. Moreover, he confidently declares that his calculating power will always come out on top. Deep down, he convinces himself that he can calculate all the numbers in the world, and that victory is his. However, as the final second drags on, frustration builds. Time suddenly feels unbearably slow. Finally, the test ends. At first, Iruki checks his score while believing it to be a strong result. Naturally, he assumes he must have won. However, before he can celebrate, he notices Cerone's reaction. At that moment, Serial rushes to Cerone, concerned about his condition. Seeing his exhaustion, she immediately asks if he is okay. Still feeling overwhelmed, he weakly calls out to her while asking about the test results. Instead of answering immediately, she beams with excitement and, to his surprise, reveals the shocking news that he has won. Not only that, but he has also set a new record. Suddenly, cheers erupt from the crowd as students rush to congratulate him. Meanwhile, Cerone stands frozen while struggling to process the fact that he actually won. Meanwhile, Iruki approaches him while bringing up a rule violation. Specifically, he points out that area of effect magic is not allowed in the speedgun test. In response, Cerone realizes what happened and admits that he unintentionally lit up the entire room. Hearing this, Iruki sighs while calling his reaction dull. However, he quickly reassures him that firing protons does not count as area of effect magic. With a smirk, he formally acknowledges Cerone's victory. As a result, the crowd gasps at his words, unable to believe what they just heard. One student even jokes that the sun must have risen in the west that day. Afterward, our boy takes the opportunity to address a lingering debate. He asks if Iruki now accepts his belief that human lives are more important than research. After a brief pause, Iruki reluctantly agrees. Consequently, this unexpected admission leaves Cerone completely stunned. However, Iruki quickly adds that our guy has misunderstood something. Specifically, he explains that an explosion by itself is not inherently violent. Instead, it is simply a massive release of energy. Furthermore, he clarifies that for an explosion to be truly violent, it must be set off with harmful intent. In response, our boy argues that people are the ones who manipulate energy, and that fact does not change how dangerous it can be. Iruki nods but asserts that this is exactly why responsible individuals must be in charge of handling such power. Then, with a serious expression, he declares that, from now on, Cerone must take responsibility for him as well. Iruki explains that if someone could control the energy, a single blast could sustain 10,000 people. He believes it would mark a new era without conflicts over resources, though he personally does not care much. Our boy questions why he did not explain it that way earlier, saying it would have prevented misunderstandings. Iruki admits he was testing Cerone's reaction while wanting to see whether he would exploit power or respect its dangers. Understanding Iruki's intention, our guy realizes that his opponent fears his own strength. Iruki acknowledges Cerone's victory as proof of his strong resolve and declares that only Cerone can stop him. He warns that if Cerone does not accept this responsibility, he will not back down. Determined, our boy vows not to leave until he fulfills this duty. The surrounding students react with shock while wondering if Iruki has been holding back out of fear. One of them expresses confusion about whether Iruki is a realist or a dreamer, but recognizes that his fear is genuine. Finally, our hero reassures Iruki by taking his hand and promising to stop him when the time comes. A boy then embraces them both while declaring how proud he is to be their friend. Soon after, a professor calls for Cerone and leads him away. She questions whether he understands what he has done and if he truly intended to leave them. When he hesitates, she warns that stepping into that realm means losing oneself completely. Surprised, he apologizes, unaware of the danger. She explains that the place he entered exists beyond numbers, known as the Immortal Section by mages and Nirvana by monks. She cautions that although a human can reach infinity, anyone who ventures too far ceases to exist. Later, our boy reflects on his recurring nightmare, where he sees a vast void pulling him in. As he wakes, he realizes it is the same dream he has every night since stepping into that realm. He also notices a strange sensation affecting other students. When he accidentally spills a glass of water, he decides to seek answers from Professor Romy. However, she assures him that there is nothing wrong with his body. Cerone wonders aloud what is happening to him, while admitting that he feels as if a ghost has taken control on his body. While sharing his concerns with his friends, Nade laughs while saying Cerone's serious expression made him nervous for a moment. However, our boy insists he is not joking, and reminds them that they are part of the Paranormal Science Club. Iruki comments that it is unusual to hear such concerns from someone as brilliant as Cerone, who even managed to defeat him. Nade questions why Iruki is reacting so seriously as well. Our guy then chuckles while considering whether it was foolish to bring up the topic. But Iruki brings up Cerone's dream while recalling that he described being in complete darkness, surrounded by stars that were being pulled somewhere, and at the end, he saw a pulsing string of light. Nade confirms that the light resembled a heartbeat. Iruki then states that the vast scale, speed, and nature of the place Cerone described are impossible to observe on Earth. However, if the dream represents something real, he explains that such a phenomenon could only exist in outer space. Shocked, our boy compares it to what they have read in books and questions how he could dream of a place he has never seen. Nade reassures him that it is possible while claiming he has heard of similar cases before. When Iruki asks for clarification, Nade recounts an experiment from 200 years ago. He explains that scientists performed a spiritual electrolysis test on a criminal sentenced to death while believing that if the soul had a physical form, electricity could break it apart. The man was placed inside a metal box that acted as a conductor, and a continuous electrical current was applied. However, since the experiment was highly unethical, it was shut down quickly. Surprisingly, the man survived and regained consciousness after a month. When he awoke, he spoke of distant countries he had never visited or even heard of. These places existed beyond their land, yet he described them with remarkable accuracy. Nade emphasizes that everything he said was later confirmed to be true. He then explains a possible theory, while suggesting that if the man's soul had truly been broken down and ionized, it could have turned into an electromagnetic force capable of attracting global information. The odd tingling sensation he experienced during the process was referred to as supersight. Our boy reacts with shock while realizing that the tingling sensation Nade described is exactly what he has been feeling. Iruki then questions how Cerone could have seen outer space, while suggesting that if the soul is electrically ionized, it might cause a quantum phenomenon that allows it to transcend time and space. However, our guy struggles to understand his explanation. Iruki clarifies while stating that this occurs at a level smaller than electrons, where events happen beyond human comprehension. He describes it as a world that cannot be measured or observed simultaneously, while existing only through probabilities. He then proposes that if the soul is lighter than an electron, the usual connection between time and space collapses while making it possible to perceive the universe itself. Nade excitedly points out that the theory fits Cerone's situation perfectly. Amazed, Cerone admits that they have explained his experiences in a way that makes sense. He praises their knowledge while joking that they truly are a science club despite not looking like it. Nade proudly agrees, while Iruki reminds them that this is still just a hypothesis. To understand more, he insists that Cerone should be honest with them. He then brings up the unusual results of Cerone's proton firing during the speedgun test and connects it to when the nightmares began. Curious, he asks what really happened. Our guy hesitates before revealing what Professor Romy told him. Before he can finish, Nade interrupts with a shocked reaction to the mention of the immortal section and immediately asks if Iruki has heard of it. Laughing, Iruki recalls learning about the immortal function from his father while describing it as the ultimate mystery in mathematics. He believes this function holds the key to understanding everything. Our dude then mentions the professor's warning about its dangers. Iruki agrees while explaining that in a way, infinity and nothingness are fundamentally the same. He suddenly realizes how Cerone managed to defeat him and laughs at the irony of the situation. Surprisingly, while hearing the others discuss it casually makes Cerone feel more at ease. Determined, Cerone announces his decision to join the Paranormal Science Club. Nade cheers excitedly, while our boy explains that he no longer wants to live in fear. Instead, he wants to study the phenomenon and face it head-on, while believing that together, they can uncover something important. Nade enthusiastically declares that they are coming for the immortal function, while celebrating the fact that their club finally has enough members to regain official status and school funding. Iruki, however, questions whether the professors will approve Cerone's membership, while reminding them that their club has the worst reputation in the school. Confidently, Nade assures them that he will take care of it while revealing an application form he plans to submit secretly. The other two express concern, but he dismisses their worries and suggests celebrating at the cafeteria. Cerone offers to pay, despite Iruki reminding him that he is broke. Laughing, our boy insists that since it is now his club, it is only fair. However, he also points out that they should clean up their club room first. Unfortunately, despite Nade's efforts to be discreet, the application is discovered by the professor he least wanted to find it. She is shocked when she sees our boy's name on the form. Professor Oliver asks Professor Thad what he is doing, and he replies that he is carrying the new admissions for the club since there are many before the vacations. He explains that every year, the club is formed, and once the students perform well, it is dissolved. As he speaks, he accidentally drops one of the slips on the floor. Oliver quickly picks it up and is shocked to see that it does not belong to this club. She is even more surprised when she notices the name of their student on the application. Holding it in her hand, she immediately goes to meet Professor Romy. Arriving at Romy's place, she apologizes for interrupting her training, but Romy assures her that she must have come for an important reason. They both take a sip of tea as Oliver reveals that Cerone has joined the club. Romy is surprised by the news. Oliver reminds her that it is the Paranormal Science Club, notorious for a major incident when they were students at this school. Parents often complained about it, and she wonders why Cerone, being one of the most talented students, would choose this club instead of focusing on his studies. Professor Romy, however, explains that the club has changed significantly under the presidency of Nade. He is a responsible person with a good group of students who do not cause any trouble. She further mentions that Gold Machia, the head of the Mage Association of Tormia, was also a member of this club. Confident in its new direction, she believes that Cerone will benefit from joining. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nade is lying down and calls our boy. Our guy asks if they are not going to attend class, but Nade, feeling unwell, admits that he usually skips. Nearby, Iruki plays chess, eager for another round. As Cerone looks around, he notices the state of the room, which he had cleaned earlier, now messy again. Realizing that both Nade and Iruki neither attend class nor conduct any research in the club, he decides to focus on studying on his own. Cerone starts reading books while, nearby, Iruki asks Nade if he has completed his invention. Nade responds that it is not finished yet. Curious, Iruki guesses that he is working on an invisibility cloak. When Nade finally shows him the invention, he is highly impressed. Noticing this, our boy also wants to see it. Nade explains that it only works for an hour while prompting our guy to come over and examine it as well. Meanwhile, Professor Oliver and Professor Romy continue their conversation. Professor Oliver clarifies that she is not concerned about Nade but rather about Iruki, who, despite pretending to remain in Class 5, is far more capable than he lets on. She points out that Cerone has already surpassed him in the speedgun test. Aware that once the senior students graduate, the school will finally be rid of certain troublesome individuals, she worries that if Cerone starts interacting too much with Iruki, he might adopt his habits, which could be harmful to the school. Professor Romy, surprised by Oliver's concerns, believes she is overthinking the situation. On the other side, our boy notices that Nade has completed several magic grenades. Observing them closely, he wonders if they are dangerous. Nade reveals that he has been saving them for a long time, but Iruki dismisses this while claiming he is lying and only wants to become a magic engineer, which is why he struggles academically. Our guy, surprised by his ambition, finds it incredible and asks if he has designed them using electromagnetic energy. Our boy notices a red book lying in front of him. Moving towards it, he picks it up and asks if it belongs to the Human Form Club. Hearing this, he is taken aback. As he opens the book, he sees that it contains records of students who were part of the club. Nade explains that it holds a complete history of students who have passed through various shady clubs while detailing all the gossip and illustrations related to them. Surprised, our guy wonders why the school does nothing about this. Shocked by what he hears, he continues flipping through the pages until he suddenly notices Amy Carmus in the book. As he stares at her name, Nade reassures him that there is nothing about him in it and teasingly asks if he has been dating Amy. Ignoring the remark, our boy instead questions who created the book. Iruki responds that it remains a mystery, as no one knows its author. However, since it contains detailed information about senior students, it is most likely compiled by one of them. Hearing this, Cerone is even more surprised while realizing that a senior might be behind the creation of such a book. On the other hand, Professor Oliver realizes that the Paranormal Science Club lacks morals while resembling the Dark Magician kids. She believes that if talented students join, their abilities will be misused, which could harm both the school and its monitoring system. She explains to Professor Romy that the club was never officially dissolved because it was never granted official club status. However, with gifted students now attempting to revive it, she feels the need to disband it once and for all. Professor Romy, while understanding her concerns, listens intently. Pouring some tea, Professor Romy reminds her that there is a reason why the school does not interfere with student clubs. These clubs are independent while playing a crucial role in cultivating students while allowing them to reap the benefits of their own efforts. She argues that if the administration takes away students' ability to choose, they will grow up fearing decision-making in all aspects of life. Considering this perspective, she suggests giving students the freedom to choose. Oliver, though initially hesitant, begins to see the logic in her argument. However, she remains determined to guide students toward developing their talents while keeping them away from distractions. Professor Romy realizes that Professor Oliver values our boy not as a club member but as a student with great potential. She also recognizes that Professor Oliver has given him ample time to decide his future, yet her dedication to shaping his path remains unwavering. Changing the tone, Professor Romy finally shares something she had not mentioned before, that during the speedgun test, Cerone reached nirvana. Professor Oliver, shocked by the revelation, shouts in disbelief. Suddenly the floor trembles and the building shakes. Meanwhile, Cerone, while sensing the vibrations, wonders if it is an earthquake. Nade quickly instructs everyone to hide everything while prompting Cerone to question why. Nade explains that a professor is about to inspect the warehouse while urging him to remain silent. It turns out to be a surprise inspection by Oliver. As she walks toward their room, she notes that it takes 3 minutes to reach it, and is more than enough time to eliminate any incriminating evidence. Cerone, still confused, suggests they should go and welcome the professor, but the others immediately silence him while warning that if he acts suspiciously, he could be suspended from the club. Resolving to remain composed, they sit quietly while pretending nothing has happened. When Professor Oliver finally enters the room, she finds them sitting calmly on the sofas. Observing their behavior, she becomes even more convinced that the club must be dissolved immediately. As she enters the room, she asks whether they will not greet her and thinks that these clubs are autonomous organizations run by students under the Teachers' Council. She also believes it is necessary to give any opinion through a complete process, even though she is a professor. However, Nade interrupts while stating that they are discussing something important. She finds his attitude very irritating. He remarks that if she had informed them of her visit beforehand, they would have welcomed her properly. She realizes they are pressuring our boy to be a part of their game. Meanwhile, the boy feels happy inside upon seeing Professor Oliver and wonders whether he should sit or say anything. The professor then inquires whether they offer tea to their guests, to which Nade responds with skepticism while questioning if she would trust them if they made tea for her. Choosing to get straight to the point, she tells them to come to the club room at school. They are shocked upon hearing this. Nade asks for the reason, and she explains that after reviewing the documentation, she has found many reasons to disband the club. It has not produced anything beneficial for more than 4 years, has continued operating without enough members, and has not received funding for a long time. According to regulations, the club can only continue if it produces something significant within a month. Hearing this, Nade lays in front of her while pleading not to make them do a presentation, as it is impossible to prove anything about paranormal science. He then questions whether she truly intends to dissolve the club, which stands against the Society of Magic, an organization filled with science and logic. Declaring that he would rather do anything than the presentation, he waits for an alternative. She, seeing his willingness to listen, presents another option, which is removing Cerone from their club. Our boy is shocked upon hearing this and immediately asks for the reason. Professor Oliver responds while implying that he already knows why she is saying this. She further mentions that the immortal function is a significant problem in the school while posing a dangerous threat to young students and potentially harming him as well. He insists that while he understands the risks, he will not do anything wrong. However, she clarifies that the real issue lies in the phenomenon of overflow, though he struggles to comprehend its implications. Iruki steps in while explaining that it is similar to a genius disease, something he himself experienced at the age of 8. Recalling his own experience, he shares that his father had simply told him to endure it. They appear to take the matter lightly. The professor then elaborates while describing overflow as a phenomenon where the human mind is unable to handle vast abilities, while causing the brain's barriers to break under the pressure of excessive information. This results in a severe risk of mental breakdown, commonly known as the genius disease. She warns that those who fail to receive proper treatment for this condition suffer immense pain for the rest of their lives. What concerns her even more is the overflow triggered by the immortal function, which is far more dangerous. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he becomes nervous. The thought that it could drive him to madness begins to settle in, and he recalls the nightmares he has been experiencing while making him connect the dots. Understanding the risks, she had previously advised him to reduce his class load while undergoing psychological treatment. Now, she decides to handle the matter personally. If they truly care about him, they should remove him from the club. Nade, however, refuses to agree. She tells him not to act childishly, but he insists that the decision should be his own. Iruki shares a similar perspective while believing that she is pressuring him unnecessarily. Nade then makes a bold remark while suggesting that her concern for him indicates she has feelings for him. To their surprise, she acknowledges this and questions whether they have a problem with it. They, in turn, are left bewildered while wondering how it could be possible for a teacher to have such feelings for a student. She explains that it is statistically possible, but Nade dismisses the idea while refusing to bring statistics into the discussion. He then questions whether, according to statistics, there is a probability that she also likes him. Without hesitation, she states that the chances are absolutely zero. Hearing this, Nade collapses to the ground in exaggerated disappointment while prompting her to urge him to be more realistic. Iruki then addresses the professor while pointing out that if their boy cannot handle the overflow, it does not mean he will actually die. However, she believes that, at the very least, Iruki should understand the seriousness of the situation, given his past experience. He, in turn, argues that they should trust their boy while considering his level, and accuses the professor of becoming overly concerned. Her increasing involvement even makes him view her as obsessive. At that moment, their boy stands up while asserting that the decision should be his own. He admits that he is scared, and has felt as though he is on the verge of losing his mind, yet at the same time, the sensation brings him a strange sense of satisfaction. The professor is shocked by his confession. He continues while explaining that what is happening to him feels incredibly special. Although he fears the nightmares, he is determined to uncover the secrets hidden within himself. Resolving to face it as a challenge, he chooses to overcome this situation rather than surrender to it. Watching him, Professor Oliver sees him as no different from the other boys who have come before her. She recalls the boy who once tried to save her in the past. With that memory in mind, she becomes completely accepting of his decision and agrees that there is no need to expel him from the club. Nade, upon hearing this, is overjoyed. However, the professor then announces that they will proceed with Plan A while requiring them to deliver results within 1 month. Nade, shocked by this revelation, feels an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Their boy then asks whether they are expected to give a presentation within the given time frame and whether they can reference any old records. Iruki, however, informs him that the club has never conducted a presentation before. If they had, then paranormal science would already be a subject of study in their classes, as there is no definitive way to prove the existence of the soul. Nade, while feeling utterly disappointed, finds himself helpless in the moment. Trying to change the mood, Iruki directs Nade's attention to a pretty girl. Their boy immediately reminds him to stay focused, but Nade becomes fixated on her. Curiously, he asks whether she is a senior or a graduate. It is only then that their boy realizes the woman in question is actually Professor Oliver, while looking entirely different than usual. Iruki takes note of his keen ability to judge women. Curious about her unusual appearance, he wonders where she is headed. Iruki speculates that she is probably going on a date. Nade, surprised, sees this as his opportunity. He decides to follow her while hoping to learn something about her that he can later use against her to prevent the club from being shut down. Their boy finds the idea ridiculous, but Iruki warns that tailing a level 6 mage is far from a good plan. Nade, while growing irritated, watches as Iruki dashes off, declaring that he will follow her while Cerone is tasked with bringing Nade along. Determined, Nade insists on bringing his cloak for disguise while instructing Iruki to keep his distance, as they see this as their only chance to save the club. Meanwhile, their boy cannot believe how passionate they are about everything and not about studying, but about keeping the club intact. As Professor Oliver stands ahead, Nade quickly realizes that they have already been caught multiple times. Their boy, filled with unease, questions their motives. Yet, his curiosity grows as he wonders who the professor is meeting. Finding it strange, he cannot help but ask himself why she is heading toward the commoner area. As she enters the market area, the boys begin to speculate whether she is selling something on the black market. However, instead of heading toward any vendors, she moves toward a nearby house. Knocking on the door, she greets a man while prompting Nade to wonder if he is her boyfriend. Their boy, while sensing that they have seen enough, suggests that it is time to leave since she has already gone inside. However, Nade insists that they need more information and decides they must go in. Without hesitation, he rushes toward the house, determined to do whatever it takes to protect their club while leaving their boy shocked by his recklessness. Waiting outside the house, they eventually break the basement lock and manage to sneak in. Finding the first floor empty, they cautiously make their way to the second. To avoid detection, he decides to use Schism to scan the hall area. Their boy, while observing their skills, wonders if they would be just as passionate about learning if they focused on studying instead of reckless schemes. Suddenly, Nade signals them to stop while claiming to hear a voice coming from one of the rooms. Their boy urges him to leave while they still can, but Nade refuses while arguing that since the professor started this battle, they must see it through to save the club. As they listen closely, they hear a conversation from the room. Someone is commenting on how they look and discussing whether they should change their clothes. Their boy believes this is the perfect moment to leave. Then, a girl inside asks when the man's wife will be returning, to which he replies that she will be back in 2 hours. Nade immediately realizes that Professor Oliver's supposed boyfriend is actually married. Iruki believes they now have enough information to blackmail her, but Nade, after a brief hesitation, decides against it while realizing that it would be wrong. Before they can plan their next move, they accidentally burst into the room, throwing open the door and shouting that the professor should not be doing something illegal. However, instead of finding a scandalous scene, they see Professor Oliver sitting calmly while the man sketches her. Professor Oliver, visibly unimpressed, demands to know what they are doing there. Now sitting on the floor with trembling hands, they apologize profusely. Nade, still flustered, accuses her of having an affair, which only makes her more annoyed. She questions whether they truly believe she would do something like that. Then she sternly tells them to wait until they return to school. Iruki, while accepting the inevitable punishment, quickly blames Nade for everything. However, Nade retaliates while arguing that Iruki had followed him in all of it. Iruki further points out that the invisibility cloak belongs to him. The man, amused by their panic, suggests that they might have only come because they were worried about their professor. Though she remains displeased, he reassures her while suggesting that they might have thought sneaking in was acceptable since she was present. He then offers to get them some tea. Grateful for the unexpected kindness, the boys silently thank him, seeing him as an angel who has saved them. Meanwhile, their boy finds himself growing uneasy. As he observes the man, a strange sensation overtakes him while making his head feel heavy. He wonders whether this is supersight at work. Professor Oliver, now more at ease, seems comforted by Armin's understanding nature. Curious, their boy asks who the man is and why she is being so secretive about him. She explains that they met as students in a magic school when they were young. Iruki then asks whether he is a mage and what happened to his eyes. She solemnly reveals that he lost his sight because of her. Remembering her past, she recalls a time when she experienced overflow as a child. Caught in a torrential downpour, she had been overwhelmed and trapped in a nightmarish state while running blindly through a flooded area. The water was deep, and she had been recklessly jumping through it, unaware of the danger. During that moment of panic, he had appeared while carrying a piece of wood. He had told her to hold on to it until they reached the downstream area. As they moved forward, she had hesitated while saying she couldn't do it. However, he had insisted that she hold her breath, believing it was their only chance to survive. Although he had managed to lower her safely into the water, he had been struck by debris, which were large pieces of logs crashing into him. He had once been a brilliant student, full of promise. However, losing his sight to save her had cost him his future as a mage while forcing him to abandon his dreams. She explains that she recently discovered he had become an artist, which had completely surprised her. Iruki then asks if this is the reason she has been so concerned about the overflow. At that moment, Armin enters the room while carrying tea in his hands. The boys quickly thank him as he sets it down. He remarks that Professor Oliver must have scolded them, but he knows she cares deeply for her students. As they sip their iced tea, Nade, while feeling somewhat guilty, admits that they also respect the professor. Their boy, still fascinated by Armin, asks if he can watch him while he paints. The other boys, equally intrigued, lean in to observe. Iruki, curious about Armin's abilities, questions how he manages to paint despite being unable to see. Armin, unfazed by the question, simply suggests that they begin and asks if the professor is comfortable with it. Sitting on the bed, she allows him to sketch her while the boys watch in amazement. Iruki, closely observing him, suspects that he is using his spirit zone. Nade also recognizes him as a zoner, further confirming their suspicions. Feeling a bit uneasy, their boy eventually apologizes for asking whether Armin can truly see. Instead of being offended, Armin smiles and admits that he had been waiting for someone to say that. He then acknowledges Cerone for noticing it first. With a calm gesture, he reaches up and removes the cloth covering his eyes. Armin almost doubts our boy would notice, but then he reveals his eyes while leaving him stunned. Nade and Iruki also react with shock while realizing that Armin's eyes hold something unusual. They struggle to believe it, but Armin calmly explains that it is a magic called pause. Our guy, overwhelmed by disbelief, recognizes that a time mage capable of reaching the speed of light is right before him. Armin gestures for Cerone to sit while assuring him that there is no rush since time is on their side. Admitting his own nervousness, Armin reveals that he has sensed Cerone's awareness for a while. Normally, people perceive light as visual information, but his own eyes directly see light itself. Because of that, he immediately recognizes their shared experience. Our hero, still confused, asks for clarification, and Armin confirms his suspicion whether it is the immortal function. Curious, our boy inquires about this mysterious ability. Armin describes it as a door leading to infinity, accessible only to those known as unlockers. Once opened, the mind of an unlocker quickly expands into the infinite, while bringing both power and a sense of freedom. However, he reassures Cerone that as long as he does not push beyond his limits, his mind will remain intact. With some hesitation, our guy shares a personal struggle while admitting that he dreams of the universe every night. Although he has not mentioned it to his friends, he worries that the constant supersight might drive him crazy. Armin listens and then remarks that magic seems to have embraced Cerone. He explains that such indications are completely natural, as stepping into infinity exposes one to the vastness of the universe itself. Those who encounter limitless space often feel an overwhelming fear, but that fear can also lead to enlightenment. Most unlockers gain an omnipotent control over space while allowing them to wield magic on an immense scale. However, Armin suspects that Cerone's fear does not stem from infinite space alone, but he has encountered something entirely different. When the time is right, an understanding of it will come naturally, though it may take days, years, or even a lifetime. Hearing this, our boy reacts with shock, but Armin reassures him. The knowledge he seeks is already within him, he simply has yet to name it. Trying to make sense of everything, our guy reflects on a strange string of light he once saw in his dreams. Armin considers the possibility that it might be connected to gauge symmetry, while suggesting that the answer our boy searches for lies somewhere within that mystery. Our boy feels shocked when he hears the term gauge symmetry. Armin explains that scholars once believed the world to be flawless while following precise laws of physics, fixed numbers, and an unchanging speed of light. To them, this perfect balance seemed like the work of an intentional force. However, as research progressed, they discovered that this symmetry had actually been broken. Cerone recalls something Iruki mentioned about the microscopic world, where everything follows probabilities rather than certainty. Armin agrees and adds that the universe is not as perfect as once thought. The reason behind this broken balance remains a mystery, an unknown force without a name. However, he expresses confidence that Cerone will eventually uncover the truth. Feeling encouraged, our boy thanks Armin and admits that until now, he had only followed Professor Oliver's path. However, after meeting Armin has made him feel truly inspired. In response, Armin asks for a favor that he wants Cerone to look after Sienna, as she is more sensitive than she appears. Our boy, curious about Armin's secrecy, questions why he hides the fact that he still uses magic. He suggests that honesty would be easier. Armin explains that Sienna constantly worries about him while carrying guilt over something that happened in the past. Since nothing can restore what he lost, he does not want her to feel obligated to him. He also mentions that she believes he has moved on and even started a new life. His only wish is for her to live freely without unnecessary burdens. With that, he makes our boy promise to keep his secret. Afterward, he thanks Sienna for everything. She reassures him that no thanks are needed and reminds him to write once he settles elsewhere. Armin agrees and encourages the others to keep studying. They all express their gratitude before he turns to Sienna one last time to say goodbye. She nods in response and then leaves. A girl suddenly arrives and cheerfully tells Armin that she has finished shopping. She then asks if he has completed his painting. Noticing Professor Oliver, she expresses surprise that Sienna is already leaving and suggests that she stay for dinner. Standing beside Armin, she appears comfortable, while Cerone silently observes the interaction. He finds himself surprised while realizing that Armin is more romantic than he had expected. The girl then turns to Sienna and notices her flushed face. With a playful tone, she mentions that Sienna looks unwell and points it out to Armin. Soon after, the group leaves together, with Armin bidding farewell. As they walk away, the girl makes a remark about how no one would believe that someone like Armin, known for his bright eyes, could ever look so stunned. Armin, while seeming unamused, tells her to stop teasing and focus on her report. Switching to a serious topic, she reminds him that they need to leave Creus and reach Kelvora within 15 days. She warns that they will likely face some trouble along the way, but expresses confidence that he can handle it. Playfully, she even calls him Reflector of Eternity. Armin, however, remains stern and assures her that he will fulfill his contract while asking her not to waste time with unnecessary comments. She then questions whether he has told Sienna the truth while reminding him that the lives of those he cares about are at risk. He reassures her that Sienna remains unaware of everything. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nade suddenly expresses concern while saying they are in trouble. When the professor asks for clarification, Nade explains that if things continue as they are, Professor Oliver's already bad mood might worsen. He worries that they will face punishment for informing a professor and breaking into a restricted area, which could even lead to their club being dissolved. Trying to lighten the situation, Nade asks if they can eat before heading back. Iruki eagerly agrees while saying he is starving. The professor, after considering it, agrees that it is not often they go out and decides they should get something to eat before returning. With a slightly sarcastic tone, she comments on how they must be hungry after making a mess all day. Encouraged by her response, she then tells them to eat as much as they like. Feeling hopeful, Nade wonders if they might be able to escape punishment by improving the professor's mood. Iruki, on the other hand, is already planning to order something expensive. Meanwhile, our boy quietly reflects on the situation while suspecting that the professor is upset about Armin leaving. Wanting to lift her spirits, he resolves to find a way to cheer her up. 2 hours earlier, as they eat, the professor suddenly starts drinking while catching everyone's attention. The students question her decision, to which she casually responds by asking why it is a problem. She points out that if they can break into people's houses, then she should be allowed to have a drink. Nade, eager to stay on her good side, quickly encourages her while saying that today is her day to drink as much as she wants. Iruki, amused, comments that it seems like she has never heard such reasoning before. Wanting to earn some favor, Nade offers to pour her a drink, but she reminds him that he is too young to even be touching alcohol. Meanwhile, Nade silently thinks that he needs to get on her good side, though he has no solid plan. Our boy then hands Iruki a drink while suggesting he try it, but Iruki declines while saying he is already tired of it. Determined, he adds that he will find the professor's weakness that night. An hour later, the professor is completely drunk. She grabs Nade's cheeks and affectionately calls him a troublemaker while commenting on how soft his face is. The other two observe her and immediately realize that she is fully intoxicated. Suddenly, she points at them and praises their impressive results in the speed gun test. She acknowledges their talent, but questions why they slack off in their schoolwork. With a serious tone, she reminds them that many people have talent, but still fail to achieve their dreams. She insists that she only wants the best for them, even if they think she is a bad teacher. They immediately deny having such thoughts, but before the conversation continues, they collapse onto the table, exhausted. Seeing her unresponsive, they grow concerned. Iruki notices that they have finished eating and remarks that she is not getting back up. Unsure of what to do, they realize that they have not even paid for the meal. They repeatedly call her name, but she remains motionless. At that moment, a man approaches and while seeing the professor's condition, comments that she is completely drunk. Offering to help, he suggests taking her home in his carriage, but only her, as he laughs to himself. Cerone immediately refuses, but the man dismisses him while insisting that they should leave it to an adult. Admiring her appearance, he attempts to wake her up while remarking that she is quite pretty. Seeing this, our boy becomes furious and grabs the man's hand in anger. The man, taken aback, warns our guy to reconsider his actions. However, our boy firmly tells him not to touch their professor. The man, now offended, shouts at him while calling him a rascal and saying that students should not be out so late. He then threatens to have them expelled while boasting that it would be easy for him. Without hesitation, Nate attacks him while presenting two choices that either he leaves or embarrasses himself right there. The bystanders, shocked by what they witness, recognize it as magic and whisper among themselves while wondering if the students are from Alpheus School of Magic. Iruki then retrieves the man's wallet while reading his name aloud, which was Douglas Silver from the Craeus Administrative Office. Douglas, stunned, demands to know how Iruki got his wallet. Without answering, Iruki mockingly calls him a civil officer and then tosses the wallet aside. Finally, he tells the man that if he truly wants to get them expelled, he should speak with Iruki Mercadine, who would be willing to listen. With that, he throws the wallet back at Douglas while hitting him directly in the face. The man looks confused upon hearing the name Mercadine. He hesitantly repeats it while realizing that the family is a first-class noble house, responsible for overseeing Dragonbolt and serving as the king's advisors for 3 generations. Upon this realization, he and his companions panic and quickly flee. Iruki watches them run and sarcastically questions why they even bothered confronting them if they were just going to escape. Meanwhile, Nade turns to him and asks why he suddenly mentioned his noble background, while reminding him that he usually avoids talking about it. Iruki casually responds that he makes an exception for people who try to use their influence in such an underhanded way. Shrugging it off, he suggests they leave while saying that the incident has completely ruined their meal. Before heading out, Nade takes a picture of Professor Oliver in her drunken state, while joking that Professor Perfection passed out drunk would make for a great headline. Iruki glances at the photo and nods in approval while suggesting that it might help them save their club from being shut down. Meanwhile, our boy struggles to carry the unconscious professor and complains to the others about having to do it alone. Nade playfully asks what the problem is, while Iruki reminds him that he is the strongest among them. However, our guy, exhausted, loses his balance and collapses to the ground. Seeing this, Iruki suggests that he try using his schema. Confused, Cerone asks how he is supposed to activate it so suddenly. Iruki reassures him that if he can create a spirit zone, he should also be able to use his schema. Nade adds that their kingdom has mage knights as well, and he is certain that Cerone has the talent for it. Excited by the idea, our boy expresses his eagerness to learn. Iruki instructs him to close his eyes and focus inward while following his voice. Cerone agrees while listening carefully as Iruki tells him to sense himself and dive deeper into his consciousness. Iruki asks if he can still hear him and instructs him to take deep, slow breaths. Our boy follows along and confirms that he is listening. Satisfied, Iruki then mischievously asks where his first kiss with Amy took place. Nade bursts out laughing and remarks that the two are complete opposites. Realizing he has been tricked, our boy gets frustrated, while the others find the situation amusing. Soon after, they continue on their way back. After some time, Cerone suddenly suggests that they should stop using blackmail. Surprised, Nade asks why while reminding him of how much effort they put into getting the photo. Cerone reasons that the professor must have had a difficult and emotional day. Iruki agrees, while realizing that she only wanted to protect them from experiencing the same pain she had gone through. After thinking it over, Nade also agrees, though he expresses concern about the club's future. Since the club was passed down to him by its founder, he feels responsible for keeping it alive. However, after a moment of hesitation, he decides that they will figure something out on their own. Determined, they all agree to solve their problems without relying on blackmail. Just then, Cerone excitedly shouts to do it. To their shock, the professor suddenly wakes up and asks about what they were doing. They freeze in surprise as our boy nervously asks if she is sober. She sighs and apologizes while admitting that she owes them one. She assures them that she will not report their actions to the school and that they will not face any punishment. The 3 of them stare at her in disbelief. As if that wasn't enough, she then announces that she will give them an extra month to prove their club's worth. She challenges them to find a ghost or any convincing evidence to justify the club's existence. If they truly care about it, they must convince the school why it deserves to remain. Encouraged by her words, Nade eagerly accepts the deal, determined to prove their club's importance. Iruki, though less enthusiastic, acknowledges that they will have to use their brains for once. Nade, full of excitement, calls them rascals and tells them to get ready for a challenge. Our boy, relieved but curious, asks how long the professor has been awake. Smirking, she replies that a little alcohol isn't enough to cloud the mind of a mage. The 3 students exchange confused looks while realizing they have been fooled once again. Several days later, at the magic school, students gather in confusion. They stare at a large announcement board displaying details about a mysterious club presentation. Some question when Cerone became a member, while others are surprised to see Iruki involved. However, what shocks them the most is the name of the club, which is the Paranormal Science Club. Murmurs spread as they read the title of the presentation, which is the Paranormal Science Club, the terrifying truth about Althea's School of Magic. The school's long-kept secret will soon be revealed. A group of students notices the club's name and questions whether it is truly an academic club after recognizing two members, Cerone and Iruki. About 10 days earlier, at Istas, Nade struggles to come up with ideas while expressing frustration. Iruki reminds him that they have spent the entire night brainstorming yet still lack a solid topic. Nade, while feeling hopeless, believes that even if past events actually occurred while recreating them for the presentation, would be impossible. 3 days after making a deal with Professor Alfus, our guy feels relieved that they have a chance to present and keep the club active. However, the subject of paranormal science raises concerns. Nade wonders how they can present something invisible, and the thought begins to overwhelm him. He regrets discarding a certain photograph. Iruki, unfazed, remarks that others have always considered him strange, but he no longer wants to continue. Meanwhile, our boy recalls an incident where Nade sees a shadow and falls in fear. Nade, while considering a trick, wonders if they could make others believe it is a ghost. Cerone initially reacts in fright, though only for a brief moment. Iruki doubts that the trick will deceive mages, but Nade points out that Cerone was fooled, even if only for seconds. Suddenly, Cerone realizes they don't need to prove anything. Nade, while sensing a breakthrough, suggests seeking guidance from Professor Alfus again. Iruki, however, believes the professor already has an idea. Our dude then explains that fear arises from within, rather than from external proof. Iruki understands the shift in perspective that they should make the audience believe first, then provide proof, instead of the other way around. Nade compares it to a psychological game. Cerone, recognizing the importance of this approach, expresses gratitude for saving the club, but jokingly comments that Nade has gone days without showering. Iruki praises the innovative thinking, but remains concerned that their magic trick is too unimpressive, even for believers. He suggests making it appear creepier. Nade confidently assures them that he can improve it using a continuous lightning shadow effect. With that, he prepares to demonstrate his skill. Iruki watches Nade's demonstration and comments that if he uses the technique continuously for 24 hours in a second, it will resemble a smoothly moving image. Meanwhile, Nade, exhausted from 3 days without sleep, struggles to stay focused. Our boy, concerned, advises him not to push himself too far. Iruki then wonders if they can create something similar using a machine. Nade admits he had considered that idea earlier but points out a major issue. He explains that while a moving hologram can be generated by running a program through a machine, it would appear fake if it does not respond to the person in front of it. Recalling his own experience of seeing a ghost, he emphasizes that a lack of reaction would make the illusion unconvincing. Our guy reflects on his own encounter and realizes that making eye contact with the ghost had been the key factor in his fear. Iruki, suddenly having an idea, claims he knows how to solve the problem. When the others ask for details, he explains that they can predict people's reactions in advance. Curious, they ask how such predictions could be made. He suggests using complex systems theory while analyzing numerous behavior patterns and incorporating them into a program. Giving an example, he describes how Cerone might instinctively look over his right shoulder, so the ghost could be programmed to appear on the left, while ensuring direct eye contact and triggering a fearful reaction. Cerone, impressed but skeptical, questions whether such a plan is feasible. Iruki remains confident, stating that most people follow similar daily routines at school while making it possible to predict their behavior. However, he acknowledges that an enormous amount of data would be needed, while requiring vast storage capacity, and a method to transmit the program to multiple machines at once. Nade, while realizing his electric energy may not be sufficient for the task, suddenly turns to our boy while recalling that he can fire photons. Cerone, initially surprised, quickly remembers something Professor Alfus had mentioned about the ivory tower always being at the forefront of magic. He recalls her explaining that photon technology is predicted to revolutionize communication. Confirming the idea, he acknowledges that photons can indeed be used for transmitting information. Nade, thrilled by the breakthrough, excitedly declares that they are on the verge of creating the perfect ghost. Iruki, however, reminds them that merely scaring a few people will not be enough. Looking at Cerone, he assumes he has something bigger in mind. Our guy, while hesitating for a moment, admits he has an idea and proceeds to show them a set of keywords. Observing their unimpressed expressions, he asks why they dislike it. After thinking for a moment, he suggests mixing in different keywords. Nade, instead of rejecting the idea, praises it as brilliant. Cerone, unsure whether his keywords are actually effective, becomes confused. Nade, still excited, admits he never imagined using the presentation in such a way. Iruki, convinced of the plan's potential, confidently states that if it works, it will shake up the entire school. Cerone, now feeling more confident, finds the idea fascinating. Nade takes charge and decides to start building the device immediately, while assigning Iruki to create the program and instructing our boy to prepare for photon transmission. With renewed energy, they all become excited about saving their club in a completely unexpected way. However, Iruki suddenly pauses and brings up a concern. Nade, while noticing his hesitation, asks what the problem is now. Iruki explains that after roughly calculating the number of photons required for data transfer, he has realized that Cerone would need to produce 3 times his current projection and maintain it for 10 minutes. Turning to our guy, he questions whether he can handle such a challenge. Our boy, shocked upon hearing that he must maintain his photon projection for 10 minutes, struggles to process the challenge ahead. 10 days later, Nate excitedly enters the room after putting up posters and expresses his amazement at the response. Meanwhile, Iruki has spent the entire day writing behavior pattern equations, and Cerone has dedicated his time to practicing photon firing. Curious about Nade's reaction, our guy asks what has happened now. Iruki, while grinning, announces that their event has become the talk of the school, and everyone is eager to see it. Cerone, surprised, questions whether a simple poster could have generated such interest. Iruki, amused, suggests that the attention might be due to how unusually they are handling everything. However, he also notes that the larger the audience, the more work they will have to do. Wanting an estimate, he asks Nade how many people are expected to attend. Nade, uncertain of the exact number, guesses that more than half of the entire school will show up. Worried about their reaction, he calls out their names and warns them not to faint from the pressure. 17 days before the presentation at the Paranormal Science Club, students gather in anticipation. Some express excitement while believing the event will be entertaining. One student, confident in Cerone and Iruki's abilities, predicts that the presentation will be anything but boring and wonders what they will reveal. As the professor passes by, someone stops her to ask if the Paranormal Science Club is really giving a presentation. She responds that the club's fate is still uncertain. According to the latest information, if the presentation fails, the club room will officially be reassigned as planned. A man nearby comments that the club is as good as finished, as its former prestige has long faded. However, he acknowledges that Iruki, as a servant and our boy, known for defeating the dark magicians, cannot be underestimated. He also mentions Nade's significance. Still, since they are only lower-grade students, the real concern lies in what happens afterward. He predicts that once the presentation is over, a battle will begin among the shadow clubs over who will take control of Istas. Our boy practices intensely but suddenly collapses. The mental rebound technique, which quickly increases magical output, is extremely risky. It drains all mental strength at once, requires 20 minutes of recovery, and then repeats the process. On Everest, the energy used per spell is equal to 40 minutes of focus, while making it a life-threatening method. He realizes his professor would be furious if she knew, but he still isn't satisfied with his progress. After all his effort, he can only maintain his magic for about 5.5 minutes. With just a week left until the presentation, our guy continues training. To reach 10 full minutes, he knows he must push himself to the limit, even if it risks his consciousness. He wonders if he can truly do it. Nate arrives while asking about his progress, and our boy confidently assures him that he will be ready soon. He acknowledges the difficulty of the task while admitting that it's far beyond what a Class 5 should handle. However, if Cerone fails, their club will suffer. Our hero reassures him and shifts the focus to Nade's work. Nade confirms that he is about to test his project and invites Cerone over. They soon notice Iruki, who appears exhausted. Concerned, our boy asks if he is all right, and Nade questions whether he has slept at all. Iruki dismisses their worries, determined to finish on time. Our guy realizes that there is no stopping him now, calling his dedication madness. Then, Nade reveals something, which our boy identifies as a prototype. Laughing, Nade explains that the final step requires testing the fiber optic cable Iruki's father sent. He instructs Cerone to grab it and use magic. When Cerone follows the instructions, he is stunned by the results. Nade, satisfied, remarks that it turned out just as they had imagined. As the presentation nears, Nade looks for Cerone and finally spots him. Excitedly, he exclaims that our boy has succeeded. Laughing, our guy confidently responds that it's time to show everyone what they have accomplished. At the Paranormal Science Club, the day of the presentation arrives, and the students eagerly gather. Many express their excitement, while others remind everyone to grab snacks and stand in an orderly line. A boy brings the school's special cherry juice, and someone calls out not to forget the flyers. Mark arrives and, noticing the large crowd, questions the reason for the gathering. A girl hands him a flyer and instructs him to get in line. He thanks her, feeling confused, and then examines the flyer. Noticing the childish design, he assumes a kid must have drawn it. However, when he reads the names on the poster, he is shocked. He immediately recognizes one, realizing it's a name he could never forget. Dismissing the event as a joke, he doubts anyone would be interested. He had expected better. Maria then appears, and while noticing Cerone's name, excitedly suggests they go watch. She insists that Mark must be attending and urges him to join her. Though hesitant, he agrees while thinking he might learn something. Excited, she pulls him toward the line. During their suspension, Maria and Mark had received special lessons from Professor Thad. However, Mark had intentionally placed himself between Maria and Thad. Meanwhile, some girls in the crowd notice senior students and curiously point them out. One identifies them as Amy and Serial, while questioning why seniors would attend a lower-grade presentation. Another girl reminds them that our boy is Amy's boyfriend. Amy, clearly uncomfortable, complains about having to attend. Serial, slightly annoyed, reminds her that she has asked the same question multiple times. Since her boyfriend is presenting, it only makes sense for her to be there. Amy, regretting her situation, mutters that it remains embarrassing no matter how many times it happens. As the crowd grows, someone notices a student from Class 1, which surprises many since they rarely appear at such events. Serial suddenly spots someone and nudges Amy while pointing out Fermi. She wonders why he would attend and realizes he isn't alone. Alongside him stand Herky from Sonar, Rykon the Electric Monster, Richard the Alchemist, and Caden. Confused by their presence, she questions what is happening. Amy then asks if Sariel knows what all these individuals have in common. When Sariel appears puzzled, Amy confidently reveals that they are all rumored to be members of a secretive group that is the Shadow Club's Golden Circle. At the auditorium, the professor notices the headmaster and curiously asks what brings him there. He responds that the three boys have worked hard for this day, and he couldn't help but feel curious. She welcomes him and offers him a seat. Chuckling, he takes his place, eager to see what they have prepared. Meanwhile, the students, filled with excitement, scramble for seats. Some call out that all spots are taken, while others urge the crowd not to push. Amy, while feeling uncertain, wonders if there is something about the presentation that she is overlooking. Soon, an announcement echoes through the auditorium, officially beginning the Paranormal Science Club's long-awaited presentation. The students turn their attention to the stage as the event unfolds. However, 30 minutes later, disappointment spreads through the audience. Some murmur in frustration while regretting their expectations. A few express disbelief, admitting they had hoped for more from Class 5. Others complain that attending was a waste of time. Feeling deceived, several accuse the presenters of completely tricking them. The presentation of the Paranormal Science Club begins, and the audience erupts in cheer. Nade smiles and thanks everyone for attending. He introduces himself as the club president and mentions that he will be leading the presentation. He explains that the main topic for the day is spirits. Maria appears extremely excited, while Mark, on the other hand, looks irritated and wonders aloud if a spirit is something like a ghost. Nade continues, warning that viewers might be scared and advises them to be careful while watching. Suddenly, the chandeliers start changing colors, and the screen behind him lights up. Headmaster Alfus smiles and comments that the students seem well prepared. Sienna silently agrees, thinking that the hologram background is a great idea, but she wonders what the students are planning next. At that moment, an image of school appears on the screen. Nade asks if anyone has heard the story behind the school's construction. He explains that 520 years ago, the area was originally a small farming village. However, during a famous war of conquest, everyone, including civilians and soldiers who did not want to fight, took refuge deep in the mountains. As he speaks, the lights suddenly go out. It shocks the students. Nade resumes, revealing that non-human entities had appeared in history. A loud scream echoes through the hall. Some whisper among themselves, trying to convince each other that nothing scary will happen. Just then, a foot appears on the screen. Nade explains that it belongs to a person possessed by an evil spirit. The students burst out laughing as they recognize Iruki, who appears like an evil spirit, running across the stage before crawling back into the wings. Sariel laughs loudly, finding it amusing, while Amy, sitting next to her, looks confused and wonders if this is a presentation or a play. Nade continues the story, and suddenly he dramatically runs out from the stands, appearing in pain and calling out for Alia, while claiming that he lost the most precious person to him while escaping the war. Maria, deep in thought, speculates that he must have lost his lover while running away. Mark remains speechless, questioning if this is still a presentation. Just as he is thinking, a voice suddenly comes out, calling for Noah. The unexpected call makes Mark choke in surprise. A worried blonde girl runs backstage, screaming for Noah. The students react with loud gasps, and the female students blush. Everyone immediately recognize her as Cerone, and the male students laugh. Miss Sienna gasps in shock, while Headmaster smiles. Sariel is also surprised to see Cerone pretending to be a woman. She turns around and notices Amy blushing and gaping in disbelief. She looks speechless, while Sariel quickly tries to calm her. Meanwhile, Nade dramatically shouts, expressing how much he misses Alia. As the scene unfolds, the audience watches closely, anticipating what will happen next. Two characters lean closer to each other, their faces almost touching. Thad's expression darkens, and Maria covers her face, unable to believe what she is seeing. The students gasp and wait for what will happen next. At the most dramatic moment, Iruki, playing the evil spirit, suddenly appears behind Nade and bites his shoulder. The students freeze in shock, their eyes wide with horror. Nade screams for help and the hall plunges into darkness. Maria looks around nervously, admitting that it is a little scary. Mark, trying not to tremble, swallows hard. A light suddenly shines on Nade, who returns to normal. Holding up a notebook, he explains that 6 months ago, researchers discovered an old diary while studying the history of the Academy. Their research revealed a shocking truth that some souls, after being infected by evil spirits, turned evil themselves and now wander the earth, seeking bodies to possess. Nade is about to continue when a bell rings behind him, making the students uneasy. Some whisper that the bell usually rings at midnight, but it is not even 7 yet. Nade explains that when the light disappears at midnight, evil spirits will appear. Maria and Mark frown slightly in fear. Nade reassures the audience, while telling them that they have likely never seen an evil spirit at night, because spirits only reveal themselves to those they choose. However, after watching this presentation, the audience might become more curious about them, or even attuned to their presence. He suggests that when the midnight bell rings, they should look around to see if any spirits are near. The students react with a mix of fear and disbelief. Some exclaim that they are too scared, while others argue that it is impossible. One student worries about staying in the library until midnight. Nade smiles while saying that if they are lucky, they might get to see a real spirit. With that, he concludes the presentation. As the lights return, silence fills the hall. A student from the audience suddenly speaks up, reacting in disbelief. Immediately, crumpled paper bags are thrown onto the stage, and the students' voices echo in frustration. Some complain that there were no real findings, and that it was foolish to believe in Cerone and Iruki. Others express embarrassment, feeling that they had expected something more serious. Amy stands up angrily, feeling humiliated, and storms out, saying that she knew this would happen when her so-called boyfriend got involved with these strange people. Cerone runs after her, calling her name. One by one, the first-year students leave without saying anything. Sienna quickly bows to the principal, apologizing and promising to punish the students involved. However, Headmaster waves his hand dismissively, saying that since it is a paranormal group, their approach is understandable. Sienna sighs, wondering if she was wrong to trust them. Meanwhile, the headmaster silently watches the audience and thinks that if it was going to end this way, they should not have started in the first place. In the wings, Nade laughs heartily and asks Iruki if he saw the students' expressions. Iruki smiles and replies that it was obvious from their eyes that they were affected. As the students leave, trying to hide their fear, Iruki remarks that the seed has been planted. Behind him, Cerone removes his wig and declares that step 1 was successful. Now it is time to show them what a real spirit looks like. Now at the Magic Academy, the clock shows 11:30. Nade walks in and tells Cerone that it is time and asks if he has completed the meditation. Cerone turns around, nods, and leaves with Nade. A day earlier, Nade installs hundreds of ghost-dimensional projectors around the school. These projectors are programmed to predict Iruki's actions. Cerone enters the room and Nade reminds him to walk carefully. Iruki looks at the clock and states that there are 5 minutes and 15 seconds left until midnight. He instructs them to wait for 9 seconds, emphasizing that they cannot be too early or too late. They must show the ghost exactly at midnight. Iruki raises his hand and signals them to proceed. Nade turns to Cerone and tells him it is his turn, as everything depends on him. Cerone nods. Iruki checks his watch and confirms they are ready. Nade hears the command and prepares to place his hand on the button. At that moment, Iruki shouts for them to begin. Cerone immediately infuses magic into the ball in his hand, releasing a powerful golden light. Iruki watches and acknowledges Cerone's progress, noting how much he has developed his magic in just 1 month. Nade is pleased and praises Cerone as expected. However, Cerone suddenly frowns and finds the situation strange. He describes it as if he is pouring water into a bottomless bowl. Nade turns around in shock and asks if something is wrong. He shouts in alarm, demanding to know what is happening. Iruki quickly asks about the issue. Nade, with tears in his eyes, reports that the energy output has not increased. Iruki is stunned and questions how this could happen. He asks if they can fix it. Nade, frustrated, admits that he does not know, as his calculations were perfect. He wonders aloud what is going wrong. Suddenly, they discover that the energy transmission line has been chewed by rats. Iruki sighs, looks at the clock, and declares that it is over and they have failed. Nade lowers his head and blames himself, calling himself careless and incapable of properly assembling the device. Iruki frowns, while Nade, in tears, apologizes for getting everyone involved and for making them a laughingstock. He promises to take full responsibility at any cost. However, Cerone stops him and insists that they all worked hard, sacrificing their sleep and efforts. He acknowledges Nade and Iruki's dedication and refuses to let it end like this. Cerone opens the spiritual field. Iruki frowns and warns Nade to stop him. Nade, confused, does not understand what our guy is doing. Suddenly, Nade realizes in shock that our dude is about to use his immortality. Cerone opens his eyes and enters his own spirit zone. In reality, Nade and Iruki desperately try to pull him back. They beg him to stop, warning that he will disappear if he continues. Nade, in tears, pleads with Cerone, saying that they can abandon the research group because he does not want to lose him. However, our guy smiles and reassures Nade that he is no longer afraid. He grits his teeth and looks forward, recalling the words of Mr. Armin. He declares that he will not disappear. A beam of light pulls him forward as he resolves to remember who he is. He refuses to run away anymore. At the moment when it seems Cerone will vanish, he suddenly returns to his original form. Outside, a huge light shines. Nade, worried, asks if Cerone is okay. Struggling, Cerone manages to say that they should head out. Iruki understands and immediately calls for Nade. Nade hurries back to the console and is stunned to see the energy output has already increased. Holding back tears, he turns on the switch and shouts to Iruki. Though Iruki is concerned, he still activates the controller in his hand. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Maria sits at her desk, closes her book, and decides to sleep since she has class the next day. However, she suddenly shudders as a memory resurfaces. She recalls the ghost story about midnight and wonders if she will really see ghosts. Smiling, she looks out the window and dismisses the idea, saying there is no such thing as spirits in the world. At that moment, outside her window, an evil spirit monster appears. Seeing its grotesque face, Maria is startled. In another room, Amy panics, grabs a vase of flowers, and throws it at the window, demanding to know what the entity is and how it got inside. The evil spirit in front of her laughs. Amy shivers in fear, thinking if it is just smiling at her. She immediately screams and runs out of the room in terror. As soon as she reaches the hallway, she encounters Cerone, who too shouts in fear, claiming that she has also seen a ghost. Both of them turn around in fear, realizing the horrifying truth. At that moment, other girls rush out of their rooms, as they meet a group of evil spirits behind them. Fear spreads throughout the dormitory as the girls scream and run, terrified of the ghosts. Not only the female dormitories but other buildings also light up. Panic spreads as the sounds of screaming fill the air. A group of evil spirits rushes forward, and students run around, shouting for help. Some look up at the sky, wondering why the spirits keep chasing them. The entire academy becomes chaotic in an instant. Younger students cry out of fear, while older students try to show off their strength, urging everyone to fight back. However, the number of evil spirits suddenly increases 2 or 3 times, making the students huddle together in terror. Just as panic reaches its peak, the spirits vanish without a trace. A student notices something and exclaims that there is someone on the roof. Everyone turns their gaze upward and sees 3 students, Cerone, Iruki, and Nade, standing above, clapping. Nade cheerfully comments that their presentation is finally happening with an audience. Before he can finish his sentence, a furious voice interrupts. Sienna rushes over, angrily grabbing something as she yells for them to come down. She demands to know why the academy is in chaos in the middle of the night, explaining that she was in the shower and was completely startled. Nade mischievously smiles and remarks that it is a beautiful night. By now the students understand that the ghosts are mere holographic projections. Just then, laughter echoes through the air. Sienna turns to the headmaster in surprise, asking his reason to be here. He smiles and replies that he believes the presentation is not over yet, and asks everyone to listen until the end. Nade takes this opportunity to speak, explaining that their research team has been investigating the existence of spirits. He asks if they believe in supernatural phenomena. The students react angrily, calling them frauds and accusing them of using simple tricks. Some whisper among themselves, questioning how the holograms moved so realistically. As debates continue, the headmaster conjures a small ghost with magic and laughs, challenging the students to explain how the trick was performed. Sienna comments that their prank is quite advanced. Cerone, standing above, smiles, thinking that intelligence is a magician's most valuable asset, and curiosity will always draw people in. Some 4th grade students express their frustration at being fooled by 5th graders, but admit they cannot figure out the mechanism behind the trick. Sienna acknowledges that their stunt was well executed, but insists it is not enough to earn recognition for their club. The headmaster, however, smiles and says that the trick itself is not what matters. Sienna does not seem to understand, while the students remain skeptical. They argue that the spirits are fake since they lack souls, questioning what fake souls have to do with supernatural research. Nade laughs and points out that despite their disbelief, they were all frightened. He asks them to consider what they were running away from if spirits do not exist. The students fall silent. Amy and Sariel exchange glances, deep in thought. Nade continues, explaining that their emotions, like the fear they felt, are at the heart of scientific research on supernatural souls. He argues that even those who claim not to believe in spirits experience doubt when faced with the unknown. Cerone and Iruki smile at each other, acknowledging that the question of whether spirits exist remains unanswered. Nade states that their research focuses on exploring that doubt, because that is what science is about. The students begin to reconsider. Some reflect on how knowledge once dismissed as false later became accepted as truth. Nade raises his hand and declares that their experiment has demonstrated the value of their research team. The 3 students bow in unison, marking the end of their presentation on the science of supernatural souls. Some students exchange surprised looks, while others burst into laughter. Eventually, cheers erupt. Excited voices fill the air, praising the research team for their impressive work. Some admit they would not mind being fooled like this again. The teachers observe the enthusiastic students, and the headmaster comments that the presentation holds significance. At that moment, Professor Thad walks out and gently remarks that he has no objections. Sienna sighs and, after a moment of consideration, announces that the professors have decided to officially recognize the club. Iruki, Nade, and Cerone rejoice. But before they can celebrate further, Sienna suddenly raises her voice and declares that they will all be suspended from school for 3 days. She scolds them, calling them idiots, but the 3 do not seem to care. They hug each other, overjoyed at their success. Below, the students continue congratulating them. Despite Sienna's stern warning, Maria smiles brightly and comments that Cerone is truly impressive. Mark, standing beside her, agrees, calling Cerone a genius. Sariel also expresses admiration, saying that everyone dreams of doing something remarkable at least once in their lives. Amy remains silent for a moment before smiling to herself. She thinks about how, while she focuses on her studies to graduate, they are spending time on what she considers a pointless pursuit. Meanwhile, Nade sobs, and Cerone, feeling emotional, watches their reactions. In another corner, some students speak with disdain, criticizing the club. They argue about the hierarchy within the academy's various research groups, questioning if they should take the supernatural studies seriously. One student remarks that the 5th graders will graduate soon, advising others to leave if they do not want to face them next year. Among the murmurs, a voice calmly advises everyone to stop arguing, warning that attracting attention now would only bring trouble. Another student smirks, suggesting that waiting for the right opportunity would be more beneficial. Meanwhile, Sienna silently observes the group and sighs, thinking to herself that those troublesome students in that unconventional research group and clubs need to grow up. The headmaster is quite impressed by Cerone's magic, smiles, and says it is impressive. Even he, a specialist in light magic by how it was used, is impressive. Looking up at the sky, he admires Cerone. He believes that in the future, our boy might be capable of fulfilling his dreams. Meanwhile, our guy lies on the grass, grinning with happiness. Next to him, Nade asks with concern if he is really okay. Cerone reassures him that he is fine. Iruki, smiling, says who would risk their life for a game, though it was great. Nate agrees, explaining that without Cerone's immortal ability, it wouldn't have worked. Iruki appreciates the way our guy has dealt with the immortal function with the defensive spirit zone. Cerone insists that they are geniuses too. Iruki has predicted how the entire school will react, and Nade has built large numbers of machines. Iruki resembles it with a term, big fish in a small pond. The three lie down on the grass. They tease our guy for being so humble. Cerone looks up at the sky again and with a bright shine in his eyes, says that he wants to reach higher, like the shining North Star above. Iruki asks if it is time to think about senior class now that they have played enough. Nade suddenly sits up excitedly, saying that they must graduate together. Once they step into the real world after graduation, they will have even more fun. Cerone, surprised by the mention of society, falls silent. Nade lifts his hand and, smiling, says they must promise to go all the way together. The three put their hands together in the center. Iruki asks what they should have a motto to boost their spirits and seal their promise. Nade cheerfully replies that they can use anything. The three raise their hands in the air and shout the mottos like Long Live Paranormal Science Club. Their plan to graduate together? Then, they burst into laughter. Nade points at Iruki and asks why he is cheering for something so silly. Cerone smiles happily, thinking that together, they will become the strongest mages together. At midnight, the school grounds still hold the energy of the three friends. The next morning in the boys' dormitory, Nade shakes Cerone, trying to wake him up. He tells him not to waste his suspension time and to go out and play. Iruki beside them comments that Cerone must be exhausted. Even when shaken, Cerone does not open his eyes. He feels trapped in sleep paralysis, unable to move. Once again, our guy sinks deep into his own spirit zone. He sees himself drifting toward infinity in the dark space, moving alongside the stars. At the end of his path, a massive galaxy surrounded by swirling light awaits him. But this time, something feels different. Normally, he would wake up by now, but something has changed. Suddenly, rays of light appear, creating cracks in the darkness. Cerone looks ahead in surprise as a burst of bright light flashes. Our guy suddenly wakes up. He realizes that his dream was different this time. Looking around, he wonders if what happened yesterday caused this change. He silently stares at the ceiling, feeling like something is different. Getting up, he immediately checks the paper on Nade and Iruki's desk. They have left a note that they are going to the casino, and Iruki's calculation skills will help them. Our guy sighs, figuring out that they will probably come back empty-handed again. With 3 days of suspension ahead, our guy wonders what to do. He considers going home, but rejects this idea while thinking about the reaction of his parents. Deciding to keep his suspension a secret, he dresses neatly and stands in front of the mirror, smiling. He suddenly remembers something he has really wanted to do. As he steps away, his heart pounds for no reason. Unnoticed by him, his reflection in the mirror changes and a beam of light identical to him appears. Later, our guy stands in front of an old bookstore. He hesitates before reaching for the doorknob, thinking about how he has spent years studying without a break. Now he just wants to buy a novel for himself. He misses those days. A memory comes back, one where he was not allowed to touch books. He is scared if someone stops him again. Taking a deep breath, he finally opens the door. As soon as he enters, the shop owner greets him warmly, smiling brightly. The owner jokingly asks if Cerone has come to deliver goods. Startled, our guy quickly clarifies that he is here to buy a book. The shopkeeper remains cheerful, telling him to take his time and search. She suddenly comments on how handsome he is. Cerone, speechless, thanks her, thinking she probably does not even recognize him at all. He picks up a book and wonders if he has really changed that much. After paying 2 gold coins, the shopkeeper beams with joy, calling him generous and thanking him excitedly. Cerone lifts the book, The Dragon Tamer Who Slayed the Dragon King, toward the sky, thrilled to have finally bought his own novel. Spinning around with happiness, he does not notice the shy glances people give him. Feeling lucky that he still has money from Ojeni family, Cerone walks with a smile. Just then, a voice calls out his name and a hand grabs his arm, making him shocked. A pink-haired girl appears and asks if he is Cerone. He stammers, confused, and asks who she is. Ignoring his question, she turns and calls out to others, confirming his identity. Cerone, still in shock, slowly recognizes her. A long time ago, while reading, he had been approached by a group of friends. Now those friends have grown up. Seeing him, they happily call his name. Our guy exclaims in surprise, recognizing one of them. Rumina smiles and teases him for forgetting her face. Cerone awkwardly admits that he didn't recognize her at first, saying she has become very pretty. Rumina pouts, recalling that when they were younger, Cerone told her something different. Cerone, feeling shy, nervously laughs, trying to brush it off. The other friends gather around, chatting excitedly. They comment on how noble he looks, wondering if his outfit is expensive. They are amazed at how much he has changed. Our guy, feeling a little overwhelmed, does not know how to respond. At that moment, another person approaches. He is the leader of the village children, Altor. He smiles and greets Cerone, saying it has been a long time since they last saw each other. He asks how he has been, mentioning that even when he asked Mr. Vincent but got no answers. Cerone, unsure of what to say, thinks for a moment. He realizes that they will find out eventually. If he lies, it might hurt them, especially Altor. Making up his mind, he decides to tell the truth. He simply says that he has been studying at the Magic Academy. Everyone is shocked hearing this. Altor's expression changes slightly, showing a hint of annoyance. Altor has a strong body and a generous personality, so he naturally becomes the leader. When he is 10 years old, he sees Cerone reading a book and asks if he is reading again. Seeing Cerone with a book, Altor frowns immediately, finding the words overwhelming. The friends around start whispering, calling Cerone smart since they don't even know how to read books like that. Hearing this, Altor picks up Cerone's book and questions why he is reading when he doesn't even go to school. He insists that training strength is more useful for society, especially in a small mountain village where danger is common. There, everyone follows a rule to obey the leader. From that day on, whenever such a situation arises, Cerone simply smiles and agrees, knowing that this prevents further conflict. Seeing Cerone agree, Altor returns the book. He then declares that he is going to play soccer and invites him to join. Just then, a loud voice rings out and Rumina, a 10-year-old girl, yells at Altor, accusing him of bullying Cerone. Altor tries to defend himself, but Rumina keeps scolding him, reminding him that Cerone is still recovering from an illness. Annoyed, Altor snaps back, saying this is why no one wants to be with her. Now, in present, Cerone laughs, remembering these moments from childhood. Later, Altor and others curious about Cerone's studies, asks if he really goes to school and if he knows how to use magic. They excitedly demand proof. Cerone explains that he has only recently started learning magic and is not fluent yet. Moreover, using magic outside the academy is against the rules. Altor laughs and teases Cerone for still carrying books around. He tries to peek inside Cerone's book, thinking it belongs to the Magic Academy. Cerone panics, trying to stop him, and hurriedly explains that it is just a novel. In the struggle, the book falls, and Cerone instinctively moves at lightning speed to catch it, surprising everyone. Rumina once again blames Altor for bullying Cerone. Altor, confused, insists that he did nothing. Cerone smiles and reassures them that it was just a coincidence. But Rumina remains unconvinced, frowning as she scolds him again. To change the mood, Rumina suggests going to eat delicious food. Altor agrees, suggesting they are celebrating a sale of the entire stock by holding a party and asks Cerone to join. He happily agrees. As a horse-drawn carriage arrives, Altor effortlessly picks up Cerone and places him in the front row. Cerone, startled, asks if he can really lift him so easily. Altor laughs and replies that Cerone is too light. Cerone, in disbelief, thinks about how much Altor has changed and become stronger than ever, and even involved in business. There is a high possibility that Altor will become the village's new leader. Watching him, our boy falls into thought. When they arrive at Rumina's house, her mother, who runs a restaurant, is surprised to see Cerone and compliments his appearance. Embarrassed, Rumina quickly tells her mother to stop. At the dining table, everyone raises their glasses and cheers for our dude. A table full of delicious food appears, and Rumina encourages Cerone to eat. He asks about the drink, and she tells him that it's a fizzy barley drink. As the conversation shifts to Cerone's school life, a friend asks if he is the best student there. The unexpected question startles Cerone. The others, curious, ask if he studies with nobles. Cerone, overwhelmed, insists that he is too busy studying to notice such things. Meanwhile, Rumina silently watches everyone, including Altor, who drinks his beer quietly. Altor then sets his beer cup down firmly and asks if Cerone has thought about his future. He reminds Cerone that his father is currently supporting their family, but soon, it will be Cerone's turn to take responsibility and even get married. Cerone, taken aback, struggles to respond, realizing that he has never deeply considered this. Unlike his friends, who are already helping with their family's businesses, his father is still struggling alone, and when will he be able to help? Sensing the sudden shift in mood, Altor tries to lighten the atmosphere and challenges Cerone to an arm wrestling match, reminding him of how strong he was before. The others cheer in excitement. Our dude recalls how they used to play this game as children, and back then, he often won. However, to maintain Altor's reputation, he decides to lose on purpose. They agree to a bet, and the loser will pay for the meal. As soon as the match begins, Altor's overwhelming strength shocks everyone. Cerone collapses to the ground, trembling in disbelief. Rumina immediately scolds Altor for using too much force. Altor, equally surprised, insists that he didn't expect Cerone to be this weak. Feeling guilty, he offers to pay for the meal. But Cerone quickly stands up, laughing, and insists that since he lost, he will pay. However, as Cerone reaches for his money, his bag falls to the ground, revealing 5 gold coins. His friends, stunned, exclaim in surprise. Rumina points out that 5 gold coins are equivalent to a month's worth of business earnings. Cerone, panicking inside, wonders what to do. Altor's face turns red. Cerone breaks into a nervous sweat, realizing that he is in trouble. Rumina questions our guy about the source of the money, to which he hesitantly responds that he is sponsored. This revelation surprises everyone, leading them to assume he will never have to worry about finances again. However, he quickly corrects them, making it clear that the situation isn't as simple as they think. Despite this, he realizes that things might take an unfavorable turn. Standing behind him, Altor grows irritated and loudly expresses his frustration, wondering why such a fuss is being made over a few gold coins. His outburst prompts immediate apologies from the others. A sudden recollection of the past unsettles the boys, filling them with unease. Rumina too remembers that Altor tends to become unusually sensitive whenever Cerone is present. Altor clears his throat awkwardly, attempting to brush it off. Just then, Martin claps his hands, steering the conversation in a new direction. He mentions a rumor about a predatory animal sighted in the mountains. Brad confirms the claim, adding that wild animals have been disappearing lately. With a sigh, Rumina sarcastically commends Martin for his supposed heroic instincts. Brad elaborates, explaining that his father described the creature as resembling a bear, Cerone, recalling a similar account, nods and remarks that his father mentioned it as well. He wonders why an animal that typically inhabits the north has wandered so close to the village. Rumina speculates that it could be the breeding season or something similar and reassures the group that as long as they avoid venturing too deep into the forest, there should be no danger. At that moment, Altor unexpectedly suggests hunting the beast. His proposal startles the group, prompting them to question whether he is serious. With confidence, Altor asserts that they will be aiding the villagers and reminds everyone of his own skills. If it is merely a bear, he reasons, there should be no need to involve the adults. One of the boys chuckles, pointing out that Altor once hunted a red bear, so this task should be effortless for him. Cerone is taken aback by this revelation. Without hesitation, Altor declares that they will set out the following morning and turns to Cerone, asking if he will join. Seeing Rumina's enthusiasm, Cerone smiles and agrees to help if he can. The group finalizes their plan, deciding to gather in front of Rumina's house at dawn. They raise their glasses in a celebratory toast to the upcoming hunt, filled with anticipation. As the sun rises, Rumina approaches Cerone, inquiring if he has rested well and urging him to prepare. After changing into his hunting attire, he confirms that he is ready, and the two step outside. Rumina waves cheerfully to the others, assuring them that all is well. Altor, grinning, jokingly warns Cerone not to lag behind, or they might leave him behind. Cerone chuckles, assuring him there is no need for concern. Upon entering the forest, the group efficiently divides tasks. Two members set up net traps on the ground while another secures a rope to a tree. Below, someone makes the final adjustments. Observing their swift coordination, our guy is impressed and praises their efficiency. One of the teammates smirks, remarking that setting up the traps is the easy part, and what truly matters is Altor's role in the hunt. Carefully studying the beast's tracks, Altor determines that it is close by. He instructs everyone to remain vigilant and retreat immediately if they spot the creature. Watching from a distance, Cerone is struck by Altor's expertise, and even Rumina appears satisfied with their progress. A sudden thought crosses our guy's mind. If he utilizes his spiritual zone, he might be able to locate the creature more quickly. Closing his eyes, he concentrates deeply. However, what he perceives leaves him stunned, and a vivid image of an animal carcass flashes before him. Alarmed, Cerone's eyes snap open and an unsettling sensation washes over him. Something feels terribly wrong. As he turns to process the vision, a firm hand suddenly grasps his shoulder. It is Altor, his expression filled with irritation. He demands to know why Cerone disappeared without a word. However, before he can continue reprimanding him, an eerie sound reverberates through the forest. Both Altor and Cerone instinctively look up, their eyes widening at the sight before them. Scattered across the ground lay the remains of countless wild animals. Rumina gasps in horror, and panic quickly spreads through the group. Altor, momentarily paralyzed by the gruesome scene, struggles to process it. Cerone immediately urges everyone to retreat, warning them that no ordinary bear could be responsible for such carnage. Still shaken, Altor demands an explanation. Cerone insists that the adults must be notified at once. The mountain should be sealed off, and, if necessary, reinforcements from the city should be requested. Altor, however, grips Cerone's shoulder, urging him to wait. He questions the need for soldiers when they have yet to confirm what they are dealing with, arguing that they are capable of handling the situation themselves. Cerone counters, reminding him that he had initially claimed it was just a bear, but the reality before them is far more alarming. Frustration flares in Altor's eyes as he demands to know what Cerone truly understands. The sudden shift in tone catches everyone off guard. Altor, his voice rising, accuses Cerone of never acknowledging him as a leader and treating him as if he were incompetent. Cerone, momentarily stunned by the accusation, is about to respond when a noise from behind interrupts them. Every head turns toward the sound. One of the boys raises his bow, his voice faltering as he asks what kind of creature they are facing. Before them stands a monstrous beast who's an unnatural fusion of a bear and a wolf. A wave of dread washes over Cerone as he realizes that this is no ordinary animal, but a true monster. It is unlike anything they have encountered before. He has read about such creatures in books, but seeing one in person sends chills down his spine. The group instinctively steps backward, their bodies rigid with fear. After a brief moment of hesitation, Altor raises his bow and releases an arrow. To their horror, the beast effortlessly evades the attack. A collective gasp escapes the group as Cerone mutters in disbelief that the creature had dodged with precision. With a sinking feeling, our guy recognizes what they are dealing with. This is no mere beast but a wolf who's an intelligent monster. His studies have taught him that such creatures possess both strength and speed beyond normal animals. Some even rival human intelligence. Though their origins remain a mystery, scholars speculate that their unique evolution stems from the harsh conditions of their environment. As the arrow narrowly misses, the group watches in shock as the beast tears through a tree and charges forward with terrifying speed. Altor, momentarily frozen, quickly regains his composure and shouts for everyone to run. Panic spreads as they scramble to escape, uncertain of which direction to take. One of them suggests fleeing downhill, but Altor immediately dismisses the idea, insisting they head toward the mountain's peak instead. At that crucial moment, Cerone grips his bow and turns to face the wolf. Altor, eyes wide with alarm, yells at him, questioning whether he intends to act as bait. Without hesitation, Cerone draws his bowstring and releases an arrow straight at the monster's head. However, the creature remains unfazed, retaliating instantly by crushing Cerone's bow with a single, powerful strike. Just in time, Cerone teleports away, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. The wolf lets out a deep menacing growl. Breathing heavily, Cerone quickly assesses the creature's incredible speed and impenetrable hide. Realizing that the only way to ensure everyone's safety is to divert the monster's attention, he makes a split-second decision. As the beast lunges forward at breakneck speed, Cerone continuously teleports, leading it away from his companions. However, just as he begins to believe he has drawn it far enough, the wolf suddenly halts and shifts direction. A wave of dread washes over him that something isn't right. The monster has found a new target. Meanwhile, Alter orders the group to discard anything heavy and keep moving. But just as they press on, he abruptly stops in his tracks. Turning back, he tells them to continue without him. Rumina, her voice trembling with panic, calls out to him, demanding to know what he is doing. Tears welling in his eyes, Altor confesses that he cannot bring himself to abandon Cerone. Rumina, equally distraught, turns back and calls his name once more. At that very moment, the wolf closes in on Altor. In that fleeting second, he wonders if Cerone has already fallen. A crushing sense of guilt grips him, that if he had only listened when Cerone suggested fleeing downhill, and if things have turned out differently. But before despair can fully take hold, a brilliant golden light suddenly flares between him and the monstrous beast. For a brief moment, Rumina watches in stunned silence, believing the creature has been slain. The others, equally astonished, exchange bewildered glances, questioning whether they have just witnessed magic. However, their relief is short-lived. From a distance, Cerone's voice pierces the tense air as he shouts for everyone to run. The monster has taken a hit, but it is far from defeated. Desperation creeps into Rumina's expression that how could it have survived? If it was that dazzling light, nothing more than an illusion. Before anyone can react, the wolf launches another attack, this time aiming for the people positioned above. Altor stands frozen in sheer terror, unable to will his body into motion. Rumina, gripped by fear, tries to escape, but the beast's massive claws slash toward her. As she stumbles, falling to the ground, a crushing sense of helplessness takes hold. Just as all hope seems lost, Cerone rushes in, intercepting the attack and seizing the monster. Altor's voice rings out, crying Cerone's name as the wolf retaliates with another strike. This time, its razor-sharp claws stretch toward Cerone, but in the blink of an eye, he vanishes. A split second later, the monster, too, is consumed by the same mysterious energy and disappears alongside him. Rumina, still sprawled on the ground, screams in horror. Cerone reappears, having teleported both himself and the beast to an entirely different location. His mind races, searching for his next course of action. His original plan was to let go of the creature as soon as he severed its connection to Rumina's essence, but doing so now would leave him exposed to attack. At the same time, keeping it close any longer is equally dangerous. He quickly scans his surroundings. Both he and the monster are now outside the clear light's reach. The question remains how he can defeat it. A thought flashes through his mind. He recalls old stories about silver coins and fragments of knowledge buried in his memory. Something capable of manipulating gravity or disrupting symmetry might hold the key. Within his spiritual realm, he extends his hand toward a reflective mirror, channeling his aura into it. A luminous beam of energy bursts forth. In that instant, realization dawns upon him that mathematics holds the answer. As the transparent barrier shatters around him, Cerone grasps a fundamental truth. Mass is an intrinsic property of matter, one that remains unchanged regardless of location or state. It determines inertia and the total energy of an object at rest, what physicists call rest energy. Cerone contemplates the nature of existence, questioning why the world exists and what it truly means to exist. His mind wanders to the concept of mass. Why does matter possess it, and what governs its presence? Within his dream, he envisions space, a realm of symmetry breaking apart. A thought emerges. If the universe existed before anything came into being, then survival for species must depend on disrupting its symmetry. He begins to understand that mass plays a crucial role in this process, and that he might have the ability to grant photons mass. In reality, a deafening explosion shatters the silence, scattering debris in every direction. Cerone swiftly teleports downward, landing just beyond the impact. His breath catches as he peers through the thick smoke. Lying motionless before him is the wolf's lifeless body. As he gazes at it, a realization strikes, and Armin's words echo in his mind. Symmetry can be broken through a form of spatial knowledge, an elusive force known as unnamed knowledge. There exists a mechanism that endows matter with mass, and if manipulated correctly, even light could gain substance. A triumphant smile spreads across Cerone's face as newfound clarity washes over him. However, his thoughts soon shift as he studies the fallen creature, pondering why such a formidable beast would inhabit these mountains. Just then, an eerie sound disrupts his contemplation. His body tenses as he whirls around, suddenly grasping something he had overlooked. These monsters do not roam alone. Lifting his gaze, he sees what lies ahead. He is no longer facing a single wolf. On the opposite side, Altor and the others stand frozen in fear. Before them looms a vast pack of wolves, their piercing eyes fixated on the humans like predators eyeing helpless prey. Terror spreads through the group. Some begin to weep, overwhelmed by the imminent danger. Determined, Altor takes charge, declaring that he will draw the creatures away while the others descend the cliff. His words are met with immediate protest. A companion, horrified, calls him reckless, asking if he has lost his mind. But Altor remains resolute. He insists that this is their only chance at survival. With tears brimming in his eyes, he urges them to live, ensuring that his and Cerone's sacrifices will not be in vain. Just then, a brilliant light pierces through the sky. A luminous figure descends and Cerone, having teleported at just the right moment, lands dramatically, his presence exuding power. The group rushes toward him, voices overlapping as they cry out in relief. Some had feared he was dead, and sobs of joy fill the air. Cerone simply smiles and offers a quiet apology. Altor, standing nearby, calls out, but Cerone speaks first, apologizing for causing him worry. Without hesitation, he tells Altor to leave the Wulks to him. Alarmed, Altor moves to intervene, but Cerone reassures him, stating that this does not violate the school's rules. A deafening roar erupts as the Wulks, driven by fury, charge at Cerone with incredible speed. He remains unmoving, his hand glowing as photons gather at his fingertips. Rumina and the others watch in stunned silence. The light is unlike anything they had seen before, its nature has changed. A distinct glow forms on Cerone's forehead as he recognizes what has happened. He has successfully infused mass into the photons. With a single motion, he unleashes an immense force, a radiant energy slicing through the oncoming monsters. Altor and the others gasp in shock at the sight. As Cerone watches the aftermath, understanding dawns upon him this is his magic, something he had always been capable of but had never realized. The remaining Wulks, now consumed by rage, launch another assault. This time, Cerone takes the offensive, teleporting forward to meet them head-on. A massive photon blast engulfs the battlefield, wiping out many of them in an instant. Altor, Rumina, and the others remain speechless, struggling to comprehend what they have just witnessed. Altor murmurs in disbelief that Cerone is a true magician. However, Cerone is all too aware of the cost. This form of magic demands an immense toll on his mental strength. Suddenly, a presence looms behind him. A Wulk stands, poised to strike. Cerone reacts instantly, turning to launch another attack. Yet as the dust settles, the monster opens its eyes and it is still alive. Shock flashes across Cerone's face. His magic, once unstoppable, has weakened. Sensing an opportunity, the Wulk lets out a piercing howl. Within moments, the pack surges forward in unison. Cries of warning erupt from Altor and the others, urging Cerone to flee, but he stands firm. There is no turning back. His mind races that there is only one path forward. The question remains if he can succeed. He questions whether he can maintain his balance as the powerful currents surge around him. The monsters, swift as lightning, close the distance in an instant. Urgent cries from his companions reach his ears, urging him to flee. At that moment, his eyes snap open, glowing with an intense blue light. Within the spiritual realm, the cracks widen further, and a dark vortex, resembling a black hole, begins to form, pulling everything into its depths. His consciousness shifts, returning him to the state he once reached when performing before the entire school. His arm gradually fades, yet he still struggles to lift it. In the real world, an immense torrent of magical energy erupts from him, crashing into the advancing creatures. The sheer force of the attack hurls several Wulks backward. Its power is so overwhelming that neither Rumina nor Martin can remain steady on their feet. Altor, staring ahead, struggles to believe what he is witnessing. Even as it unfolds before his eyes, it feels unreal. Before them, an enormous surge of energy radiates from him. Yet, the relentless creatures refuse to falter, some managing to push forward despite the devastation. A sudden realization dawns upon him that his energy is depleting rapidly. If this continues, his spirit domain will dissipate like mist in the wind. A memory surfaces, reminding him of a similar moment in the past. Understanding what must be done, he recognizes that there is only one option left, which is to unleash every ounce of energy he possesses. Resolving to act, he follows his instincts. The previous outpouring of magic had been powerful, yet this time, he amplifies it to an unimaginable degree. The resulting energy surges outward, its brilliance eclipsing everything in sight. The ground trembles, and the very air seems to rupture. Rocks explode into dust, and the Wulks, frozen in terror, recoil at the sheer magnitude of the force before them. As the energy dissipates, the battlefield is left unrecognizable. The ground beneath them has been leveled into a perfect line, a testament to the sheer force of his attack. The surviving creatures, their bodies trembling, stare at him in horror. He meets their gaze, his piercing blue eyes unyielding, and commands them to leave and never return. Without hesitation, they turn and flee, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Exhaustion takes hold, his breaths ragged and unsteady. His body wavers, and before he can collapse, Altor moves swiftly to catch him. The others rush forward, their voices trembling with concern as they check his condition. Rumina places a hand on him, assessing his state. Standing close, Altor suggests that it is time to return, declaring that the hunt has come to an end. At night, he sits on the grass, gazing at the sky in silent contemplation. Altor approaches, a small smile on his face, and inquires how he ended up there. A faint smile plays on his lips as he takes a deep breath, explaining that he simply wanted to look at the stars. It occurs to him how long it has been since he last slept so soundly. The memories of restless nights filled with nightmares and visions feel distant. Upon waking, he finds himself surrounded by his companions, their faces streaked with tears. Rumina, his voice shaking, admits that for a moment, he had believed Cerone would never wake again. It dawns on him that his slumber had been so deep it had resembled death itself. None of them had moved from his side until he stirred. Turning to Altor, he inquires about the others. A relieved smile crosses Altor's face as he explains that they are busy preparing a meal. He then adds that aside from Rumina's minor fall, no one was harmed, though all had been left in awe of Cerone's strength. Cerone nods, agreeing that it is indeed fortunate. Altor lifts his gaze toward the sky, remarking that by morning he will settle everything with the adults. He casually mentions that the monster's skins and fangs hold considerable value. Curious, he asks Cerone if he knows the creature's name. Without hesitation, Cerone identifies them as wolks and recalls hearing that their fangs are especially valuable. A laugh escapes Altor as he nods in agreement. A moment of silence lingers before Altor suddenly apologizes. Puzzled, Cerone questions what he means. Before he can respond, Altor hesitates, then admits that it is jealousy that weighs on him. Cerone is taken aback by the confession. His thoughts drift to a distant memory that a quiet afternoon when he had been reading after chopping firewood. He remembers Altor's friends passing by, one of them casually remarking that at times, Cerone looked undeniably impressive. Altor had simply observed him in silence back then. Snapping back to the present, Altor speaks once more, bringing up the dream Cerone has always pursued. Surprised, Cerone asks what he means. Altor nods knowingly, acknowledging that it is the very dream Cerone has been chasing. A faint blush dusts Altor's face as he expresses his hope that Cerone will one day achieve it. Hearing this, Cerone's lips curl into a smile. Both of them shift their gaze toward the endless sky, and with quiet certainty, he assures Altor that he will. The following day, Altor asked if the boy intended to extend his stay. Though he expressed a desire to remain, he explained that numerous unfinished studies at school required his attention. After a firm handshake, Altor wished him well and encouraged him to pursue his path as a magician. The others joined in, smiling warmly as they voiced their support for his journey. In response, Cerone smiled and assured them that he would return. At that moment, Rumina rushed toward him and embraced him tightly. Insisting that he had to visit again after mastering magic, she jokingly warned that if he ever ignored her on purpose, he would have to face the consequences. Cerone chuckled gently and promised to remember. As he prepared to leave, he wished everyone well, and they responded with their goodbyes. Watching him depart, Altor placed a hand on Rumina's shoulder, and teasingly remarked that if she missed him so much, he could always bring him back for her. Rumina wiped her tears and shook her head, stating that he was not gone forever. Smiling, she added that she had always admired how determined he looked while chasing his dreams. Cerone made his way back to school, heading first to Istas. As he entered, he opened a small notebook and recalled a past conversation in which he had wondered how they could locate their research group's room among 89 blocks. Nade had smiled at the time, assuring him that as a new member he would be guided through the process. He had pointed ahead, instructing him to check the number on the ceiling, which was 19, and to note the color of the door. Cerone had taken notes and observed that room 19 with golden doors was number 5. As he climbed the stairs, he continued reading his notebook, analyzing the structure, and determining that 3 other rows were connected to the place. He had then represented them as X, Y, and Z, forming an equation to calculate the total key of Istas. He remembered being amazed by the logic and had wondered who could have come up with it. Nade had immediately responded that one of the founding members, a savant, had created the equation and had memorized the entire Estes system. He had also recalled showing the equation to Iruki for the first time. Returning to the present, Cerone opened a purple door and found himself inside the Paranormal Science Club's room. As he stepped in, he admired the elegance of the equation. From within, voices could be heard arguing over a calculation error. One person was complaining about wasted time, insisting that increasing the sample size would improve accuracy, while another retorted that such a method was only viable with unlimited funding. Slowly opening the door, Cerone reflected on how his journey to locate the club had mirrored his growing realization of the value of bonds and shared moments. Smiling, he greeted Nade and Iruki, remarking that they had finally returned after losing everything. Nade urged him to listen carefully to understand, while Iruki, noticing his pleased expression, questioned why he looked so happy. Cerone, silently expressing gratitude in his heart, smiled and announced that he was back. At the 48th training ground, the 3 of them gathered. Cerone extended his hand, and a stream of bright energy converged in his palm. Nade, observing the phenomenon, speculated that it was photon emission and questioned whether he had enhanced its output power. Iruki, however, sensed something unusual. Analyzing the energy, he realized that while photon emission typically radiated outward, Cerone's energy was instead condensing inward. Before Nade could fully grasp what was happening, Cerone unleashed his self-luminescent source, creating a force reminiscent of when he had fought against a group of wolks. Stunned, Nade and Iruki examined the resulting hole, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Nade exclaimed in shock that Cerone had used light to punch through a solid surface, calling it magic. Iruki, still processing the situation, inquired about the spells involved. Smiling nervously, Nade dismissed it as a joke. Cerone then explained that he had developed the spell himself and had named it the Photon Cannon. Iruki, deep in thought, noted that anything related to photons was usually complex, making the spell particularly remarkable. Cerone offered to elaborate but suggested relocating to a different place. At a restaurant outside the school, Nade and Iruki, while eating noodles, expressed their disbelief at Cerone's ability to add mass to photons. They wondered whether the same principle could be applied to electricity. Nade admitted that the thought alone was overwhelming. He pointed out that if Cerone had truly achieved such a feat, it would mark a groundbreaking advancement in the world of magic. While Iruki acknowledged the brilliance of the discovery, He also noted that simply understanding the theory did not guarantee mastery over photonic magic. Even those who attained almighty enlightenment, he argued, would struggle to comprehend its intricacies. Nate agreed, adding that the implications were far greater than they had initially assumed. At that moment, Cerone asked for their help. He wished to deepen his knowledge, but due to the vacation, they could not access the library. Furthermore, he was unable to enter the Nam library alone and requested that they accompany him. Nade, curious about the restriction, speculated that it might be related to what Cerone had hesitated to say earlier. Iruki also pondered the reason behind it. Cerone hesitated, uncertain about how they would react if he revealed the truth. However, he ultimately decided that he would no longer run away. Taking a deep breath, he confessed that he was not a noble, but a commoner. He explained that as an infant, he had been abandoned in a stable before being adopted by his parents, with his father working as a simple hunter. A heavy silence filled the table. Nade, observing him closely, admitted that he had noticed the change in his mood recently. Iruki, however, reacted differently, questioning why it even mattered. Nade was taken aback by Iruki's response, but Iruki continued, emphasizing that despite Cerone's background, he had accomplished extraordinary feats. He pointed out that Cerone had studied for only a year, reached the 5th grade in just 3 months, and even managed to defeat him in front of the entire school. He then questioned how someone from such circumstances had even managed to date a genius mage. Before he could say more, Nade quickly interrupted, reassuring Cerone that his origins were irrelevant. With a warm gesture, he expressed his affection for Cerone as a friend. Cerone, touched by their words, smiled and thanked them with teary eyes. Iruki, appearing deep in thought, suddenly asked whether Amy was already aware of this truth. Nade, equally surprised, inquired how long Cerone and Amy had known each other. Smiling, Cerone explained that they had been acquainted since childhood, though their relationship had not been particularly good at first. Intrigued, Nade urged him to share more details. 5 years earlier, in the slums of Radom, a boy had been desperately fleeing while clutching a stale loaf of meat. A tall man wielding knives had been chasing after him, cursing and shouting threats. The frail and sickly boy, Canis, had struggled to escape, eventually slipping into the sewers. Inside, Canis had whispered his sister's name, Aaron. She had been lying on the ground, her head resting on a pile of straw, her face filled with pain. Rushing to her side, Canis had asked if she was in great distress. He had shown her the stolen bread, pleading with her not to die. As he had gazed toward the exit, hoping for help, the 3 men from earlier had appeared behind him, laughing wickedly. One of them had immediately punched Canis aside, mocking his futile attempt to hide. They had continued kicking him while taunting him for stealing such a precious piece of meat for his sister. One of them had then lifted Aaron onto his shoulder, while the others had mercilessly beaten Canis. He had screamed threats, vowing to kill them if they dared to harm her. However, they had only laughed, ridiculing him for making such bold claims. One of them had drawn a dagger, and another had given the order to finish him off. At that moment, Canis had despaired, thinking that if only he had power, things would be different. Just as all hope seems lost, dark energy had suddenly surrounded his attackers. In his wide-eyed shock, he had witnessed the gangsters being effortlessly dealt with. As the darkness coalesced, it had gently placed Aaron beside him before taking on a distinct form. A mysterious figure had then stood before them and, with a calm voice, had asked Canis whether he found magic fascinating. Stunned, Canis had remained silent until a sudden realization dawned upon him. In that moment, it had felt as though he had glimpsed the light of his life. As evening descended upon the capital of the Tormia Bashuka kingdom, Canis stood atop a well-lit building, surveying the security forces below. Speaking into a communication device, he reported their overwhelming presence. The voice on the other end acknowledged his observation, noting the unprecedented number of artifacts within the structure and emphasizing their immense archaeological significance. Shifting the conversation, Canis inquired about their target. His contact detailed that their objective was the dragon's hearts, the core of the magic restriction device, securely encased on the 3rd floor and heavily guarded by 15 personnel. However, before the relic could be seized, the core's presence would suppress his ability to access the spirit domain within the building. Canis straightened, muttering to himself that, with magic rendered useless, he had no choice but to enter directly. A cautionary reminder from the other side was met with nothing more than an amused smirk. With a question about the lingering shadow of his past, he leaped from the rooftop. As he descended, a surge of dark energy radiated from his form, its source tethered to the very building he aimed for. Without hesitation, he shattered the glass entrance, drawing startled reactions from the guards within. Their alarmed shouts filled the air as they rushed to confront the intruder. Canis advanced unhurriedly, raising his gaze before uttering a command. Instantly, waves of black magic erupted from his body, sweeping through the room and incapacitating the guards in mere moments. Cries of disbelief rang out, questioning how magic could be wielded under the device's restriction. Those still standing scrambled to activate the alarm, identifying him as a magician and calling for reinforcements. Before their warnings could reach beyond the room, another pulse of dark energy surged from Canis, eliminating any remaining opposition. Without slowing his stride, he pushed through the door ahead, stepping inside with the certainty that he had reached his destination. Before him, a luminous blue stone, which is the core of the magic restriction device, rested. Extending his hand, he reached for it, but just as his fingers made contact, another wave of guards stormed into the chamber. One of them, visibly shaken, attempted to voice a warning about the relic's significance. However, before he could finish, a streak of dark magic pierced through him, swiftly reducing the rest of his unit to the same fate. As silence settled over the room, a new presence made itself known. Canis, unfazed, acknowledged the arrival with a knowing remark, sensing that they had come at the perfect moment. Standing at the entrance, Aaron, who is now older, scanned the devastation before her. Without accusation, she questioned whether he had resorted to killing. In response, Canis reassured her that the guards were merely unconscious. Aaron remained silent, her thoughts unreadable, but before she could reply, a thunderous explosion erupted outside. Beyond the crumbling walls, an army stood poised, their ranks accompanied by a figure hovering in the air. His commanding voice demanded Canis to surrender the stolen relic, warning that escape was impossible unless all taken artifacts were returned. Raising a hand, the figure unleashed a colossal surge of energy, sending it hurtling toward the shattered chamber. From within the wreckage, two silhouettes emerged, their forms infused with an overwhelming aura of dark energy. The commander's eyes widened as he recognized the unmistakable power of dark magicians. Before he could react, a wave of darkness surged toward him, forcing him to raise his shield in defense. As the magic dissipated, he scanned the scene frantically, only to realize that both figures had vanished. Below, chaos spread through the ranks. Soldiers scrambled, reporting that the core of the magic restriction device had been stolen. The airborne commander, his expression grim, barked orders for an immediate search. His thoughts, however, lingered on a deeper concern. There had been no signs of teleportation, which meant the intruders were still close. Yet, what truly unsettled him was their youth. It was unthinkable that two individuals so young had not only bypassed the restriction device, but had also wielded dark magic at such an advanced level. Descending from the sky, he contemplated a chilling possibility. Only one magician in history had ever commanded darkness so absolute that it devoured sunlight itself, a force so devastating that it had once thrown an entire kingdom into turmoil. That magician was Arcane, and yet Arcane had supposedly perished in an accident 4 decades ago. The commander clenched his teeth, struggling to reconcile the presence of such a power with its supposed extinction. Meanwhile, far beyond the capital, in the secluded mountains near Bashuka, Aaron and Canis arrived at their hidden base. Within Canis's grasp rested the stolen relic that's the final ingredient they had sought. Before them, an aging man with a frail body and an unkempt beard lay motionless, surrounded by intricate machines. Canis stepped forward, carefully placing the artifact into a designated slot. With solemn conviction, he declared that this final piece would restore their master to his former glory. Aaron, watching from a distance, swallowed nervously as the device activated. A brilliant blue light burst forth, followed by a thick cloud of smoke. As the haze cleared, Canis's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Suddenly, a large, gnarled hand gripped the bed's edge. Slowly, the old man stirred, rising for the first time in decades. His voice, hoarse yet unwavering, broke the silence with fury. After 40 long years, he would finally reclaim what had been stolen. His gaze lifted, dark eyes burning with vengeance. In a growl that resonated with power, he uttered a single name, branding Alfus Miri a traitor. 40 years ago, within a burning building filled with desperate screams, Arcane's voice echoed in fury. He confronted Alfus, insisting that the research was not his alone, that he had poured his heart and soul into it. Alfus, then still young, turned away with a cold expression, smirking as he dismissed Arcane's words. Without hesitation, he walked away, leaving Arcane behind to be consumed by the relentless flames. Now in the present, Arcane examines his hands, murmuring that it took him 4 decades to recover. His hatred for Alfus burns stronger than ever, and he questions whether his old rival truly believes he can live in peace after what he has done. Canis and Aaron kneel before him, expressing their gratitude, acknowledging that their survival and strength are owed to him. Pledging their loyalty, they swear to follow his command. Arcane gazes at them, affirming his trust in his devoted disciples. While Aaron trembles slightly, Canis maintains an unwavering smile. Arcane cautions them to remain vigilant, reminding them that Alfus, blinded by greed, once killed without hesitation to achieve his ambitions. He describes him as a man willing to commit any atrocity for power. Elsewhere, in the principal's office of the Magic Academy, a storm rages outside. Alfus stands near the window, lost in thought. Moving silently toward a bookcase, he pulls out a book, triggering the entrance to a hidden passage. Taking a lamp, he steps inside, placing it on a table as he surveys the room. His mind drifts to a night much like this one, his gaze locking onto a large portrait before him. In a low voice, he vows never to forgive. Meanwhile, in Bashuka, a conference for the Royal Professors Association is in session. Exhausted, Professor Thad rubs his temples, finally understanding why many teachers delay attending. The endless discussions and debates stretch on for days. Taking a sip of water, he sighs, longing for the moment he can return home. This year, he represents Alfeus's academy, observing the noble scholars still deep in conversation even after the official proceedings have ended. Their persistence impresses him, but his real reason for staying is personal, and he hopes to speak with someone. In the center of the gathering, a striking blue-haired woman commands attention. Thad recognizes her instantly. Lena Ogent, a celebrated member of the prestigious Elite Artists 99 Club and a royal pianist, trained under the renowned Merchant of Melody. She appears unbothered by the crowd surrounding her. Thad sighs, thinking how much easier life would be if someone he knew were even half as graceful. His thoughts clearly drifting to Professor Oliver. Just then, Lena's gaze meets his. Startled, Thad nearly spits out his drink, his mind racing as he wonders if she is truly looking at him. Before he can compose himself, a voice greets him. Lena addresses him politely, recognizing him as a professor. Thad, still in shock, stammers in response, struggling to believe she knows him. She casually mentions that she is aware of his role and that House Oyent has ties to Kreus. Overwhelmed by the unexpected interaction, his thoughts drift into a daydream, where he envisions a future with Lena, married with children. In his fantasy, she smiles and calls out a name, Cerone. The image shifts abruptly, and the child in her arms bears Cerone's face. Reality crashes down on him. Recognizing the name, he immediately understands the implications. His mind spins with the realization that this may be a conversation with a concerned parent. Quickly regaining his composure, he responds with a polite smile, praising Cerone's exceptional abilities and calling him the pride of the school. Lena, visibly pleased, inquires about Cerone's social life. Thad reassures her, explaining that the boy is well liked by both male and female students, even admitting his own envy. When he mentions that Cerone has a girlfriend, Lena momentarily stiffens, though she quickly masks her reaction with a forced smile, stating that she is glad he is doing well. Noticing her shift in demeanor, Thad offers to relay a message, but Lena declines, expressing contentment in simply hearing about Cerone's well-being. He reassures her, emphasizing that Alpheus's Magic Academy is one of the kingdom's finest institutions and that Cerone is in good hands. Her surprise at his words quickly turns into gratitude as she thanks him for looking after Cerone. Moved by her smile, Thad impulsively invites her to return to Kreus with him the next day for a meal. Lena, delighted, claps her hands but regretfully declines, explaining that she has a performance in Bashuka. Seizing the opportunity, Thad eagerly asks if he can attend. Lena, amused, accepts his request, saying she would be honored to have him in the audience. Thad feels as if the world around him is blooming with joy, but Lena's expression soon darkens. She shares her concern that attendance might be low due to recent turmoil in the capital. Curious, Thad asks what she means. Lena's frown deepens as she reveals that Inferno was recently attacked, and a Class B prisoner has escaped. The culprit, a dark magician, remains unidentified. As a result, the capital is under strict martial law. Thad's expression hardens. He presses for more details, and Lena casually mentions that the escapee is an elderly man with white hair. The revelation leaves Thad horrified. Without hesitation, he bows quickly and excuses himself. Lena watches in confusion, calling after him, but he is already gone. She stands there, puzzled, wondering what could have caused such a reaction. Thad rushes through the halls, gritting his teeth. He mutters under his breath, convinced that the dark magician and the escaped prisoner are connected. Frustration builds as he curses the timing that this had to happen while he was away. The previous night, within the burning ruins of Inferno, flames engulf the facility. Bodies litter the ground, unmoving. Amidst the chaos, a man is lifted by dark energy, his throat crushed in an unrelenting grip before being impaled and left to die. Dark magic is characterized by two fundamental properties, which are absorption and assimilation. It consumes energy, integrating it into a singular force. Canis's spiritual energy absorbs the dark power, minimizing its impact on him. He remains still, silently witnessing the immense force taking shape before him. Despite his unease, Canis confronts his fears, fully aware that his power is at its peak in darkness, but diminishes when exposed to sunlight. He reflects on the inevitable truth that darkness can never completely overcome light. Just then, Arcane places a hand on his shoulder, commending his progress. Canis recalls his master's teachings, particularly the time he spoke of their benefactor, the great mage Arcane, who had once rescued both him and Aaron from the depths of despair. Speaking in a composed tone, Arcane assures Canis that with greater effort, he can eradicate light entirely. With his growing strength, extending shadows toward the sunlight and annihilating the giant ants before him becomes an effortless task. Observing the chaos around him, Canis allows himself a moment of satisfaction. Agonized screams pierce the air as people beg for mercy, only to be mercilessly consumed by the dark force. Aaron, standing behind him, voices his doubts, questioning whether their actions truly serve the purpose of avenging their master, or if they have gone too far. Canis, unwavering, insists that they must have faith in their master's intentions. Meeting his brother's gaze, he asserts that their master's actions are never without reason. In the midst of death and darkness, he smiles, while Aaron, though unconvinced, merely mutters his acknowledgement. As the dark force violently demolishes the barriers in their path, they advance into a vast chamber where prisoners are confined. Suddenly, the iron gate creaks open, moved by an unseen force. One prisoner emerges hesitantly, soon followed by another, both awestruck by what has just transpired. They exchange glances before turning to Canis, expressing admiration and inquiring whether he is a magician. However, their moment of awe is short-lived as they burst into laughter upon noticing Canis and Aaron mocking them for bringing children to a battlefield, as if on a casual outing. Among the prisoners, one man steps forward, introducing himself as Kraken, the Night Cat, his demeanor exuding confidence. Arcane, observing in silence, finally speaks, his tone cold and filled with disappointment. He dismisses them as insignificant, mere minnows in an ocean. His words immediately provoke outrage, and the prisoners, frowning, advance aggressively, convinced that their sheer numbers will give them the upper hand against him. A sudden wave of darkness engulfs them, plunging them into a world of confusion. Their vision is stolen as the walls seem to close in, trapping them in a suffocating abyss. Panic erupts, and in their desperation they shove against one another, struggling for an escape that does not exist. Their terrified screams soon fade, drowned beneath the overwhelming force of the void, until only silence remains alongside a vast pool of blood. Standing amidst the chaos, Arcane speaks once more, declaring that everything is but a grand conspiracy. His gaze shifts to the last remaining prisoner, a man who now fidgets uneasily. This prisoner is Lucas. Bound in heavy chains, a tattoo of a parrot imprinted on his shoulder, he takes a step forward, acknowledging his capture. Yet, his voice carries an accusatory tone as he challenges the group's intentions, suggesting they are conspiring against the kingdom. A knowing smirk plays across his lips as he insinuates that his suspicions must be correct. Canis and Aaron are taken back by Lucas's confidence. With deliberate movements, Lucas raises his bound hands, using the heavy shackles as weapons, attempting to strike the dark magician before him. However, he soon realizes that his attacks barely make contact. He is stunned, questioning the identity of the old man standing before him. The dumbbells never touch Arcane's face, halted by an unseen yet formidable magical barrier. Then without hesitation, Arcane speaks, declaring that Lucas has passed his test. The prisoner recoils, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind those words. A nervous chuckle escapes him as he insists that he had never volunteered for any role among them. Arcane offers no response. Instead, darkness surges forward, rushing toward the prisoner with lethal intent. Lucas clenches his teeth, unwilling to believe this is where his fate is sealed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the chains binding his wrists shatter. Arcane, unfazed, makes an observation that Lucas's greatest weakness is money. For a moment, the prisoner remains frozen in place, processing the words. But as Arcane continues, offering him wealth beyond imagination, his expression shifts. Greed flickers in his eyes, and in an instant, he grins, accepting the proposal without hesitation. Canis, still standing in the background, watches in silence, his brows furrowed in contemplation. He struggles to decipher the true intentions of his master. Meanwhile, beneath a sky thick with storm clouds, rain crashes down onto a dark road where a carriage speeds through the night. Inside, Thad leans forward, his voice rising in urgency as he demands that the driver move faster. He insists that he has paid all the gold coins necessary, but the driver, unfazed, reminds him that no matter how swiftly they travel, they will not reach Kryze before dawn. Frustration twists Thad's features, and he curses under his breath, while the driver sighs at the misfortune of being on the road at such an hour. Slumping back against the seat, Thad rubs his forehead, thoughts racing. He knows that Arcane was released from prison just the night before. Given his history, there is no doubt that his next move will be to exact vengeance for events that transpired 40 years ago. The rain continues its relentless assault, and Thad knows he must deliver this information to his master without delay. At Althea's School of Magic, Lucas shivers, grumbling about the biting cold and the merciless downpour that only worsens the mission at hand. Canis, indifferent to his complaints, orders him to focus on fulfilling their agreement rather than wasting time whining. Lucas smirks but remains unfazed, demanding a generous reward in exchange for his cooperation. His gaze drifts toward Arcane, and with a low mutter, he tells his regrets that had he known they would dare to assault the school on such a stormy night, he never would have joined them. Yet Arcane remains silent with his eyes fixed ahead. Lucas joins the group for the money promised to him, yet he soon realizes that their mission feels no different from rebellion and treason. His curiosity piqued, he questions Aaron's presence, suggesting that someone as beautiful as her does not belong in such dangerous work. He even offers her a chance to leave with him. But before she can respond, Canis cuts in, reminding Lucas to focus on guarding the hostages. When Lucas presses for details about the hostage, Canis remains vague, telling him he will find out in the morning. Frustrated, Lucas wonders why their master follows someone like Canis but quickly dismisses his doubts. Everything is unfolding according to their master's plan, and questioning it serves no purpose. Above them, Arcane rises into the air, spreading waves of dark energy across the field. Long ago, mass disrupted the symmetry of the universe, setting off events that shape the world into its present form. Now Nade, exhausted from hours of reading, stares at a pile of books and ponders whether the world could exist without mass. He speculates that mass must have emerged suddenly, perhaps in an explosive event. Nearby, Iruki, sprawled lazily on the floor, dismisses his thoughts, calling it nothing more than mass. Irritated, Nade presses him for clarification, asking if he believes God created everything. Then, with a hint of sarcasm, he asks if Iruki is just too hungry to think straight. Iruki shrugs and simply says he does not know. Their endless search for answers about mass has led them to the same conclusion that it is something beyond human understanding. Sitting up, Iruki remarks that they have come as close as possible to viewing it from an omniscient perspective. He glances to the side and sees Cerone, buried in books. Curious, Iruki asks him what mass truly is from an all-knowing standpoint. At this, Cerone explains that a magician's omniscience allows them to form an unbiased and objective view, while their omnipotence remains entirely personal. Pulling out a book, he admits that defining mass in words is difficult. Instead, he recalls an experience in the spiritual field, a moment when a wall crumbled, revealing a vast sky filled with stars. Holding a piece of a broken puzzle, he had watched as it transformed into radiant beams of light. Now he believes existence itself has a purpose, though Iruki struggles to grasp his meaning. Cerone senses an undeniable force, as if existence itself longs to be acknowledged. Theoi finds this idea profound, comparing it to the need to prove one's own existence. Intrigued, Nade suggests calling it the Particles of God, a name that surprises Cerone. Iruki agrees, and Cerone decides that the term fits perfectly. Nade believes that understanding this concept will strengthen their omnipotence and imagination, while Cerone, fascinated, resolves to study it further. The next morning, at Alpheus Magic Academy, Nade complains about the end of their vacation, though Iruki argues that it has only been interrupted. Cerone reminds them of their shared promise from the day before to work hard for their 4th year. However, his words do little to reassure them. Nade and Iruki exchange skeptical glances, with Nade joking that if anyone needs extra time, it is Cerone, who might end up staying another year. Cerone protests, pointing out that their grades are actually higher than his, making him the most at risk of failing. Nade then suggests spending their last day of break at the clubhouse. Cerone refuses, saying he has somewhere else to be, urging them to go ahead without him. As Iruki also takes his leave, Cerone reflects on how much has changed in the past 6 months. Once an inexperienced first-year student, he has since learned about the God particle and gained invaluable friendships, not to mention the guidance of someone who helped him reach this point. Meanwhile, at the Iron Bastille senior class building, students file into the room one by one. Amy and Ceriel walk in together, chatting casually, when Cerone suddenly rushes toward them, balancing 2 cups of coffee in his hands. Startled, they step back as he grins, apologizing and explaining that he just wanted to surprise them. Shyly, he thanks Amy, acknowledging that he owes her. However, instead of a warm response, Amy coldly questions why he is speaking so informally. Shocked, Cerone asks what she means. Ceriel, standing beside Amy, gives him a wary look and reminds him that as a student, he should be focusing on his studies rather than approaching those in the graduating class. As they pass him, Ceriel mutters that she had hoped for some peace and quiet. Confused, Cerone follows after them, asking if they are upset because he has not visited them in a while. Before he can process what is happening, Ceriel and Amy shove him to the ground. They accuse him of stalking them and warn that if he does not leave immediately, they will take disciplinary action against him. Trembling, Cerone insists that this must be a misunderstanding. He cannot comprehend why they are treating him this way. Amy, seeming to lose interest, tells Ceriel that it is enough and reminds her that lunch is almost over. As the two walk away, Cerone stands frozen in disbelief. His mind rejects the reality unfolding before him that this cannot be happening. In a sudden panic, he turns and runs. Ceriel watches him go, frowning as she comments that despite his innocent appearance, he is oddly persistent. Amy remains silent. Ceriel, noticing her expression, reassures her not to dwell on it too much, playfully reminding her that she already has a handsome man by her side. Amy hesitates, then looks toward the person across from her. Meanwhile, Cerone sprints through the halls and collides with a tall student, Mark. Recognizing the class badge on Cerone's shoulder, Mark immediately bows and apologizes, addressing him as senior. However, Cerone, now more confused than ever, asks if Mark truly does not recognize him. Mark hesitates, rubbing the back of his neck, and admits that he does not. Shocked, Cerone insists that they took the teleportation test together. But Mark, still uncertain, apologizes once more. At that moment, Oliver approaches and asks what is going on. Cerone, relieved, turns to her, calling her name, but she only looks at him in confusion. The professor then speaks, staring at him with unfamiliarity, and asks who he is. A chill runs down Cerone's spine as he realizes that no one remembers him. Students gather, whispering among themselves. Some suspect that he might be an intruder. Panic takes hold of him. He turns and runs as shouts ring out behind him. His mind races, grasping for an explanation that this cannot be real. It must be a lie. Desperate, he reaches the classroom where his friends should be and bursts through the door, calling their names. Nade and Iruki, sitting inside, lift their heads to look at him. Out of breath, Cerone pleads for recognition. But Nade only gives him a cold stare and demands to know how he got in. Iruki echoes the question, his gaze just as unfamiliar. Cerone freezes in place. A terrifying thought grips him that what if he never existed in this world to begin with? And perhaps everything up until now had been nothing more than a dream. Nade asks our guy how the outsiders know the key to Istas and if another research group sent it to them. Cerone looks at them with even more despair. At this moment, Nade and Iruki look down and burst into laughter. They tease our guy, saying they couldn't help it anymore and mock his expression. Nade even laughs and imitates him. Cerone collapses and, trembling, asks if they remember him. Seeing something is wrong, they stand up in surprise and ask why Cerone is crying. They apologize for teasing him, but Cerone continues crying. Nade asks what he means by saying that people don't remember him. Iruki finds it strange, especially since even Professor Oliver said the same thing. Our guy holds his face and explains that when he looked into her eyes, she wasn't lying. Nade stands up and suggests they should go outside to check. Cerone immediately protests, fearing they will forget him if they leave. He worries that if that happens, he will be completely alone. Iruki suggests rewriting themselves. Nade quickly writes on Iruki's hand, noting that if he loses his memory, the person with the North Star symbol is his friend. He then holds out his arm, now marked with a star, and reassures Cerone that even if they forget, this will help them remember. Cerone looks at the symbol and wonders if this is some kind of supernatural spiritual activity. Iruki looks outside and urges them to go check. The three of them take turns returning to Alpheus School. When they arrive, they look ahead in shock. The schoolyard is filled with students and teachers. They are all gathered there, walking forward in an eerie manner. Cerone finds the sight even stranger than what he previously described. He hesitates, fearing he might end up like them if he gets too close. Iruki analyzes the situation and thinks the possibility is low since Cerone has already come into physical contact with them. Cerone feels reassured and decides to move forward. Nade steps ahead and calls out Gabe. Gabe raises his head in confusion and asks if Nade knows him. Iruki and Cerone follow in surprise. Nade, confused, insists that he does know Gabe and asks where he is going. Gabe, looking just as bewildered, doesn't answer. Instead, he grabs Nade's shoulder and demands to know who he is and what the sound in his head means. He holds his head in panic, saying he can't hear anything. Nade asks what he is hearing now, but Iruki interjects, saying that Gabe doesn't realize the sound he is hearing is his own voice. At this moment, Gabe stops speaking entirely and simply cries out in distress. Iruki observes that Gabe is continuously losing his memories. Our guy watches in shock and urges them to stop, but then all three look ahead in horror. The students have soulless eyes and are walking in a line. From the youngest students to the graduating class, even the teachers follow. A dark magical energy swirls under their feet. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Aaron turns around and announces that he has gathered them all. Canis stands in front of him with a group of students who move like zombies. She instructs him to proceed. Suddenly, a terrifying scream fills the air. Lucas crosses his arms and stands among the students, watching them turn into zombies. He smirks and wonders if he can do anything he wants to them. Then, he notices Amy and remarks on her beauty. Before he can continue, a voice interrupts him. Canis speaks coldly, while warning Lucas that if he disrupts their master's grand plan with such distractions, he will kill him. Lucas looks up, frustrated, and complains that Canis is too strict. He asks if they can have a little fun, but Canis remains stern and warns him again. Lucas, annoyed, internally curses Canis but knows better than to challenge a magician in their domain. He lets go of Amy's shoulder, sighing that it's pointless without a reward. At this moment, all the professors and students of the school are lining up and walking toward the horn. Nade, Cerone, and Iruki hide above, watching. Nade wonders if they should stop them, but Iruki disagrees. Nade asks why in surprise. Cerone also turns to look at Iruki, who explains that memory manipulation magic is extremely difficult, yet it has been used on more than 500 people. Nade realizes how terrifying the situation is. Iruki adds that these 500 people are not ordinary individuals, but highly intelligent students and professors, including Oliver, a 6th-level magician. Nade is even more frightened. Cerone coldly states that this means their enemies are stronger than them. Iruki nods and confirms that they are facing magicians beyond their imagination. He suggests they follow their trail instead of intervening immediately, as it could be too dangerous. At that, our boy suddenly notices something and urges them to pay attention. He points out that the principal and Professor Romy are missing. Meanwhile, in a house on a mountain, Miss Romy is meditating. Her body is drenched in sweat, and she frowns as the house shakes, startling the birds. She opens her eyes in shock and realizes something is wrong. She senses a massive demonic presence and notices that no one has come looking for her despite school hours passing. Immediately, Miss Romy teleports to the academy and is stunned to find it empty. At the same time, a bright light shines in the sky. It is Thad using teleportation. He rushes toward her and is relieved to see her. She is surprised and asks what is happening. He urgently informs her that the school has been attacked. He runs forward, shouting that they are in danger. He informs her that dark magic has struck, signaling a surge in crime the previous night. Thad warns that the entire school will be affected. Even the gatekeeper's records have been erased. He then reveals that Victor Arcane, a formidable magician who once wreaked havoc upon the world, is responsible. Romy taken aback. When she asks about the status of these magicians, Thad explains that they are third-rate mages, and reaching the 3rd rank grants the title of Grand Mage. Advancement depends on achievements and fame. Destroying a monster cave earns 500 achievement points, while an Imperial Invitation grants 100 fame points. He further elaborates that progressing from the 10th to the 9th rank requires 1,000 points, whereas ascending from the 4th to the 3rd rank demands an overwhelming 280 million. Even Alpheus has only managed to reach 4th place, yet Arcane has already climbed to 3rd. A century ago, Arcane constructed a grand monument and, through sheer mastery of dark magic, secured his position. Romy then wonders why the school is under surveillance. As a 6th-rate magician, she shares the same rank as Thad. Hearing her question, Thad hesitates, uncertain whether he should reveal the truth. Years earlier, Romy's records had been handed to a bishop from the Karsus Order, guardians of the 12 holy relics. When the headmaster first saw her, a strong bishop and a 6th-rate abbess, she was puzzled as to why someone of her caliber would want to teach at the academy. Romy explained that she followed the teachings of Bishop Young Karsus. Unlike other institutions, where magicians were trained purely for power, Headmaster Alpheus prioritized student autonomy and responsibility. Admiring his philosophy, she had expressed her desire to join the school. Thad is stunned by the memory. Returning to the present, he shuts his eyes momentarily before revealing the truth. Victor Arcane is the principal. Romy, though visibly shaken, remains composed. After a brief silence, she reopens her eyes and firmly declares that no matter who the enemy is, any threat to the students must be eliminated. Their duty is to protect them. Relieved by her resolve, Thad nods. Tapping into her spirit field, Romy senses that students moving toward the mountains. Thad is startled. She speculates that they are heading for the impassable bridge. Moments later, she notices 3 individuals leading them, but before she can react, she spots another group in pursuit. Thad asks if she can identify them. With a serious expression, Romy admits their faces are unclear, but their uniforms are recognizable. Nade, taken aback, questions why they have brought the students there. Ahead, a long procession moves toward the cliff's edge. Nade fears they might be planning to push the captives down. Troubled, he wonders how anyone could commit such an act. Iruki, agreeing, points out that unless there is a motive, eliminating the hostages would be meaningless. He considers calling for help, but Nade stops him, urging him to stay calm. Cerone reassures them that even if the principal is absent, Romy and Thad remain at the academy. Surely, someone has noticed the situation and sought assistance. However, if their enemies intend to harm the hostages before help arrives, they will have no choice but to fight. Though Nade and Iruki agree, Iruki warns of the overwhelming numbers. Nade acknowledges the danger but insists they must wait and observe. Watching closely, Cerone realizes the hostages are not about to be thrown over. Rather, they seem to be waiting for someone. Meanwhile, Lucas grows impatient and yells at Canis, demanding to know why their leader has yet to arrive. Time is money, he reminds Canis, asking whether he intends to let them all die waiting. Unfazed, Canis responds that nothing can proceed without the leader's arrival, and tells Lucas to focus on the contract. Aaron, using magic, communicates with Canis, questioning the leader's delay. Canis admits he is unsure that it has been too long. He trusts the leader but cannot comprehend why he, of all people, is late. No one has awaited this moment longer than their leader. On the other side, Lucas, growing more irritated, curses under his breath. At the very least, he thinks, they should be allowed to have some fun. Canis, gazing at the sky, wonders why their leader chose that particular person for this mission. Turning back to Lucas, he scowls and calls him trash. Amused, Lucas bursts into laughter, mocking Canis for believing himself noble while labeling others as worthless. Suddenly, a student in the back collapses. Lucas smirks, noting that while the brainwashed no longer think for themselves, their bodies still function. Without food, water, or rest, they will inevitably perish even without being thrown off the cliff. At that moment, he seizes Oliver by the throat, his body radiating a crimson aura. With a twisted grin, he asks Canis if he intends to kill everyone. Canis shouts that they are hostages, not victims, but Lucas only laughs, claiming that's exactly why thinning their numbers makes sense. Oliver struggles as Lucas lifts her higher, warning that by the time this is over, everyone involved will be labeled murderers. Furious, Canis demands to know if he plans to break the rules. Lucas scoffs, saying it would be a shame to kill a girl, but before he can act, the ground beneath him suddenly erupts. Canis and Aaron turn their gaze forward. Nade and Iruki stand there ready. Nade, smirking, remarks that he had hoped to blow off one of Lucas's legs, but unfortunately, he dodged in time. He then demands to know their identity. At that moment, a blinding light flashes across the sky. Lucas, startled, turns his head just in time to see Cerone teleport Oliver to safety. Gritting his teeth, Cerone declares that he will not let Lucas escape. Canis, bewildered, questions how they resisted mind control. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Arcane stands in a secluded cave. Sensing something, he asks if he comes alone. Thad carefully assesses the situation and suggests that the hostages be entrusted to the children, believing their intelligence will buy them time. Romy acknowledges his reasoning and promptly inquires about their next course of action. Without hesitation, Thad emphasizes the urgency of locating the headmaster, the only one capable of resolving the crisis. Understanding the weight of the moment, Romy realizes her path is already set. After a brief pause, Thad urges her to seek out Arcane, which ultimately leads her to stand before Victor Arcane himself. Arcane, observing her with a moment of silence, remarks that she is a monk. With measured composure, Romy bows and introduces herself as a bishop of the Karsus order, expressing her honor in meeting a figure of such legendary status. Arcane, taken aback, silently ponders how she managed to break through the black hole and stand before him. Acknowledging her as a truth seeker, he finds himself questioning how one of her status could also be a bishop. Every bishop he has encountered in his lifetime has been an old man. Yet here stands a young woman who has defied expectations, surpassing the eightfold path and reaching the pinnacle of sainthood at an extraordinary age. A smirk plays on Arcane's lips as he muses over the ever-unpredictable nature of the world. Turning his attention back to the matter at hand, Arcane inquires about Alpheus. Romy, unshaken, tells him that any attempt to stall for time will be futile. Arcane's eyes narrow at her statement, demanding clarification. She calmly explains that given the powerful magic he cast the night before, his current strength must be severely diminished, forcing him to wait until nightfall to regain power. At her astute observation, Arcane falls silent. Seizing the moment, Romy proposes a deal that if he lifts the spell affecting the students, she will allow him to face the headmaster. At first, Arcane merely chuckles, but soon his laughter erupts, filling the chamber. He scoffs at her assumption, questioning whether she truly believes he is the one stalling for time. Before Romy can react, a sudden wave of dark energy encases her like a cocoon. Her breath catches as Arcane's voice resounds above her, his tone laced with finality. Calling her a fool, he remarks that while killing her would be a waste, he has no choice. The dark magic morphs into thick wooden branches, tightening their hold around her as they ensnare the space where she stands. Meanwhile, at the impassable bridge, Lucas observes the scene below with a smirk. He comments on the perfection of the plan, pointing out that despite his warnings, 3 unexpected witnesses have appeared. Offering to handle the battle in exchange for additional payment, he awaits a response. Canis, already irked by Lucas's incessant chatter, remains unfazed. Aaron, just as she is about to intervene, halts as Canis raises a hand. Without looking at her, he orders her to secure the hostages while he takes control of the confrontation. His voice is cold, his confidence unwavering. Hearing this, Lucas leans back, amused by their perceived recklessness, convinced they will ultimately pay a steep price for underestimating their opponents. Canis then directs his attention to Cerone and Iruki, demanding to know how they managed to resist mind control. A silence follows before Nade bursts into laughter, boldly claiming they shattered the black magic through sheer strength. Canis steps forward, entering the spiritual realm, and scoffs at the absurdity of such a claim. If their power was truly that formidable, they would not appear as battered as they do now. As the seconds slip away, a formidable energy radiates from Canis, his patience thinning. Without warning, he commands his forces to advance. Nade instinctively attempts to warn his allies that magic will be ineffective against their opponent. But before he can finish, all 3 find themselves frozen in shock. Iruki, his voice barely above a whisper, acknowledges the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Canis. Cerone, maintaining his composure, swiftly instructs Nade to assist Miss Oliver while he himself steps forward. His reasoning is clear that since black magic is influenced by compatibility, his own abilities provide an advantage. Volunteering to engage Canis alone, he leaves the swordsman to the others. However, Nade immediately objects, arguing that attacking together would be far safer. Although the swordsman shows no signs of interference, Cerone insists that they remain vigilant, reminding them of Canis's past atrocities. He grimly states that Canis is far stronger than he appears. Lucas, observing it, looks at Cerone with disdain, recognizing him as someone who swiftly analyzes the battlefield. To Lucas, this makes him all the more irritating. Iruki too acknowledges Cerone's insight. Though typically an easy target for deception, Cerone transforms into an entirely different individual in the midst of combat. As the moment of confrontation arrives, Cerone's blue spiritual energy collides with Canis's ominous dark purple aura. A shiver runs down Cerone's spine as he takes in Canis's lifeless gaze, an eerie sensation washing over him. He cannot read his opponent's expression. Then, without warning, Canis unleashes a massive wave of shadow magic. Reacting instantly, Cerone raises a luminescent symbol to block the attack. However, to his horror, the shadow magic effortlessly consumes the light. Disbelief floods his mind that how could his magic fail? With no other choice, he teleports to evade the onslaught, refusing to concede defeat. Gathering his strength, he amplifies his luminescent attack fourfold, sending wave after wave of searing light toward the encroaching darkness. Nade and Iruki watch, stunned, as the darkness refuses to yield even under the relentless assault of light. Canis, unfazed, smirks in satisfaction. Cerone grits his teeth, his frustration mounting as he realizes the disparity between their abilities. The sheer magnitude of Canis's power bends the very laws of nature. Canis, his expression filled with condescension, ridicules Cerone, questioning whether he truly believes that compatibility alone will grant him victory. In response, Cerone raises his hand, summoning an immense surge of pure light energy. Canis, sensing something amiss, attempts to react, but it is too late. A blinding force crashes into him, hurling him backward with staggering force. Shock floods his features and he cannot comprehend what just transpired. Aaron, witnessing the event in horror, calls out his name. The barrier has been breached and Canis is thrown to the ground. As Nade and Iruki remain frozen in disbelief, Lucas looks on, thoroughly impressed. A slow grin spreads across his face. Their guy, against all odds, had just managed to land a decisive blow. Somewhere else in the forest, Romy is imprisoned in a cocoon by Arcane's power. Inside, she looks around cautiously. An old voice rings out, calling her stupid and useless and telling her to die. He points his finger straight at her. Romy is startled. She thinks it is dark all around, but if synesthesia is used, Arcane immediately launches a dark magic attack towards her. Her entire body radiates a bright golden light. A stream of light power passes through the rays of darkness and uses teleportation to avoid it. When Arcane sees this, he exclaims that it is impressive but reminds her that darkness is everywhere. As expected, another stream of dark magic rushes toward her with enormous power and speed. She realizes that if she used teleportation, her leg would be disabled. Romy curls up with her arms close to her body. She continues to use teleportation but changes her strategy, deciding to teleport only her upper body. In an instant, she rushes forward like an arrow and lands strongly on the ground. Arcane's voice is heard from somewhere, mentioning if she weren't a professor at a small school, she would have become a significant figure. And even Alpheus did not say a word. Above the sky, a scene appears showing Romy's arrival at the school to apply for a job. Arcane claims that Alpheus hid her outstanding abilities and talents. The image of the headmaster appears in front of her. Miss Romy looks at it stunned. Arcane continues, saying Victor took all the credit for himself. The voice continues to echo as Romy shouts loudly, asking what he wants to do. At that moment, another wave of dark magic attacks her, throwing her back. Her glasses crack due to the magic's power in front of her eyes. Meanwhile, at school, in the principal's office, Thad searches the room, calling for the master. He believes the master is nearby. He looks around the pile of books and remembers hearing that the master built a secret room in the office. He finds a book called To See the Dark. As expected, the master's thoughts open the door to the secret room. He steps forward cautiously, puts down the lamp and looks around, searching for his master. While searching, he notices a large photo of an extremely beautiful girl. Thad looks at it and assumes this person is important. At that moment, a voice rings out asking who is there. Thad immediately turns around and addresses his master, relieved that he is safe. However, the headmaster frowns and asks if Thad knows him. Thad turns shocked and wonders if the master has lost his memory. But he quickly realizes something is strange. Unlike others, the master has not completely lost all his memories. Alpheus rubs his chin and wonders aloud if he has amnesia. He then covers his face in horror, looking into a mirror and exclaiming that he has turned into an old man. He is shocked that his once handsome 18-year-old face is gone. Thad is stunned to hear that 40 years of the master's memory have disappeared. That means the person in front of him is completely different. As Thad thinks about it, the headmaster sits down and calls himself a young, arrogant man. He points forward and asks what is wrong with him. Thad explains that the master was injured by black magic and lost his memory. Not only that, but the safety of students and professors is at risk. However, Alpheus interrupts, dismissing it as unimportant. Thad does not understand. Headmaster frowns and asks again about his work. Thad hesitates before saying that the master is the principal of one of the 5 most prestigious academies in the kingdom. He explains that the students and subordinates respect him greatly. Headmaster laughs loudly as if he just heard a joke. He finds it amusing that he has become a teacher and is respected. At that moment he grabs Thad's collar and coldly asks what rank he holds. Thad, scared, replies that he is in 4th place. Alpheus shouts in anger, smashing everything around. He cannot believe he is only ranked 4th. Furious, he throws books off the shelves and rages about how a genius like him did not get 1st place. Thad watches in shock as Alpheus continues his tantrum. Still angry, Alpheus throws a picture from the wall to the ground, questioning why he keeps a photo of that difficult woman in his room. Thad is truly shocked at this scene. Alpheus then demands that if Thad is his student, he should know how to use photonic magic and restore his memories. They must find out what happened in the last 40 years. Thad is stunned but obeys. He suggests that the master not review his memories in the dark room. Silence falls between them. Aaliyah declares that if Thad is his student, he will give up because he does not need a weak disciple. Alpheus coldly says he is not afraid of his past. Thad tries to hold back his emotions, but finally admits that reliving memories can change a person's personality. He lets his teacher sit and places a hand on his forehead, worried that the old master may never return. However, he decides to trust him. Thad, with difficulty, says he will remove the dark ice-sealing headmaster's memories using photonic magic. The rest depends on the master. Alpheus dismisses Thad's concern, telling him to do his job properly. As Alpheus closes his eyes, Thad thinks about how these 40 years must have been the most terrifying of his master's life. Memories gradually return. The voices of beautiful women call out, blushing and praising Alpheus's intelligence. A young and charming Alpheus sips wine and assures them with a smile that the night will last forever. The scene transitions to Canis and Aaron, individuals who have spent their entire lives navigating battlefields where even the smallest mistake could be fatal. Constant vigilance has been their only means of survival. Their master often reminds them that they were never given a choice. They were shaped into weapons. Unlike children who attend school to secure promising careers, their path has always been different. Returning to the present, Aaron watches in disbelief as Cerone unleashes a devastating attack in the forest. Canis lies on the ground, his body trembling as an eerie darkness clings to him. Instinctively, he recognizes that his shadow shell formed just in time to protect him. A moment's delay, and he might not have survived. Yet he still struggles to comprehend what just struck him. A voice suddenly echoes through the space, commenting on Canis's predicament. Canis demands to know what he was hit with. The voice responds, explaining that he was engulfed by a dense light source. Confused, Canis struggles to his feet and questions how light can possess mass. The voice clarifies that when an intermediary object converts light energy, it can attain mass. Shocked, Canis admits he has never encountered such a phenomenon before. Turning to Cerone, the voice remarks that he must have made a significant discovery. Observing Canis's expression, it apologizes, insisting that it is merely stating facts. The voice acknowledges Cerone's extraordinary abilities, highlighting how rare it is for a school student to perform such advanced magic. Canis interrupts, asserting that victory belongs to him. The voice chuckles, suggesting that if they were to combine their strengths, they would be unstoppable. Instantly, an even denser force of dark magic surrounds Canis. Seeing him unharmed, Aaron breathes a sigh of relief, while Nade and Iruki stare in shock, unable to believe he withstood such an attack. With a triumphant smile, Canis mocks them, questioning if this is the best they can do. His confidence unshaken, he expresses his eagerness to continue the battle. Cerone, unfazed, retorts, asking if Canis truly considers this a fair fight when he is holding someone hostage. A new surge of magic appears in Cerone's hand. Canis, observing the light, confidently claims that Cerone's spell will have little effect on him. Rather than argue, Cerone simply dares Canis to block his next attack. Without hesitation, Canis moves, and the clash of light and shadow erupts like opposing forces colliding. Cerone grits his teeth, momentarily caught off guard. He quickly regains control, soaring into the air before releasing an immense burst of energy downward. Nade and Iruki watch in astonishment, while even Aaron shows concern. Spells, Canis muses, fall into 2 categories: those that can be evaded and those that cannot. Observing from a distance, Lucas analyzes the unfolding battle, recalling how he once dealt with an opponent wielding similar abilities. Cerone remains silent, his sharp gaze scanning the battlefield. The uneven terrain reveals the intensity of their fight. In an instant, he realizes that Canis has been manipulating his energy to maneuver behind him all along. Before he can react, darkness surges forward. Stunned, Cerone senses another shadow closing in from behind. Reacting swiftly, he teleports away, counterattacking immediately, only to find that his opponent is using darkness itself to teleport. Their battle intensifies, their movements flashing like streaks of lightning. Watching in frustration, Nade calls it unfair, arguing that Canis can move anywhere at will. Iruki, however, counters, explaining that Canis's teleportation is not limitless, and his movement is restricted to areas connected to his dark entities. Nade, now more focused, states that unless they analyze the entire battlefield, predicting Canis's next move will be nearly impossible. Iruki adds that Cerone, being highly skilled at calculating attack trajectories, might have a chance. As the fight rages on, Cerone and Canis continue testing each other's strength, their battle resembling an intense game of pursuit. At last, Cerone extends his hand, believing he has finally cornered Canis. A flash of light bursts forth, and Canis is forced into view. Nade and Iruki watch in awe that Cerone has succeeded. His energy hurtles toward Canis with unstoppable force. However, just before impact, a shadow barrier materializes, absorbing the attack. Stunned, Nade and Iruki stand frozen. Canis grins in satisfaction. In the next moment, darkness engulfs Cerone's light from all directions, swallowing it whole. Emerging from the shadows, Cerone breathes heavily. Just then, a chilling voice echoes from the depths. A grotesque figure steps forward, its grin stretching wide as it declares that the dazzling energy was quite a treat. The narrative then shifts 40 years into the past, to a pub in Bashuka. Two students, seated at a table, discuss Seraph's groundbreaking work, expressing admiration for his research in the field of light magic. They note how remarkable it is that Dragonbalt himself has taken an interest in his thesis. Seraph humbly responds that he has invested great effort into his work and promises a celebration if the results prove successful. Among scholars specializing in light magic, Seraph's voice holds significant recognition, second only to Alpheus. At that moment, Alpheus approaches, tapping Seraph's shoulder. Seraph, caught off guard, tenses as Alpheus acknowledges having read his thesis. While he commends the effort, he bluntly states that Seraph's research is outdated, pointing out that the nature of light waves has already been uncovered. Seraph is visibly shaken, arguing that his theories have been verified through rigorous experimentation. However, Alpheus insists that the knowledge is becoming obsolete, questioning how long Seraph expects it to remain relevant. He further asserts that light behaves more like a particle, rendering Seraph's work futile. Enraged, Seraph abruptly rises, declaring that he has no desire to speak to Alpheus again, and storms out. Alpheus, bewildered, remarks that he merely spoke the truth. A woman beside him nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Clump Oyent comments on Alpheus's habit of provoking intellectuals, noting that many now refer to him as Alpheus the Arrogant. Back in the present, Canis smiles and describes the creature behind him as the ultimate dark magic bio-creature harvest. He watches the others leaving and comments that they look really angry, laughing smugly. Nate is stunned and wonders if the bio-creature can talk. Iruki looks at it and says he has seen it in books but has never heard of it having intelligence. Our guy, also shocked, observes that alchemists and magicians create many things, from items to medicines, but none of them have been able to solve the riddle of creating life. He recalls that biological magic is considered an extremely difficult field, beyond human imagination. Looking at the bio-creature, our boy remarks that it is incredibly smart. The bio-creature smiles smugly and boasts about its intelligence, adding that its backside is also beautiful, though it cannot show it to anyone. Nate and Iruki listen in disbelief, finding its arrogance overwhelming. Canis, still smiling, confirms that the bio-creature is indeed intelligent, explaining that it is a demon with the mind of a great mage. He asks if they understand now. Cerone is startled as dark energy suddenly rushes toward him at the speed of light. He quickly uses teleportation to dodge, but Canis remains unfazed, admitting that our dude possesses very special magic, but insisting that he is still just a student. Just as our dude dodges, another ray of dark magic appears behind him, causing him to fall. Even so, he tries to release another source of power to block the darkness in front of him. Canis sees this, raises his hand angrily, and declares that Cerone's magic will not work against him. He slams his hand down, unleashing a massive force toward Cerone. Nade and Iruki rush forward to protect their friend. A second before the shadow reaches him, Cerone wonders what to do. He fears death but knows that if he loses, everyone else will die too. Thinking of Amy, Shreyla, and Oliver, who are still in danger, along with the unpredictable Lucas, he realizes he has no choice but to use everything he has. However, his quantum optics are not working, and he struggles to find a way to fight the monster. At that moment, Cerone remembers something. Just as darkness is about to consume him, he immediately uses rainbow teleportation to escape. Canis is shocked, realizing that Cerone can bend light. Cerone quickly jumps out of the shadows. Nade and Iruki attempt to run to him, but this time, Cerone stops them. Raising his hand, he states that monsters cannot move without a source of magic power, and that confronting them drains a person's will. Bio-creature remains silent, but Canis bluntly agrees, saying that they are one. He adds that if they combine their strength, they can defeat Canis. Cerone considers this and recalls that his earlier attack with light caused damage, proving that the dark bio creature has its limits. Canis laughs mockingly, questioning if Cerone believes willpower has a limit. Cerone gathers his strength and declares that he must test his theory to find out. Canis looks up in surprise as Cerone's light source grows larger. Gritting his teeth, Cerone challenges Canis, wondering which side will fall first. The bio creature is stunned as a massive beam of light rushes toward it. The bio creature urgently orders Canis to retreat into the forest, where darkness is stronger. Canis, confused, asks what he means, insisting that they can handle Cerone. However, the bio creature laughs and mocks Canis for not realizing Cerone's strategy. He explains that Cerone intends to keep attacking until Canis is completely exhausted. Kiss laughs in disbelief, calling it a foolish tactic. The demon, however, says that there is no need to fall for Cerone's plan. Instead, they should lure him into the forest and kill him there, as he is too desperate to hesitate. Canis finally agrees, realizing the bio creature is right. Canis, thinking that if he follows Harvey, who possesses his master's wisdom, he will win, immediately dashes into the forest without hesitation. Argai follows without a second thought. Nade shouts in concern, warning that the forest is dangerous. But Cerone continues, channeling light into his hands and attacking relentlessly. The entire forest glows with powerful light. Nade and Iruki are shocked, but Iruki remarks that they cannot interfere and must leave it to Argai. Turning his head, he continues watching. At this moment, Lucas stands up, draws his sword, and announces that it is his turn. His body radiates immense power, and he smiles confidently, ready to fight. Back to Alpheus's past, 40 years ago, at a party held by the Bastad family, Klump Oyent smiles and asks if he can invite a young lady to dance. After hearing this, she immediately runs away in fear. Klump feels confused and does not understand why. Alpheus tells Klump that he should find a partner instead of scaring them away. Klump replies that it seems Alpheus's hair looks better than his own. Alpheus smiles and assures him that if he grows his hair and dresses well, he will look fine, as long hair is in fashion at that time. Klump, feeling uncomfortable, sips a glass of wine. At that moment, Alpheus hears a female voice from a distance. A woman introduces herself as Irina. Meanwhile, a man walks away from her, apologizing and saying he is busy. Alpheus does not understand why he avoids her, as she is beautiful. Klump, although bitter, explains that she is the eldest daughter of the party host, the Bastad family, and seems to have some problems. Alpheus does not understand and asks what could be wrong with a noble lady. Klump, speechless, softly tells him that Alpheus must have come without knowing anything. He then explains that Irina had an accident when she was young, which left her intelligence stuck at the level of a 10-year-old. Usually her family does not allow her to leave her room, but today, they did not stop her. In the distance, a voice mocks Irina, calling her a disgrace to the family. Someone complains that she loves to party too much and should be controlled. Alpheus, with a cold expression, recalls how the elders in his clan would react in such situations. He suddenly decides to help Irina improve her reputation. Seeing this, Klump is startled and tries to stop him, warning that pitying Irina will only make her look even more pathetic. However, Alpheus waves his hand dismissively and reassures him that he has never been fake in front of a lady. Klump panics and calls him reckless, but Alpheus has already approached Irina. He bows politely and tells her that the night is as beautiful as she is. Irina trembles and introduces herself hesitantly. Alpheus feels confused, as this is not the reaction he expected. From afar, a few people whisper among themselves, wondering what he is doing with the poor child. Some even speculate about his intentions. Alpheus, still confused, tries to continue and asks if he can invite her to be his friend. However, before he can finish, Irina bursts into tears and calls for her mother. Alpheus suddenly finds himself in danger. 3 years ago, on a stormy and rainy evening, Iruki stood in the rain and coldly asked Nade if he was going to fight. Bursts of lightning flash across the sky. Raindrops fall down their faces. He remembers that he didn't want him to fight if it was in his hands. Returning to the present, Nade has a serious expression. Iruki just says his name, and Nade immediately understands, while saying that he knows already. His eyes turn blue, a sign of entering the spirit zone. He acknowledges Iruki's warning and confirms that he understands. In front of them, Lucas smiles, surrounded by a red aura as sharp as the 2 swords in his hands, and mocks them. In an instant his body disappears, and he rushes toward them at lightning speed, declaring that no matter how careful they are, they will not be able to stop him. Immediately, Iruki and Nade teleport away. Lucas, still chasing them, has a cruel expression. He grins and taunts them. Using schema, a user can increase their entire body's strength, but randomly strengthening only one part can lead to loss of balance, so a number of routes are used for strengthening called mitochondria build. It strengthens the mitochondria, which boosts energy, metabolism, and it is a very popular and fastest build. Lucas keeps up with Nade and Iruki using sheer strength. Nade suddenly shouts a warning to Iruki, who quickly reaches out and summons a bolt of lightning. A bright flash appears between Iruki and Lucas, startling the latter. At that moment, Iruki detonates the lightning, causing an explosion at Lucas's position. Lucas quickly moves away, gritting his teeth as he realizes their strength. He watches them and thinks they are merely inexperienced fighters who have never faced a fake schema before, yet they are fighting surprisingly well. The next moment, Lucas has to dodge wildly to avoid the continuous combination of explosive and lightning attacks from Iruki and Nade. Both of them frown, struggling to land a hit, thinking that this fight is even more challenging than the speed test. Lucas dodges skillfully but notes that his mitochondria are draining too much energy. He realizes he must finish the fight quickly. Pushing his mitochondria to the limit, he speeds up his metabolism to generate twice as much energy. Suddenly, Lucas appears behind Iruki, startling him. At that moment, large drops of blood stain the ground. Meanwhile, Romy, held captive by the darkness, is also bleeding. Arcane stands in front of her, admiring her perseverance. However, as soon as he finishes speaking, a huge vortex of darkness forms beside him. He declares that it is time for her to die, and darkness immediately descends upon her. She is shocked and realizes that if she gets hit by this attack, death is inevitable. Refusing to accept this fate, she takes a deep breath and lets out a powerful scream. The sound is so intense that it tears through the night. Arcane watches in shock as his darkness is dispelled. He recognizes the attack as the Parma's roar, which is powerful enough to shake the spirit zone. Looking back at his cocoon of darkness, Arcane sees a massive hole punctured through it. Immediately, Romy uses teleportation to escape, appearing in another location. Looking down from above, she acknowledges that when it comes to spells, she cannot rely on magic. Taking a defensive stance, she decides to switch to using schema. Suddenly, the silent cocoon erupts with a loud noise as a gigantic dark monster emerges. It attacks her immediately, catching her off guard. From above, she notices that the dark monster has brought many of its dark brothers. Arcane smirks and tells her that since she enjoys using a fake schema, they will do the same. Following his command, the shadow monsters charge forward. At that, Romy quickly takes a stance and rushes toward the monster's hand, raising her own hand and preparing to strike. 40 years ago, at the Bad Family Party, everyone watches as Irina cries loudly, calling for her mother. Alpheus, confused, asks her what is wrong. Through her tears, Irina says that her mother told her anyone who talks to her is a bad person. Alpheus, trying to calm her, asks if he is a bad person just because he wants to talk to her. He urges her to look into his eyes and talk calmly. In the crowd, a man named Seraph watches speechlessly and wonders if this crazy guy is bothering the host's daughter just to gain attention. Others in the crowd whisper among themselves, concerned for Irina's safety. Terrified, Irina insists she must go back to her room quickly, afraid of making her mother angry. Alpheus suddenly realizes that she is not afraid of him, but of being scolded. At a distance, the family heads discuss something among themselves. Clump, standing in the crowd, worries that Alpheus is meddling in another family's matters and urges him to apologize and leave before the situation escalates. Just then, Alpheus calls Irina's name loudly, startling her. Looking at her seriously, he tells her that she seems afraid of something. He reassures her with a smile, telling her that no one gets scolded for dancing at a party. Encouraging her, he asks if she wants to dance, promising that it feels freeing. With a gentle expression, he extends his hand to her and invites her to dance. Slowly, Irina places her hand in his, looking up in surprise as their fingers touch. The battle between Romy and the shadow monster continued with unyielding intensity. As she landed, she found herself questioning whether what she was witnessing was real. She wondered if this was truly the dark magic she had known. Without wasting any time, she swiftly raised her arms and unleashed a relentless series of attacks. Above, Arcane and the dark entity observed the fight. He smirked, noting how powerful her punches were. Below, Romy fought against the dark scarabs when, suddenly, the shadow monster lifted its hand and struck the ground with immense force. Fortunately, she managed to dodge the attack just in time. Arcane made a subtle motion with his hand, and the creature below mirrored his movement, slamming its palm down once more. Struggling to evade, Romy gritted her teeth, reminding herself not to overanalyze the situation, but to focus solely on destroying her opponent. Without hesitation, she launched an overwhelming barrage of punches, each radiating a golden aura. Arcane observed intently, realizing that her attack was more than just raw power, and it was a wave designed to dismantle its target from within. With so many waves colliding at once, the interference multiplied by hundreds, and he found himself unable to contain his excitement. Laughing maniacally, he shouted that this was madness, repeating that had Romy dedicated herself to training, she could have stood at the pinnacle of the world. Before she could react, a powerful blow sent her flying. Arcane continued, declaring that she had squandered her potential in pursuit of truth. Meanwhile, below, the scarabs began to merge, forming a colossal creature that dwarfed little Athela 1,000,000,000 times over. Arcane then proclaimed that her resistance was futile. He believed she was nothing more than an insect before his grand vision of world domination. Without hesitation, he hurled a wave of darkness toward her, triggering an explosion louder than anything before. Yet, in that very moment, he looked up in shock that Romy had evaded the attack. Realizing how dangerous he was, she knew that if left unchecked, he wouldn't just threaten the school, but the entire city. She resolved to stop him, even if it meant sacrificing her life. With that determination, she lunged forward, unleashing a beam of red light straight at the monstrous entity, her hands continuously discharging lightning that illuminated the entire sky. As Romy ascended, Arcane, overwhelmed by her attacks, screamed in agony. It was only then that he understood her previous strikes had merely been a setup for this decisive blow. Feeling the unbearable pain, he admitted to himself that he had almost forgotten what such suffering felt like. Summoning his strength, Arcane suddenly raised his hand with an intensity as if he had never attacked before. The dark entity mimicked him, lifting its own arm in unison. He convinced himself that fate had pitted him against the greatest minds of his time. Seeing this, Romy's eyes widened in shock. Arcane's expression twisted into a crazed grin as an overwhelming force of darkness surged toward her. She was momentarily stunned, questioning whether her lightning strikes had truly been insufficient. Doubts clouded her mind that if her master had been stronger, this outcome would have been different. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted, sending debris flying across thousands of miles. Not far from the battle, in the same chaotic battleground, Nade cried out in alarm, calling Iruki's name in panic. Reaching out, he desperately attempted to channel his lightning magic while frantically asking if Iruki was all right. Placing a hand over his bleeding chest, Iruki reassured him that it was nothing more than a scratch. He then turned his gaze toward Lucas, who was being struck by bolts of lightning, and, despite the situation, commended Nade for a job well done. Meanwhile, Lucas, still reeling from the lightning, seethed with anger, cursing the blue-haired brat. He realized that Iruki had only feigned his attack, using it as a cover to envelop the entire area in a magnetic field, effectively rendering him defenseless. As Iruki waved his hand once more, a flicker of blue flame suddenly appeared behind Lucas. Determined not to lose to these so-called brats, Lucas clenched his teeth. At that moment, Nade, preoccupied with his attack, failed to notice the presence of a ghostly figure clinging to his leg. The realization struck him like a cold shock. His lightning had stopped responding. He turned his head in alarm, stunned to see an unexpected figure. It was Erin. Until now, no one had noticed her arrival. Without a word, she raised her hand, summoning the shadows. Frustrated, Iruki waved his hand in exasperation and cursed under his breath. A sudden explosion burst toward Lucas, yet he managed to dodge it at the last moment. At the same time, he swung his knife, aiming straight for Nade's neck. The blade cut through the air, but Nade narrowly dodged in time. Lucas let out a frustrated scream, blaming Nade for the situation. Iruki, caught off guard, shouted in panic. However, Lucas's expression suddenly shifted to one of disbelief. His attack had been stopped and two thick bars of ice had appeared out of nowhere, intercepting his sword and saving Nade. Both Iruki and Nade stared in shock. It didn't take them long to realize who was behind this. As Lucas turned his head, his gaze locked onto a figure stepping forward. It was Cerone. Far away, in a distant past, the homeowner observed his guests in silent astonishment. The atmosphere was lively and people smiled and danced to the rhythm of the music. Amidst it all, Clump exhaled deeply, a small smile forming as he gazed ahead. His mind drifted to the remarkable achievements of Alpheus, who had done what no one else had managed. At the center of the stage, Alpheus and Arena danced joyfully together. Deep within the forest, Canis attempts to contact his monster, Harvey, demanding to know what is happening. Harvey responds, sensing a powerful tremor along the mountainside. Turning back, the demon remarks that Arcane has begun deploying the Servants of Darkness. Canis immediately breaks into a run, muttering that this must be the Master's final move. He wonders whether Alpheus has already appeared. Harvey does not deny the possibility, reasoning that if Canis suspects it, then it is likely true. Arcane will arrive soon. Just then, a sudden light attack hurtles toward the monster, but it swiftly blocks the strike, warning Canis that they must wipe everything out. Behind them, Cerone speeds toward them like a streak of light. Canis curses under his breath, calling Cerone a persistent brat. Rather than succumbing to the darkness, Cerone relentlessly obstructs their movements. Observing the situation, Harvey notes that it feels as though they have been trapped on a chessboard. At that moment, Canis's steps come to an abrupt halt. He acknowledges the need for a change. Harvey agrees, preparing himself. Without hesitation, Canis unleashes his shadow magic, while Cerone, trailing closely behind, summons his own power. Meanwhile, at the impassable bridge, the sky is heavy with drifting snow. Lucas stares in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the impossible that if the old man's magic truly has been broken. Standing behind him, Aaron finds it even harder to accept. Only a magician of extraordinary skill or a high-ranking monk could possibly undo the Master's Abyss Nova, a spell known as memory-sealing magic. She questions how an ordinary teacher from a magic academy could have achieved such a feat. With a cold and deliberate pace, the professor steps forward. Overjoyed, Nade rushes toward her, relieved that she has regained consciousness. However, as he reaches out, his hand suddenly freezes. Startled, he exclaims at the unbearable cold. Iruki, however, remains wary, remarking that something about this feels strange. Below them, the students whose memories had been sealed begin to tremble. Iruki quickly deduces that the professor is not yet fully awake. Before he can finish his thought, a wave of ice magic surges outward. Lucas barely evades the blast but still ends up coughing blood. Furious, he shouts in frustration. Collapsing to the ground, Lucas clutches his wound, pleading for her to stop. His voice carries an edge of fear as he asks whether she intends to kill all the students. A chilling realization dawns upon him that some individuals, even when weakened to the brink of death, can still annihilate others in their unconscious state. The professor's unfocused gaze confirms his worst fears. Despite not being fully awake, she continues to launch devastating attacks through her spiritual domain. To Lucas, this is beyond humiliating. He finally grasps the terrifying truth that this woman has inscribed magical spells directly onto her own body. Without a second thought, he discards his sword and turns to flee, cursing as he runs. The billions of dollars at stake suddenly seem meaningless. Desperate, he activates the mitochondria schema model to accelerate his escape. Yet something feels terribly wrong. A strange sensation creeps up his leg. Looking ahead, he spots the professor standing in the distance, waving her arms effortlessly. Though appearing no older than 20, she radiates the power of a 6th-level mage. Her most formidable ability, Absolute Zero Ice Magic, is now in play. At that moment, an enormous tornado of ice begins forming in her grasp. Meanwhile, frost creeps up Lucas's legs, encasing his feet in solid ice. A single thought crosses his mind that this school is truly bizarre. From its teachers to its students, misery seems to be the one thing they all share. Above them, massive clusters of ice materialize, glacial bombs. Hurtling toward the ground at terrifying speed, they threaten to obliterate everything. Aaron looks up in horror, convinced she is about to die. But just as the deadly ice descends, Nade dashes forward, pulling her away from the impact. Pinned beneath Nade, Aaron stares at him in shock, demanding to know what he is doing. Gritting his teeth, Nade yells at her to wake up. His voice trembles as he warns her that at this rate, they are all doomed. Aaron frowns, frustration evident on her face. She insists that time is slipping away. At that instant, Iruki appears between them, declaring that he will handle it. Nade, taken aback, demands to know his plan. Analyzing the situation with sharp precision, Iruki estimates the iceberg's weight, somewhere between 15 to 20 tons. To neutralize it, he must shatter it into thousands of fragments while accurately predicting the trajectory of each one. Without hesitation, he projects his spiritual domain upward. It surges toward the iceberg at blinding speed. He knows that even the smallest miscalculation could be catastrophic. The moment his domain makes contact, the ice explodes into countless shards. Nade and Aaron stare skyward in stunned silence. They can hardly believe what they are seeing. The once monstrous glacier has transformed into a breathtaking display of light, resembling fireworks against the night sky. Despite the awe-inspiring sight, tension lingers between Aaron and Nade. Without warning, she pushes him away, demanding an explanation for his actions. Wincing in pain, he insists that all he did was save her. He swears that there was nothing more to it. Aaron's voice sharpens with anger. She reminds him that they are enemies, and she never needed his help. Nade cuts her off, exasperated. He urges her to stop arguing and think rationally that if she truly wants everyone to die here. For a moment, Aaron hesitates. Uncertainty flickers across her face as she confesses that she doesn't know what to do anymore. Her admission surprises Nade. However, before he can respond, she quietly states that it all comes back to Canis. He was always the one who protected her in the past. A bitter laugh escapes her lips, mingled with unshed tears. She claims not to care what happens next. Frustrated, Nade presses her that what is she really thinking right now? Before she can answer, a deafening explosion erupts beside them. Both Aaron and Nade instinctively turn toward the source of the blast. A single step emerges from the smoke. Tears stream down Aaron's face as she lets out a laugh of disbelief. There, battered and bleeding but undeniably alive, stands Canis. Far in the past, under the soft glow of the moon, Alpheus and Irina sit together, their laughter filling the night as they reminisce about the astonished expressions on people's faces when they danced. Their conversation shifts to the nature of light. Alpheus recalls an experiment where light behaved as a particle, yet in another, it created an interference pattern like a wave. He is convinced that light must be a particle. Midway through his thoughts, he pauses, realizing he might be boring her. But when he looks into her eyes, she reassures him with a gentle smile, telling him that he is a kind person. The warmth of her words makes him blush. With a small sigh, he admits that, despite being a mage, he is struggling with his research paper. He turns to her, curious about her perspective. Should light be considered a particle or a wave? Still smiling, Irina simply replies that light is beautiful. Back in the past, Cerone had been reading a book when he suddenly noticed something unusual. Calling Nade and Iruki closer, he pointed it out to them. Nade approached cautiously and inquired about what it was, to which Cerone explained that it concerned the principle of mass and energy equivalence. He went on to elaborate that mass could be converted into energy, prompting Iruki to consider the reverse implication, that if mass could transform into energy, then energy should also be capable of becoming mass. This realization led him to contemplate whether the concept could be utilized to enhance the photon cannon. As they discussed the matter, Cerone's gaze fell upon the formula, and he suddenly became aware of the professor's name inscribed on it. Shocked by the discovery, Iruki and Nada exchanged startled glances. In the present, an intense beam of light cut through the darkness, drawing a cry of pain from Harvey, who immediately recognized that their opponent had increased the strength of his attack. Canis, taken aback, observed the situation closely, and came to the conclusion that the enemy was growing stronger with each passing moment of the battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cerone continued his relentless pursuit of Canis. Raising his hand, he summoned a photon cannon, from which 4 massive beams of light hurtled toward the monster, forcing it to let out an agonized scream. Despite the sheer force of the attack, Harvey merely chuckled, acknowledging its impressiveness while remarking that Cerone was still too young. However, Cerone dismissed his words with a mere wave of his hand, stating that it was nothing more than practice. Harvey, caught off guard, found himself momentarily speechless. Just as another attack was about to strike, Harvey hastily warned Canis that blocking it would be impossible and urged him to retreat. Canis, however, refused, arguing that if they withdrew now, they would lose their momentum. Instead, he commanded Harvey to absorb his willpower immediately. Understanding the urgency, Harvey rushed forward, muttering curses under his breath, and somehow managed to block Cerone's light attack. The battlefield trembled as a series of massive explosions erupted. Elsewhere, Aaron and Nade stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they took in the scene before them. Overcome with emotion, Aaron broke into tears, while Canis, barely able to process what he was witnessing, questioned whether what he had just seen was truly a photon cannon. Iruki, equally astonished, commented on Cerone's ability to apply a formula he had only learned the previous day. From above, Cerone utilized teleportation to move forward with incredible speed. As he landed, the professor and Iruki approached him, their eyes immediately falling on the wound on his hand. The professor, appearing concerned, inquired about the injury. Cerone, offering a faint smile, apologized before turning to face them once again, this time with an expression of resignation. He admitted that he did not believe they could win. Perplexed by his sudden shift in attitude, Nade questioned why he now sounded so uncertain. Cerone simply reaffirmed that their opponent's strength was far greater than they had anticipated. Iruki, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that the battle ahead would not be easy. Nade, disheartened, lamented the fact that even after perfecting the photon cannon to such an advanced state, it still did not seem sufficient. Meanwhile, Iruki observed Cerone closely, sensing the immense pressure he was under. However, he also recognized that they had no choice but to take responsibility for what was to come. Stepping forward, Iruki addressed their opponent directly, questioning whether they truly believed they could handle two adversaries at once. He proposed that they admit defeat and spare the students, arguing that no lives had been lost yet and that it was not too late to surrender. Canis, however, rejected the suggestion outright, asserting that the battle was far from over. He warned them that his master would see to it that they were punished. Confused, Nade pressed for clarification, demanding to know what punishment he was referring to. Canis, with an ominous tone, responded cryptically, suggesting that they could ask Alpheus when they met him in hell. His words sent a wave of shock through the three of them. Continuing, Canis accused their principal of an unforgivable act, claiming that the academy had been established after being stolen from his master. Everything they currently possessed, he insisted, had originally belonged to the one he served. His statement left Cerone visibly shaken, prompting him to demand an explanation. Iruki, refusing to be swayed, cautioned the others against falling for Canis's words. Even if what he said held some truth, he argued, the people of the academy were not responsible for any past wrongdoing. Canis, however, dismissed his reasoning, maintaining that he was merely acting in accordance with his master's will. Frustrated, Nade retorted that it would not change anything. At that moment, Cerone took another step forward. Raising his hand, he summoned an immense surge of light. Canis and Harvey exchanged amused glances, questioning whether sheer brute force would be any more effective than words. However, just as they were about to mock him further, their expressions changed. Without warning, Harvey shifted into a defensive stance, his body tensed as if preparing for an imminent threat. Confused by his sudden reaction, Canis questioned what was wrong and urged him not to be afraid. But Harvey, with a grave tone, warned that the incoming attack was unlike anything they had faced before, and it was far more dangerous than they had anticipated. Canis, in disbelief, asked whether it was truly their opponent's doing. Insisting that they could stop it if Harvey absorbed enough of his power, he prepared himself for battle. However, as his eyes locked onto the blinding light ahead, a cold realization washed over him. It was brighter than anything he had ever seen. Cerone, his voice devoid of emotion, gave them one final opportunity to release the students. Iruki and Nade were left speechless, while Aaron gasped audibly at the sheer intensity of the moment. Canis, filled with rage, declared himself the representative of the great magician, and vowed that even if he perished, his master's will would remain unshaken. Cerone, however, responded that he had no desire to take any lives. Yet, if people were suffering because of Canis's unwavering devotion to his master's ideals, then he had no choice but to put an end to it. Back in the past, under the glow of the evening sky, Irina sat on the grass, gazing up with a serene smile as she admired the light. Alpheus watched her in silence, captivated by the gentle radiance of her presence. Irina softly remarked that while stars, fireflies, and light itself were undeniably beautiful, the words spoken by people did not always carry the same warmth. Alpheus, acknowledging her sentiment, carefully asked why she found light so enchanting. Without shifting her gaze, Irina explained that light allowed them to see through the darkness, and it was only because of light that they were able to witness the beauty of the night. Surprised by her words, Alpheus turned his eyes toward the sky as well. In that instant, it seemed as though he had arrived at a profound realization. A look of understanding crossed his face before he solemnly knelt before Irina, who watched him in bewilderment beneath the moon's gentle glow. With quiet sincerity, he asked whether she would be the light of his life. Alpheus would never forget that moment. The stillness of the wind, the scent of the grass, and Irina herself. No matter how much the world changed, those memories remained untarnished. Meanwhile, in the present, Alpheus, now much older, reflected on the past with a quiet smile. In stark contrast, Thad was exerting his full power, struggling against the principal's overwhelming resistance to light magic. He marveled at Arcane's unparalleled abilities, urging the principal to wake up. A sudden sound shattered the tension between Cerone and Canis, causing both to tense in alarm. Canis, reacting instantly, called out to his master, and as the shadows stirred, Arcane emerged, his dark aura consuming the space around him. Arcane comes, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings in silence. Meanwhile, Lucas collapses beneath the ice, while Canis and Aaron, standing above, bow their heads in apology to their master. Arcane, regarding them as fools, shifts the blame entirely onto that child. Cerone, his expression cold, demands to know whether Arcane was the mastermind behind the incident. At a distance, Iruki and Nade remain watchful, carefully analyzing the old man. Arcane, noticing their persistence, smirks and remarks on their stubbornness. Turning his attention to Cerone, he inquires about his name. However, Cerone refuses to answer, stating firmly that he will not reveal his name to a murderer. Instead, he orders Arcane to release his mind control and leave at once. In response, Arcane bursts into laughter, stroking his beard as he rejects the demand. He declares that every student of Alpheus must face punishment, including Cerone. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power erupts. Cerone stares in shock but reacts immediately, unleashing his own energy in retaliation. His attack is powerful enough to shake the ground, yet Arcane remains completely unscathed. Observing the display, Arcane comments on the sheer magnitude of Cerone's spirit zone, finding it impressive for someone so young. Nade, Iruki, and Cerone stand in disbelief as Arcane effortlessly evades the attack. Undeterred, Cerone raises his hand to strike again, but before he can act, a voice calls out, urging him to stop. Emerging unsteadily from the forest, Miss Romy struggles forward. Cerone's eyes widened in shock at the sight of her. Arcane, however, merely smirks, taunting her for appearing in such a pitiful state and claiming that she should feel ashamed. Supported by Nade and Iruki, Romy declares that victory or defeat means nothing to her, and her only concern is protecting her students. Cerone quickly seizes the moment to ask her about Arcane, demanding to know his motives. After a brief silence, Romy finally reveals that his name is Arcane, a third-level archmage. The revelation leaves Nade, Iruki, and Cerone utterly stunned. She further explains that Arcane harbors deep hatred for the principal. Arcane sneers and begins voicing his grievances against the principal, addressing the young students with disdain. Romy, however, warns him against becoming too complacent. Arcane remains silent, and Canis suddenly realizes, in shock, that his master's mental strength is only at 10%. Yet, despite this limitation, Harvey is convinced that it is still more than enough to annihilate them. Canis, still focused on their objective, reminds Arcane that they have yet to capture Alpheus. Overhearing this, Aaron stiffens in shock. She demands an explanation from Canis, but instead of answering, he steps forward and respectfully requests Arcane to entrust the matter to him. Arcane studies him for a moment before offering a smile. Aaron watches Canis uneasily, sensing that his gaze no longer belongs to the same person she once knew. Arcane then turns to Cerone, asking whether he is Alpheus's disciple. Cerone's expression hardens as he warns Arcane not to speak so casually about the principal. He declares that compared to Alpheus, Arcane is unworthy of even being called a magician. Arcane erupts into laughter, his voice filled with mockery. He questions the so-called virtue of Alpheus, wondering just how much of it has been an illusion over the past 40 years. Nade and Iruki exchange uneasy glances, struggling to process his words. Then, shifting his attention back to Canis, Arcane abruptly orders him to stop fighting. Canis, bowing his head, expresses his gratitude toward his master. At that moment, Romy, filled with concern, calls out to Cerone, urging him to halt. But he continues moving forward. Canis steps into his path, ready to engage. Aaron attempts to intervene, using magic to remind Canis that they should leave the matter to Arcane. However, Canis remains resolute, declaring that he has already failed his master once, and that he must defeat Cerone, even if it costs him his life. He calls upon Harvey for support, but no response comes. Frowning, he calls again, only to realize that within his spiritual domain, his demon has lost its wings and is retreating into the distance. Clenching his teeth, Canis charges ahead, determined to fight. Cerone, bracing himself, takes a defensive stance, and the battle begins. Canis pursues Cerone relentlessly, but to his surprise, Cerone leaps off a cliff, choosing to battle in midair. A smirk crosses Canis's face as he assumes that Cerone believes his shadow power is useless in the air. However, the moment he vanishes into the darkness, he is struck by an unexpected realization. Nade, Romy, and Iruki also stare in astonishment. Above them, luminous letters shine brilliantly across the sky. Gritting his teeth, Cerone reaches a decision that if he cannot follow Canis's movements, he will simply target his entire spirit zone. Without hesitation, thousands of radiant magic projectiles descend upon Canis. He raises a hand, summoning dark magic to shield himself from the onslaught. As the battle unfolds, the heavens above resemble a clash between angels and demons. Within moments, Cerone's luminous attacks pierces through Canis's darkness. He immediately turned around and dodged, realizing that the opponent must have been out of his mind. Everything unfolding before him seemed entirely real, leaving no room for doubt. Cerone continued his relentless attacks without pause, while Canis found himself questioning whether Cerone was truly casting hundreds of spells simultaneously and if each one was genuine. He could not comprehend how someone so seemingly unremarkable could possess such power. Above, Cerone kept launching flares in Canis's direction. Romy, astonished, wondered aloud when Cerone had gained such immense strength. This time, even Nade was left speechless, unable to believe what he was witnessing once again. Iruki remained silent as he watched Cerone step into what seemed like an infinite domain. Just then, a sudden noise startled both of them. Romy, puzzled, observed the sky still glowing above and thought that the end had already arrived. Meanwhile, Canis continued fleeing, desperately trying to establish contact with Harvey. He called out for an answer, fearing that if things persisted this way, their deaths would be inevitable. As soon as he voiced his concern, a formidable attack approached. However, to his surprise, he remained unscathed. Confused, he glanced up at the shining sky and realized that Cerone had not been targeting him directly, but rather his master. Cerone's light magic kept surging forward, and Canis finally understood that his true objective was to eliminate the darkness Canis relied on for teleportation. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Canis clenched his teeth, acknowledging the sheer terror of the moment. Goosebumps covered his skin as he recognized that this madman's mental strength was beyond comprehension. Standing before the vast brilliance of the light, Canis felt a deep sense of disgrace and unfairness, and he did not want to die in front of his master. Meanwhile, Arcane silently observed the ongoing battle, his arms crossed as he watched the unfolding events. Just as Canis resigned himself to his imminent death, an irritated voice cut through the air, dismissing the situation as bothersome. Stunned, Canis recognized it as Harvey's. At that moment, the radiant beams of light were intercepted by an overwhelming darkness. Canis screamed in agony, bewildered by the sudden failure of his mental force. Harvey's voice rang out again, his awareness returning as he fixed his attention on Cerone. He declared that the dazzling display of light had been successfully blocked by his shadow. Cerone, caught off guard, struggled to understand why this was happening. A fierce struggle ensued between light and shadow, one relentlessly pursuing, the other desperately evading. Cerone swiftly dodged the shadow attacks, yet the battle began tilting against him. A shadow attack slashed through his hand, and without hesitation, he darted downward, narrowly escaping the encroaching darkness. Clutching his wounded hand, he recognized the danger of continuously using the immortal realm. Analyzing the situation, Cerone pondered how Harvey could possess such extraordinary physical resilience against light spells. Alongside his remarkable intelligence, close combat abilities, and extreme speed, he questioned why Harvey had refrained from using these capabilities earlier. Then, a realization struck him that he suspected that the magic bio-creature was depleting Canis's mental energy. Romy, shifting her gaze toward Arcane, remarked that his cruelty knew no bounds. It was clear to her that, in his eyes, disciples were nothing more than vessels meant to sustain the bio-creature. Aaron, watching Canis collapse and vomit, felt a growing unease. Struggling to breathe, Canis weakly murmured Harvey's name, unable to comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, the bio-creature continued its battle with Cerone, its power surging with each passing moment. Cerone now grasped that if his opponent had undergone such a transformation, neither physical attacks nor magical light would be effective. The solution lay within the luminescent world. Resolute, he raised his hand, altering his strategy. A colossal beam of light surged toward the bio-creature. Harvey howled in agony, unleashing curses, but Cerone remained unwavering. Despite his relentless attacks, Cerone furrowed his brow, realizing that even with his limitless mental reserves, he was bound by his own limits. However, a thought crossed his mind called omniscience. If that was the key, there remained only one path forward that he needed to elevate his omniscience. He recalled the equation: energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. This time, he resolved to convert all available mass into energy. The bio-creature, sensing the impending catastrophe, stared at its own hands in horror. Its pulse turned erratic, and it hissed in terror. Aaron gasped, while even the usually composed Arcane widened his eyes slightly. Nade and the others stood frozen in shock. After a long silence, Iruki finally identified the phenomenon that Cerone's magic had transformed into a laser. The laser beam locked onto the bio-creature. Harvey screamed in agony as his body burned under the scorching light. Canis collapsed, writhing in unbearable pain. Aaron, noticing that Harvey's suffering was being transferred to Canis, grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Harvey reached his limit, yet Cerone showed no sign of relenting, his magic continuing to shine with unyielding intensity. The bio-creature shrieked in desperation, warning that if the attack continued, annihilation was inevitable. The beam of light remained steady, cutting through the darkness. Romy looked up to find Arcane observing the scene with an unreadable expression. Suddenly, she called out to Cerone, urging him to stop. Cerone turned to look at her, but before he could react, the bio-creature responded with a grim declaration that it was already too late. In that instant, the bio-creature exploded, sealing its fate. The day before, Harvey introduced himself to Aaron and Canis. Holding her brother's hand tightly, Aaron remained silent while Canis, with a cold demeanor, demanded that Harvey submit to him. Harvey, observing the two without immediate response, simply asked for an explanation. Later, Arcane met Harvey in private and inquired whether he was interested in Canis. However, Harvey clarified that this was not the case. Instead, he believed that merging with Aaron would yield better results. He pointed out that Aaron had spent a decade in Rodham, yet no one, aside from Canis, had ever laid eyes on her. This prolonged isolation had sharpened her psychic perception, allowing her to see what ordinary people could not. Arcane calmly elaborated on the first principle, a unique cognitive process that enabled an individual to perceive an object in its purest form from the very first encounter. Acknowledging this, Harvey remarked that Arcane had been able to locate Aaron by detecting her psychic overload, which ultimately led to both her and Canis being brought here. Arcane, speaking frankly, admitted that Aaron was too fragile for his purposes, and instead urged Harvey to take Canis. At that moment, Harvey realized that this had been Arcane's intention all along. Just a minute before the explosion on the mountain, Aaron gazed upward and noticed something approaching from the sky. Meanwhile, Harvey informed Canis that an explosion was imminent. Stunned, Canis followed Harvey's gaze. In that instant, the bio-creature abruptly announced its intent to sever their contract. A surge of power erupted, causing Canis to cry out in agony. Above them, Harvey's form began to swell unnaturally, resembling an inflating balloon. Overcome with panic, Canis desperately questioned why Harvey was alone. He recalled a past conversation in which he had told Harvey that his only true light was Erin and that his duty was to shield her from the world. As the moment of detonation neared, Harvey, unbothered by his impending fate, mused over Canis's intriguing nature and made his decision to press forward. Canis, writhing in pain, screamed while Arcane, unwilling to watch, turned away. In the end, the explosion took place regardless, engulfing the impassable bridge in crimson light. Arcane stood frozen in shock as Cerone suddenly emerged behind him, his voice filled with fury as he demanded to know what Arcane had done. In the midst of everyone's stunned silence, Cerone's accusations rang loud that if Arcane was trying to kill them all. Narrowing his eyes, Arcane smirked and remarked that Cerone's expression seemed oddly familiar. Without hesitation, he noted that Cerone bore a striking resemblance to Alpheus from 4 decades ago. Cerone, seething with anger, shouted for him to stop talking. However, Arcane merely smiled, claiming that he now understood why the cunning Alpheus had accepted Cerone. He went on to say that Cerone even possessed the qualities of omnipotent possession, warning him that Alpheus was plotting something far more sinister. Cerone, confused yet demanding answers, pressed for clarification. With a calm but piercing tone, Arcane revealed a shocking truth that Alpheus, the man Cerone admired, had once been his own student. The revelation left Cerone momentarily speechless. Standing high above, Arcane continued, describing Alpheus as a brilliant student who had been a pleasure to teach, yet ultimately consumed by greed. Despite everything Arcane had done for him, Alpheus had cast him into hell and destroyed his life's work. Arcane further stated that Alpheus's wife had met a tragic end, passing away in suffering. Nade, along with the professor and Iruki, were left utterly stunned. At that moment, Romy, standing among the children, demanded that Arcane recount the events of 40 years ago. Arcane remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the group, while Cerone watched him intently. That era had marked the pinnacle of Alpheus's career. It was the year when the sound of applause filled the air as the Golden Magic Circle Award was presented to him. With a joyful heart, Alpheus stepped forward, accepting the trophy and the bouquet of flowers amid the cheers. The prestigious award recognized the magician with the most outstanding achievement of the year. The crowd, ecstatic over his discovery that light possessed both molecular and wave-like properties, showered him with praise, calling him a genius. Playfully, they reminded him not to forget them once he became famous. Among them, Clump pulled Alpheus aside and in a joking manner, confessed that he had once viewed Alpheus as nothing but a troublemaker. However, his perspective had since changed. As they spoke, they agreed to celebrate the occasion, though Alpheus mentioned that he needed to return home first. That night, on his way back, he clutched his trophy with excitement and called out for Irina the moment he stepped inside. Emerging from the kitchen, she beamed with joy upon seeing him. Without hesitation, he placed the golden medal around her neck, telling her that it rightfully belonged to her. The medal, bearing the Empire's seal, signified that the entire world had recognized her ideas. Overcome with emotion, Irina shed tears of joy and congratulated him. In response, Alpheus lifted her into his arms, announcing that he had a party to attend before carrying her upstairs. Confused, she protested, worried that the bread would burn. But he simply laughed, remarking that his own excitement burned even brighter. At the age of 23, Alpheus had already risen to fame as the continent's most distinguished magician. Invitations poured in from around the world. Yet he chose his opportunities carefully, valuing principles over personal gain. However, despite his success, opposition from both families remained strong regarding his marriage. As he stepped into a carriage, he reassured himself that Irina only needed to wait a little longer. When the time was right, the Miri and Bastad families would have no choice but to accept them. Meanwhile, back at their home, a group of men arrived. Seraph, among them, voiced his dissatisfaction with how things had unfolded. Another man commented that had they acted sooner, they might have avoided the situation. They approached Alpheus's house but hesitated before knocking. Seraph, uncertain about whether to bring a gift, was reassured by the others that it was unnecessary. When the door finally opened, Irina stood there, taken aback by their presence. She cautiously asked who they were, to which they introduced themselves as friends of Alpheus, inquiring if he was home. Upon hearing that he was out, Seraph asked when he would return, but Irina was unable to provide an answer. Seraph then requested to wait inside, insisting that standing outside was inconvenient. Although hesitant, Irina eventually allowed them in. Later that night, Alpheus returned home, apologizing for being late. However, as he stepped inside, he noticed that only the kitchen lights were on, leaving the house dimly lit. As he approached, voices filled the room mocking him. Seraph, now drunken, laughed as he claimed that Alpheus had only achieved success because of his marriage. He scoffed, suggesting that Alpheus had never written a single thesis himself and was nothing more than a lucky flirt. Turning to Irina, he asked if she agreed with his assessment. Confused, she simply replied that she did not know. Seraph dismissed her response, stating that she would not understand. Before he could continue, however, he was suddenly struck in the face. Furious, Alpheus cursed him, his anger boiling over. The others quickly intervened, questioning how an educated man could resort to violence. Panicked, Seraph admitted fault, insisting that he had spoken recklessly. As they stumbled toward the exit, The men assured Alpheus that they would never show themselves again. Once they were gone, Alpheus turned to Irina with anger still burning in his eyes. He demanded to know why she had allowed them inside. Caught off guard, Irina explained that they had claimed to be his friends. However, Alpheus refuted the notion, stating that no true friend would ever insult his wife in such a way. His frustration mounting, he accused her of failing to recognize who his real friends were. In a moment of desperation, he called her foolish. The instant the words left his lips, regret washed over him. Turning away, he covered his mouth, unable to stop the silent tears from falling. Irina sheds tears and bows her head without saying anything. Alpheus remains silent, then turns around and tells her to forget everything he just said. He adds that just because her intelligence is lacking, it does not mean her thinking is stuck at the level of a 10-year-old. Irina bows her head and apologizes, saying that she will never do it again. These words hurt Alpheus even more, but he believes that the weaker side must always yield. He simply says that he is going out for some fresh air and leaves, while Irina silently bows her head. Later, Alpheus angrily puts his beer cup down on the table and curses himself, calling himself trash. He did not expect to say such things to someone who only knows how to look at him and follow him. Clump, sitting nearby, responds that it is normal to argue sometimes. Then, with a smirk, Clump suggests taking the opportunity to have a baby, saying that it would surely improve their relationship. Alpheus remains silent but admits that he has thought about it. Hearing this, Clump immediately advises him to have children no matter what, as it would help stabilize the family, just like the Oyent family. Alpheus sighs and says he understands, but the doctor has told him that he is unsure whether a person with the intelligence of a 10-year-old can endure the pain of childbirth. Clump falls silent for a moment before saying he should not have brought it up, but Alpheus had already known this when he decided to get married. Alpheus interrupts, saying that he knows and does not regret it. Clump sighs and questions why someone as smart as Alpheus would act like this, telling him he has no other choice at the moment. Alpheus suddenly raises his head upon hearing this. Meanwhile, in another place, Arcane writes something and comments that it is not bad, the person has successfully made it here. It has been 48 hours since someone broke into the Archmage Arcane dungeon. Outside the door, a bruised and battered Alpheus asks if he is Victor Arcane. Arcane responds with amusement, while saying that he did not expect Alpheus to be alone, overcoming traps and monsters by himself. He then asks who he is. Alpheus remains silent before introducing himself. He takes out a paper and says he has read his thesis on storage of memory. Arcane, intrigued, smiles and notes that the genius behind the light quantum theory, known as Light of Miri, is interested in darkness magic. Before completely collapsing, Alpheus states that he wants to give his memories to his wife. Then, he loses consciousness. When Alpheus wakes up startled, he finds himself lying in a pool of water. Arcane sits nearby, reading the papers. He tells Alpheus that he has read his notes and finds them interesting. He explains that Alpheus wants to use the absorbing ability of dark magic to store memories, and light magic to create a virtual nervous system, which would then be used to assimilate and transfer the stored memories. Alpheus wants to use the properties of light to transmit information. Alpheus remains silent as Arcane folds the papers and comments that it is a novel and wonderful idea. However, he warns that this involves transferring an entire person's life to another, which will not be easy, not to mention the moral concerns. Alpheus immediately requests Arcane to accept him as a disciple. He firmly states that he will find a way to make it work, because he wants to protect his wife from the world. Arcane looks at Alpheus and asks whether his wife has agreed to this experiment. Alpheus grits his teeth and remains silent. However, Clump is the first to object, calling Arcane a criminal and questioning why Alpheus is seeking him out. Slamming the table, Clump insists that Alpheus must be stupid if he wants to transplant memories into someone else's brain, calling it impossible. Alpheus, speaking softly, tells Clump that Arcane is the continent's greatest scholar of dark magic, even if Clump does not recognize it. Clump immediately scoffs, calling himself a fool, but insists that even though he is not as smart as Alpheus, he at least understands that Alpheus is about to throw away all the blessings he has. Clump tries to reason with him, warning that if he gets involved with Arcane, his position in the royal family will be stripped away, and his family will disown him. But Alpheus only says that none of that matters as long as Irina is happy. If the experiment succeeds, he will be even happier than he is now. Irina, stunned upon hearing this, closes her eyes and thinks about her husband's happiness. Without hesitation, she agrees to the experiment. Clump panics even more, while urging Irina to reconsider, but she simply says she trusts her husband. Alpheus approaches, smiles, and reassures her, saying that he, the magician who received the golden circle, will cure her weakness. Then, he will no longer have to endure contemptuous looks. Clump watches them seriously. Afterwards, the Alpha family sells all their assets to move into Arcane's dungeon. There, in a space complete with laboratory rooms, Irina can live comfortably. Clump occasionally brings them food. In the laboratory, Irina lies on a hospital bed as Arcane nods approvingly at both of them. Alpheus looks exhausted but deeply happy. Irina gazes at her husband and smiles. Only Clump remains silent. 2 years pass. Clump, standing by Irina's bedside, jokes that after today, she will have all of Alpheus's memories, including the embarrassing ones, like wetting the bed as a child or glancing at other girls. Irina simply smiles. Alpheus gently strokes her cheek and acknowledges her suffering. Irina, still smiling, thanks him. Alpheus in turn says that he is the one who should be grateful. He promises they will live happily together and have children. At this moment, Arcane reminds Alpheus of what is about to happen. Alpheus plugs the machine into his forehead, fully determined. The experiment uses technical magic, biological magic, alchemy, light magic, and darkness magic, the most advanced technology available. The clinical examination shows no issues, with a 100% success rate. Arcane activates the machine. Wires on Alpheus's forehead emit light, causing him pain. A ray of light appears to be drawn upward, then shines toward Irina's experimental chamber. Emotions pour into her pure, without deception, prejudice, or calculation. She feels something very pure, love. Irina, overwhelmed, silently thanks Alpheus. She is grateful to have met him. Suddenly, a warning alarm blares. Alpheus sits up in a panic, asking Arcane about the experiment. Arcane seriously replies that it was successful and perfect even. But Alpheus, terrified, looks at Irina, who now lies weakly on the experimental bed, where she is struggling to speak. Arcane says that while the physical transfer was flawless, her nerves are beginning to resist it. She smiles through tears, realizing that unlike animals, humans must still exist somewhere beyond what they understand. She believes that if their research had continued just a little longer, it might have worked completely. Clump, witnessing the scene, is overcome with emotion. Before she can finish speaking, Irina suddenly screams in pain. Alpheus, panicking, begs her to stop talking, promising to do anything to save her. He apologizes repeatedly, but Irina, struggling, tells him not to be sorry. Alpheus, in despair, calls himself an idiot, shouting that he is the fool. But Irina, weakly closing her eyes, simply thinks thanking him that it was short, but he lets her see his magical world full of logic and thanks her before leaving. Alpheus, overwhelmed, screams in despair. Irina's funeral took place on a rainy day, attended only by her family in a private gathering. They did not permit Alpheus to be present, as he neither shared a marital bond with her, nor had children. In the end, they drifted apart like strangers. On the day of Irina's passing, Alpheus had repeatedly struck his head against the wall, struggling to comprehend what had happened. He recalled how Irina had once told him that where there was light, darkness inevitably followed. The thought of having tried to change her filled him with regret. Overcome with despair, he had collapsed in the rain, blaming himself. He had called upon the god of light, Miri, chastising himself for the arrogance of reaching toward the forbidden. Sometime later, Arcane had allowed him into the room, informing him that he had returned. Expressing his condolences, he had urged Alpheus to clear his mind. However, before finishing his words, his gaze had fallen upon a bag of gasoline. Shocked, he had noticed a pile of documents soaked in it and had immediately demanded to know what Alpheus was doing. In response, Alpheus had turned toward him with an empty smile, stating that their research should never have been conducted. Arcane had attempted to calm him, acknowledging his grief, but reminding him that their experiment had been a success. He had insisted that individuals like Irina, who suffered from unexplained psychological afflictions, could now be treated. He had questioned whether Alpheus truly intended to let Irina's sacrifice be in vain. At this, Alpheus had let out a bitter chuckle, summoning magical flames as he repeated the word, sacrifice. Before Arcane's eyes, the documents had caught fire. Desperate, Arcane had tried to retrieve them, shouting that the research had been the culmination of both their efforts. As Alpheus had turned away, Arcane had demanded how he could do such a thing, his voice laced with anger. That night, an uncontrollable fire had broken out. In the present, Arcane had spoken with resentment, questioning whether Alpheus had truly abandoned him, the one who had always supported him both mentally and physically. Looking toward the sky, he had accused Alpheus of wasting his wife's sacrifice and forsaking thousands of people for his own reasons. Hearing this, those around him had been left in shock. Cerone had turned to the principal, seeking confirmation of Alpheus's actions. Arcane, still looking skyward, had admitted that he understood Alpheus's grief, but he had declared that such actions were unworthy of a magician. Lowering his head, he had explained that he was there not only for revenge, but also to ensure that no other magician followed in Alpheus's footsteps. Raising his voice, Arcane had asked whether they still believed Alpheus to be a good teacher. He had called him cunning, arrogant, and reckless, condemning him for destroying a cause that had been meant to save lives. At that moment, a voice interrupted him. Nade, Iruki, and Romy had turned toward Cerone in surprise. Cerone had agreed that his master's actions had indeed been unworthy of a magician. Nade had instinctively moved to stop him, but Romy had held him back. Cerone had continued, stating that while he understood the feeling of betrayal, Arcane's actions had also not been just. Arcane had been taken aback by the words. Cerone, unwavering, had questioned whether this was truly all that a great magician like Arcane could do. In response, Arcane had burst into laughter, asserting that those with power had the right to act as they pleased. Just then, a surge of energy had shaken the ground. Speaking of judgment, Arcane had released a beam of light that had struck Cerone. However, Cerone had remained undeterred, accusing Arcane of being trapped in the past for 40 years. The remark had left Arcane visibly shaken. Cerone had continued, claiming that despite all his words, Arcane had merely been drowning in regret. Arcane had faltered at this. A memory from 40 years earlier had resurfaced. He had recalled the moment Irina had introduced herself, mentioning that her husband depended on Arcane. He had welcomed her, inviting her to make herself comfortable. She had looked around, noting the vastness of the place, and had asked whether he ever felt lonely. Her words had caught him off guard. He had remembered how, upon first meeting her gaze, he had felt something akin to fear. Her eyes had been pure, yet unyielding, as if capable of confronting the deepest darkness, carrying within them enough light to dispel it entirely. Now, looking at Cerone, Arcane had realized that he was witnessing that same gaze once more. Trembling, he had suddenly broken into laughter. Romy, observing him, had reflected on how understanding and sympathy were inherently human emotions, yet when taken to the extreme, they could transcend human limitations. As his laughter had faded, Arcane had mused that when insight surpassed human boundaries, it could blur the distinction between good and evil. He had then questioned whether Cerone could truly foresee the consequences of his actions, concluding that they would never be able to see eye to eye. Fixing Cerone with a cold stare, he had declared that someone like him had no place in this world. At that moment, darkness had begun to engulf the surroundings. Nade, stunned, had wondered how Arcane was able to wield magic when he should no longer have the ability to do so. The shadows had converged, forming a dense mass. Cerone had stood frozen, struggling to comprehend how Arcane was able to defy the laws of fair exchange. A sudden thunderous sound had filled the air. Raising his hand, Arcane had laughed, proclaiming that magic was far more enigmatic than they could fathom. Iruki had cursed under his breath, firing bullets in desperation, fully aware that if the dark energy descended upon them, their fate would be sealed. A colossal wave of darkness had begun to distort the very space around them. Even Aaron, who had remained composed until then, had felt fear creeping in as the darkness grew stronger. At that critical moment, a radiant beam of light had pierced through the shadows, slicing through the encroaching darkness and dispersing it entirely. Everyone, including Cerone, had turned their gaze forward in astonishment. Headmaster Alfus had arrived. Upon seeing him, Arcane had immediately smiled, while Alfus had silently met his gaze. A huge source of darkness spreads behind Arcane as he spoke in a hushed tone, remarking that Alfus had grown old. Alfus, however, remained unaffected by the memory-sealing magic, as though he had anticipated its effects. Instead of showing concern, he simply stated that remembering the past was a good thing and expressed his gratitude. His thoughts drifted to the image of his beloved framed in his mind. Turning toward the students, Alfus addressed them with an apology for his past actions. Closing his eyes, he bowed in acknowledgement, thanking them for their efforts in protecting everyone, including Romy. Expressing relief that she was among them, he watched as Romy returned the gesture, assuring him that she too regretted not being able to shield the students. Cerone hesitated before stepping forward to speak, but Alfus, composed, acknowledged that his mental strength had fully recovered. Taken aback, Cerone questioned whether he had already realized this. Alfus explained that the most formidable magic ever developed by arcane mages was abyss magic, which is a power centered on the manipulation of memories. With a knowing smile, he tapped his temple, revealing that when Arcane erased his memories, it had inadvertently restored his mental strength for a brief time. Still grappling with the revelation, Cerone found it difficult to believe such a phenomenon was possible. Placing a firm hand on Cerone's shoulder, the principal advised him to always possess a hidden advantage capable of overturning any situation. Without such a safeguard, one could never truly be considered a combat mage. With that, Alfus insisted that matters concerning the past should be settled by those to whom they belonged and urged the students to leave. Arcane, standing before them, responded without hesitation. If his former student was so determined, he would comply. A smirk played on his lips as he remarked that letting them go was simple, but then he posed a question asking what would Alfus do now. He reminded him that he could no longer return to his role as principal. Alfus's expression darkened, but Arcane continued, pointing out that hundreds of students had now become aware of his past. Realization struck Nade, who understood that Arcane had been the one to reveal the principal's past all along. Iruki, too, furrowed his brows, recognizing that everything had been orchestrated from the beginning. With an air of amusement, Arcane suggested setting the place ablaze once more. Remaining composed, Alfus warned him that such matters were not to be taken lightly. Arcane then extended his hand toward the students, inviting them to join him, claiming that they would complete the research on memory implantation. He boasted that he had successfully implanted his own memories and introduced Harvey, a magical bio-creature, declaring that its existence was made possible by Arena's sacrifice. Alfus's gaze darkened at the mention of sacrifice, the word echoing in his mind as a justification he himself had once used. Confronting Arcane, he accused him of masterminding the entire research, leaving Arcane momentarily speechless. Producing a crumpled sheet of paper, Alfus demanded to know what he sought to achieve by erasing both Irina's and his own memories. Tears welled in his eyes as he held up the document, questioning why hundreds of magical bio-creatures had been created. In a voice filled with accusation, he shouted, condemning Arcane's ambition to dominate the world. Arcane, momentarily unsettled, attempted to respond but soon regained his composure, scoffing at the notion. Even after 40 years, Alfus remained unchanged in his convictions. Cerone, now grasping the truth, remarked that this was the very reason Alfus had destroyed the research. He speculated that Harvey, the magical creature, housed the memories of both Arena and Alfus. Aaron, stunned by the revelation, shifted her gaze toward Harvey. Meanwhile, Arcane clenched his teeth in frustration. Alfus had spoken the truth. Harvey's defiance mirrored Alfus's own nature. Gripped by realization, Aaron asked, her voice trembling, whether Harvey had been ordered to self-destruct. Overwhelmed by emotions, she shed tears of hatred. Arcane, holding his head in irritation, raised a hand in frustration, lamenting that no one truly listened to him. Above them, darkness gathered, swelling into an immense black mass, its oppressive force spreading fear among the students. Their terrified cries filled the air as Alpheus stepped forward, positioning himself as a shield before them. High above, Arcane sneered, taunting Alpheus to flee and abandon everything. Lost in thought, Alpheus's mind drifted to a moment from the past. Clump had stood before him, a grave expression on his face, questioning whether he intended to die there. Before him had stood a weary and unkempt Alpheus. Clump had spoken of his decade-long search, recounting the lengths he had gone to, the fortune he had spent, and the information he had gathered to track him down. Alpheus had questioned why he had come in search of someone like him, to which Clump had remained silent. Instead, he had pulled something from his pocket and handed it over. Alpheus had stared at it in shock. Clump had explained that someone was meant to have vanished the following day. The object in his hands had been a letter from Irina. Alpheus had unfolded the letter with trembling hands, his eyes scanning its contents. Within it, Irina had expressed her desire for the experiment to continue. Her final wish had been for him to move forward rather than remain consumed by grief, urging him to pursue the research he so deeply loved. She had called him her eternal light, asking him to let the world witness that brilliance. Overcome with sorrow, Alpheus had wept until his heart could bear it no longer. Then, gathering his resolve, he spoke, asking for money. He had declared his intention to establish a school, ensuring that individuals like him would never come to exist again. Dedicating his entire life to this cause, he had made a solemn vow. Clump had smiled, his expression serene. Now in the present, Alpheus raised his hand, summoning a radiant force. He reflected on the life Irina had enabled him to live. A surge of brilliant light emanated from him, its intensity overwhelming those nearby. Even dragonflies seemed suspended in slow motion. Cerone, captivated, watched in awe as time itself appeared to slow. Lifting his hand higher, Alpheus gathered the light into his palm. In an instant, a dazzling beam of radiance shot skyward, illuminating the world around them. Cerone rises to his feet, his looks around him. Iruki and Nade do the same, while Aren lifts her head, her eyes tracing the radiant light that gleams like the sun. As the brilliance fades, the surrounding darkness dissipates with it. A stunned exclamation escapes Arcane as he struggles to grasp what has just transpired. Alpheus, his expression calm, explains that the phenomenon is a spell known as Big Bang. Though merely an innocent magic that emits light, he remarks that reporting such a thing to the Magicians Association would be laughable. Still, he considers this farewell gesture to be sufficient. Arcane, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, turns to Alpheus with a questioning stare. He demands to know whether Alpheus has prepared magic to challenge him. Yet before his words fully settle, he staggers and collapses, blood trickling from his nose. Pressing a hand against his face, he looks up in disbelief. Alpheus, unshaken, points out that although Arcane manipulated his memories to restore mental strength, it remains nothing more than an illusion of the mind. He warns that forcing beyond one's limits will place unbearable strain on the brain, endangering his very life. Arcane, recognizing his defeat, lets out a strained chuckle. He muses that Alpheus has not taken a moment's rest in 40 years, yet despite that, he has now managed to surpass the great magician Arcane himself. He admits he never foresaw this outcome. A brief silence follows before Alpheus finally speaks. His voice is firm as he tells Arcane that he still fails to understand. He is no longer the great mage he once was, and those days belong to the past. 40 years is long enough for even a mage of the 10th level to wither to the 2nd. The world has moved forward, and they have aged. He challenges Arcane, asking how long he intends to chase after the ambitions of his youth. A hush settles over the scene as Arcane, still coughing blood, manages a smirk and curses under his breath. He taunts Alpheus, urging him to weep, declaring that he cannot even claim to be a great mage anymore. Struggling to rise, he insists that Alpheus is no genius, merely someone who knows how to raise his voice. As he lifts his weary head, his magical eyes gleam ominously. He presses a trembling hand to his temple and sneers, calling him an arrogant fool. Once more, a sinister aura begins to take shape around him. Alarmed, Alpheus shouts, demanding to know if Arcane has lost his mind, warning that restoring his mental strength through such reckless means will be his undoing. However, before he can react further, he notices something far more alarming: that the students and even the professors of the school are being drawn skyward by Arcane's looming shadow. With the last of his strength, Arcane proclaims that he will go to any lengths to ensure Alpheus's downfall. Alpheus struggles to comprehend why victory or defeat holds such immense weight for Arcane. He pleads for him to abandon this childish obsession. Yet Arcane, standing amidst the encroaching darkness, merely smirks and urges Alpheus to listen carefully. In what he calls his final lesson, he declares that magicians are, and will always be, nothing more than children. Aren's breath catches as she stares in disbelief. Meanwhile, the students of the magic school continue to be pulled toward the abyss. Chaos erupts as Alpheus and the others rush to their aid. His voice cuts through the turmoil, ordering them to save as many as possible. Without hesitation, Cerone, Thad, and Iruki leap into action. Thad uses his immense strength to grasp falling students, while Iruki swiftly pulls up his literature professor, the same one who had once reprimanded him for failing an exam. Nade, eyes brimming with tears, desperately struggles to rescue Gabe, only to realize that too many remain beyond his reach. Cerone's heart pounds as he watches his teachers and friends plummet toward the icy ground. Panic surges through him as he spots Amy among them. Without hesitation he dives, calling out to her, his voice raw with urgency. Amy's eyelids flutter as she stirs, confusion clouding her mind. A voice, faint yet familiar, reaches her ears. Struggling to recall its owner, she lifts her gaze just as Cerone appears above her, shouting her name. Realization dawns upon her, but terror grips her when she notices the desperation in his eyes. In a final desperate lunge, Cerone seizes Amy's hand. Her breath catches in her throat. She stammers his name only to falter when she sees the tears streaking his face. Laughter and sorrow blend in Cerone's expression as he recalls the words he once spoke to her. He had promised that when they reunited, they would compete as equals, for he would have caught up to her by then. But now, the bitter truth settles upon him that he cannot keep that promise. A jolt of fear shakes Amy as she grasps his intent. She cries out, pleading for him to stop, demanding to know what he is planning. Yet Cerone only closes his eyes, murmuring his gratitude. Amy clings to him, her sobs desperate, begging him not to leave. But as his form begins to dissolve, an ethereal light envelops him. A luminous brilliance surges outward, illuminating the entire sky. Iruki and Nada, in the midst of their frantic rescue efforts, freeze in stunned disbelief. The awakened students instinctively shield their eyes from the overwhelming radiance. Even Romy and the headmaster can only watch in silence. Meanwhile, Arcane, drained and powerless, collapses where he stands. His gaze drifts toward the spectacle before him, his mind barely able to process the sight. In the abyss below, thousands of shimmering lights pulsate in a mesmerizing display of color. A weak, wistful murmur escapes Arcane's lips. He calls it self-sacrifice. He muses to himself how peculiar this world is, and how even after living an entire lifetime, one still clings to existence, unwilling to let go. Turning his head one final time, he casts a lingering glance at Alpheus. Then, with a slow exhale, his eyes flutter shut, and his breath stills. Above the impassable bridge, the radiant glow continues to pierce the heavens, an unyielding beacon against the darkness. A stream of multicolored light descends from the sky, striking the ground like a rainbow. One by one, the students begin to reappear. Arcane lies motionless, his shadow only manifesting after he has already fallen. Canis, overwhelmed by agony, cries out, questioning whether Arcane truly believes everything ends with death. Despair fills his voice as he wonders how Arcane could abandon them so easily. His grief turns to rage as he shouts that he does not care if he is seen as nothing more than a tool, and what truly matters to him is not being left behind. Aaron watches Canis's sorrow unfold, tears streaming down his own face. Consumed by guilt, he blames himself for everything, pleading desperately for their master to return. Though Aaron attempts to console him, insisting it is not his fault, Canis refuses to accept it, repeatedly taking responsibility for their loss. At that moment, an unexpected voice interjects, confirming that, indeed, it is Canis's fault. Both turn sharply, startled. Behind them stands Harvey, his gaze unwavering as he declares that had Canis not interfered, Arcane would still be alive, standing as their shield. Now that he is gone, Harvey continues, they are all destined to follow him. Canis remains silent, absorbing the weight of the accusation. But Harvey does not stop there, rather he presses further, questioning whether knowing the truth will change anything. He explains that Arcane simply fulfilled his purpose, lived as he wished, and passed on without regrets. Then, his voice hardens as he asks Canis what he intends to do next. The question drags Canis into a memory, the day he was first asked why he sought power. His answer had been resolute that he wanted strength to protect Aaron from the world. As the memory fades, Canis rises to his feet, repeating those very words. His resolve crystallizes as he strides toward the spectral entity, stating that if it is not dealt with here, it will become a greater threat. With that, he accepts the contract. Aaron, troubled, warns Canis that with his dwindling mental strength, he will not be able to endure it. She offers to bear the burden instead, but before she can act, Harvey interjects coldly, declaring that Canis is now his master. Without hesitation, Harvey's shadow melds into Canis once more. Canis, his voice laced with warning, reminds Harvey that should he dare betray him again, he will show no mercy. As darkness surges into him, Harvey grins, acknowledging the threat, and remarks that he finds his master's arrogance amusing. Canis collapses, yet this time, Aaron catches him before he falls completely. Clutching him tightly, she weeps, urging him to live so that together, they can shape their own future. Meanwhile, from a distance, Alpheus silently observes the unfolding scene. Turning to Professor Romy, he solemnly declares himself a sinner. Romy, unfazed, responds that true atonement begins with acknowledging one's sins. Alpheus listens, then offers a faint smile as he looks at her but says nothing. Romy, studying him, notes that his arrogance has faded. At this, Alpheus chuckles and quietly accepts whatever punishment awaits him. Watching him, Thad and Romy exchange a glance, relief evident in their expressions. Alpheus, his smile lingering, then shifts his attention and asks where their hero has gone. He admits he never expected the boy to successfully teleport over 400 people at once, finding the feat nothing short of extraordinary. Just then, a distant cry pierces the air. It's Amy's voice, desperate and pleading for help. At once, Nade and Aruki rush toward her. Amy, her eyes filled with tears, trembles as she announces that Cerone is not breathing. With Arcane's body properly handled, it takes 8 hours to return all the students to their dormitories. Though their sealed memories will gradually resurface, the school remains closed until then. In a dimly lit room, Amy, Nade, and Iruki stay beside Cerone. Amy sits at his bedside, sobbing uncontrollably. She regrets not recognizing him the moment he returned, and as memories of their time together resurface, her sorrow deepens. The weight of her unspoken apology crushes her, making the pain even more unbearable. Nade, concerned, gently tells Amy to rest, warning that exhaustion will only make her ill, but Amy, clutching Cerone's hand tightly, refuses to move. Her voice shakes as she questions why magic, something that should never take the life of its caster, has instead stolen Cerone away after he used wide-area teleportation. Something about this, she insists, is not right. Nade, eyes welling with tears, nods in agreement. At that moment, a voice breaks the silence, suggesting that magic is, in fact, capable of killing its wielder. It points out that Arcane too perished because of it. From the shadowed corner of the room, Iruki emerges, delivering this grim assertion. Amy immediately protests, arguing that Arcane's death stemmed from the depletion of his brain's energy, whereas Cerone's condition resulted from fully unlocking his immortal jaws. The two cases, she insists, are entirely different. Iruki, however, remains unmoved. To him, the distinction is irrelevant that whether Cerone drained his energy or pushed his immortal function beyond its limits, the outcome remains unchanged. What truly matters is that Cerone is dead. His blunt statement sparks outrage, and Nade immediately calls out his name in protest. Amy, eyes blazing, steps forward, demanding to know whether he genuinely believes Cerone is gone. Unfazed, Iruki replies that he has yet to confirm it, but all evidence suggests it to be true. Without hesitation, Amy seizes his collar and easily lifts him, fury radiating from her trembling frame. She reminds him, her voice choked with emotion, that Cerone ended up like this because he sacrificed himself to save them. Tears spill down her cheeks as she raises a clenched fist, poised to strike. Yet Iruki remains eerily calm, his expression unreadable. Amy hesitates, realizing she will not follow through. Frustrated, she curses him, accusing him of knowing she would never hit him. With bitter finality, she declares that someone like him does not deserve friends. Nade, watching the tense exchange, stays silent but visibly uneasy. Iruki, his voice sharp, snaps back at Amy, telling her to stop acting pathetic and start thinking logically. He states the brutal truth that Cerone's heart has stopped, and he is no longer breathing. If they truly wish to pull him back from the abyss, then wallowing in despair is not the answer. His words hang heavy in the air. Nade, after a brief silence, reminds him that magic cannot revive the dead. Hearing this, Iruki's expression darkens. He shoves Amy away and states coldly that this is their fundamental weakness. Without another word, he turns on his heel and walks away. Nade, watching him go, then asks Amy why she did not strike him. Wiping her tears, Amy murmurs that she could not bring herself to do it because, in the end, Iruki is still Cerone's friend. Beyond the infirmary, Iruki walks alone, muttering under his breath about their helplessness. Just then, another voice speaks, echoing his sentiment and calling them pathetic as well. Turning, Iruki finds Canis and Aaron standing before him. Canis, his tone indifferent, states that they have only come to offer their condolences. He clarifies that Cerone did not die fighting him, but rather after saving others. His interest in the situation, he adds, has already faded. He continues, remarking that the others are foolish, always fixated on whether someone is truly dead rather than what must be done. Iruki stretches his arms, replying simply that they should hope Cerone is still alive. His words catch Canis and Aaron off guard, their expressions shifting to surprise. Without hesitation, Iruki steps into the spirit zone, declaring that there is only one person in the world capable of stopping Cerone. At that moment, an overwhelming spiritual force surges toward Canis, locking onto him with lethal intent. Harvey, sensing the imminent threat, warns Canis that he has become the target. Canis acknowledges this, yet Harvey's tone grows more urgent. The monster calculates the potential destruction, concluding that if Iruki unleashes his magic, everything in their surroundings will be obliterated. However, Canis remains silent before asking Harvey how fast Iruki calculates so quickly that the place will be wiped out. The monster inside of him explains that Iruki's speed allows him to analyze everything happening in the city within 3 seconds. Canis, who is clearly surprised, questions how that could be possible, even if Iruki has savant syndrome. Harvey observes Iruki and adds that his brain cells cannot handle this much longer. Iruki looks toward them and declares that if Cerone has to die like this, he will definitely kill them as well. Harvey immediately warns Canis to retreat, explaining that Iruki will explode if he steps into the spirit zone. Next moment, Aaron suddenly speaks up, that Cerone is but dead. Iruki is furious while advising her to choose his words carefully. Canis, worried, tries to pull Aaron back, but she moves forward, claiming that while she cannot see objects' conditions, but she can see inside people. Iruki, still shouting, asks her to clear her point. Canis grows even more concerned, but she insists that if Iruki truly believed Cerone was dead, he would not have cried with such a wretched face. Iruki is stunned to listen this. After a while, in the infirmary, Iruki stands before Cerone's bed, saying that the school will fall into chaos in a few days. If a funeral is held, it will already be too late. Pulling out a small knife, he looks at Cerone and continues, explaining that if Cerone does not stop him, he will not be able to move forward. Remembering a past promise, Iruki raises the knife and declares that he will save our boy. Slowly, he places the knife in Cerone's arm and pierces his skin. Next morning, at Alpheus Magic School, students must live in dormitories since the school trains the children of the kingdom's high-ranking nobles. Then, a man announces that how the school was recently invaded by 4 unknown attackers. Ultimately, they were dealt with, and a boy saved both students and professors. Unfortunately, our boy has passed away. Everyone silently listen as the man continues, while explaining that if the outside world learns about this, the school will not be able to avoid responsibility for such a serious issue. Another teacher insists that Cerone's funeral must be held as soon as possible, and the parents must be notified. A professor, however, stands up in protest, pointing out that Cerone's friends firmly demand to postpone the funeral. This is a reason. His body remains in the medical room instead of the morgue. Another teacher comments that while this is all they say, in reality, they are only stalling to protect the school's reputation. Afterwards, the arguments break out, with both sides countering each other. One teacher insists that the longer they wait, the worse public perception will become. Another warns that this delay could even lead to the school's closure. In frustration, all eyes turn to the principal, asking him to make a decision. The student council has also convened, because the kingdom's most prestigious noble families unite in the council. Then they turn to Headmaster. Mr. Alpheus declares that they can't act now. Then teachers start to point out that delaying further puts the school at greater risk. However, some questions whether Cerone is truly dead. However, Headmaster wonders if his thoughts are rational, or if he simply sees Cerone as special. Even when asking such questions, a vague feeling of doubt remains because immortal functions remain an unknown area for everyone. At that, Romy stands up and explains that Cerone made an extreme decision. He activated his immortal function. She comments that, according to common sense, this state is defined as nirvana. Since nirvana is different from life, reaching it does not necessarily mean death. The teachers express their confusion, saying that this is a magic academy, not a place bound by common logic. Another teacher acknowledges the principal's words, understanding that there is a possibility Cerone is still alive. However, she also points out that there is no guarantee he will ever wake up. Waiting indefinitely for Cerone's revival may put the school in an even worse situation. When asked what that worst-case scenario is, the headmaster declares that it is not the school's closure, but all students and professors can be dead. Headmaster continues, explaining that without Cerone, no one including the professors will survive. He asks if there is even a 1% chance that Cerone, who risked his life for them, is still alive. He argues that they should try even if there is slightest chance for them to take. Meanwhile, at the school, students begin returning to classes. In Cerone's hospital room, Amy and Nade remain by his side. Placing her hand on Cerone's head, Amy whispers that no matter how long it takes, years or even decades, she will wait for the day he returns. She pleads for him to say he will come back. Amy, filled with desperation, tearfully begs for Cerone to say something. Next moment he opens his eyes. However, when he opens his eyes while looking around in surprise, he wonders where he is. Our dude walks around and remembers how he had saved everyone. At that moment, he unleashes the possibility that he is in afterlife. He feels he has not forgotten the memories of when he was alive, but he questions why the scenery remains the same wherever he goes. Standing in the middle of space, he thinks as if all 5 of his senses are paralyzed. He then tries to lift his leg. In a way, he is ascending the stairs. He immediately understands distance does not exist, because one can only calculate it if there are 2 landmarks. If one landmark does not exist, then space itself disappears. He realizes that no matter where he goes, he is not actually moving. At that moment, a voice speaks, praising him for understanding the meaning of space. The voice acknowledges that Cerone has the right to be there. He turns around and asks about the identity of the person. Next moment, he sees that flashes of light appear in front of him, shocking him. Then a girl steps out of the stream of light and tells him she has been waiting for him. Shocked, Cerone questions who the woman and she introduces herself as God. Back in reality, 5 days have passed since Cerone's death. Due to the recent tragedy, the professors take a risk and delay all corrective measures. However, in the student council meeting room, a large number of students gather, feeling betrayed by the headmaster they trusted. The board questioned teachers' decision. A student claims that everything stems from the Grandmaster's mistake 40 years ago. The students feel that the professors are avoiding responsibility. The student council president, Amira, declares that the council must intervene. The students immediately respond, demanding that the headmaster must be held accountable and punished. At that moment, Ceriel stands up and argues that Cerone is not truly gone. She explains that although Cerone's heart has stopped beating, but his body has not decomposed. The students react with disbelief. She continues, stating that the professors made their decision based on this suspicion. Amira immediately questions if this is true and demands an explanation. Ceriel reveals that it is the result of unlocking immortal function. He explains that immortality does not directly affect life, and the Ivory Tower is currently discussing this mysterious topic. Some students wonder what this concept truly means, as they have heard it is the highest realm a magician can achieve. She begins to sweat, while realizing that the students are totally oblivious to this concept. Even Amira, Ceriel, considers whether wise magicians should decide only after deep thought. However, Ceriel widens her eyes and understands that as students, they are still young and unable to comprehend certain complexities. She realizes that the upperclassmen's grudge against the headmaster influences their stance. At this rate, headmaster might be imprisoned. Meanwhile, Cerone lies in a coffin, awaiting burial. Ceriel holds her head in distress, wondering what to do. Next moment, Mark stands up and reminds everyone that the school's honor comes from its students. He argues that if people hear that the school has unreliable teachers, trust in the students will also fade. However, he points out that Headmaster was the one who have guided them and taught them to be good people. The students recall their past memories and agree. Mark continues, stating that while the Headmaster indeed made a mistake, they should not protest against the teachers they respect. Cerone is pleased, realizing that if logic fails, emotions can be used instead. Amira, observing the board, calculates that the vote will be evenly split. The younger students cry, pleading for the teachers to be forgiven. She feels frustrated, knowing that expecting first graders to agree to a protest is unrealistic. However, the table changes when a student speaks. Fermi smiles and reminds everyone that they owe Cerone their lives. He asks if anyone is not saddened by his death. He continues, while saying that they must honor Cerone's soul instead of opposing his sacrifice. Cerone, realizing something, argues that Cerone is not actually dead. Fermi then questions why his body is being embalmed if he is still alive. Amira and the students are shocked to hear this. She questions whether this is true and asks Cerone for clarification. Under pressure, Cerone refuses to provide information that could incriminate her. She internally apologizes to Amira. Taking advantage of the situation, Amira immediately calls for a vote. As expected, the majority agrees. After a while, students begin a protest, shouting for the principal's resignation and demanding an inquiry. Amira leads the demonstration, insisting that Cerone's funeral proceed, and that his body should no longer be preserved for a show. Meanwhile, Amy and Nate observe from above, worried. In front of them, Headmaster uses magic on Cerone. While realizing that the students have figured out their use of slowing magic, the Headmaster warns that they are running out of time. Meanwhile, with our boy, Cerone questions the entity in front of him. The being, claiming to be God, asks if he believes in her. She explains that just as human creations reflect their creators, all things created by God share her characteristics. To our dude's surprise, she extends his hand and asks him if he will join her side. Our guy is clearly nervous to hear it and covers himself with his hands and apologizes, saying it is too sudden and that he is not that kind of person. Seeing Cerone so nervous, she waves a hand and reassures him that there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Immediately, a set of clothes appears on his body. She explains with a smile that this is not his world and tells him that his body still exists in his original world. Surprised, our boy realizes that he is in another world. She laughs and clarifies that it is not. Rather, it is a place different from where he lives. She points to the surroundings and explains that a spot is a dimension without sound or form. From the outside, it seems like there is no space, but in reality, it is condensed. Our guy notices that the space between them and realizes that his body still exists in 3 dimensions. He suddenly understands that there is a 3-dimensional world inside a spot. She smiles, appreciating his unique perspective, and continues explaining that space and time operate this way. Even a world that appears as a tiny spot from afar can be infinite upon closer inspection. As our dude listens, he questions whether she is the creator of such a world, while adding whether he can return. She, appearing confused, expresses disbelief at Cerone's unwillingness to accept this reality. However, he interrupts, insisting that he understands but still wants to ask another question. He seriously asks why she has lied. The girl appears shocked and remains while responding that she does not lie as a divine being and has no need to. With a smile, she explains that if something is thought not to exist, then it simply does not exist. Cerone, looking at her seriously, accuses her of lying again. She remains silent. Cerone presses further, asking if she is truly God. This time, the girl acknowledges a misunderstanding, while explaining that their definitions of God differ. She decides to show him what she truly is. Immediately, a small village appears. People looking like a scarecrow are harvesting rice and women are chatting. Our boy observes them and then notices that while the girl explains that although this world is a copy, she can manipulate it. She places her hand on the world, and suddenly, Cerone looks up in shock as her finger appears, grabs a wooden farmer, and places him in a different area. She continues explaining that space has changed, and because space and time are one, time has also changed. Our boy asks whether it's about space and time. She affirms his understanding and relates it to something similar in his world. She compares it to teleporting a knight in a game of chess. When a move is made, time on the board advances. She explains that in reality, God is not an invincible and transcendent being, but rather an architect capable of creating dimensions lower than their own. As she continues speaking, she points out that creatures perceive God as an absolute entity because they possess powers beyond what creatures can comprehend. This farmer, for example, does not realize he has been moved, nor does he know that his world is merely a copy. After hearing this, our boy is totally stunned. She smiles, explaining that there is only one way for the farmer to become aware of the truth, which is immortal function. This face leaves our boy quite shaken. She then places a hand on the wooden man, and suddenly, a colorful world emerges while the wooden figure vanishes. She holds the ball again and explains that, despite appearances, the farmer's world still exists within it. However, he cannot perceive entities in higher dimensions. Cerone looks at the ball in shock. She asks if he understands now. She tells him that she has brought him because he has unlocked the immortal function. However, our dude looks at her seriously and asks what she wants from him. She gently makes the ball disappear and demonstrates how time and space are created. She explains that by continuously creating new dimensions and time, a perfect universe can be formed, which is a concept she calls the space-time matrix. After listening this, our dude remains silent before stating that he cannot do it. She asks if he dislikes her proposal. Cerone admits that the idea of becoming a god to create a world sounds appealing, and the concept of a perfect universe is logical. However, he explains that if he enters her time and space, others like him will have to sacrifice themselves. She points a finger at him and declares that she does not give him a choice. If he refuses, she will have to turn him into dust. Yet Cerone stands firm and refuses. At that moment, she unleashes her power against him, stating that he will soon understand. However, our dude, while standing within the energy, suddenly declares that the concept of a single spot and realizes that the space-time matrix is similar to a spirit zone. Pointing forward, he recognizes this as her spirit zone. Not only this, he seriously states she is, in reality, a mage. She advances and warns our guy not to make a decision he will regret later. He lifts his hand, emitting a red light. She questions whether he actually believes he can defeat her. He realizes there is no chance because she operates on a level where she could call herself a god. She must be as strong as or even stronger than Arcane. Moreover, she does not belong to his world. When the farmer activated the immortal function, no trace of his body remained, yet his own body still exists in another world. He inquires if there is a way back, and she confirms there is, but success is impossible. He will only experience another death. Despite this, he raises his hand toward her face and declares that he will still try. She assumes taking him down will be easy, but the overwhelming energy he possesses is a problem because it could easily create a hole in this space. As he directs his energy toward her, she creates a massive black spot around herself and explains that it penetrates space-time. The moment he steps into it, he will undergo the same process he experienced to arrive here, only in reverse. He asks if she is truly allowing him to return. She makes him promise that if he fails to return to his world, he must come back and follow her will. She warns him again, and as our guy glances at her, she asserts that he will not succeed. He thanks her for the opportunity, but she tells him it is too early for gratitude. She explains that the process of a pure soul returning to a human body is not easy. Humans are filled with all kinds of unpleasant elements, and if he cannot overcome them, he will deteriorate into something neither human nor anything else. She asks if he wants to give up, but he firmly refuses and steps forward. She bids him a pleasant journey. As Cerone moves forward, he reassures himself that once he crosses, he will return. However, he suddenly freezes and realizes that this place is similar to the white space he was in before. He looks at her, sweating, and begins to question why she let him go so easily. The realization strikes him that he is trapped in a prison of space-time. At that moment, a memory surfaces. 2 months ago, at Armin's house, Armin had spoken of a magic called Pause, the highest level magic of a time mage who has reached the speed of light. He had asked Armin if they were moving at light speed, to which Armin had confirmed, explaining that this is why it appears as though space-time has stopped. Light, he had said, is a peculiar force, and once it reaches a certain point, it catches up with time itself, which is the essence of pause magic. Back in the present, he understands that if this place is space-time trapped in the world of light speed, then escaping requires exceeding the speed of light. But he wonders how to do it. Sitting in a meditative position, he contemplates moving faster than light, though it is purely theoretical. At that, he recalls Girl's words that stepping forward will reverse the process. Slowly standing, he realizes that immortality spreads throughout the universe in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he exists solely as a soul without a physical body, meaning he just might be able to overtake light. Recalling the concept of elimination, our guy refuses to give up. He rushes forward at a speed beyond light, his form dissolving into it. He succeeds and finds himself lying on a bed, realizing he is returning to his world and his friends. Meanwhile, in reality, the headmaster sits beside his bed, casting spells. 8 days have passed since his supposed death. Oliver and Romy are also present, while Sariel stands by the window. Sariel tells Amy to look outside. Outside, the student body representative holds a petition, submitting a letter of complaint against the entire school staff. They insist that before it is too late, the headmaster should be submitted to an investigation by the Department of Magic. Mark, Maria, and Gabe urge everyone to calm down. However, Oliver, visibly angry, questions whether it is the student council's role to invite rebellion against the school. The representative denies any such intent, stating that they never wanted matters to escalate this far. Yet, it has been days since Cirone's passing, and still, no public announcement has been made. When Oliver claims that Cerone is in a coma, she is met with skepticism. The students argue that in a coma, the heart does not stop beating, and the school cannot silence them by simply saying his body is not decaying. They know the headmaster's magic can delay the process, and while they too mourn Cerone, they refuse to let their school fall into chaos. Oliver reluctantly admits that they had technically misled the students, but defends their actions, claiming that, as teachers, they believed this was the best course of action. She questions whether the students can take responsibility for the choices they have made. Deep in thought, Amira wonders why Oliver went so far as to make such a statement, and begins to suspect that something crucial has been overlooked. She reviews the entire report, growing increasingly suspicious. Standing beside her, Fermi believes that they have already won and advises her not to get involved. He specifically warns her not to hesitate now, but instead of refusing outright, he smiles and suggests a compromise that students should be allowed to see Cerone's condition for themselves before making any decisions. Oliver, shouting, refuses, insisting that they must wait until everything is resolved. The students, furious, demand their right to know and attempt to push their way inside. Maria tries to stop them but is pushed aside. Mark helps her up and questions whether they have lost their minds, reminding them that a student's life is at stake. Just then, something appears above them in the sky. The students look up in shock as Nade lands, radiating a powerful blue energy. He challenges them, while saying that if they wish to enter, they are free to do so, but if they do, they will die. The students question him about what he said. Amira asserts that they have tolerated him enough and questions whether this is how he wishes to speak to his seniors. He rises to his feet and asks if he should repeat himself. Lightning bursts from his body with immense speed and power. The students are stunned as they recognize it as plasma magic. They are shocked, realizing that he is only a Class 5, whereas only Raikon in Class 1 capable of using such magic in the entire school. She remarks that this is actual murder magic. Serial reveals that he had been hiding it from everyone. Standing in the corner, Iruki reflects on the situation, thinking that despite being aware of the consequences, he has still chosen to use this magic. Nade states that while our boy is not dead, anyone who approaches him will be. Meanwhile, on the other side, our guy appears to be fading. Suddenly, he senses something sticking to him, and a strange voice echoes in his head, repeating the words like intake, intake, breed, breed. He wonders what is happening to him and realizes that it is the birth of the lowest form. He refuses to accept death or immortal existence. He recalls what the girl had told him, that the transformation from a pure soul into a complex human being is never an easy one, as humanity is filled with unpleasant elements. He understands this. Determined, he declares his intent to return. The voice responds, telling him there is no place to return to, that only death awaits him. He shouts back, demanding that it be silent, insisting that he will return to his world. Struggling against the chains restraining him, he attempts to break free. In the present, Amira tells Nade that he is an idiot who refuses to accept his friend's death. She releases her power, stating that they possess climate magic, which absorbs electricity. She warns him that he is alone and questions whether he truly believes he can take on all of them. At that moment, someone steps forward, remarking that Nade has bitten off more than he can chew, and asks if he needs help. It is none other than Iruki. Nade, surprised to see him, questions why he is not siding with the students, as he previously agreed that our guy was dead. Iruki responds that he is not on their side because he dislikes the way they assume they can simply take Cerone away. Amira grows more enraged at this. Meanwhile, our guy remains motionless in bed. The headmaster, silent, declares that there is nothing more he can do. Amy, saddened, questions how he could say such a thing and whether he truly intends to bury him. Meanwhile, Oliver and Romy remain quiet. The headmaster gestures toward the window, pointing out that the students are using murder magic and are about to kill each other. He warns that if this continues, another tragedy will befall them. However, Amy grips his arm, insisting that he is not dead and that they should not give up. The headmaster remains silent as she bows her head in tears. In the shadows, Fermi watches with amusement, whispering to himself that they must fight and let the agitation consume them, and in the end, they'll turn to be. Iruki and Nade stand against the students. Amira contemplates whether it is right for fellow students to use murder magic against one another. She calls Iruki a savant, pointing out that his logic is usually as cold as ice, yet he is allowing himself to make such an emotional decision. She questions whether he truly believes Cerone is alive. Iruki simply states that he is not dead. Nade looks at him in surprise, while Amira scoffs, challenging him to provide proof that could convince the rest of them. Iruki confidently affirms that he has evidence. When Amira demands to see it, Iruki cryptically states that it is now 4 o'clock. Just then the bell rings. The students freeze, recalling a similar moment when the ghost had appeared. They anxiously wonder what will happen this time. Nade glances at Iruki, realizing that he had been counting the seconds, but remains uncertain about its significance. Amira, growing frustrated, accuses Iruki of insanity and declares that they will check for themselves, regardless of the consequences. She warns that he will not be able to hold off the senior class for long. At that moment, Iruki reveals a document in his hand. At that moment, Canis and Aaron decide to join in. Amira, furious, demands to know how they dare to interfere, and this time they won't spare them. He taunts them, challenging them to catch him if they can. Iruki remarks that he is late. Canis responds that he was told to arrive at 4 o'clock. Iruki coldly points out that he is 27 seconds late. Canis shrugs, stating that he owes nothing to Cerone now. Nade questions Iruki about the document. Iruki explains that it is the medical opinion of the Dragon Bolt, which left Cerone in his current state. He reveals that he took a sample from Cerone and sent it for analysis. Nade is astonished, wondering when and how Iruki managed to obtain the results from the capital in just 5 days. Canis and Aaron remain silent, while the students murmur among themselves, suspecting a trick. The involvement of the Mercadine family, however, changes nothing. Iruki reassures them that he did not use his real name, as dealing with his father would have been troublesome. He then emphasizes that what is written in the document is far more significant. Amira impatiently demands to know whether the document contains information about magic capable of reviving the dead. Iruki begins reading, revealing that the document is titled, "On Matters of Immortal Function and Suspension of Biological Activities." The students gasp. Nade also listens intently, surprised. Iruki continues, while explaining that the analysis of the subject's tissue sample revealed that our boy is in a non-mechanical suspended animation. The sample, taken 24 hours after apparent death, showed no signs of decomposition normally found in deceased organisms. The attached data further supports this finding. Based on the evidence, while biological activity has ceased, biological function has not. The students whisper among themselves, questioning the distinction and wondering if this means our dude is not actually dead. Iruki proceeds to read aloud Dragon Bolt's classification of cardiac arrest into 3 cases. First, when the heart has completely stopped functioning. Second, when the heart has temporarily ceased functioning. And third, when the heart has not stopped but only appears to have stopped. Amira, in shock, exclaims that the third case makes no sense. Flipping the page, Iruki instructs everyone to listen carefully. He explains that while an organism whose heart has stopped may appear dead, under the concept of immortal function, 2 further possibilities arise. The first is that if mental expansion is delayed due to specific events, the body may temporarily cease functioning until the mind reaches a conclusion. The second is that even if mental expansion has ended, differences in the observer's perception of time may result in vital processes being unobservable due to space-time distortions or other barriers. Serial supports Amy, who sheds tears. Skipping a few pages, Iruki reaches the conclusion, which states that it is impossible to definitively declare Cerone dead. Nade, overcome with relief, tears up. Iruki turns to him and asks if he is now satisfied with his proof of challenging the notion of death. Amira grips the document while sweating. She realizes that the student council had been mistaken. The nation's most esteemed magic organization has confirmed that the faculty council's decision was indeed correct. The students behind her exchange uncertain glances, unsure of their next move. Suddenly, the headmaster arrives, addressing Amira and causing her to flinch. He steps forward, and instinctively, she lowers her head in respect. She hurriedly explains that their intention was never to create chaos, but rather to ensure the truth was not hidden. The other students follow her lead, bowing their heads in acknowledgement. She had believed the school would ultimately conceal everything, but now she questions that assumption. At that moment, Alpheus gently places his hand on her head and apologizes for making her do this. Tears fill up in her eyes as she looks at him. With a reassuring smile, he asks if she can find it in herself to believe in him once more. He assures her that once Cerone's condition is fully assessed, he will take full responsibility, ensuring that no shame befalls him in front of his beloved students. While crying, she asks if he is truly still the same headmaster she has always respected. Without hesitation, he swears by everything he has. Overwhelmed with emotions, Amira breaks down, sobbing like a child. By now, most of the students have dispersed, leaving only the headmaster and Fermi behind. Fermi, rubbing his neck, complains that having the headmaster step in feels like cheating. Alpheus responds with a knowing smile that he has possibly become a hindrance, remarking that perhaps it is time for Fermi to graduate, given that he is already 22. Fermi smirks, raising his hand for a salute, and jokes that he has found a job where he can earn just as much as he does here. With that, he turns and leaves. Meanwhile, Nade and Iruki walk down the corridor. Then, without warning, Nade suddenly turns and accuses Iruki of deliberately showing off. Iruki scrunches his nose and dismisses the claim with a smirk, teasing that he would never plan anything with someone drowning in self-pity. If word had gotten out, everything would have been exposed. Nade admits to acting foolishly, and Iruki smiles and agrees to it. He then changes the subject, asking if Nade remembers his certain expression from earlier. Before Nade can respond, he quickly brushes it aside, pretending not to have time to care. Instead, he wonders aloud about what he will do tomorrow. Iruki quips that he himself is too cool for people to notice someone like Nade. With a raised brow, Nade questions whether Iruki has even considered that possibility. Iruki shrugs that if he ever decides to grovel before him, he would gladly accept it. Before the conversation can continue, Amy suddenly appears. Iruki, confused, states how they have protected our guy, but before she tearfully expresses her gratitude, panic sets in as he stares at the crying girl, his voice rising in alarm. Awkwardly flustered, he immediately rushes inside, only to nearly collide with Serial, who is rushing in from the other direction. He sidesteps just in time and heads toward the hospital bed. Amy, Nade, and Serial exchange excited glances, their voices filled with relief as they proclaim that they have saved Cerone. Iruki watches their enthusiasm with a sweat drop, feeling once again that he cannot handle this group. His gaze then shifts to Cerone, still unconscious. He reflects on the fact that while they managed to prevent Cerone from being declared dead, no miracle has occurred. Softly, he murmurs for Cerone to return, assuring him that they will wait as long as it takes. Meanwhile, Cerone drifts in a world of space. A strange question echoes in his mind that, if he has already lost his mind, could losing it again make any difference or so? A familiar voice cuts through the void, whispering cruel words that he was nothing more than a child picked up from the streets, that his parents never truly needed him, that anyone could have taken him in. He denies it, but the voice persists, claiming him a ruthless predator who crushes others beneath his superiority. His victories lead only to the downfall of those around him, making him an unwanted presence in the world. As his body begins to dissolve into fragments, his sense of self crumbles under the weight of contradictions. Yet, within the chaos, a final, unshaken piece of himself remains. It is called the origin. Some calls it the spot, some the yin-yang. On the other hand, Mages knows it as infinity. Amid the clash of red and blue light, a golden glow emerges. In that moment, Cerone finally understands that only by losing everything can he see himself fully. The voices that tore at him, the doubts that sought to erase him, they were all a part of him. He forms a protective barrier around himself. He realizes that these contradictions define him, and he must embrace them wholly. As his consciousness stabilizes, he touches the ground and returns to the white space. There, he glimpses an image of himself in reality. A voice calls from behind, questioning whether he is truly ready to leave. The girl looks at him, remarking on the rarity of a transcendent being choosing to become human again, a paradox known as Vajrayana. It is one of the 3 paths to enlightenment in Tantric Buddhism, which is a journey the deity never expected Cerone to complete. Yet, he has surpassed the event horizon and proven himself worthy. Our boy calmly asks if she ever feels lonely. She smiles and responds that while a god cannot experience loneliness, she does feel a tinge of sadness at his departure. Hearing this, Cerone smiles in return, expressing gratitude for the chance to return. It was something he had always longed to say. She warns him to remember this moment, as there will not be another chance. Having reached Vajrayana, he will receive no further invitations from her. As he turns away, a blue light envelops him, guiding him forward. Just as he is about to disappear, her voice calls out one last time, asking him to send her regards to Headmaster Alfus. Cerone's eyes widen in surprise. He turns, questions forming in his mind. But before he can speak, the light pulls him away. A final thought lingers that how does she know the headmaster? 11 days have passed since Cerone's supposed death. Nade and Iruki lie near him, while Amy, having fallen asleep with her head on his bed. She wakes up and heads to brush her teeth, then returns and asks if he had slept well and how he was feeling. As she opens the window, she gently urges him to open his eyes. Picking up a flower vase, she places it by the window and reminisces about the time she fell off a cliff. She reminds him that he was the first one to come looking for her. Tears well up in her eyes as she acknowledges how much time has passed since then. She regrets leaving on her own without even saying goodbye or apologizing. Wiping her tears, she continues, saying that so much has happened since then, and there is so much she wants to tell him and pleads for him to return. Just as she turns around, she freezes in shock. Cerone's eyes are open. Realizing he is awake, she lets out a loud scream, startling herself into a fit of coughing. Panicking, she rushes to Nade and Iruki, unable to contain herself, and screams once more, waking everyone. Nade, Iruki, Oliver, and Romy quickly gather around Cerone's bed. The headmaster raises his hand and remarks that it seems our boy had his eyes open all night. Oliver confirms this, explaining that a low-level magic had been cast on him. Nade, still in disbelief, hesitantly asks if he is truly alive, which irritates Amy. The headmaster releases the magic, and as Nade and Iruki watch closely, Cerone suddenly jolts upright, eyes widening. He shouts in confusion, asking if something has happened. Looking around at everyone, he seems disoriented and mutters about seeing a strange vortex of light, leaving the others in shock. Noticing the headmaster's presence, Cerone questions why everyone is gathered. Amy, now in tears, only adds to his confusion. He greets her, but she grabs his cheeks, scolding him for acting as if nothing had happened. Jumping onto his bed, she tearfully berates him for making her worry. Still dazed, Cerone apologizes, trying to grasp the situation. To him, crossing the event horizon and returning felt like only half a day had passed. But for everyone else, time had moved forward significantly. At that moment, the room erupts with joy. Nade and Iruki rush toward him, cheering. In the excitement, Cerone instinctively hugs Amy to protect her as she screams. The headmaster and Oliver watch the students with calm smiles. Nade then informs Cerone that he had been dead for 10 days. Stunned, he learns that his heart had completely stopped. Regaining his composure, Cerone quickly inquires about Arcane and the others. Just then, Thad and Romy enter the room and see 4 of them collapsing on the floor. They feel relief. Romy hugs him, crying and thanking him for returning. She clings to him, saying she doesn't know what she would have done if he hadn't returned. Oliver watches her, recalling how much she had worried, and how she had placed all her trust in the immortal. Everyone looks as Romy continues hugging Cerone tightly. Cerone lets out a strained noise, prompting Romy to quickly pull back and ask if he is all right. Feeling dizzy, he simply smiles, realizing how much he had missed the sensation of breathing. He reflects on how he had thought he had lost everything but now feels truly alive again. However, behind him, Amy and Iruki glare at him furiously. He quickly clarifies that he didn't mean anything by his words, but Amy smacks him anyway, demanding to know if he even realizes how worried they had been. Iruki encourages her to hit him more, while Nade joins in, suggesting they knock him out completely. The headmaster watches the students with a relieved smile before quietly leaving the room. As he walks down the corridor, he reflects on how it is now his turn to act. Just as he is about to leave, our dude steps out of the room and calls to him. The headmaster acknowledges him and immediately tells him that much has happened. He informs Cerone that the school has been temporarily closed and advises him to take his time adjusting. Our boy thanks him for his concern but states that he has some questions. He reveals that he had traveled to another dimension through the immortality function. With shock expression, the headmaster asks for details. Cerone begins recounting his experiences, and as he speaks, the headmaster listens intently. When our dude mentions that a certain woman knew of him, the headmaster falls into silence. Cerone confirms that although his memories are still hazy, he is certain that she wanted him to pass on her regards. The headmaster, deep in thought, simply replies that he knows about her. Surprised, Cerone asks how he knows her. The headmaster contemplates for a moment, then muses that while he does not usually believe in fate, Cerone's encounter with her may have been inevitable. He then reveals her identity as Adrius Miro, also known as Miro of Spacetime. He further explains that she was once his disciple and specialized in scale magic. Curious, Cerone inquires about scale magic and the concept of a disciple. The headmaster asks if he has ever heard the term unlocker, referring to those whom the Magic Society recognizes as having unlocked the immortality function. When Cerone confirms his knowledge, the headmaster explains that Adrius was also an unlocker. Cerone is stunned by this revelation. The headmaster elaborates that scale magic is a unique form of magic, wielded only by those who have comprehended the infinite nature of space-time. Cerone begins to understand the magnitude of the abilities he had encountered. Headmaster adds that Adrius never concerned herself with reality. Many aspects of her magic defied conventional knowledge, which was why she and her fellow scholars had formed a research group in Istas. Still in shock, Cerone listens as the headmaster reveals that she was, in fact, the first president of the Science of Supernatural Spirits research group. The next day, our guy sits on the hospital bed, remarking that today will be his last day there. He thanks Amy and Serial for visiting him. Serial casually responds that there's no need to mention it. Since the school is closed, she has the chance to spend time with them. She admits that, as a graduating student, all the studying had been exhausting. Iruki interrupts, suggesting that if she is tired, she should go for a break. Amy stares at him while Serial retorts that just because she takes a break, it doesn't mean her competitors will do the same. Teasingly, Iruki calls him arrogant, pointing out that he speaks respectfully to others, but treats her informally. Iruki wonders how she and Cerone could even be considered the same. Nade then asks about the headmaster's situation. Amy explains that he had willingly accepted any responsibility and punishment. However, rather than facing disciplinary action from the school, he would be investigated by the district teacher. Meanwhile, the headmaster steps out of a carriage with Canis and Aaron. It is revealed that he is headed to the Magic Association headquarters in the capital for inspection. Amy notes that even within the 3rd Investigation Department of the Magic Association, he has been summoned by the Special Prosecution Team. They have stated that they will disregard any personal connections and proceed strictly according to the law. Even though he is the headmaster, it is unlikely he will be able to avoid disciplinary action. Upon hearing this, he chose to remain quiet. A few days prior, when Cerone had inquired about Miro with the headmaster, he had noted that she was eagerly anticipating his arrival. Despite the Supernatural Spirits research group being established many years ago, he found himself curious about how she recognized him. At that moment, the headmaster had stroked his beard and posed a question to Cerone about the total enrollment at their school. Cerone confessed that he did not know. As the number fluctuated, some students graduated, while others were expelled. However, the headmaster disclosed something surprising. Regardless of the total enrollment, the school would always be one student short. Miro had never completed her graduation, and she remained perpetually registered at the school. Cerone was taken aback. It was hard to accept, especially given her utilization of scale magic. The headmaster had verified that Miro existed in a higher dimension solely made up of scale magic, a realm referred to as the higher layer of Istas. Putting a hand on Cerone's shoulder, the headmaster stressed that this information was a well-kept secret, even among those who had been part of the school for years. He had implored Cerone to vow that he would keep the higher layer a secret, cautioning that revealing it could not only put him in jeopardy, but also endanger the entire world. Cerone had consented, although he privately acknowledged that the idea was disturbing. He had found it hard to believe that Miro was at Istas, and jokingly remarked that he would never be able to sleep in the research group again. The headmaster had reassured him, explaining that as long as he did not activate the immortality function, Miro would not be able to find him. He had added that she would never leave the place she had created herself. Cerone had then asked why. The headmaster, gazing out the window, had quietly responded that for her, this world was full of pain. Returning to the present, Cerone looks out the window, then glances at his friends. The warm and comfortable atmosphere around them contrasts sharply with the harsh truths he has encountered the event horizon, the terrifying reality of Istas. Yet, while he is here, those thoughts seem to fade into the background. However, his mind continues to dwell on the meaning of scale magic, the concept of unlockers, and the higher layer of Istas. He cannot shake the feeling that they are calling out to him, as though his path is destined to lead him there. As Amy continues talking, she suddenly notices our boy staring blankly out the window. Meanwhile, in another location, a voice declares that the testimony provided could be used against someone in court. With that, the investigation concludes. The headmaster stands in the middle of the room when he hears about Canis and Aaron being taken. The two step forward, and the headmaster looks at them before requesting to speak with them for a moment. The officers permit it but warn that it cannot be for too long. Canis, observing the situation, thinks that although everyone in this room is under investigation, they still speak formally to the headmaster while treating him and Aaron informally. He finds the system corrupt to its core. The headmaster reassures them, while stating that he only has a few questions. Canis immediately responds that he does not care and tells Alpheus not to treat him like a disciple. Alpheus, unfazed, simply remarks that this is exactly why he wanted to talk to him, leaving Canis confused. The headmaster then informs Canis that once this is over, he will have to attend the magic school. Canis frowns and angrily asks if this means he will have to be under Alpheus's authority. He furiously declares that the headmaster is not the victor in this situation. If it had been a proper battle, his teacher would have defeated Alpheus in a single move. The headmaster does not argue but acknowledges Canis's claim. Then, the headmaster adds that if circumstances had been different, he would have been the first to kneel. Canis falls into silence. The headmaster goes on to explain that evil, regardless of the reasons given, will always provoke hostility. Nevertheless, he is confident that Canis has the ability to transcend it. After all, they once trained under the same teacher. With that, he exits alongside the officers. As he leaves, he conveys his hope to offer a future free from darkness for both of them. Canis and Aaron are then taken to Investigation Room B. Canis scoffs at the idea of a future. He thinks that the only thing he has ever learned is how to fight. His destiny, as he sees it, lies only on the battlefield. As they slowly enter, a man appears. The guard announces that Canis and Aaron have arrived. The man smiles and invites them to sit, introducing himself as Sakari, an inspector with the 3rd Investigation Department. He asks if they are indeed Canis and Aaron. Canis confirms their identities, but Aaron suddenly begins trembling in fear. Surprised, Canis asks what is wrong. Terrified, Aaron admits that she cannot read Sakari. She cannot see through him. Canis, startled, wonders what she has sensed to make her react this way. Sakari, still smiling, comments that Aaron seems surprised while his overall form looks like a steel dummy. He mentions the first sutra, and explains that although magic usage is restricted within the association, innate properties cannot be blocked. Thus, he has covered his entire body with something to prevent being read. Aaron stares at him in shock, unable to believe what she is hearing. He has perfectly suppressed his thoughts. Sakari warns them not to cause any trouble. Next moment, he suddenly brandishes a weapon right in front of Aaron, startling her. He commands her to focus and reminds her that they are in the middle of an investigation. Addressing her by name, he asks if she understands. Aaron, trembling, replies that she does. Just then, Harvey appears and remarks that someone had predicted they would not be able to stir up any trouble. Canis, silently acknowledging that Sakari is extremely powerful. After 30 minutes, Sakari presents Canis with a document, explaining that it is his master's choice. Canis is taken aback. Sakari confirms its authenticity and tells him to check it for himself. The document had been prepared by Arkan for Canis. It has already been checked by the lawyers of that region. Canis, holding the papers in shock, realizes that his master has left everything to him. He is totally baffled to read the words that he leaves all his belongings to his disciple Canis. It amounts to 4.8 billion gold. Canis looks at the will and asks if everything mentioned belongs to him. Sakari confirms it does. While reading, Canis thinks that he can no longer ask Arcane about it. The will states that all of Arcane's belongings go to Canis as his disciple. Frustrated, he mutters that Arcane never cared about his life or death, yet now calls him a disciple. Sakari brings up an important detail that Arcane, known for using dark magic to control others, left everything to Canis. He questions whether Canis and Aaron were brainwashed from childhood. Angrily, he denies it. The man, however, explains that brainwashing does not always require magic. If a child is saved from death, their savior becomes a godlike figure to them. When that person asks for devotion, the child follows willingly. Before he can continue, Canis cuts him off while shouting that his master never forced anything on him, and that everything he did was by choice. He reminds the man that he wrote this in his testimony. Aaron also questions the point of this claim. Sakari calmly responds while saying that if they were brainwashed, Aaron would be judged innocent. This confuses Canis while making him wonder if the man is playing with them. The man then reveals the association's stance that they want to prove that Arcane brainwashed children. If that is true, then Canis and Aaron had no real reason to commit their past crimes. However, this also means that he would not be considered Arcane's disciple while making the inheritance illegal. The association would confiscate it. The man offers them a choice to sign the paper admitting they were brainwashed and walk away free. Canis reflects that this place is no different from Ladum. Unlike the slums, which were openly cruel, these people hide their true intentions behind a facade. To him, the world is nothing but a battlefield soaked in blood. The man gives them an hour to decide. Without hesitation, he agrees to sign. The man calls it a wise decision and tells them they are free to leave while skipping any formal discharge process. Canis realizes that the association only wanted Arcane's wealth. They see him and Aaron as insignificant, not even worth keeping imprisoned. This realization makes him understand how powerful his master truly was, that no country could act against him. He asks the man about his class, and the man responds that he is officially 5th class. Furious, Canis declares that he will return one day and make him kneel. The man, unimpressed, remarks that he barely made it this far. As they leave, Aaron reassures Canis that he made the right choice. Instead of rotting in prison, they have a chance to grow stronger. Canis agrees and vows that they will become powerful. A man approaches the inspector and expresses gratitude that Arcane's death has helped resolve everything smoothly. The inspector instructs him to leave the documents on his desk before asking about Alpheus's case. Aldeano questions whether the situation will cause public outrage, and wonders if a 6-month license suspension is too lenient. Though the incident occurred 40 years ago, he believes the person involved still holds some responsibility, despite being a victim of the school attack. The man considers the 4.8 billion gold bail and hesitates but acknowledges it as acceptable. Aldeano challenges him while implying that he would never make an unfair judgment. The man quickly apologizes while admitting his words were inappropriate. Aldeano dismisses him while allowing him to leave. While reflecting on a previous injury, he recalls how it still aches. He regrets not bringing a gift earlier, but decides that, even if late, a present would be fitting to celebrate the recipient's Golden Circle Award. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Cerone, Iruki, and Nade greet the headmaster in the morning. He reminds them that he is no longer in that position, but Nade insists that once a headmaster is always a headmaster. When Cerone offers to assist him, the headmaster jokingly refuses while saying he would be left with no work. He then asks about their school life, while assuming the reopening must be challenging. Our guy admits to feeling overwhelmed while stressing about scoring 80 points in every subject within the limited time remaining. The headmaster realizes that they are preparing for promotion next semester. The students explain that, a month ago, after completing their research presentation, they had planned to graduate together. Sitting together, they had promised not to end up as failures and aimed to reach the 4th class next semester. However, their plans were disrupted when Arcane attacked the school while preventing them from studying. After checking his results, Nade panics about his low scores while worrying about how to double them. Iruki, confident in math, reassures him that he is still in a better position than most. Nade disagrees while claiming that his practical skills are weak, unlike the others. More importantly, he struggles to focus on studying, especially after all the recent chaotic events. Iruki suggests taking a break for the day and starting fresh tomorrow. Our boy, convinced by the idea, agrees. Suddenly, our boy notices something unusual and points it out to the others. Canis approaches while commenting that class seems to be over. Cerone, surprised, questions why he is still at the school. He explains that he and his companions will be staying there permanently and are just looking around. Everyone is shocked by the news. Our guy presses for clarification, and he admits that he is not particularly fond of the situation, but sees the Magic Academy as the fastest route to success. Nade, skeptical, questions whether he is underestimating the academy and asks who accepted him. He corrects him to call him senior. He then explains Nade while mentioning that both of them are in different classes, that Nade in class 5 and himself in class 4, while asserting that this makes him a senior. All of them wonder how the school teachers have admitted him and how he has been placed directly in class 5. Canis explains that they learned these basics 10 years ago as the disciples of the Archmage. Nade questions whether, despite this, they still cannot surpass our guy. He then nonchalantly asks if the students' grades are poor, and upon learning the answer, he feels deeply disappointed. Frustration rises among them. His disappointment stems from one having low grades, and the other lacking practical skills while making it hard for him to believe he has been training for these students. However, he eventually wishes them good luck and sees them off. As they walk away, everyone watches in silence. The boy then turns to Nade and Iruki, while declaring that from now on, they will not take a single day to relax. Nade, displeased with having these people as their seniors, shares his frustration. Iruki, however, reminds him that these seniors will only be enrolled in the next semester and will graduate by then. Despite this reassurance, they begin to wonder if they can improve their grades within the remaining month. Determined to make the most of their time, they decide to divide each hour into 10-minute segments. From now on, they commit to avoiding any waste of time while focusing entirely on their studies. To strengthen their efforts, they agree to form a study group while allowing them to help each other overcome their weaknesses. Iruki shows him a paper, making our boy realize that he has not fully understood the auxiliary post-positional particles Iruki has taught him. He notices that Iruki has written them correctly, yet they do not work because they lack special expressions. Tension rises within him as he acknowledges their incompatibility, which hinders their ability to grasp specific subjects effectively. Frustrated, he tells Iruki that language is crucial and fundamentally different from mathematics. However, Iruki, unconcerned, insists that he knows nothing about language and believes mathematics is superior. Our dude, while growing impatient, questions whether Iruki intends to graduate, but this only leads to more frustration. Determined to stick to his plan, he decides that their third priority must be to postpone all academic achievements and focus solely on studying until they graduate, as they cannot afford to be juniors to Canis. Nade, initially worried, remembers that his practical exam is the next day. However, he quickly reassures himself while knowing he is fully prepared and confident in securing a top position. Later, the students gather to watch Nade's practical exam, where he achieves a total count of 87 beats. They are astonished by his performance while finding his skills incredible. Observing his progress, they realize how much he has improved through his association with Cerone and Iruki, while making it evident that he can easily attain a high rank. However, one of them notes that Iruki has not been attending class lately. Soon after, the result board is displayed while revealing Nade at the top with 173 beats. He recognizes that he has outperformed all other participants with ease. Professor Romy commends his achievement. Following this, Iruki steps forward and begins his practice. With focused effort, he surpasses Nade's record while reaching an astonishing 210 beats. The spectators, unable to believe what they are witnessing, regard him as almost insane. Some speculate whether he has used a formula to achieve such an extraordinary result, as it seems impossible by normal means. At that moment, Canis appears, unimpressed. He dismisses the score as insignificant and deems Class 5 pathetic. Professor Romy, while maintaining composure, instructs them to tour the school quietly. Canis, unimpressed by the competition, remarks that if this is pulse training, he had once done it merely to alleviate boredom. Aaron, while reflecting on their training, realizes that they learned this technique from their master to enter the spirit zone, where they rapidly mastered expansion and contraction. Curious, Canis turns to Aaron while challenging her to surpass the 2-on-10 beat record. The students, while growing annoyed by their arrogance, shift their focus. Their confidence is restored as they remember their own strongest asset, which is our guy. Rising to the challenge, he steps forward, prepared to take the test. As the test begins, a sudden burst of light signals the start. The room falls silent as all eyes fix on him. Within just 10 seconds, he reaches 120 beats while maintaining a pace of 12 beats per second. Shock spreads through the crowd as Canis and Aaron, unable to comprehend his speed, watch in disbelief. Even Professor Romy, astounded by his strength, begins to understand. She recalls that he acquired a rare and powerful trait after returning from the immortal function. Professor Romy recalls that all the teachers initially regarded him as a convergent-type magician, expected to develop into a defensive magician. However, his exceptional durability allowed him to endure the immortal function, while making him far more powerful than they had anticipated. She finds this realization fascinating. As he continues his test, the moment suddenly comes to an end. The spectators, stunned, witness the final count, which is 410 beats. The sheer magnitude of his achievement leaves everyone in awe, unable to believe what they have just seen. His performance is nothing short of extraordinary. Despite the amazement surrounding him, Canis remains unimpressed. He questions whether such strength is truly worth celebrating. While the spectators continue to marvel at the feat, Canis dismisses it while asserting that true skill lies in surpassing him. Without further interest, he tells her to leave the place. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, one student wonders if all of this is merely to justify him being a disciple of the Archmage. They believe he should simply join Class 5 of the Magic Academy and not cause further disturbances. As Canis walks away, deep in thought, he reevaluates his perspective. Until now, he had assumed his past losses were due to innate traits, but he begins to question that belief. If there were a test purely designed to measure true strength, he is no longer certain of his victory. A realization dawns upon him that if he truly wants to be the best among all, he needs to beat Cerone first. Canis asks the people standing nearby if they know Cerone. Some of them start discussing how he dares to talk to the advanced class teachers like that. Then they realize that it is Canis. He tells them to share everything about him while thinking that how, as soon as he entered the school, he investigated the grades of these 3 boys and their connections, only to find their grades disappointing. Since people had been saying these boys would defeat him, he assumed they were at the top of their class. However, they turned out to be below average. What surprises him is their personal connection, as all 3 are considered competition in the school due to their unique abilities that were unlocking ability, massful light, and exceptional durability. He then thinks he can easily learn everything about our boy if he stays close to him. Later, he sits with Aaron while discussing how he will not lose this time and will defeat him. In doing so, he believes he will grow stronger like his master. Meanwhile, Aaron eats quickly while agreeing that they should become stronger. He tells her to eat slowly as she is eating too fast. She has also left some cherry cakes in front of the owl statue, while believing it will help in getting good marks in the exam. During the academic class, all students are present, but our dude and his crew remain in their club while studying diligently. Iruki struggles with literature verbs and other language terms, finding them difficult, but they continue to study hard. A month passes quickly, and the final exams arrive. On the morning of the first exam, they enter the academy and greet the seniors. Other students question why they call them seniors, as they will also be graduating next month and moving to Class 4. The Class 4 students respond that since these 3 have been working hard, they have high expectations of them and want them to lead their class. He thanks them for their encouragement. Nate and our guy feel extremely frustrated as the pressure becomes overwhelming. However, Iruki reminds them to stay calm while warning that nervousness could lead to serious mistakes. He points out that their test rooms are different, meaning their papers will likely be different as well. Despite this, he remains hopeful that they will stay together until the end. When he starts acting strangely, he asks if Iruki is feeling fine. Before they can dwell on it, they realize that the exam has already started. They quickly decide to meet again in 12 hours while feeling hopeful about passing. Wishing each other luck, they head to their respective exams. After the exam, they gather in the club. Iruki, having memorized all the questions, starts recalling them while he prepares an answer sheet using the books. Together, they manage to find the answers to all subjects. However, they soon realize that they have made mistakes in some of the questions. Understanding that scoring below 80 marks in even a single exam would mean failure, they start to worry. But Iruki reassures them while saying that there is no point in stressing over what has already been done. Instead, they should focus on grading first. Even so, our boy and Nade remain anxious. Suddenly, Nade shouts in excitement while realizing he has passed with 82 points in all subjects, securing his place in Class 4. However, Iruki sits in silence, looking disappointed. When Nade asks what is wrong, Iruki suddenly exclaims that he has scored 87 points in all subjects, his face lighting up with joy. He explains that learning and copying language patterns significantly improved his language grades. Reflecting on it, he realizes that skipping even a single question would have led to failure. Nade congratulates him but then starts thinking about Cerone. Meanwhile, our hero shares his own result while revealing an average score of 86 points. Iruki finds it incredible to score above 80 in a single semester, but quickly notices his concern. When asked about it, he admits struggling with a math question and asks if it was a multiple-choice question. Iruki explains that it was particularly tricky, with a complex solution. However, he cannot recall the answer he chose. Nade urges him to remember while emphasizing that the correct answer was 1.5. Iruki asks about his math grade if he gets the question wrong, and he replies that it would drop to 79 points. He then tries to recall his choice, believing he selected the third option, but struggling to remember whether 1.5 was option 3 or 2. Realizing that a single question could determine whether he remains in Class 5 next year, Iruki begins to worry. Meanwhile, Nade becomes increasingly frustrated. He considers it a good idea to ask the teacher directly, so they decide to go together. When they arrive, Oliver seems surprised by their visit while reminding them that the exams ended yesterday. They ask about the answer to the last multiple-choice question in the math exam, which shocks her. However, they urge her to answer quickly since they are in a hurry. After a moment of thought, she replies that she believes the correct answer was option 2. Hearing this, our boy loses control, and Nade, concerned about his fragile body, asks if he is all right. He suddenly shouts in frustration while demanding to know why the answer is option 2. Deciding there is nothing more they can do, they see the professor off and leave. As they walk away, she watches them and realizes how much more energetic they have become. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, all the teachers gather to check the exam papers, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of work. Then Oliver suddenly remembers the boy's earlier question about the last multiple-choice problem. Looking through the answer sheet, she discovers that the correct answer was actually option 3. With this, his advancement to Class 4 is confirmed while filling him with relief and happiness. Elsewhere in Bashuka, the capital of the Kingdom of Thormia, students train diligently at the Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy. Among them, a girl catches the attention of her peers while going ahead. She addresses someone while saying that despite not attending a single semester, he excels in practical training. Observing his progress, she questions whether he will continue to perform well in exams as well. This person turns out none other than Leon Hard Ogent. Elzine Tess approaches Leon, and he urges her to sit down, otherwise the instructor will punish her. She questions whether he is also afraid of the instructor. However, feeling frustrated, he insists that he does not want any additional stress during exams and asks her to change her seat. She replies that she is only trying to calm him down, but he refuses her consolation. Unbothered, she remarks that he cannot fall any lower, as he is already ranked 30th. He then asks if she knows that he used schema a month ago. She observes that he is different from others while realizing that his fearlessness comes from enduring rigorous training. However, she still wonders why he remains at the bottom. Elzine then reminds him that he was in first place when their first year began. Indeed, when Leon first enrolled in Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy, he was at the top. 6 months ago, during winter, the academy had already produced many first-class swordsmen. Among them, one stood out as the greatest, known for his courage and strength. Every year, countless knights aspired to make history and gathered at the academy. However, the majority failed to pass the probation period and were eliminated. In Group 1, Richard Feiger established dominance by treating people as slaves and forcing them to act as his horses. He commanded them to crawl faster and even placed bets on riding them. Within the academy, schema users were assigned to Group 1 while setting them apart from the others. Students without any knowledge of schema are placed in Group 2, while those who lack any understanding and have entered only due to their parents' will are assigned to Group 3. In this world, those who cannot be trusted are not considered comrades. Feiger, while asserting his dominance, forces one of the weaker students to act as his horse while preparing to ride on him. However, before he can do so, Leon suddenly appears and strikes him down. The onlookers are shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Standing over him, Leon reminds him that this is not a playground. Feiger, growing furious, prepares to retaliate with the intent to kill. Meanwhile, a woman observes the situation and remarks that Leon has managed to challenge him. Elzine, while hearing this, assumes he must be strong for his name to be so well known. However, the woman corrects her while stating that he is actually quite weak. She explains that Feiger has been extorting money from every Group 2 student for his birthday, but Leon was the only one who refused. As tensions rise, the spectators wonder if a fight is inevitable. The woman speculates that Leon will not initiate it, yet his short temper makes the outcome uncertain. Trying to prevent unnecessary trouble, Leon warns Feiger that fighting will not benefit either of them if the instructor finds out. However, Feiger, unfazed, calls upon the Group 3 students while promising to demonstrate the consequences of defying him. Giving them one final chance to flee, he threatens to kill them if they choose to stay. Feiger taunts Leon while calling it pathetic to have no supporters. However, Leon fails to understand his point and questions whether he only fights for personal gain. Feiger, undeterred, insists that fighting is a necessity, a defining trait of a knight. In response, Leon declares that he does not deserve to be called a knight. Hearing this, Feiger bursts into loud laughter. As Leon prepares for the fight, Feiger confidently announces that he will strike first. Without hesitation, he lands a powerful hit on Leon. Watching him endure the blow without falling, he begins to wonder if Leon is using schema. Realizing he has underestimated him, he considers himself careless. Without wasting any time, Leon retaliates with a punch while making Feiger momentarily acknowledge his strength. However, Leon quickly realizes that Feiger is not relying on schema, yet continues to hit with overwhelming force while making it difficult for him to withstand the attacks. Suddenly, Feiger delivers a devastating blow while causing blood to spill from Leon's mouth. Seizing the moment, he unleashes a series of relentless punches. The onlookers, growing increasingly alarmed, attempt to intervene before he goes too far. Despite their efforts, Feiger continues to beat Leon mercilessly. Eventually, he hangs him upside down from a tree while displaying his dominance. The spectators, while witnessing Leon's helpless state, begin to view him as nothing more than a weak worm. They question why he boasted so much about his strength when, in reality, he was far from powerful. Elzine finds it inappropriate to disgrace an opponent in such a manner while knowing that it can only make him feel worse. Meanwhile, Leon feels a deep sense of embarrassment, especially being in such a humiliating position in front of a lady. The other students question whether he was merely showing off, now seeing him as both weak and foolish. They wonder if his attempts to act strong were meant to gain popularity, only for it to end in complete humiliation. However, as Leon hangs from the tree, he convinces himself that he will easily forget this moment. He refuses to feel embarrassed, despite the public humiliation. Instead, he shifts his focus to the students watching him. Addressing them, he reminds them that they ran away even though they claim to be aspiring knights. He tells them that this moment will always stay with them, a reminder that they let fear hold them back. Despite his current state, he finds contentment in the fact that he at least fought for his beliefs. Before losing consciousness, he tells them that their actions today will forever be a source of shame. When they finally become knights, they will understand the weight of their choices. For a knight, creed is everything. If they ever wish to stand with pride, they must learn to fight for what they believe in. In a place where everyone dreams of becoming legendary warriors, a confrontation unfolds. A boy with intense eyes attracts attention, and someone questions his determination while challenging him to a fight. The battle begins. Meanwhile, Elzine Tess approaches Leon and introduces herself while offering to fight alongside him. He hesitates, feeling bound by his own constraints. Others recognize Elzine's strength, and one comments that now, with her involved, they can't back down. Refusing to be pushed around, they prepare to face their opponents. Feiger, while unwilling to retreat, calls them foolish and urges them to fight. The boys, determined, claim that simply knowing how to use schema isn't enough to win. In the midst of this, Elzine apologizes for disturbing Leon's table, but he reassures her while saying he never aspired to be a hero. He takes someone away from the instructor's view, and she questions whether he truly understands the situation. She explains that the instructors are constantly evaluating them, even at that moment. Despite their high grades, Feiger and his group are denied admission, while Leon, once the top student among 300, has now come to last place. He insists that he never wanted to be first. She praises his dedication to training and wonders how he avoids burning out. He, however, has long overcome that struggle. She reminds him that graduation and building a reputation as a swordsman are crucial, while warning that if he remains at the bottom of the exam rankings, he will be held back. He dismisses the concern, leading her to press for an answer, worried about his future. He then reveals that something more important drives him, that is his commitment to his lord. Her curiosity deepens as she asks if he has already pledged his knight's oath, a lifetime commitment that can only be made once. She assumes the person he serves must be highly renowned. He, however, refuses to explain further while questioning why she is so interested. She insists she has a right to be curious, especially since he continues studying despite already securing a role. Finally, she demands to know who holds his loyalty. He answers that it's Cerone. Confused, she asks about this person's status while expecting a powerful figure. He clarifies that Cerone is simply his friend, and a student at a magic school in their hometown. Doubt creeps into her mind that an oath sworn to someone without fame or prospects seems unthinkable. She further thinks Cerone must be a girl. Before she can ask further, Leon cuts her off while reminding everyone that the exam is starting. Urging them to focus, he warns that failure awaits those who hesitate. Determined to uncover more, she resolves to question him later. At the training hall, everyone gathers as Parka Kwan from Class 6 makes an announcement. He states that today's practical lesson focuses on movement, specifically on shifting one's center of gravity. Pointing at a student, he asks where a swordsman's center of gravity is. The student confidently answers that it is at the belly button, but Parka immediately calls him foolish and says he is wrong. Turning to another student, he asks the same question. This time, the boy responds that it is at the soles of the feet, but his answer is also incorrect. Frustrated, Parka reminds them that they have already covered this topic and orders them to do 200 push-ups. He then reveals that the center of gravity exists outside the body and, in schema terminology, is referred to as external gravity. He instructs them to repeat the term, and they all do so, though some whisper that it is their first time hearing about it. He explains that they are unaware of this concept because he never bothered to teach it before. He then states that he will demonstrate it only once, urging them to watch closely as they will be tested on it immediately. One of the students complains while realizing that they are being examined on something they have just been introduced to, and jokingly threatens to harm him. Parka begins the lesson by stepping forward and swinging his sword, then stepping back and slicing again. Some students murmur in confusion, noting that he simply swings his sword, yet there is something different about the energy he generates. He clarifies that this is the fundamental movement in swordsmanship that is leaning the body to shift the center of mass and using that momentum to increase the power of a strike. He adds that incorporating schema further amplifies the attack's strength. Observing their skeptical expressions, he remarks that their lack of understanding is why they would only survive for 3 seconds in a real fight. A student grumbles about his bad luck. Parka stresses that movement is more critical than raw strength in real combat. He explains that a swordsman shifts their center of mass outside the body depending on the situation. To illustrate, He demonstrates by positioning his center of gravity behind his back while calling this external gravity. As he showcases the technique, the students react with shock while exclaiming that he has suddenly propelled himself into the air and is now walking on the ceiling. They struggle to comprehend how someone can move so quickly. One student internally notes that such an attack, while relying on inertia rather than raw strength, seems impossible to block. Watching Parka's flawless execution, the students recognize this as the swordsmanship of a man once feared as the image of death. After finishing his demonstration, Parka clarifies that this is the application of external gravity. However, he admits that what they just witnessed is not purely external gravity, but rather his own control over it. He explains that he enhances his movements using schema to create external inertia, while exaggerating it to help them grasp the concept better. Then, confirming that they understand, he asks them if they are ready for the test. They all respond. Finally, he orders everyone who reacted in amazement to drop down and do 200 push-ups. Without protest, they comply. As the students continue their training, Parka gives further instructions. He explains that the exam will test their ability to manipulate their center of mass by passing through horizontal obstacles. The rules are straightforward that when obstacles approach, they must dodge quickly and navigate through various barriers. He warns that the final stage has almost no space to pass through while making external gravity essential. Additionally, all obstacles are equipped with real blades, while meaning a single mistake could be fatal. He confidently states that he expects no cowards among them. However, if anyone does end up injured, Instructor Kana will reattach any severed parts, so they should not worry. The students, hearing this, find his reassurance even more terrifying. He then instructs those who have finished their physical training to step forward according to their assigned numbers. Calling out the first student, Davis Aiden, he confirms that the examination preparations are complete. Meanwhile, Elzine Tess complains to Leon that even though they have learned schema, doing 200 push-ups seems excessive. He dismisses her, saying that if she keeps talking, he might be forced to do even more. She argues that since Parka is busy with the exam, he should not be concerned. Some students nearby whisper among themselves while wondering why the most admired first-year student is talking to him. One, feeling envious, internally curses Leon, while another with blue hair hopes to be noticed as well. Shifting the conversation, Elzine asks about Cerone while questioning if the person is a girl. Leon, shocked, loudly denies it, and insists that no matter how untalented he might be, he would never take such a knight's oath. He firmly believes that Cerone will rise to the top one day, which is why he entrusts his life to him. She notes how quickly his attitude changes when talking about his friend, and warns him not to assume things about others so easily. She then thinks to herself that if Leon holds his friend in such high regard, she might even feel a little jealous. Out of curiosity, she asks if he can introduce her to Cerone. Leon, confused, questions why she would want to meet him. She responds that since he speaks so highly of him, anyone would naturally be curious. Additionally, she admits feeling envious that he already has someone to dedicate himself to. He, still puzzled, comments that her request seems sudden. Furthermore, he reminds her that Cerone is in Creus, which is quite far away. However, she casually suggests that they could travel there, pointing out that their vacation is approaching. She mentions a small island to the south that is a popular tourist spot while proposing that they could visit it together. Leon hesitates while realizing that it has already been half a year since he was separated from Cerone due to his admission into the Swordsmanship Academy. The idea of seeing his friend again and enjoying a trip tempts him. After thinking for a moment, he wonders if Cerone would be okay with it, while noting that his friend tends to be shy. Elzine, while smirking as she observes his reaction, suggests that our guy should bring a girl along. Since he attends a magic academy, he must know plenty of people. She proposes that they turn it into a double date. Leon, caught off guard, repeats the phrase in confusion, unsure of how to respond. She nonchalantly says they can think about it later. Deciding to shift the focus, she confidently announces that she will put on a strong performance for their final exam before the break. At that moment, Parka calls her name while signaling that her examination is about to begin. As the test starts, she quickly realizes that relying on flexibility alone will not be enough. The massive obstacle completely blocks the stage, leaving only a small gap at the bottom. Without external gravity, she knows she will not make it through safely. Applying the first impact, she shifts her center of mass outward and executes the technique perfectly. When her test concludes, an announcement declares her success that number 17, Elzine Tess, pass. Overjoyed, she reflects on her achievement while realizing that despite attempting it for the first time, she executed it flawlessly. She now understands that all of their previous training was merely the foundation for mastering this skill. Though Parka's personality is a disaster, she acknowledges that he is still a capable instructor. Parka then calls out the next participant, announcing, Number 28, Oyent Leon. Examination preparations complete. As Leon steps forward, he confidently tells himself to give it a try and begins his performance. The other students watch closely, while noting that he moves at an impressive speed. While executing his techniques, Leon focuses on the moment he needs to apply external gravity. He attempts to use schema to shift his center of mass outward, but suddenly he loses balance and falls. Parka, furious, yells at him, demanding to know why he is recklessly throwing his head toward the blades. He questions whether Leon has completely lost his mind and asks where he misplaced his schema. Confused, Leon insists that he used schema, but Parka immediately shuts him down while calling his claim nonsense. He reminds him that students who cannot use schema were instructed to exempt themselves from the exam. Determined, Leon protests while assuring him that he knows how to use it. He recalls taking the muscle strengthening exam a month ago and states that he definitely passed. However, Parka, clearly unconvinced, scoffs at his words. To prove his point, Parka points at a large rock nearby and instructs him to bring it over. He explains that the previous exam required students to lift twice their body weight, so carrying that much should be a simple task. Leon hesitates while remembering that he barely managed to pass that test before. Nevertheless, he grips the rock, lifts it, and asks if he has done it correctly. After observing him for a moment, Parka sighs and delivers an unexpected verdict that Leon is not using schema at all. The other students, stunned, whisper among themselves while noting that the instructor actually apologized. Still in disbelief, Leon demands an explanation while asking how he is managing to lift the heavy boulder if not with schema. Parka shakes his head and bluntly states that he is simply absurdly strong while relying entirely on his raw physical power rather than any magical enhancement. Finally, he makes the official announcement that Ogent Leon, first year, first semester, is going B at the last place. After seeing his last place ranking, Leon sighs and thinks that it is unfair to be ranked last just because he cannot use schema. He worries that his father will be furious when he finds out, so he decides to just go out for a while instead of dealing with it. As he starts to leave, Elzine calls out to him while reminding him not to forget their plan for the break, as he has to bring his friend. Leon nods while assuring her that he remembers. While walking away, he wonders what Cerone is doing at that moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, our boy is deep in his teleportation practice. He quickly moves horizontally while experimenting with powerful spells like Rainbow Drop and Photon Cannon. He makes flashes of rainbow light and photon swirls during his training. He also applied laser techniques. As he trains, he explains that no matter how strong a material is, shockwaves will eventually break it. He notes that while Photon Cannon has a strong impact, lasers can cause continuous damage almost indefinitely. Because of this, his specialty magic has improved significantly in a short amount of time. However, as he casts Windcutter, he realizes that simply knowing strong spells is not enough. He reflects on how, in the past, he could catch opponents off guard because his magic was not widely known. He also relied on the immortal function to compensate for his lack of precision, but when facing truly powerful opponents, he had been completely helpless. Even as people died right in front of him, he could do nothing. This thought weighs on him, and he tells himself that when the people he cares about are in danger, he does not want to be a powerless mage. While he is lost in thought, Iruki and Nade arrive while greeting him. They notice his practice and, surprised, ask if he just used teleportation. Iruki is amazed and comments that Cerone has already been working on it. Our dude proudly confirms that he has succeeded in moving at near light speeds, though he admits it makes him dizzy. Nade points out that the travel distance is too short while making it impractical. However, Iruki disagrees while saying that even students in the graduating class struggle with spatial movement spells. At the very least, he notes, Cerone managed to surprise Nade. Smirking, Nade replies that he has something surprising to show them as well, and he asks if they have ever seen plasma magic before, and promises to demonstrate it. Meanwhile, Iruki teases Cerone, saying that he was just drowning in his own self-admiration while training alone. Cerone quickly denies it while insisting that he still has a long way to go. Iruki reassures Cerone while telling him that his laser magic, which uses monochromatic light, is truly impressive. He explains that normally, while mastering such a technique would take 10 years of intense mental training, yet Cerone managed to do it instantly by applying the principles of Photon Cannon. He encourages Cerone to feel proud of his progress while emphasizing that he has improved the most during the last semester. Our guy agrees with him. The next day, the three friends express their gratitude to their professors for teaching them over the past months. One of the professors, surprised by their polite behavior, jokes that he never expected the school's biggest troublemakers to be so respectful. He reminds them to review their studies over the break, but also to enjoy themselves. Nade grins and says that having fun is his specialty. Another professor comments that the most surprising thing is that Iruki, known for his poor academic performance, has actually moved up a grade. Meanwhile, Professor Thad gathers the courage to ask Romy if she would like to have dinner with him now that the break has started. Everyone is shocked by his sudden proposal. However, she politely declines while explaining that she has responsibilities to handle at the order. Thad sighs while saying she is truly strong, and expresses his wish to participate in their training. Professor Oliver playfully asks if Thad is planning to join the order himself, while warning him that he would have to shave his head and might lose his popularity with women. Thad confidently replies that love is more important than hair. Then, turning to Oliver, he teases her while saying that she wouldn't understand since she has never fallen in love. Everyone is stunned by his words. She, unfazed, calmly responds that she is actually in a relationship. The group is even more shocked and immediately asks if she is joking. They demand to know who she is dating while suspecting that she is making it up. With a straight face, she answers that she is dating Magic. Upon hearing this, everyone sighs in relief while realizing that she was not being serious. Just then, the headmaster walks in while surprising everyone. They gasp while questioning if he is still alive. He chuckles and confirms his presence while adding that a temporary headmaster will take over next semester. He asks the students to treat the new headmaster as well as they treated him. Nade, disappointed, protests while saying that he does not want a different headmaster. Before Cerone leaves, the headmaster asks to speak with him privately. Cerone agrees while telling his friends he will meet them at the entrance later. During their conversation, the headmaster brings up Cerone's plan to investigate Miro. Our boy is surprised, but admits that he does intend to do so. The headmaster, while having observed children for 40 years, explains that he can tell just by looking into Cerone's eyes. Our guy apologizes and mentions that he plans to investigate the Kurgo ruins. The headmaster advises him that searching there will give him a better understanding of the world Miro belongs to. Cerone, while realizing the importance of the ruins, repeats the name to himself. Meanwhile, Elzine reminds Leon about their trip and asks if he remembers their destination. Confidently, Leon assures her that he does. However, when she challenges him to name the place, he hesitates before answering that it is Galliant Island while Leon is planning to go there as well. The headmaster tells our boy that he allows him to investigate the Kurgo ruins because he trusts his judgment. However, he warns him to stay cautious at all times. Our guy expresses his gratitude and assures him that he will be careful while asking in return why the headmaster is interested in Miro. He explains that while crossing dimensions, he heard a voice which is his own voice. Curious, the headmaster asks about the voice. Cerone recalls its haunting words while telling him that it said his parents would have been fine without him, that they were not truly his parents, and that no one in the world needed him. He admits that these painful thoughts had been buried deep in his mind for so long that even he had forgotten about them. The headmaster, already aware of Cerone's past from Clump, listens as he explains that accepting those painful truths allowed him to attain the adamantine body. However, he still feels he has a long journey ahead. He expresses his desire to grow stronger while believing that understanding himself better is the key. His curiosity about Miro stems from her ability to create countless dimensions, yet choosing to isolate herself. He feels that by learning more about her, he might find the answers he seeks. Reflecting on Cerone's words, the headmaster acknowledges that people at his age often feel lost. He considers that, in reality, every person in the world is a lone traveler searching for their path. He silently hopes that our guy will find his way both to discover himself and to protect those he cares about. He finds Cerone's journey fascinating, as it reminds him of his own youth. However, he wonders if our boy, who resembles him so much, might end up walking the same difficult path. As he contemplates the past, he remembers a time when a man had proven wave theory through experiments, but later found himself in danger while calling out for someone to save him. The headmaster recalls how he himself once grew overconfident in his abilities, made strong friendships, and chose understanding over ambition that everything he had failed to do in his own youth. While looking at his wife's picture, he regrets not being able to protect Miro and wonders if Cerone might succeed where he had failed. Filled with guilt, he wishes he could return home once more. The next day, Iruki and Nade ask Cerone if he told the headmaster about Miro. He replies that the headmaster advised him to investigate the Kurgo ruins and is surprised that he was granted permission so easily. The two friends are amazed by this, with Iruki pointing out that the ruins are famous. Our boy confirms his plans while saying that he will go there during the vacation. Iruki wishes he could go along but mentions that his father would never allow it. Just then, they notice a high-level security behind him. They are impressed while saying it's their first time seeing something like that. Nade remarks that Iruki comes from a very powerful family. He then adds that his own family also has strict rules, though in a different way from Iruki's. Iruki wishes him luck. Nade then reflects on how surprising it is that Cerone met the first president of the Supernatural Spirits group. He also recalls that Micaiah Gald, the leader of the Magic Association, was one of its founding members. Iruki adds that the person who developed the Istas formula was also involved. They both marvel at how many incredible people were part of the association. Before parting, Nade asks Cerone to keep them updated about his investigation once school resumes. Our guy promises to let them know. Nade then tells him to take care while saying he will write letters to keep in touch. Our boy returns the farewell and sets off on his journey while telling them to meet again in a month. At the Ogent mansion in the capital Bashuka, clothes are scattered all over the stairs. Lian, while noticing the mess, loudly complains that his sister is at it again. He mutters that she has evolved from a hag into a witch and assumes she has entered some kind of trance. Wondering how many days she has been preparing for their father's meeting, he decides to sneak in quietly and grab his belongings without disturbing her. However, as soon as he tries, he trips and falls. Lena, while noticing him, sarcastically comments that she was wondering what a stray cat was doing in the house, only to realize that it was him. She then demands to see his report card. Annoyed, he shouts that he is not a child and refuses to show it. She, now irritated, insists that he should listen while she is speaking nicely. Eventually, he gives in and hands it over. The moment she sees his rank, her expression turns cold. She bluntly questions if he has lost his mind and demands an explanation for the schema misconception remark written on the report. Mocking him, she compares it to pseudo-pregnancy. Unbothered, he dismisses it while trying to brush it off. Furious, she calls him an idiot and questions why using schema is so difficult for him. He simply responds that he just can't do it. Trying to escape the conversation, he turns to leave, but she immediately stops him while demanding to know where he is going. She informs him that once their discussion is over, they will visit their grandfather. Leon protests while saying that he has an appointment and has already promised to go on a trip. Suspicious, Lena asks who he is traveling with. Frustrated by her endless questions, he hesitates. He thinks carefully while knowing that if he admits it is a double-date trip with Cerone, her jealousy might drive her to kill him. He mentally curses our guy while blaming him for exposing this side of his sister. After a brief pause, he claims that he is going with Tess, the only daughter of the Elzine family. Lena immediately calls his bluff while finding it ridiculous that someone from such a prestigious family would go on a trip with him. Without giving her time to argue, he quickly rushes out. Shouting after him, she orders him to stop, but he moves at an incredible speed. Watching him go, she shakes her head and mutters that no matter how much he struggles, he will never surpass her. Determined, she takes a carriage and challenges him, eager to see who reaches crease first. Cerone is on his way when he inquires whether young Master Rai has already received his official certification. The individual accompanying him confirms that Rai has recently attained his Class 10 certification and is currently occupied with duties on the front lines. Meanwhile, Lena has secured the role of concertmaster for the kingdom's 7th orchestra, while their father remains as busy as ever. The elder has chosen to retire and has returned to Crease. Sitting beside Cerone is Timurin, who serves as the vice-head butler of the Ogent family. As they converse, our boy brings up another matter while mentioning that he has heard about Leon's eldest brother being there. Seeking more details, he asks how he is doing. However, Timurin states that he cannot provide any further information, except that he is now an officially certified Class 6 swordsman. He subtly suggests that it would be best not to bring up the eldest son in the main household. Hearing this, our guy simply acknowledges the response, yet in his mind, he speculates that Leon has essentially been cast aside. However, since the patriarch's affection for his children is undeniable, Cerone considers that the situation might be more political in nature. Then, our boy also admits that although it has been half a year since he has last contact with his friend, besides, he has a feeling they will reunite soon. With a chuckle, he notes that such behavior is characteristic of Leon. Upon reaching his home, he is welcomed by the sight of delicious meal. Next he hears, someone is quick to compliment the meal while exclaiming that the pork is exceptional. His father, while appearing pleased, remarks that pork pairs best with beer, unlike mutton, which has a strong odor. Insisting on another drink, he pours them both another glass. Accepting the offer, Leon responds enthusiastically, and they cheer their drink together. Next moment, they catch sight of Leon and, puzzled by the unexpected presence, questions the situation. Next moment, Cerone is met with an embrace from his father, who warmly asks how he has been. The strong scent of alcohol makes Cerone recoil while prompting him to wonder what has transpired. He has anticipated their first reunion after 6 months to be different, yet he now finds himself questioning why Leon is there in the first place. His father then reveals that Leon has been waiting for him for 2 days, during which he has joined them in chopping wood and hunting. Confirming this, Leon nonchalantly remarks that hunting is essential for a man. Shortly after, his mother arrives and upon seeing our boy, pulls him into a hug. Expressing her joy, she welcomes him warmly. Cerone, touched by the moment, acknowledges how difficult it must have been in his absence. However, she assures him that the Ogent family has provided much-needed support. Feeling reassured, he realizes this is the kind of reunion he has hoped for. His mother, while noticing the drinking, chides their father for indulging in alcohol while their son has just returned. Shifting the conversation, our hero addresses Leon directly while mentioning that he has heard about the lack of communication with the family. Curious, he asks whether he has visited his house. Without hesitation, Leon dismisses the idea while emphasizing that his lord's house is his home. Cerone, unconvinced, accuses him of hiding something. Deep down, he speculates that it is not a matter of refusal, but rather an inability to return. Before the conversation can continue, Leon suggests that they go chop wood instead. Their father, eager to join, encourages them to spend quality time together as men. However, their mother disapproves of the idea, insisting that they should rest instead, especially after drinking. Cerone, while unwilling to let the moment slip away, reassures her that everything will be fine. Though hesitant, she places her trust in him while acknowledging how much he has changed within just half a year. With the group heading into the forest, Leon proposes a challenge that whoever fells a tree with the fewest strikes will win, with the loser bound to follow the victor's command. The challenge immediately reminds Cerone of a similar bet he has made with their father in his younger years. As the contest begins, Leon demonstrates his skills, effortlessly cutting through a tree. His remarkable ability leaves the others in awe. Observing closely, our boy immediately recognizes the technique and exclaims in shock. Leon, unfazed, clarifies that there is no real need to use schema for chopping wood, but he is merely getting started. Taking his turn, our guy unleashes a powerful strike, stunned by Leon's strength. Witnessing Leon's movements, he identifies the technique as sword slaughter. Confirming this, Leon admits that he has grown far beyond his past self. Internally, he feels relief that his training has paid off, and he has proven himself. Leon recalls the powerful thunderstrike that our boy had used on him before, but quickly corrects himself while realizing that it was actually sword slaughter. He acknowledges that he has now mastered his father's secret technique. Meanwhile, his father turns to Cerone and explains that this is the reason he had previously asked him how he had successfully performed Thunderstrike. In response, Leon mentions that the special training he underwent for a single day had been worthwhile. Another man, while observing the conversation, praises Leon's determination, noting that despite being a noble, he is not stubborn and had politely requested to be taught. He further reflects that, beyond his willingness to learn, Leon also possesses remarkable perseverance while refusing to give up until he succeeds. Turning back to our guy, Leon challenges him while reminding him that the task is not easy and asking whether he still believes he can win. Cerone, deep in thought, replies that the only way to claim victory is by cutting the tree in a single strike. In response, Leon offers his axe, but Cerone declines while preferring to use his own skills. Without hesitation, he prepares himself and executes a powerful move while using the wind to slice through the tree. The moment the tree falls, those watching are stunned by the incredible display. Overwhelmed with excitement, Cerone shouts out in triumph while declaring his victory. Leon and the others remain speechless, astonished by what they have just witnessed. Still in disbelief, Leon demands an explanation while questioning what kind of magic Cerone had just used. With a confident smile, our guy introduces his technique while calling it wind cutter, and proudly asks whether it is impressive. His father, equally astounded, admits that he initially thought it was some kind of simple trick, but now realizes that it is indeed magic. Jokingly, he remarks that they no longer need to worry about chopping wood for a living. Hearing this, our guy reassures him while stating that they can rely on him for that. Meanwhile, Leon reflects on what has just happened, marveling at how much Cerone has improved in only half a year. He had always believed in him, and now he feels reassured that his instincts had been correct. As a result of his victory, our boy confidently announces his command that Leon must move the lumber. Without protest, Leon nervously states that he had already planned to do so anyway. Later that night, the entire family sits together while enjoying a meal and sharing quality time. Laughter and conversation fill the air as they relish the moment. Eventually, Cerone and Leon head to their room to sleep. However, before lying down, Leon curiously brings up a question while asking whether Cerone is planning to travel to Galliant Island. Without hesitation, our boy confirms while explaining that he wants to investigate a place called the Kurgo Ruins. Leon, slightly confused, asks if the visit is related to Cerone's studies. However, he dismisses the idea, casually stating that it is fine to take a break and have some fun. He reminds Leon that the island is also a well-known tourist destination. After hearing this, Leon nods in agreement, but then he brings up a condition that our boy must bring along a girl. Hearing this, Cerone reacts with amusement while joking that it sounds like a double date. He then teases Leon, expressing surprise that he has returned from the Swordsmanship Academy with a girlfriend. However, shifting to a more serious tone, he questions whether Leon has been studying properly while pointing out that it is suspicious that he chose to come here instead of going straight home. At this, Leon brushes off the topic, insisting that it is not important and asking Cerone to drop it. Our guy, however, persists and tells him to simply say whether he has someone in mind to bring along. Meanwhile, Leon contemplates the situation while realizing that this is the biggest obstacle in his plan. He knows that Cerone is completely clueless when it comes to women and cannot even make eye contact with his intimidating sister. Given that, Leon highly doubts that Cerone knows any girl well enough to invite. If it turns out that he does not, then Leon figures he will have no choice but to tell Tess the truth. Pressing further, he asks what Cerone plans to do if he cannot find someone. To his surprise, our boy confidently agrees to the condition, boldly stating that he will bring a girl. Shocked by the unexpected response, Leon stares at him in disbelief. However, the surprise does not end there, but unbeknownst to them, their parents have been listening outside the room. The moment Cerone makes his declaration, both of them are left utterly stunned. Leon remarks that he wonders whether our guy is popular with girls and suggests that the family witch might feel sad. Meanwhile, our boy replies that he is not, and adds that he inquires about Lena's well-being, while noting that it must be pleasant to have such a kind older sister. Subsequently, Leon observes that he thinks so, and then asks if Cerone's partner is attractive. Accordingly, our boy agrees that she is very pretty, yet he cautions him not to raise his hopes since she might reject him. Consequently, Leon advises that Cerone must ensure she agrees, and our guy concurs before they both drift into sleep. A few days later, our boy informs his parents that Leon has gone home to prepare for a trip, and that he must also secure his partner's agreement. Accordingly, they announce that they are leaving for Creus and promise to return. Furthermore, his mother presents him with a gift and explains that she has crafted a charm from 4-leaf clovers, while recalling the time when she had collapsed with a high fever, while his father adds that he had gathered every 4-leaf clover on the mountain. Consequently, our boy remembers that he had searched the entire mountain with his spirit zone back then, and then he receives a warm hug as his mother reminds him that it is his first trip to Creus and advises him to come back safe and sound. In response, he states that he is merely going to a friend's house and that he leaves the next day. Meanwhile, Leon thinks that Cerone's character clearly reflects their own, and then their mother bestows a gift upon Leon as well. He thanks her while she insists there is no need for formality, and he promises that, as Cerone's knight, he will protect him, with her adding that our guy is now entrusted to him before they all depart. Later on, it is explained that the Karmas family ranks first among the noble families in the kingdom of Thormia, and that their descendants inherit a special memory ability called Red Eye, which enables them to learn things 10 times faster than others. However, they choose not to pursue authority, but instead opt for a carefree life, because their tradition highly values individuality. Moreover, the members of the Karmis family distinguish themselves in their own fields, and people even refer to them as the continent star. Subsequently, our guy arrives at their state and thinks that he did not have time to make an appointment, so he comes directly, while he wonders what to do if Amy is not at home and whether he should wait until she returns. Meanwhile, the guards notice him and ask who he is. Accordingly, he explains that his name is Cerone, and that he is a friend of Amy from the Magic Academy. Then, one guard acknowledges him as a friend, and our guy muses that she must be very confident in her looks because even royalty cannot win her favor, while he also considers that the flies seem to buzz around her as soon as the vacation begins. Furthermore, one guard orders another to check, and the latter agrees, while he also thinks that something about Cerone appears different and wonders if he is a student of a famous household. Next, a guard inquires if he may ask which family our boy belongs to, but he is interrupted when another guard calls him the guard and announces. Consequently, our guy thinks that he must come up with a believable excuse to avoid any conflict. Additionally, the guard asks what has happened, and Cerone explains that Amy is busy today, while the guard confirms that she had ordered him to enter. Then, the commander apologizes to our hero by stating that he knew young Miss Amy had given the order to escort him and further asks what is going on. Finally, Cerone enters and is warmly welcomed to the Karma's state. A man arrives and introduces himself as the head butler, Adele, and he welcomes our guy warmly. Subsequently, our boy responds by stating his name and expressing relief that Amy is home, while the guards wonder if an unexpected event is taking place since the head butler has come to greet him. Then, the butler explains that although it may seem presumptuous, before he escorts Cerone to the residence, he must first confirm his identity. In response, our boy asks what he intends to do, and the butler clarifies that he wishes to verify that he truly is Sir Cerone, based on instructions given by the miss. Moreover, the butler adds that he has interpreted her words strictly and will only let him in if his identity is confirmed, which our boy thinks is typical of Amy's way of speaking. Next, he inquires about how his identity will be confirmed, and the butler replies that he has a duty and the authority to verify the identity of anyone who wishes to enter. Consequently, the butler uses his special skills to target Cerone's emotions while causing him to feel as if he cannot breathe and that every organ in his body is twisting. Additionally, the guards comment that this eye technique's pressing is a frightening method that compresses emotions and is usually applied to punish. Meanwhile, our boy struggles to contain his emotions while the butler grows confused because he appears to resist at first. However, the butler eventually applies all his force, and he feels overwhelmed as if he is drowning in his own emotions. Then, our guy protests by saying that emotions are manageable and challenges the butler to control them as well, while prompting the butler to reflect that this is his strongest pressing technique. Furthermore, he reasons that if our guy can endure it, then he must be either foolish, a wise monk, or even mad, and he wonders what hidden strength the young man truly has. Subsequently, the butler apologizes for his harshness and asks our hero to forgive his discourtesy for not properly honoring his guest, even offering to accept any punishment. In reply, our boy questions whether the family doubts him, and the butler explains that the decision to test him is solely his, as the family imposed no conditions. Moreover, when Cerone asks the reason, the butler reveals that since it is the first time Amy has ever brought a man home, he wishes to see for himself, which leads our boy to think that the situation resembles a grandfather doting on his granddaughter. Finally, our guy admits that he becomes nervous, but the butler laughs and reassures him that there is no need to be so anxious, as the process may even exceed his expectations. At that moment, Amy sees Cerone from the window and remarks that he is indeed here. As he reaches the mansion, he finds it incredibly beautiful. The guard informs him that the fountain was designed by Amy, as everyone in the mansion is given a specific area to design themselves. He finds the fountain fascinating, especially how it refracts light. While observing it, he notices a girl and wonders if she is Amy, but the guard clarifies that all members of the Karmas family have red eyes and are exceptional individuals. Because of this, the family does not interfere in anyone's personal affairs. The guard further explains that when the attack happened at the academy, the patriarch did not investigate, but only ensured the young miss's safety. He mentions that it is a family tradition for the young miss to have a habit of wandering, though recently, she has changed and started enjoying life like the rest of the family. He expresses gratitude, but the boy tells him there is no need to thank him. As they enter the mansion, he feels nervous. The guard announces that Amy's friend has arrived. As soon as he enters, he is met with another redhead who is delighted to see him. He notices she looks exactly like Amy, but she introduces herself as Isis Karmas, the lady of the house. When he begins to introduce himself, she dismisses the formalities and pulls him inside excitedly. She happily declares that he is Amy's boyfriend while leaving him utterly shocked. She informs her father, Shakora, who is equally surprised. Soon after, Amy's brothers, Karmas Dayan and Karmas Ales, arrive while demanding to know how he dared to steal their sister's heart. Overwhelmed by their scrutiny, he feels the pressure mounting. Mustering his courage, he introduces himself. Isis observes him carefully, comments on his handsome appearance, and asks if he is in the same graduating class as Amy. When he reveals that he is in Class 5, she is stunned. The entire family looks at him in disbelief. He quickly adds that he will move to Class 4 next semester. At this, they all burst into laughter, leaving him even more nervous. Isis asks about Class 4 and 5, wondering if they hold any special significance in the Magic Academy. She then inquires about Amy's admission into the graduating class. However, before the conversation can continue, Amy suddenly appears and demands to know what they are doing with her guest. At that moment, he realizes that they have all been teasing him the entire time. Despite this, he knows he must act tough in front of them. Afterward, he enters Amy's room and takes in the decorations. Observing the room's arrangement and belongings, he He notices a stark contrast between her tough personality and the delicate things surrounding her. Yet her brothers casually remark that, regardless of everything, she will always be their little sister. Meanwhile, Amy drinks her tea as her brothers shift their attention back to him while pressing him to reveal how he won her heart. One of them speculates whether he used sweet words to impress her. Isis also urges him not to hesitate and to share every detail about their relationship. However, before he can respond, they are all abruptly kicked out of the room. Now alone, the two sit together while sipping their tea. He takes the opportunity to tell her that there is no need to pretend they are in a relationship in front of her family, just as they have been faking it at school. She, however, dismisses his concerns while explaining that they do not care about the truth and that stopping now would only create more problems for her. Feeling guilty, he apologizes for causing her trouble, but she reassures him that it is fine, as visiting a friend's house is not a problem. Then, unable to hold back her curiosity any longer, she finally asks why he has come while admitting that the question has been on her mind the entire time. He tells her that he has come with a request, that whether she is willing to go with him to Gallant Island. As she sips her tea, she reacts in shock while questioning if they are really going to the island together. He explains that his friend Leon has invited him, but since Leon is bringing a companion, he is also expected to bring one. She immediately asks if his friend is a girl while leaving him surprised at how she figured it out so quickly. However, she assumes it to be a double date. Then, as she contemplates the situation, she begins to wonder why he has chosen her. He has never paid much attention to her before, so why is he taking only her along now? Curious, she asks why he picked her when he has other friends in the advanced class, whereas she is in the graduating class. He responds that everyone else is busy with their special training. Hearing this, she refuses while stating that she does not have time to waste on leisure activities, which disappoints him. However, he insists that she is the only one he can take with him. As soon as she hears this, she accidentally spills tea on his face. Now completely drenched, he sits in shock while she stares at him, equally surprised. She quickly hands him a cloth while telling him to wipe himself clean since he looks filthy. As she watches him, another thought crosses her mind. She recalls when they fell together before and questions why he had that particular expression on his face. After all, he was the one who saved her first. She wonders if it was because he could not keep his promise, or if it means he has feelings for her. If that is the case, she wonders when he started liking her. Before she can dwell on it further, he interrupts her thoughts by asking if she remembers what he once told her about Miro. She immediately recalls that Miro is the president of the Supernatural Spirit Association, who was trapped in another dimension. He confirms this and explains his hypothesis that the immortal function might be linked to superluminal speed. Because of this, he wants to gather more information about Miro. Now she finally understands the true purpose behind his request. He further explains that the headmaster has also instructed him to investigate the Kurgo ruins. Since Leon invited him to the island, this trip presents the perfect opportunity to look into it. With everything now making sense, she fully grasps the situation. Now she fully understands the situation. The Kurgo ruins belong to the Thormia kingdom and are under the jurisdiction of the Gallant self-government. Realizing this, she acknowledges that she would be the most suitable person to handle any potential dangers. He confirms that this is precisely why he chose her, and she recognizes that he is right. Thinking deeper, she understands the true reason for his decision. Despite their rocky beginning and frequent clashes, they have come to understand each other and share a genuine concern for one another. Moreover, past experiences have strengthened their bond while allowing them to protect and trust each other. Standing up, she decides that if he truly seeks answers and wants to investigate his concerns, then she should go with him. However, another thought crosses her mind that she cannot continue pretending indefinitely. Yet, as she reflects, she wonders who else cares about him more than she does. With this realization, she finally agrees to accompany him to Gallant Island. The next day, at the Oyent family estate, Elzina Tess arrives. She introduces herself, and Oyent Bishop greets her while inquiring whether the Elzine family has a diplomatic background. He also asks about her father. Meanwhile, Leon watches the exchange while feeling that everything is going according to their plan, which is to stay at their friend's place and use Tess as a shield for their trip. Tess, too, realizes that their plan is unfolding successfully. Responding to the Patriarch's question, she mentions that her father is currently training with the sword. However, in truth, she has little knowledge of what he is actually doing. He realizes that the Elzine family must be exceptional. Since the Ogent family practices upstanding swordsmanship, the swordsmanship of the Elzine family must be outstanding as well. Observing Elzine, he recognizes her as a remarkable talent. Turning to Leon, he remarks that he is associating with someone from an impressive background. However, Leon quickly clarifies that they are just friends and not in a relationship. Shifting the conversation, he asks for permission to go on the trip while explaining that they need to rest both their minds and bodies after the rigorous demands of the academy. Bishop, while looking at Leon's certificate, acknowledges their hard work. As he examines the certificate, it becomes clear that he is specifically looking at Leon's strength certification. This makes Leon realize that his father might have discovered the truth about the schema misconception, while rendering the strength training paper meaningless. However, he also recognizes that it still serves as a useful tool for deceiving him. Bishop expresses approval of his efforts, which leaves Leon in shock. It is the first time he has seen his father genuinely pleased with him. Then, Bishop asks about Leon's grades, but Leon explains that his sister has them since she wanted to present them to their grandfather. At that moment, Leon brings up the promise regarding the grandfather's sword, which was to be given to him once he mastered schema. His father acknowledges that he has learned the technique, but insists that he now needs to train in Ojent's great swordsmanship. This prompts Leon to question the necessity of a sword since they are only going on a trip. Meanwhile, his gaze remains fixed on the sword. Slowly, he approaches it while admiring its grandeur. This is the sword he has longed for since childhood, a symbol of uprightness and strength. However, he understands its power that without mastering schema, wielding such a weapon would be reckless. He takes the sword and grips it firmly, assessing its balance and weight. Finding it suitable for use, he secures it onto his back, satisfied with its quality. A few days earlier, Cerone had been contemplating his upcoming investigation of the Kurgo ruins. Leon had questioned his decision to go alone, warning him of the dangers. Concerned for his safety, Leon had insisted on accompanying him to ensure everyone's protection. He had also expressed his commitment to guarding our hero, as this would be his first official mission as his knight. Fully prepared, he had been eager to take on the responsibility. Now, as Leon and Tess continue their conversation with Bishop and Cerone arrives with Amy. He inquires about Bishop's well-being and shares that he has been promoted to Class 4 while attributing his advancement to him. However, Bishop dismisses the credit while stating that it is entirely due to Cerone's own abilities. Recognizing his talent, he acknowledges how impressive it is for him to have advanced so quickly. Turning his attention to Amy, he asks about her while wondering if she is Cerone's partner. Amy greets him politely and introduces herself. As soon as Elzine sees her, she finds her strangely familiar. Meanwhile, Bishop quickly realizes the significance of her background, while recognizing the Karmas family as highly esteemed in terms of legitimacy. Observing Cerone's association with such a distinguished family, he reassesses his concerns. Initially, he had believed that his son had made a mistake by taking the knight's oath, but now a new worry surfaces that he fears that his son might cause trouble for our guy instead. However, considering that Leon has successfully unlocked schema, and both of them have strong connections with noble families, he ultimately feels satisfied with the situation. As Leon prepares to depart, he informs Bishop that they will be gone for 10 days. In response, Bishop hands him a bag filled with gold coins for travel expenses. Upon receiving it, Leon immediately realizes the necessity of leaving the house as soon as possible. With their preparations complete, they begin their journey. He instructs Timoran to arrange a carriage to the port. As they set off, Leon's father watches them leave, offering his final words of farewell and wishing them a safe trip. He considers making Bishop wait for another 10 minutes to wish him good luck, but ultimately decides against it. Meanwhile, Leon grows increasingly frustrated while unwilling to go through another inspection. However, the man insists on checking the carriage wheels while prompting Leon to urge him to hurry up. Elzine, while observing the situation, realizes that our boy is entirely different from what she had initially imagined. Since he is Leon's master, she had assumed he would have a fiery and commanding personality. However, he appears to be a true gentleman, and with Amy accompanying him, her perception of him shifts further. As they continue waiting, the two girls introduce themselves to each other, quickly finding joy in their meeting. Cerone also takes the opportunity to introduce himself to Elzine. Curiously, she asks if his real name is Alien and whether he is from home Krios. However, he clarifies that he is a commoner. Her expression turns blank while struggling to process this revelation. Amy silently observes their conversation, her gaze shifting between them. Meanwhile, Leon remains occupied with inspecting the carriage wheels. Suddenly, Elzine starts acting strangely, though she quickly apologizes for her behavior while explaining that she does not concern herself with matters of identity. At that moment, Leon announces that the inspection is complete and urges everyone to board the carriage. Just as they are about to do so, a massive spark flashes in the air and a very angry bishop appears while hovering above them. Cerone, upon seeing the figure, immediately turns to Leon and asks if he was at the last place. Without hesitation, Leon starts running while urging everyone to follow. Confused, our boy demands an explanation, to which Leon hurriedly admits that he ranked last in the academy and had not used schema. Elzine, skeptical of his excuses, presses him to tell the truth while suspecting that he orchestrated everything just to go on this trip. As they flee, Leon frantically explains that his father is an official Class 4 swordsman. Explosions erupt behind them, forcing them to keep running. Suddenly, horses begin to chase them, their hooves pounding against the ground. The girls, while watching in amazement, struggle to keep up. Reacting quickly, Amy grabs Elzine's hand and urges her to escape. She also calls out to Cerone while instructing him to use teleportation. Without hesitation, he takes hold of Leon and activates the technique. Bright flashes envelop them as our hero successfully teleports the group to another location. Witnessing this, Leon finally understands the depth of a magician's abilities, that how they perceive the entire world as a vast mechanism of interconnected forces. However, Elzine, still tense, points out that Bishop is closing in. In response, our guy urgently calls Amy and tells her to hold on to him as he prepares to use spatial movement. He explains that if they truly want to escape, they must reach their destination as soon as possible. Amy, astonished, wonders if he truly knows how to use spatial movement, but he admits that he has never applied it in a real-life situation before. Now standing at the front while the others gather behind him, Cerone concentrates and activates spatial movement. A powerful blast erupts around them as he pulls everyone close while securing them within the spell's radius. As the energy surges, Bishop watches in disbelief while realizing that he has lost them. He also comes to the shocking realization that Cerone can use spatial movement. Contemplating his abilities, he acknowledges his remarkable talent, which is combining schema with sheer brute strength. Recognizing his potential, he silently respects his efforts. Tossing the paper he was holding aside, he turns and walks back to his house while considering the encounter a memory worth keeping. Meanwhile, on the other side, Leon struggles to comprehend the overwhelming experience. To him, it feels as though the ground and sky are folding into one another. Amazed, he asks about the magic Cerone just used. Our guy calmly explains that it is called spatial movement, and that this is his first time using it in the field. Amy, equally impressed, praises him for executing such an advanced technique under pressure. Elzine, on the other hand, sits quietly, overwhelmed by everything that has just transpired. She begins to wonder if she is the only one struggling to grasp these concepts. Observing Cerone's flawless teleportation and his ability to perform spatial movement while still being a student, she is utterly astonished. Recalling that he claimed to be a commoner, she hesitates before stepping forward to ask how he managed to learn such magic. She points out that without mastering the Spirit Zone, one cannot even enter the Magic Academy. Our boy explains that he was able to enroll thanks to Leon and the support of the Ogent family. Hearing this, Elzine assumes that he must have been competing with noble students from a young age. However, Leon immediately corrects her while revealing that Cerone only enrolled 6 months ago. Elzine is stunned. The realization that he has reached such an advanced level in such a short time suddenly makes sense of Leon's decision to take the knight's oath for him. Our boy, while noticing her expression, considers her a genius for understanding the implications so quickly. However, Elzine unexpectedly apologizes while admitting that she had spoken carelessly. Turning to Amy, she also apologizes for paying too much attention to Cerone, despite him being her supposed boyfriend. Amy, however, reassures her, stating that there is nothing to apologize for. Though outwardly composed, she internally reminds herself that their relationship is only a pretense. At that moment, Leon smirks and comments that Elzine knows nothing about Cerone, while hinting that there is still much more to uncover about his abilities. Cerone explains that he is straightforward by nature, but if they unintentionally upset someone, they should simply let it go. Elzine then praises him for not only possessing outstanding magic abilities, but also having a beautiful personality. Meanwhile, Amy listens in disbelief while wondering how Elzine can say such embarrassing things so casually. Elzine then turns to Amy while asking if she has used schema to keep up with her. She also commends Amy for her exceptional skills in both schema and magic. At this moment, Amy feels as if her mind is being overwhelmed by Elzine's words while making her question the entire situation. As the journey continues, the group begins sharing stories with each other in the carriage, bonding over their similar ages. They discuss their lives, their experiences, and even exchange a few personal secrets while strengthening their connection. Eventually, they arrive at Kreese Harbor. Cerone, filled with excitement, looks forward to his first boat ride. Curious, he asks about the duration of the journey to Galliant Island. Leon informs him that it will take approximately 5 hours. Amy adds that she has conducted some research on the island, which immediately impresses Elzine. Amy then shares her findings with the group, explaining that Galliant Island spans 1,500 square kilometers and is shaped like a crescent moon. The northern half of the island is lined with cliffs along the borders, while the southern side consists of a port and residential areas. Additionally, on the eastern side, there are the ruins of the ancient Kurgo civilization, which collapsed 2,000 years ago. Hearing this, Leon recalls that these are the same ruins Cerone has been researching. Our boy confirms this and then inquires about the reason behind the civilization's downfall. Meanwhile, Elzine sits quietly, reflecting on how enjoyable these vacations feel to her. Having magicians accompanying her makes the trip an incredible adventure. She finds them not only skilled, but also charming in their own way. However, as 5 hours pass, her perspective begins to change. The more she observes their abilities, the more she realizes that just how powerful and unpredictable magicians can be. Suddenly, what once seemed like an exciting adventure now feels slightly unsettling. Cerone holds Amy's hand, causing her to stare at him in shock. Leon watches in confusion while wondering what has happened to him. However, Elzine casually remarks that it's just a simple lover's quarrel. Leon is surprised by her words, but to truly understand the situation, it is necessary to go back an hour earlier, aboard the boat heading toward Galliant Island. An hour ago, Amy had been explaining the research she had conducted. Cerone, impressed by her preparation, asked if she had also drawn the diagrams herself. Leon and Elzine praised her for her detailed work, but she clarified that her focus had been solely on the downfall of the Kurgo civilization. At this, Elzine teased her while pointing out that she was blushing. Cerone then summarized Amy's findings while stating that, according to her research, the people of the Kurgo civilization considered loops to be sacred and used them in ancestral rites. However, he personally saw the loop as a stimulant. Amy, while noticing his curiosity, explained that if he were to fully comprehend and absorb all the research she had gathered, he might enter a different state of mind that one that ancient people had mistaken for a divine encounter. She went on to say that the fall of the Kurgo civilization was primarily due to religious conflict, though Histoleon speculated that internal strife over the misuse of loops might have also played a role. Intrigued, Cerone found it fascinating that a stimulant could contribute to the downfall of an entire civilization. Amy further explained that the descendants of the Kurgo people still lived on the island, in a place known as the Independent Kurgo Authority. Excited, Elzine suggested that they should visit, to which Amy admitted that she had already considered the idea. However, she revealed that outsiders were generally not permitted to enter. She had even asked her brother about obtaining permission, but he had refused to grant her the opportunity. Cerone then recalled that Amy's second brother was an explorer and adventurer. She explained that while Histolians had not reached a definitive conclusion about the end of the civilization, those who wished to uncover the truth could enter the restricted area, but the price of admission was something far more valuable than a simple entry fee. Cerone began contemplating what kind of valuable item might be required, but Amy sighed, mentioning that her brother often spoke to her in riddles rather than giving her direct answers. Meanwhile, Leon noticed Elzine deep in thought and asked if she was trying to solve the riddle. However, she was more focused on something else than Amy. She realized that this research was not just a simple academic pursuit for her. It was an extensive, in-depth study. It became clear that Amy was prioritizing our guy over everything else while making Elzine suspect that she had developed feelings for him. As they arrived at the island, the group marveled at the beauty of the surrounding waters. This was Galliant Island. Watching the scene unfold, Elzine turned to Leon and suggested that they should help Amy get closer to Cerone. Leon found the idea amusing and agreed while thinking it would be fun to act as love messengers. Meanwhile, Elzine saw this as an opportunity to strengthen her own bond with Leon as well. As they arrive at Galliant Island, a man standing nearby calls out to them while inviting them to stay at the Dolphin Inn. He boasts about its affordability and the delicious southern traditional seafood dishes it offers. Meanwhile, other locals are promoting their services while claiming to provide healthy food options. Among them are tour guides eagerly offering to handle visitors' luggage and meals. Elzine finds the situation overwhelming and chaotic. Cerone apologizes to the group for the commotion and suggests they take some time to decide, but Amy warns them to be cautious. She explains that not everyone is simply advertising, and some may have ulterior motives. Since our boy is unfamiliar with the situation, she chooses to remain vigilant on her own. Meanwhile, a group of robbers lurking nearby notices their arrival. They observe that the newcomers are young and dressed in expensive clothing while making them seem like easy targets. However, some among them hesitate, noting that Leon is carrying a sword, which makes them appear more formidable. As they discuss whether to cause trouble, Amy steps forward while catching the attention of one of the men. The man is surprised to see her at the bustling, smelly harbor. He recalls that this place is renowned for its breathtaking night scenery, and assumes that Amy too will find it beautiful. His thoughts drift while imagining her asking him why he is there and what has brought him to the continent. Snapping back to reality, the man calls out to his companions while urging them to follow him. Some in the group speculate whether the newcomers might be mercenaries, but another dismisses the idea while insisting they are just students and nothing to fear. This man, known as Gis, is the self-proclaimed ruler of the harbor. With a confident stride, he and his men rush toward the group, enthusiastically welcoming them to the island. Introducing himself as a tour guide, he asks whether they are students on vacation. As his gaze lingers on Amy, he finds her particularly striking. Cerone steps forward and responds while informing Gis that they are from Althea's Magic Academy. Elzine quickly corrects the statement while saying that they are actually from the Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy. Gis immediately apologizes while explaining that he was merely complimenting them. Wanting to be helpful, he then offers to carry all their belongings while grabbing their bags without hesitation. However, Cerone stops him and asks about the cost. Gis responds that the total fee will be 5 gold coins. Shocked by the amount, our boy hesitates, but Gis reassures him that the price includes a tour guide, carriage services, food, and lodging, all at an exceptional level of service. Despite his enthusiasm, Elzine also finds the price ridiculously high, which is agreed by our boy. Sensing their reluctance, Gis urges them to decide quickly, as other potential customers have already left while they were talking. Our guy firmly declines the offer while stating that they do not need a guide. However, Amy steps forward, hands over the 5 gold coins, and tells him to leave them alone. Although grateful, Gis feels humiliated, as if he is being treated like a beggar. He is quite furious while feeling underestimated. Amy, however, remains unfazed and declares that she should have dealt with him right from the start. She raises her hand, ready to punch him, but Cerone quickly intervenes while asking her to stop and avoid unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, they all sense a lingering suspicion in Gis's gaze. He begins to speculate that these students must be backed by a powerful organization that gathers young people without families. Our guy, taken aback by this assumption, looks at him in surprise, while his own dark self smirking at him. The tension in the air becomes palpable as the group watches Gis closely. At that moment, Cerone firmly takes Amy's hand and tells her they should leave. However, she stops and looks at him questioningly while demanding to know why he is preventing her from acting. As Cerone holds her hand to stop her, she asks if they know about the nature of these people. He assures her that he is completely aware of it, but does not want her to be in this situation. Gis then asks his companions to give him the gold, not wanting to appear inferior in front of them. Sarcastically, he questions whether they must be happy to have gold thrown at them. He then throws the gold coins in front of Amy while finding it ridiculous. Meanwhile, he continues holding her hand. Amy, while realizing the situation, decides to leave and find a coach. Leon also thinks about his behavior, to which Tess explains that it is not Amy's fault, as she has every right to be mad at him for not taking her side. Leon wonders if this is the feeling of suffering, but she clarifies that it is requited love. Meanwhile, Gis sits with his companions, who question his decision to return the money to the nobles, as it was enough to sustain them for a long time. Frustrated, he asks if they have no pride and if they truly want to accept that money. He says this is the reason everyone considers them beggars. One of his companions points out that he was only looking at Amy, which makes him yell in frustration while insisting he would never like a girl like her. Another boy remarks that he always acts childish in front of people he likes. They remind him that the nobles see themselves as superior, so he should not focus on this. However, he remains frustrated and declares that he will become the master of the harbor while making the nobles irrelevant to him. As they continue talking, Palkoa arrives and demands to know what they are doing there. They turn to him in shock. Meanwhile, in Bashuka, inside the Magic Association headquarters, in the 3rd Investigation Department room, Sakari is beating Lucas. As the 3rd Investigation Department inspector, he relentlessly strikes him while Lucas pleads for him to stop and demands to know the reason for the beating. He insists that he cannot be assaulted without being given an explanation. As a suspect in the Magical Academy incident and a Class B criminal who escaped from prison, Lucas remains at Sakari's mercy. Delivering a strong punch to his face, Sakari finally decides that it is enough for today. Lucas collapses to the ground, revealing that he was the vice captain of the Parrot Bandits. He then orders him to start talking about his captain. Lucas, after a brief hesitation, admits that his boss is Palkoa. At the same time, Palkoa is dealing with Gis and his companions. He tells them that they should have accepted the money from the nobles instead of letting pride get in the way, as it has now cost them 5 gold. Gis, while realizing that Palkoa witnessed the entire incident, grows tense. Palkoa insists that he has worked hard to build this group, while his companions bow an apology for their mistake. However, Palkoa ignores their remorse and turns to Gis while demanding about the red-haired girl he mentioned earlier. With revenge on his mind, he plans to make the nobles suffer. Gis, however, finds him insane for wanting to go against them. On the other side, Amy is with Elzine. Tess encourages her to look at the beautiful scenery and asks if she finds it an amazing place to visit. Amy admits that she does and curiously inquires how she discovered it. Tess explains that her relatives work there. Meanwhile, Leon holds a leaf in his hand while remembering Cerone's mother words about our guy. She had mentioned that something was troubling him, something he wished to hide from everyone, and that he needed help from a friend. Lost in thought, he continues staring at the leaf, deep in contemplation. However, he suddenly snaps out of it and heads toward the group, loudly declaring his hunger. The realization that it is already dinner time dawns on everyone. Tess points out that there are many good restaurants nearby and asks if they plan to eat outside. However, Leon suggests cooking their own meal instead. The idea excites everyone, and Amy eagerly agrees to participate. When asked in surprise if she knows how to cook, she confidently responds that she does while having taken cooking lessons as well. With the enthusiasm building, Leon proposes a cooking competition. He forms 2 teams. Tess and himself as Team 1 and Cerone and Amy as Team 2. The teams will compete against each other, with one member writing down the ingredients and the other fetching them. As the plan unfolds, Tess realizes that Leon is orchestrating all this to help Cerone and Amy grow closer. Adding to the excitement, she introduces a penalty that the losing team will have to wash all the dishes. Everyone agrees, and the girls begin writing down the ingredients. Once the lists are ready, Cerone and Leon assure them they will return in an hour with everything needed. The girls watch them leave while realizing that this is now their time for a private conversation, while the boys will have theirs as well. However, just as they settle into their moment, Gis appears in the distance, injured and making his way toward the place.